stop. Sheldon van der Linde is our first car not on the lead lap in 14th, and that 31 BMW from WRT.
Just to catch up on a few other elements of all of this, we lost 57, the Russell Ward, Indy Dontje, Philip Ellis, Mercedes AMG with accident damage. We lost number 7, last year's winning car. The drivetrain went bang on the Marco Sorensen, Nicky Team, Mattia Drudi, Aston when it was catching back up. 163 has gone. Marco Mappelli, Sandy Mitchell from Pereira, that was power steering related. Number 3, we saw the engine let go. It was to do with overheating in the early evening last night, just before sort of 10:30. Number 6, Mercedes went out with a wheel hub and a drive shaft issue. 23, the RJN McLaren, but spectacular engine failure in that. What else have we lost? 991 lost a wheel, didn't it, as well, which is why they had to do that front assembly. And we've lost 64 Mustang this morning, of contact with 48 Mercedes AMG, and that put Thomas Drouet into the gravel with a breakage, and so that car is another one that has gone. There are no doubt more to come with just under 8 hours and 24 minutes of the race to go. And again, one of those 24-hour cliches is you've got through the night, you get to the early hours of the morning, daylight breaks, and you think, oh, great, we've done it, we've got this far, we're nearly there. But you're not. We've still got just under a Paul Ricard and a Monza race bolted together.
Yeah, and the drivers this morning that I bumped into, some were actually not had any sleep whatsoever. So Ross Gunn, one of those, he's trying to head to go and get some sleep, but he's got a lot of driving left. For example, those AMs in the car he's sharing with an hour left to do. And that's what we need to look at across the class, isn't it? The drive time calculation, the bronze drivers having to do their minimums, and also drivers not being able to do over their maximum drive time of 11 hours in total for any driver in these cars. See the mirror hanging off there of the Aston Martin, the left mirror, flopping around the 35 car. Just about okay, that sort of size of bodywork that's not going to attract mechanical warning flag, but the team will look at that, and the Aston Martin, a pretty quick wing mirror change. They may actually just take that one off, put a new one on. We've seen teams in the past actually take the whole door off, haven't we? Because the doors, 2 pins out, new door on, gone. Can do it very, very quickly, of course.
Just going back to the Ross Gunn Aston, number 100, that is currently 3rd in Pro-Am. One of the other drivers of that car is Valentin Asclot, who was saying to Ganel this morning that he's had no water for the last couple of stints, so he's really struggling, but also no radio. So they're kind of up against it, and to repair things like that might cost more time than they can really be prepared to give away in a pit stop. So for now, I think they're going to have to live with it. We've just had a drive-through penalty issued to the 93 Ziggo Sport Tempesta Ferrari. That is for exceeding the driving stint. So the penalty hits 93. I'm looking to see where it is in the order at the moment, and it is Eddie Cheever, 25th, dropping down in that car.
Yeah, they're a 4th in class there, so that's going to hurt them, isn't it? And they're having a relatively clean run up until that point. That stint time, just as a reminder, 60 minutes if there's no full course yellow or safety car. If there's been a full course yellow or safety car in that stint, then it extends to 65, and that's what most teams have been able to do. And the stints are coming towards the end here. We've got 53 minutes for the majority of the leaders, so they will have to be boxing in the next 5 laps or so. This will be an extended stint time, so 65 minutes will be their target. And they're all trying to get to the end of the race now without adding a pit stop. And interestingly, they're pretty close to doing that with 8 hours 20. If they get a few more extended stint times, they'll be able to do this on 7 more stops to the end. And that's what the engineers will be craving as we look at that car, ironically sponsored by an ice cream company, considering how sweaty Asclot was. And the no drinks thing is awful, really, really bad. I've only had it once myself, to buy Asian Le Mans a few years ago. It was warm, a double stint, and I got a mechanic to bring a water bottle out with a straw on, and just so I could have something in the pit stop, and he was looking like he wanted it back, and I was like, no thank you, I'm going to take it, and took it with me and just managed to get out the window in a nice fashion.
Well, this is the car in question without the drinks bottle, and Valentin Asclot is one of the drivers. At the moment, Andrew Howard, patron, is behind the wheel. Valentin Asclot, however, is with Ganel Longy in the pits.
Valentin Asclot fighting for the Pro-Am lead. You're going to be soon back at the wheel of number 100 Aston Martin. You've been experiencing some ups and downs during the night without radio, without water in the car. Can you talk through it?
Yeah, I would say Spa is not the place where you want to lose radio and water in the night. And about the category, I'm quite surprised to see 4 cars fighting for the win after 18 hours. Very surprising, but it's nice. We're in the fight. So.
Running out of water could be an issue with the temperature going up during the day.
I can't hear you, but what I can say is that we run out of big issue for the moment. We had 0 penalty, cars in one piece, boys are fresh, so...
When will you be next in the car?
In 2 laps.
Un petit mot en français maintenant, Valentin. Vous avez connu des petits problèmes pendant la nuit et pourtant vous êtes toujours en bagarre pour la tête de la catégorie Pro-Am.
Ah, c'est Koh-Lanta dehors. Donc, voilà, non, mais on est toujours en place, ça se passe bien. La voiture marche relativement bien. Maintenant, la course est encore longue, il peut tout se passer, donc il faut rester focus.
Expliquez-nous quand même ces petits problèmes. Pas d'eau, pas de radio, c'est pas rien ici à Spa.
Non, c'est pas rien. T'as beau être le plus préparé possible, 3 heures sans eau, sans radio dans la nuit, faut s'accrocher quand même.
Bon, j'espère que vous êtes bien hydratés, on va vous laisser vous préparer parce que vous êtes bientôt dans la voiture.
Merci, bisous.
So no water, no radio, but he's back in 2 laps, and it's Andrew Howard at the wheel of the car right now. It's 3rd in Pro-Am, and it's on the same lap as the top 2. So you've got 29 Porsche, Mathieu Dietrich, you've got 28 Audi, Xavier Knauf, as into the pit lane comes number 19. Now this is another of the Grasser Racing Team fleet, and the pit stop cycles through. This is the car that is helmed by Ivan Ekelchik, Baptiste Moulin, Dante Rapange, and Jieting Liang. This is 81 Mercedes heading down into the chicane. Another of the cars that runs in bronze, damaged in the qualifying session, but now leading bronze, courtesy of Marvin Dienst, who is another driver that perhaps doesn't get the credit he deserves. And although this is a lap down, it is still a competitive car, and it's really, with the exception of 48, the one that's going to uphold Winward Racing's honour as they go now down into La Source. A little bit further back, the spectacularly liveried Ferrari number 8 still going. Here now is Dienst in that sort of turquoise Mercedes, looking to gain track position. And just looking up the road ahead, the target for him is going to be Tom Sargent's number 120 Porsche, but there are 16 seconds between the two. So that Ferrari that he's trying to clear is Louis Machils, who is on a different lap, so it's not a battle for position. Look, 19th overall, though, for that Mercedes in bronze. That's been a really nice, steady run, hasn't it?
Yeah, a bit of damage on the front. You can see the witness marks with the tape there as they exit Le Camp. They're all the way up to the gravel track. We've seen cars digging that out more and more. It's almost a trench now, so the car's bottoming out on that exit curb. The car behind him in class, Blattner in the Ferrari, 21st overall, not too far behind, so he'll have to keep an eye on that then. Ricardo Feller in that Lion Speed Porsche as well. So still a lot of battles. The Stella Corvette running very wide there. Just trying to let some cars by, but yeah, some witness marks on the front of that Winward Mercedes, but still going well.
Second in bronze, Dustin Blattner, and he is on the same lap as Dienst. So we still have a proper battle for class honours within the Bronze Cup. Dustin Blattner in the Ferrari trying to work his way through the traffic. So there is the Kessel Racing Ferrari. Dustin Blattner running in 21st place, and then third in bronze is 22nd overall, and it's the number 80 Lion Speed Porsche, which is right there behind in the queue. Look, Ricardo Feller at the wheel of it. Now, with all due respect to Dustin Blattner, who, as we've said many a time, is a shiny bronze, Ricardo Feller is a genuine platinum Sprint Cup champion in GT World Challenge Europe 2 years ago. In a sense, he really shouldn't be in a bronze car. He should be still on the manufacturer payroll and up in the Pro Cup. But Feller flies, no question about it. So this, I think, for second in bronze, is going to change before much longer, except for the fact that Feller is possibly going to inherit the place because he is with more stint time available still than Dustin Blattner. Blattner is coming to the end of the stint, although Feller's pace is such that he could jump ahead anyway on track and doesn't need to worry about Blattner peeling into the pits and getting out of his way. And then behind the pair of them, you've got another Porsche, which isn't in the fight, it's on a different lap. The Herbert Porsche was going nicely earlier on, and you can see the pace of it clawing its way back into the mix. Robert Renauer at the wheel, but a lap down.
Yeah, the middle sector, that Ferrari was actually quicker than the platinum graded Porsche. The Ferrari very strong in sector 2, we know that. as a car, but Blattner doing a sterling job there, and the gap last time around actually grew by 0.4 of a second. So this isn't as obvious as it may seem if you go on the driver gradings, and we're seeing that more and more often, aren't we? The bronze drivers so fast.
Box this lap, full service, driver change. Copy all.
So trying to work out, there's an American engineer and a British driver, so let's get the gambling out on who was that. Let me look down the field and I'll come back to you with who I think that might be.
All right, we can't argue with you. As there on the inside line is Ricardo Feller. Robert Renard moves ahead, gains track position, but not position in the race. So Renard goes through, but that just effectively unlaps himself from that Lion Speed car. Conor De Filippi in the BMW out of the Ceccato team, the Italian squad coming towards us. That takes a bit of the pressure off Dustin Blattner, doesn't it? Because now Ricardo Feller can't attack him until Renard clears the Ferrari.
Yeah, my guess is Adam Smalley on the radio message, so let's see if that car pits.
Okay. Which is a garage 59 McLaren. Adam Smalley currently in 10th place, behind 59 that was leading early on in the race. Benji Goethe at the wheel with Marvin Kirchhofer and also Joseph Loke as the two co-drivers. Harry King, by the way, is up into 8th place overall, leading gold, as you can see on the graphic there. Adam Smalley is second in gold, and Arthur Rougier in the surviving CSA McLaren is third. Now have a look in the background, just coming into shot out of Pouhon. There was a charging Mauro Engel, and Adam Smalley has just pitted, so I was right. Into the pit lane comes the McLaren, and also in has come Charles Wirtz in number 32 BMW. But in the background, you've got a charging Mauro Engel looking to try to get himself back in the mix after his recent drive-through, and the recent drive-through was because of contact with Mustang number 64.
Yeah, warranty for this Lion Speed Porsche. It just doesn't seem to have much pace whatsoever at the moment, running 2-minute 20 lap times. The fastest Porsche for reference, Niederhausen, P5 overall, able to be in the mid-18s and 19s on his last 3 or 4 laps. So it's not a BOP issue for the Porsche there. So could be nursing a multitude of issues. And as a driver, when you've done a long part of a 24-hour race, still got 8 hours remaining, of course, the car is never going to be in tip-top, can be slightly down on power, can have a handling deficiency. The driver's smashing the curb so hard you can knock the tracking out. Might just get a bad set of wheels that haven't been balanced up. You've lost some of the wheel weights. There's a plethora of excuses and options of why that car isn't performing, but your job as a driver is not to worry about that. It is to maximize the performance, because every car is going to have that at some point. And although it feels like the whole world is against you personally, your job is to maximize your effort and minimize the time loss, no matter what can happen. And the teams recognize that. They'll see there's an external influence, and hopefully you don't get fired at the end of the race.
So the race has now done 348 laps. Luca Engschler is the leader by 5.8 seconds over Max Hesse, with Alessandro Pierguidi, number 51 Ferrari, coming back into the picture. Now this is still a talking point, 51. Remember early on in the race it went plummeting down the order, stayed on the lead lap but only by the skin of its teeth, and there the Ferrari's running 3rd and 4th. Pierguidi in 51 has really been able to fight back, along with the assistance of co-drivers Vincent Abril and Alessio Rivera, and right behind now as well you can see is Antonio Fuoco, and they've just moved up to 2nd and 3rd because into the pits has come 998 out of 2nd place Max Hesse.
Yeah, and these cars are all going to box this lap. The Lamborghini, the 2 Ferraris here, and Niederhauser behind can actually go 2 laps longer. They gambled on the full course yellow being as long as it was earlier, and they're right. But this is going to be busy for AF course. They've got to service both of these cars at the same time. They're going to get past that Porsche. Luckily, they won't get held up down the Kemmel Straight, but there is, it looks like, an Aston Martin on an out lap as well, and that's why they're so keen, because they're pushing these stints so far. If they go over their drive time, then they will get a penalty, and getting held up by a couple of seconds could be enough to push them over that maximum stint time.
So they don't want to get stuck behind that Aston Martin that they are coming through Les Combes behind now. Lights on as Pierguidi goes to the inside line. Fuoco dive bombs as well. The Aston sees them coming, gives them racing room, so the Ferraris also in all of this trying to stave off the challenge of Patrick Niederhauser. The Rutronic Porsche coming stronger as the race goes on, and contact there. Fuoco gets roughed up, goes wide, goes into the gravel. The other Rutronic car out of bronze comes up the inside line. It's like a first lap battle. So now number 97, the blue Porsche, unlaps itself from the Ferrari, and all of this means now that one Rutronic car can delay a Ferrari and let the other Rutronic car catch up. So here you go, lap 350, and as far as now 3rd and 4th places are concerned, it's all kicking off.
Froco there, giving a bit of sign language out of the window, just letting the Aston Martin know, I was trying to overtake you around the outside. The Italians always great at hand signals, and that one was a definite strong one.
We saw it in the pits, didn't we, with the engineers last night over 51, but busily gesticulating at each other. Right, Niederhauser now got a bit stuck behind the Aston Martin, and that is going to enable Froco to get away just a little bit as the cars go now towards Blanchimont. So let's have another look. Froco tried to go around the outside of the Aston Martin there, got his nose in front, and just a little rub between the two of them.
That's on Froco for me. He's asked too much of the Aston Martin. He's chopped across, expecting the Aston to yield, get on the brakes and slow it down. We've seen Niederhauser get down the inside. He's going to stay out here and inherit the race lead for a few laps as the Ferraris pit.
Yeah, both together. So in they come. Niederhauser has got another couple of laps in the stint, so that Porsche has always been just ever so slightly off kilter of the rest of them. The double stacking is going to happen for AF Corsa, in fact triple stacking, because they've got the Ziggo car in as well. 51 stops, 50 stops. They ought to be able to go back out in that order, but it's going to be a driver change for 50, so that could be a longer pit stop. The driver change to release Froco. Jesse Kroen's BMW is in out of 5th. Out of 6th, Benji Goethe has come in as well.
This is a great shot here, the Grasser car refueling. That small black box on top of the hose, that's a counter, counting down to the fueler. 44 seconds, they have to be connected, and that fueler's job is so important. He is the main reason the pit stop will be long. He's the first on and the last off. The tyres, driver change done. Look at the fuel coming out. They have to over-fuel. So even the car's full, it has to stay connected for that 44 seconds.
And then he'll rip that from the car, it'll drop down, and we will be ready to go. Out it comes, the car drops. These are the AF Corsa Ferraris. 51 drops down, and away blasts the car that Alessandro Pierguidi brought in. The Aston Martin, by the way, was being driven by Romain Leroux in that little bit of contact, and it has survived. In fact, that's one of the Astons going fairly strongly. 22nd place overall, number 35, in a race, I'm afraid, full of dramas. It puts them 3rd in silver, so that bit of contact they could certainly do without.
Yeah, they were leading the class as well before the last stop, so going very well, missing that mirror. You can see Haas Klot was actually in front of those Ferraris. We spoke to him not too long ago. Looks all okay for AF Course on their service there as cars trundle down pit lane. You can see the Grasser car there, then the two Ferraris. Haas Klot is the car in between there for Pro-Am honours, not overall, but they've had a good run so far in that Beach Dean Pro Drive run, AMR GT3 Aston Martin.
It's shuffling a bit because of pit stops, but also in Pro-Am. A word about number 4 Mercedes, Nick Katzberg at the wheel. It's up to 2nd in class. Now, it's relevant in 2 respects. One, because it's sponsored by CrowdStrike, sponsors of the 24 Hours of Spa, but it also started, remember, from the pit lane. And so they've been involved in an incident with 97 Porsche. They've had a penalty for it. They've chipped away and got up to 2nd in Pro-Am. As here, 40th and 41st come up towards us. The Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, then Nakayama in the Nordic Racing Mercedes behind. In the Ferraris, Arthur Leclerc has taken over 50. 51 has remained with Alessandro Pierguidi at the wheel of it. So there is Leclerc going into Les Combes. 81 of Marvin Dienst is in. So fuel goes in, car up on the jacks. And we'll see then whether they do tyres and a driver change. So Patrick Niederhauser now inherits the lead.
Oh, that Marshall one. That was a good way to wake up, wasn't it? Mercedes
exactly.
GT3 aiming at you at 50 kilometres an hour as we see more problems for the 991.
If that were a driver, there'd be some finger wagging going on, but you know, Marshall gets in the way. And you have to look the other way, don't you? 991 with all of that damage, still sitting in the pit box, losing time as 96th race-leading car of Patrick Niederhauser comes through Les Combes, trying to push on now. His last lap was a 2:18.1, and what he wants to try to do is just extend the margin over Luca Engschler, who is the best of those on the most recent pit stop, so that he doesn't lose too much ground when he blends back in. He's worked his way through the traffic as well. Who's in the 97 sister car? Luke Hartog, a little bit further back. That's had all its travails, and he's 21 laps down. There, the third of the cars you see, the blue Porsche, same team, different livery, but again, they're still going, and it's class position and class points that they're after.
Yeah, exactly. And the overcut that Niederhauser's trying here wouldn't have worked with the traffic he's had. Unfortunately, he's going to box at the end of this lap. Again, the stint time there, 103 minutes. It's 65 maximum, but it rounds down. So 65 minutes and 59 seconds is A-OK. Niederhauser all over the curb there. The Porsche not landing particularly well. As a driver, you want to be able to use these curbs, and it's really in 2 phases. The hit as you get on top of the curb, is normally okay for these modern GT3s. It's the landing as the car takes a set. Does it then bounce back up like a reverb on a cheap mattress at a hotel, or does it lie there smoothly and let you go back to sleep? That's the big difference, and that's what the drivers will be working at with the engineers. The damper changes there that they can do to control that landing element, so crucial.
We're going to get Mario Engel in the lead, but he's slightly out of sequence as well. Engel has got another 5 or 6 minutes of a stint to go. So Niederhauser we expect to pit this time. Here he is into the chicane, number 96 Porsche, and he is going to dive for the pit road. He has to, he's got no option, otherwise he'll be over the stint time. So 48 Mercedes out of sequence will inherit the lead for the time being. That's a car trying to rebuild after the drive-through. Staying on the lead lap, remember, is absolutely critical in all of this. As down the pit lane comes Patrick Niederhauser. That is just under 16 hours of racing done.
Damage on the windscreen from that early crash on when we lost the 112 McLaren on the racing line, going slowly, taken out by a Porsche, wasn't it, of who was it?
Laurin Heinrich.
You've got it, and yeah, they've just not been able to do anything about the windscreen tear off in a questionable shape now as well as the air gets underneath.
But the state of that compared to the Schumacher CLRT car, they're sitting pretty. That was very badly damaged. Speeding cars being looked at from the pit lane, one of which is the Alfa Rougier McLaren.
Strange to have 3 in one go. We see it, don't we, sporadically, a car, but
that can't be
separate cars.
Yeah, 111 is one of them being looked at. Dustin Blattner's Ferrari another, and the Beechdean Aston a third. So yeah, through the system it all comes. This is Engel, and he's going to get back into the race lead, but he's out of sequence. It's going to be a phony lead because he owes us a pit stop in another 3 laps time.
But a full course yellow here would play into his hands because he'd be able to stop there, and essentially stopping under full course yellow loses you half the time, half the track distance, because cars at 80 kilometers now, obviously not able to close that gap as much, and that's the positive of being off sequence as we see that Rutronic Porsche make its way down.
He just had the fastest lap of the race set by Jack Hawksworth in McLaren 188. He's 29th in the race, and Jack Hawksworth has just done a 2:17.081 on lap 349. So the McLarens have still got pace. Yeah, you're right. It would be a well-timed full-course yellow for the Manfield Mercedes team now. Christian Hohenadel looking after this squad, former racer himself of note, and up the hill it powers. It was a very well-timed full-course yellow relative to a pit stop for 998 that brought that Rover BMW into the lead in the night, and it's still up there as the best BMW now in 4th place. So Engel will be all fired up, but he knows that a lot can happen in 8 hours as the car now swings out of Lecombe over the brow and goes down into Bruxelles. So it's the on-the-road leader. New fastest lap, Alessandro Pierguidi. So Ferrari number 51 now, the fastest car on track, 2:17.066. Can we get a high 2:16 before the temperature picks up?
Yeah, it's interesting how they're just banging them in almost at the same time, because track conditions good, but not optimal now. We've lost the happy hour in the morning. Big snap of oversteer there for Engel. He's going to do one more lap at the end of this one, would be my prediction, as we look at that Ferrari all over the back of Niederhauser there. And yeah, we can see Niederhauser actually split the Ferraris now, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I think now the timing will update, and that was just because of the time lost on that in-lap with the contacts between the Aston and the Ferrari at Speaker's Corner.
33 you saw going through, Harry King leading in gold. Right, so there is number 50, which is now Arthur Leclerc, and the 51 car is the sister one that has done the fastest lap, as we were saying a moment ago, Alessandro Pierguidi, but that is Arthur Leclerc. So he is behind Niederhauser. Remember, we had the 2 Ferraris nose to tail. In 45th place there, coming up towards us, is the Taniguchi-driven Good Smile Racing Mercedes, Nobutaro Taniguchi, the quick Japanese driver. That car has never really featured as going through shot, very much featuring is Luca Engschler, and battle is on behind there. Look, because Pierguidi gets himself up through the traffic, and Alessandro Pierguidi pushing all the time.
Yeah, past Lamborghini there, and the Lamborghini he's chasing. Engschler has still got very strong pace as well. We're seeing these lap times fall away. Be interesting to see if they can keep this up now, or is it just as the new tyre gives them that grip? And cars react differently. Some prefer a new tyre to lower fuel, and at the moment it seems like the new tyre is stronger, even though they're absolutely full to the brim of fuel 100 kilos of fuel roughly in all of these cars. So the car transforms over the stint. You can imagine when you're driving your road car and you've got another passenger in it, the difference you can feel in that, let alone a modern GT3 car, as we see Darren Lund getting back aboard the 991 car.
And that has lost massive amounts of time, hasn't it? It's now 34 laps off the lead, but get it to the end. You never know what might happen to the opposition. Get some points, but big frustration that for Darren Lund, who takes his racing very seriously. He might be an AM, but that's not to say he doesn't try really hard. He's worked massively hard on not only his racing but his fitness as well. He's doing this dual program of GT World Challenge Europe and also racing in the World Endurance Championship this year. So it'll be a big disappointment to the 2023 British GT champion. This.
Yeah, great catch up in motorsport. I saw him at Le Mans. I just went to say hello out of politeness and ended up speaking to him for 45 minutes. He was showing me this software he's developed, an AI-based essential driver training tool, which is
that could replace you.
Yeah, that's not difficult, but even people better than me, and just an infectious character to have around.
Yeah.
He just, why'd you do it this way? Well, we always have. That's not good enough, and he'll find a way to do it. And yeah, his rise in motorsport has been pretty fast.
And out of the car, rarely do you see him without headphones around his neck. He's always got some music going on to get him in the mood. Now, as far as the race for fourth place is concerned, Pierre Guidi ahead of Niederhauser, and you're looking there at the BMW in third, which is Max Hesser, and he is being caught by Pierre Guidi. So there's a battle shaping up nicely for third on the road, which is going to become second, isn't it, when Mauro Engel pits, which is on this lap because he's done 64 minutes. So Engel is in the last sector, and therefore Max Hesser versus Alessandro Pierre Guidi here will become the fight for second place in the race behind Luca Engschler in number 63 Lamborghini. That is going nicely. There must be a few worried faces at Lamborghini now because they've got this far, and what can they do to preserve the car? We've lost 163. Remember Sandy Mitchell's early heroics? It was power steering failure that did for that after contact, taking him and Pereira and Mapelli out of the race. So up towards the line and coming past the pits, 51 Ferrari Alessandro Pierre Guidi is now just 1.2 seconds off Max Hesser. So after that brake issue early on, it's been a really impressive effort, as we said a few minutes ago, to get the car back into the mix. And they're not done yet. Engel has indeed pitted, so Engschler leads now by 3 seconds in the number 63 Lamborghini, and this battle is on for second and third places, where you've got Max Hesser just ahead of Alessandro Pierre Guidi, both of which are cars that early on were nowhere for different reasons.
Yeah, the BMW suddenly picking the pace up on that last lap as Engel finally pits, so everyone again on the same stop essentially once this is done. The Winwood and filter team going to service their driver change as well. Mauro Engel getting out of that car. Yeah, slowly out the car. They've got 44 seconds, so there isn't a mad rush to get that done early, and I think that's Cairoli looking at the helmet getting on board.
Yeah, Matteo Cairoli, new to Mercedes AMG this year. We've been really impressed, haven't we, in the Endurance Cup races at Ricard, at Monza, and here with how well he's slotted in. For many years, he was one of those people linked with Porsches, specialised in them, winning Carrera Cup championships and winning races and titles in GT 911s. And then he had a year with Lamborghini, which just did not work for him. And now freelancer, he's found a happy home with the team. He's not a Mercedes AMG factory driver, but surely that's in the post.
Yeah, I'd agree with that statement. And without throwing some lamb to slaughter, I'd love to get an interview with Mauro Engel. Obviously, the drive-through penalty earlier on in his previous stint for contact with the Ford, and that's really hurt them.
Yeah.
And it'd be interesting to get his take on it. Was it a mistake on his part? Was it a move he felt he had to do? Or was it an injustice against them? But that's going to be hard for them to get anywhere near a podium, I think, at the end of this race now.
Max Hesser is fending off Pierre Guidi then, and this is kind of good news for Engschler, isn't it? Because for as long as they're squabbling, he's getting away. Their fourth is Niederhauser, their fifth is the Arthur Leclerc-driven Ferrari. Sixth, you'll see the Rover BMW a little bit further back of Jesse Krohn. The cars now work their way up towards the chicane. What we need to see is where Cairoli blends back in within that leading line and how many places they've lost. Big squirm out of the number 19 Lamborghini in the background as the cars accelerate again out of the chicane over the timing line. So there's Niederhauser looking the Porsche, and the Ferrari behind of Arthur Leclerc fifth, trying here to get past Rogalski in that Lamborghini. Can't do it into La Source, tries to line up for a move, but the Ferrari doesn't quite have the grunt in a straight line there.
No, the Lambo pulling away, the headlight flash. I can't see the Lambo lifting for the Ferrari into a Rouge. So another corner lost to Niederhausen in this battle for Leclerc as they fire over. The Lambo was very fair with the Porsche into the bus stop chicane, I thought, let him go. So I expect maybe a lift off the throttle now for the Lamborghini to let that Ferrari go on his battle with Niederhausen. Going back to the 48, now Pirelli driven Manfilter car, as actually the Ferrari stays behind. It wasn't able to even be close under there. It's almost half a lap down, so it's still on the lead lap, but half a lap down.
Arthur Rougier has just pitted, bearing in mind that he had that penalty for speeding in the pit lane. There is 48 then, so this is Pirelli now illustrated as 13th, but he's going to get a place back now that McLaren 111 is in the pit lane. You can see the clock ticking on the McLaren. So Pirelli still could do with a safety car to bunch them up. Full course yellow helps you in terms of not losing time for a pit stop, but when you've lost it, you need to somehow get back onto the trail of those ahead. There was a safety car on track at about 6 o'clock this morning. We had another one at about, what, 20 past, quarter past 7. So we've had a couple this morning in quick succession. And Matteo Pirelli and the rest of that Manfilter team rather hoping there's another one in the offing to bring them back into the mix. Pirelli goes through them, running in now 12th place because of Arthur Rougier being in the pit lane. And the next target for Pirelli is Valentino Rossi's BMW, number 46, which is quite a long way up the road. And this could be what he needs, because in the gravel is the number 21, Aston Martin. It had alternator dramas at the start of the race, and the Comte car is in the gravel coming out of Les Combes. It's a long way off as well coming out of Les Combes. Jamie Day at the wheel of it, and we're going to surely end up with a yellow here.
Is that Day done? Has he got there by himself? Oh, yeah. That's some kind of failure for me. The cars there only need a slight lift off the throttle to get in, and the way that rotated so quickly, all the tyres look inflated, so it wasn't an obvious blowout there, but just the rotation of the car to me didn't look like driver error was my first thought. And Jamie Day properly beached there. Look at all the gravel around. This could be done under a full course yellow. It's right on the cusp. Would it be a short or a long run? Nothing yet. The race director seeing if he can get going, but I'm telling you now, that car is not moving under its own steam.
No, definitely not. And of course, these days, you've got to neutralise the race before you can really allow marshals to go trackside. So first thing to do is find out where the nearest recovery vehicle is, see how long it's going to take to get it there, and then make the call. So it's not that you have to neutralise the race instantly, get everything planned. The drivers for the moment are okay under that yellow flag, but then the race, in order to get the track workers to the car, will need to be interrupted. But yeah, a long way off after that big slide, and that's been a car that's been in the wars really from the start.
It's a team that's been in the wars, isn't it? Come to you. Is that the last car they've got running out before they entered?
I think it is, yes. Aston as a brand has had a tough time, hasn't it, whether it's ComTU or Valkenhorst. So at the moment, Luca Engschler is the race leader by 2 seconds. He could do without a safety car. Other teams could do with. Through Pont he comes. Luca Engschler back to full fitness after a really nasty accident at Macau last year. He did quite a lot of injury to his leg, and he's been brought onto the factory roster this year. We're going full course yellow, and that happens now. So full course yellow is called for. This at very nearly 8:35 in the morning. So full course yellow is called, and let's see whether that is going to be ultimately into a safety car. This is where some teams are going to gamble.
See on the dash's speed, the big 80.7 flicked up to 81. That won't attract a penalty because we've said it before, the manufacturers have to get as close to the SRO 80 that they're being governed to. So they'll be tuning that by as little as 0.05 km/h during practice to try and make sure that they're maximising it. Because if it goes straight back to green, of course, this is still time gained or lost, sat at 80, 79.5, 79.9.
Very successful TCR champion, Luca Engschler. His father, Franz Engschler, was a very good touring car racer as well. The blower on track to clean is the next message that the teams are being given. So you might be right about this being a relatively quick recovery of the Aston Martin. Get it back on the track and it can drive away. Jamie Day accelerates through the corner, and then the car just loses traction. You see all the witness marks on the road. Was it a tyre that went down? Didn't look like it particularly. We'll find out in a sense when it's put back on the tarmac, because if it was a failure, he'll struggle to drive it back. Yeah,
even with the great slow-mo shot there, the tyre's definitely okay. Even the suspension looked okay. The body language of the car is not right. The car should not break free like that underneath him. So I'm still on the drivers' union here as the 991 back into pit lane. They've obviously got quite an intermittent problem, or a problem they can't seem to trace, because that's been in and out more times than you know what in the last few laps, hasn't it?
Yeah. And back to the garage, it may well have to go. You've got to start the car on the fast lane. There is 21 out of the gravel, so that side of it looks okay. Yep, the Pirellis are all inflated. Jamie Day at the wheel. There is the track sweeper, trying to blow away the gravel to at least give the drivers some semblance of a clear racing line. The track sweepers, we should just point out, do have a transponder on them, so the teams know when they have been deployed and where they are. They can see it on the track map to make sure they can warn the drivers. Jamie Day's car is on that escape road up at Les Cons, or nearly is, and now he can go through the process of trying to restart and rejoin. Now, look at the amount of gravel there offline. Assuming that might be swept out of the way, this will make it a longer full course yellow, and the longer the full course yellow, the more the likelihood is of a safety car period. But the blower accelerating off down to Bruxelles, and I think Darren Lung's day is done, isn't it? Because he's out of the car, the helmet is off, and that's a face of resignation for Darren Lung. And when engineers take headsets off as well, I think you get the feeling, yeah, Jamie Warren there, team manager, commiserating. Jamie with a role in British touring cars as well when he's not at Paradigm. I think that's it, day done.
Yeah, Rich Townsend, the other engineer there as well. The look of failure is always sad. And yeah, that track sweeper just trying to get the majority off. Interestingly, didn't go around the outside of the exit looking where the majority was.
That's what I'm thinking. Either it's coming back and therefore it's going to be a long full course yellow, or you just give them one line. Some of that gravel perhaps it isn't where the cars would be. However, we are anticipating that this is going to be a relatively quick full course yellow, because the teams do want to go racing. Niels Vitic says, I like watching cars go round racing, not behind safety cars or under full course yellow, and that's also what the fans have come to see. But you can see all the gravel down there between the Campus and Paul Frere corners. But it's inevitable. People run wide, they bring gravel onto the road, so people go wide and bring gravel onto the road, and on it goes, on it goes, on it goes.
Yeah, and praise be for the gravel. It's made the track limits much, much better here, isn't it, over than we've had in the past. And look at the amount of it. And without...
that's a rockery.
Without trying to get a too tender nose, I have to say what a great job Race Control have done of when they neutralise a race, they're very conscious of where cars are in the stint, because it can really make or break you. And while we're right in the middle of a stint for everybody inside the top 35, it is a very good chance to go for a slightly longer one. And if we do go to a safety car afterwards, it's pretty fair on everyone. The biggest winner is Engel, and the biggest loser would be Engstler, because he was in the lead by a few seconds, but still, that's fair in endurance racing. So great job to everyone here in Race Control, and it feels very strange for me saying that. And
if you look on the back bench, top left, it was where you see Niels Vitic and his two deputies flanking him, the race direction team, the front row with the circuit officials, also the SRO Championship Sporting Management, Jackie Groom and Didi Kazago, who are looking after things like, you know, stint times and any penalties that haven't been served, and making sure that all the regulations are being done properly for drivers and teams alike. We were talking about Darren Lung a moment or two ago. We rather fear that his race run. Well, let's find out. Alex Legui is up early again this morning. She's in the pits and she's found Darren Lung to talk to.
Oh, Darren. Handshakes, hugs all around to the team. It's not been your year, has it?
No, not this year. Yeah, we were really fast all week. We had a lot of promise in the car. Came around to the race, and we kind of played all the cards right, and we were flying with Toby, and then he just got sent from miles back when we were in the lead by a very long way. Caused a hell of a lot of damage to the car. The diffuser basically became detached from the car at that point. So it made the car incredibly unstable, especially in a mid-high speed. We were basically driving around a couple seconds a lap, hoping to stay on a lead lap as long as possible. Unfortunately, we got a little bit unlucky with one of the full course yellows. We ended up losing a lap at that point, just trying to secure the diffuser a little bit. But then after that, we were just one lap back, and it was kind of looking okay. Every time we were dropping back, we were getting the gaps closed back up again. So we were hoping to hang it out for the technical stop to change the diffuser. But Yeah, just other people out on track had plans for us. We got sent a second time, which resulted in another penalty for another driver. And then we got sent a third time, which resulted in another penalty for another driver. So, yeah, luck wasn't on our side this year, but you know, you can't have all the bad luck all the time. So we'll be back next time even stronger. And
This is your team. You know, you go around. How do you boost morale then? What happens next for you guys?
win races. So everybody knows we're fast. You know, I was fasted from the bronze test, and we believe we had one of, if not the fastest BMW out there. I think it's a big advantage for us having had 3 hours extra running in the bronze test. So yeah, we were feeling pretty good. I just went out now. To be honest, the car still feels pretty good, but it's just at the point where it's like we need to think about the races coming up now. The guys have worked very tirelessly all week. I want to give them that rest, and yeah, we come back stronger for the next round.
Which you inevitably will. You have the most incredible team. You've managed to get together such a package of fantastic drivers.
Yeah, no, 100%. I agree with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well done.
You can tell the resignation in Darren Lung's voice, but he will bounce back. He is driving in GT World Challenge Europe with Paradigm. His team, Simon Traves, the man that runs it, Formula One stock car racer. It's all based up in Skegness, which is perhaps an unusual place for a GT race team, but it's where Simon Traves had his Ginetta team as well as his F1 stock cars, and it is out of that Darren Lung's base comes. There is number 81, currently leading the Bronze Cup, or it was, yes, still is. Dan Arrow has taken over the Mercedes, and the opposition to 81 comes a little bit further back now from the Land Speed 80 Porsche. This full course yellow then, with the track being swept of gravel, is perhaps long enough to trigger a safety car. We've had a number of teams pit. Max Hesse 998, Jesse Krohn 98, Charles Wirtz 32, Benji Goethe 59, McLaren, they're all in. Second in bronze, in fact, 74. Yes, Konrad Larsen has moved himself back up into second in this Ferrari. But if we do go safety car, that is great news for the 48 Mercedes. And I think that's exactly now what the Langendorf team is banking on.
Yeah, exactly that. And we spoke about the sweeper having a transponder. The reason is why the teams will be fixated at that. He's just going over the start-finish straight right now. Why will they be fixated? Because they will not do a safety car with that sweeper on track. That will stay as full course yellow. So they're trying to do this pit stop as late as they can. The hand out the window there, trying to get some fresh air. You can basically use it as a wind deflector into your face, even at 80 kilometers an hour, stuck behind a BMW, spitting out a load of fumes in your face. But the driver there deciding that needs a bit more airflow. So expect to see even more cars pit, but they're all trying to do it as late as they can in this full course yellow to extend their next stint.
The Machiels Ferrari 52 has had a 10-second time penalty for forcing another car off track. Through there goes the Stella Corvette. More dive for the pit lane, including number 32. Now, Charles Wirtz, he's going out of the pits, isn't he? Because he was in the top pits. So Charles Wirtz BMW is coming back into the race. So the sun is breaking through. We're approaching 8:45 local time here at Spa. That still heading through the pit lane is Dan Arrow, who's brought the bronze leading car in. And a good job being done by last year's Silver Cup champion, the Dutch driver. We have lost quite a lot of the Mercedes fleet in this race, but that car for the Winwood Racing team looking strong. Second then in the Bronze Cup, this Ferrari, Konrad Larsen, who came from single-seaters into the Ferrari Challenge like his father, who was a very successful one-make Ferrari racer, and Konrad Larsen now also pits, so that kind of equates the battle in bronze with the top two both on pit lane.
Yeah, and now have to go down to 50k, so it's like quirk where you've got two essential limiters of the car, one to hold it at 80 full course yellow, then one to hold it at 50. The drivers have to cycle between the two, and it's easy to get caught out on pit exit as well. You're so used to, as a driver, just taking the pit limiter off and flying away, but you've got to go from pit limiter to back to full course yellow in this instance.
all those Ford engineers listening to Joe Osborne. You see, they've all gone to sleep.
Cool story, bro, wasn't it? He just saw us watching, he woke up. But yeah, this car here, obviously the sister car to the Engel-driven man filter car with Pirelli now aboard of it, fresh, brand new Pirelli DH2 tyres.
Yeah, Pirelli pitting in 48, so they're going to get a stop out of the way and gamble that they'll still be okay under a safety car to fight back.
Yeah, the sweeper now almost coming into shot at the back of the Kenworth straight. I wonder if he's going to do one lap on one side of the track and one lap on the other.
Yeah, maybe.
And that's what the teams will be guessing. Is he going to do that? And they've got even longer under full course yellow. We've been out for over 10 minutes now. Or is he going to box this lap, in inverted commas, at the top of Kemmel where he's been based before? And this is the roll of the dice for the teams on the strategy.
Looking also at the safety car, which has a transponder, that has not yet left the pit lane. Pirelli is about to leave the pit lane. Look in the yellow Mercedes. If the safety car transponder moves, you know that we're going to go to safety car conditions. But surely after this amount of time, we're going to have to. I wrote down 08:35 full course yellow, and it's now 08:46. So 11 minutes. That's a long full course yellow. And in fact, were it going to be a short one, the pit lane would have been closed.
Exactly.
So I'm pretty convinced that we're going to end up with safety car, and that's exactly what this Mercedes needs.
Yep, exactly, to get its track position. Grasser blinking, they feel they've got to do it this lap. I think they're right. I think we're going to get safety car in the next 5 minutes if that sweeper parks up. But there was just so much detritus on the outside of so many of the corners. They maybe will do another lap with that Unimog sweeping very efficiently. So this could just be a drive time reset. Note they're going to go for full fuel and tyres. Even though they've only done 27 minutes, they're working backwards to get to the end of the race.
And even a full course yellow stop has its advantages over a safety car stop because the safety car can go quicker than a full course yellow pace. So the pit stop here is beneficial even against doing it under a safety car.
Yeah, so not to bore you too much in this early morning, but under a full course yellow, you effectively lose 1,141 meters under a full course yellow. If you did it under green, it's nearly 2,958 meters. So that's the gain, nearly 2 kilometers. So that's why the teams are so precious about doing it. As we see that fuel counting down from 44, you can see the air lights being pulled out, and that's why we lose the camera momentarily, because the car fires and all the extra power goes to the jump start to get that car on its way.
So down the pit road goes Luca Engschler, also in his Alessandro Pierguidi. The one car that hasn't yet decided to pit is Patrick Niederhauser's Porsche, which has stayed out. That's always been doing slightly quirky things on the strategy. Rutronic trying to roll the dice and buy a win that way. 50 drops down, so away now blasts the Ferrari Alfa Leclerc had brought in. Pierre Guidi's already left, and we do go safety car. So as we were predicting, we got that one right. Safety car is on track, and yep, I can just hear the cheer from the bottom pits where the man filter team think good. That's going to help us now because we can catch up to the queue ahead, and the lost time, there's still the cars to overtake, but he hasn't got the big gaps.
The hard bit is who is the leader right now, because it obviously was Engschler, but he's in pit lane, so it's going to be Niederhausen, isn't it? And they are the big losers, in my opinion, right now. An engineer I've worked with in the past, Chaz Cledland, is the strategist on the 96, and I've been speaking to him a lot over the race, and they've had to be racy with their strategy to give them the chance they feel. They haven't got the one-lap pace. What they will need now is another full course yellow in the next 30 minutes. Otherwise, this could really hurt their strategy. This strategy is hurting as well. Look how slow the Ferrari is versus the speed of cars under a safety car.
And that was the point I was making, that the safety car, because you can go faster, you might think, oh, it's still a good time to pit because the race is neutralised, but the speed differential between full course yellow pace and safety car pace, and of course the pit lane speed as well, is quite pronounced. So we'll give you the race order at the end of the next lap when things kind of calm down. They'll all get scooped up by the safety car, and then what we need to see is whether or not there's much traffic in the way. Remember, in terms of a wave by, that will not happen if we had one within 3.5 hours.
Yeah, and that's going to be the problem for these cars that were just in pit lane as the safety car came out. They're going to have a lot of back markers in between them. That's the problem. They're not going to lose time as such, because the safety car is going to bunch them up, but the cars that have overtaken them there, they've then got to fight their way through.
So coming downhill, there's the track sweeper in the background, now off the road, so it can go back to its parking place for its next deployment. That's now running in 43rd place overall. It's done so many laps. Here into the double left of Pouin comes Arthur Leclerc. and running fourth. Treble 3 has just been given a time penalty for speeding in the pit lane. That's the Paul Motorsport Lamborghini, and it is Marzio Moretti at the wheel right now. Now this is number 48 pit stop. Matteo Pirelli had been installed in the car not long since, and it is really a stint reset. That short refueling, 3 seconds it's connected for, and away goes Pirelli. So little splash of fuel, stint time reset, and this is why the drive-through came. So up the inside went Maro Engel, and that was the contact. He got a drive-through for that. The Ford retired midway around the next lap with broken suspension. Didn't look that big a hit from a different camera angle, but on that one, it certainly was a hard hit. And so there, it was Engel at the wheel at the time of the contact. It's Pirelli at the wheel of the car now, and he's playing catch-up under the safety car.
There's no way that car doesn't have any damage. The tracking won't be in its optimal position.
No.
You see the energy to throw that rather large Ford up in the air by quite some distance. So expect that car to probably have a bit of right hand down because he was turning right when the contact occurred.
Yeah, Maro Engel, as I say, the man behind the wheel, diving into the chicane and just slightly misjudged it. He just went in at the wrong angle. The safety car is on track, as you can see, and leading behind it, Patrick Niederhauser, who has not pitted under that yellow, has he? So is that a wrong call?
At the moment, yes.
Right.
Like I said, they've had to do it to go rogue on strategy, but it has not worked this time for them.
Harry King didn't box either in number 33 Aston, and that's up into second. So Luca Engschler is now third on the road in number 63 Lamborghini, ahead in turn of 58 McLaren of Louis Pret. So yeah, one or two of the teams trying to buy back track position by staying out. 97 that we had as the Rutronic car. Who was at the wheel? Luke Hartog. Dangerous manoeuvre at turn 19 noted. That's the chicane. 97 Porsche now being looked at. Safety car deployed. Everybody will scoot back up onto the tail, and then we'll get ready to go racing. Still quite a lot of cars cycling through pit stops as well, as the field now starts to get itself back in order. So Patrick Niederhauser needs a good restart to try to build any sort of advantage, and his stint is roughly halfway through, coming up to halfway for the allotted time for a stint.
Yeah, we've got quite a few cars that have just gone long. We're talking about them all trying to get to the end. Of course, they're maximising their chance by doing a cheap pit stop, but we don't know at the moment is nip or tuck within 5 minutes. If they actually needed to do that, we don't know how many full course yellows are going to be at the end. So most cars stick on a pretty strict strategy at the start of the race, and as we get towards the end, there's option A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all the way down to Z sometimes. So those teams, we've just got to keep an eye on the differences and monitor which one looks like it's going to work out. With probably 2 hours to go, we'll start to really understand that.
Yeah, exactly. We've got something like 53 out of the 74 cars still circulating. So in theory, the closer to the end you get, the fewer cars are still running because of reliability or incidents. So with fewer cars on track, arguably fewer incidents and therefore fewer caution periods. It doesn't always work out like that, as you know, but that's something else that the teams will be pondering as well. You can never guarantee what comes next. Right then, safety car is on track, and Patrick Niederhauser in the leading Porsche is up front, and the field awaits a green flag.
Just looking at the strategy here for the stints that we've got remaining, the HH timing system, so clever here. It works out on historic data essentially from the race, and it is actually saying the 96 Niederhauser Rutronic is on the strategy they suggest to try and get to the end on the fewest stops and doing the most laps in each stint. So like we were talking about earlier, there's going to be a few options on strategy, so let's not rule any of those ones out just yet.
Right, safety car balls and flags still wave as the drivers then will work their way up towards the chicane. And as you look at Harry King, Dan Harper joins us in the booth after a hearty breakfast, no doubt, and a busy night behind the wheel. How's it going?
Yes, all good. Glad to be here and speaking to you guys. Got 1.5 hours sleep before my last double stint And like you say, had a nice hearty breakfast, a couple of ham and cheese toasties, a little yogurt, and
sounds bliss.
Cappuccino.
Oh, very nice. I'm jealous. Right, the car's fifth, although it's a slightly contorted fifth, given that some have pitted under this yellow, some haven't. But it was a yellow flag period and a really well-timed pit stop that brought you guys into the game in the night.
Yeah, to be honest, I was asleep at that point, so I didn't even see it. But it was a nice surprise waking up and seeing us that far up and actually in the lead at that point. So yeah, the guys obviously from Rover, they do a great job always on the strategy. Of course, you need a bit of luck. There's our Gen M beauty.
Not a mark on it.
Nice special livery, like you say, not a mark on it yet. Hopefully it can stay that way. And yeah, Max is currently in the car, and I think this is now the start of his third stint, but one was just shortcutted a little bit with this full course yellow. So.
How are we doing for pace? Because we've had one or two BMW drivers saying, you know, we're not quite there, maybe missing just a little bit on pace, but in your favour, you've got the reliability.
Yeah, we know the BMW is very reliable, touch wood, and so far, again, I think most of our cars, a couple have had some issues, but 9 out of, I think, 11 are still going strong. And competing all within the top 13, I see, so that's very good.
Sure.
Outright pace, it's been thereabouts, maybe lacking a little bit to the Lamborghini so far. They've been very strong, but yeah, I mean, now that the temperatures are coming up, it might come back and play in our favour. So.
Don't go anywhere. Let's, before we go racing, safety car is in this lap. See if we can just eavesdrop on 33, Harry King, because he is now running in second place overall. And you can see the Aston Martin there, coming down towards Pouin. And there he is, 33, Harry King, leading in gold, 5 seconds back from Patrick Niederhauser. And coming up now from Pouin towards Piff Paff. And we can listen into the 2Cs team.
So Harry, we're currently P2 overall, but some cars are on a different strategy. The car leading is a 96 Porsche, but there's obviously a few cars between you and it. You've got the silver ahead of you, Julian Hanses, bronze in front of that. So yeah, just be aware of them. Car behind is Arthur Rougier.
All of that information that a driver gets, vital to make you understand, I guess, where you are. We know, because we're watching all the cars, but when you're just concentrating on your efforts, you need to know what's around you.
You do, of course, and the engineers, they do a great job and give you as much feedback and as much, let's say, feedback as they can. Of course, it's difficult sometimes to see which cars where on track, but as long as you see a car in front of you, you know you need to get in front of it. So
yeah, true. Right. We're coming out of Blanchimont. We're going to go racing this time, so all eyes on Patrick Niederhauser to see when he accelerates away, and also keep an eye to number 998, Max Hesse, because the BMW is going to be wanting to try to gain places. There's a lot of traffic between Niederhauser and then Harry King in second place. Go green. Patrick Niederhauser accelerates across the line. The rest come pouring now out of the chicane down towards La Source. The BMW then, and Max Hesse looking to try to make a move against Louis Pret, but he wasn't quite close enough there going into La Source. The gap is down, and now the BMW with a really tight line comes out of the corner, almost getting up alongside. Not quite, though.
Not quite. Nearly. Good effort. But yeah, keep the nose clean. There's still, how long? 7 hours, 28 to go. So although it's important to gain positions on a restart when everyone's tightly bunched together, that's also when you're most at risk for a little bit of contact. So, but I've full trust in Max.
I almost believe you there, but was that a good illustration of how it can be quite frustrating sometimes? You could see he had the initial run on the way into the corner on the McLarens. We see them battling again into Lecombe, and then the McLaren just with the torque, it seemed out. Has that been a bit of a theme of the race for the BMW?
Yeah, also with the engine in the rear of the McLaren helps for the traction, especially out of a tight first gear hairpin. That's somewhere maybe the BMW isn't quite as strong, but of course GT3s, that's the brilliance of them, that every car is different. They all have their strengths and weaknesses.
And here comes Max now. Look, trying to make the move in the traffic. He's got the inside line down towards Poor. Almost 3 abreast. It's a brave effort, and he goes through on the inside. Nicely done.
Beautiful. Yeah, that'll do.
Like wins there, wasn't it? It looked like it was going 3 wide on the inside of the Porsche as well. And nice to see Max not mad on the headlight flasher. What's your personal approach with the headlight flash? When do you use it? How often?
In the night. whenever people can actually see it.
Okay, nice.
To be fair, it depends on the situation, how hot-blooded you are, let's say, at that point. I would say closer to the end of the race, you might see a few more headlight flashes from my side. But actually, that's funny because I also went 3 abreast into the same corner during the night, and it was exactly the same. I was like, is the one on the far outside going to turn in? And Max did the right thing, took a bit of care, make sure you get one of them, and go again.
You're doing some race in the States now. You're using a spotter out there. In Europe, we don't seem to have adopted that at all. And the stuff I've done in the States, I love a spotter, can really help. Is there any talk, have you ever thought about trying to get that into Europe for those sort of reasons when you are 3 wide?
To be honest, I'm not sure what the reason we haven't done. It's a very good point. And it's actually something we've never even discussed, or I've never discussed within the team. But yeah, first year of IMSA, having the spotters, the first experience, obviously in Daytona. That doesn't, just a bit of burning fuel, I hope.
Yeah, 188 has spun around coming through the chicane. Jack Hawksworth, who did do the fastest lap briefly in the early hours of the morning. Right, he gets going again. Road is clear. Green flag goes in, and Max Hesse now in your BM, only 0.8 of a second back from Luca Engschler. So that in real terms is for the lead, because the 2 ahead are out of sequence. It's looking good, this.
It's looking good, but like I say, there's still a long way to go. Still a full endurance race to go. So just
talk us through this. Let's try and work out how the McLaren ended up being spun. Oh yeah, gets hit by the CrowdStrike Merc, doesn't it?
That's quite a normal one in that corner, unfortunately. My other teammate, let's say in other races, Darren Lung, I seen they had twice the same sort of incident, unfortunately for them. And yeah, it's one of those corners that all bottlenecks up together and easily can happen.
So Max Hesse now on the back look of Luca Engschler. They're running 3rd and 4th on the road, and the way that Max is going this morning, BMW hearty breakfast certainly worked, don't they? He's having a really good run, and the move might be on. Is coming up towards Piff Paff this a thought? Well, he does fake to the inside, but okay, if you were on the radio to him, what would you be saying?
Oh, well, he must have had his Bavarian pretzel this morning. But yeah, but just keep it calm, keep doing what you're doing. I mean, he knows exactly what to do. It's very easy, of course, when you're fighting for the lead in a big race like this to get carried away and do something maybe a little silly, but he's got a good run here, and
Engschler's trying to go one side of the traffic. Max Hesse on the outside into Blanchimont. He's got his nose in front. This is brave, brave, brave around the outside line, and he's done it. Fantastic move.
Nice.
You can breathe. You can breathe.
Yeah.
He knows you're watching, because to go around the outside of Blanchimont that's a big move, isn't it? I feel he did really well there. He almost squeezed Engschler on the way in and just asked the question, Engschler, are we going to have a massive crash or not? And yeah, an amazing
I'm telling him to stay safe, and he clearly can't hear me. So
he knows you're watching, I think, as it's time to shine. How is the BMW inside the cockpit temperature-wise? Is it good AC unit, airflow, drinks, all of that?
It's very good. It is. We're quite lucky, let's say. Last weekend in Watkins, it was 30+ degrees, to be fair, and there it didn't seem to do much favors. But no, to be honest, during the night it's even too cold, and we're turning it off.
Wow.
But now for sure we'll be back with the AC, and it's good.
You picked the right place to come and watch, haven't you, for 10-15 minutes or so? Would you normally be doing this in the garage? Would you sit and watch the TV pictures, or would you go off and sort of try and get your own headspace?
To be honest, I try to stay away from it as much as you can, but to be honest, when you're going strongly, then it's very difficult to not be watching.
Yeah, sure.
We have it on in the driver's truck area. We have a TV, so we just have the live stream going since the race start, and yeah, just keeping an eye on it, and yeah, it's important to sort of keep in touch with what's going on and stuff like that.
When are you back in the car?
So I think Philip will be in next for a double, but of course it can, for example, now like Max is now sort of on his third stint. Depending on safety cars, it can change. Yeah. But Philip will go in for a double, and then me for a double, and then Max for the finish.
Okay, right. We better let you go.
That's the plan, but it can always change.
You never know. We'll let you go and have some more breakfast and get ready,
Yes.
or indeed watch the pictures.
Thank you very much.
Actually, before you do go, don't go away just yet, because what we're going to try and do is see if we can find the onboard of that. Stay with us for a minute if you've got the time, Dan.
Yeah.
We'll try and find the onboard of that move and see what we get you to describe it with a big, deep breath. Meanwhile, let's just quickly go through the race order. Patrick Niederhauser's Porsche is up front from Harry King, who is not far off a pit stop, and then the Niederhauser Porsche will stop a couple of laps after that. So in real terms, Max Hesse is back in the lead of the race, because he will get himself back up front when those two peel into the pit lane. And in fact, not only, of course, as we've seen, did he get past Luca Engschler, but he's just starting to edge away a little bit. BMW with a great record in Intercontinental GT Challenge this year, having won both Bathurst and the Nürburgring, and a third in a row could be here. And in fact, it'll be 5 in a row if you include the back end of last season. And then behind Engschler, you've got Louis Pret, who also is owing us a pit stop, and then Benji Goether's McLaren next in the queue. There is Max Hesse down towards La Source then. Look further back, and there to the inside line goes Goether, getting very, very busy indeed. 32 BMW, Charles Wirtz at the wheel of it now, in 8th spot. And where's the other Rover entry, which has always been there or thereabouts? Jesse Krohn in 9th, but the other Rover car, the familiar yellow and white one, Dan, that's not quite clicked in the way that your car has.
Yeah, obviously we're in touch with the drivers on the sister car all the time. I know I've been sort of on the same stints as Augusto, and he's been not complaining, but he's been saying there's a bit too much understeer for his liking, which thankfully we're not experiencing at the moment. So yeah, I think it can be just something so minor, and you just miss those last 10th or 2, and it adds up over the race.
And what's the team's strategy with setup of the two cars? Are they mirrored? Are they go on their own tangents as they get their own individual driver feedback? Where do you go from the start of the weekend to right now?
Yeah, we at the prologue we tested just with the 98 car because our car was actually still in the container from Macau. So the guys were preparing it obviously for this weekend. So we done the setup with the 98, and we were happy with the 2 days testing. That was then sort of mirrored onto our car starting this weekend, and as the sessions go on, I mean, driver preferences can always change setup slightly. Also, 2 different chassis is always slightly different in the way they like to behave. So yeah, that's where we start, and then we make our fine adjustments.
Sure, Rolf and Eichen having a spin at Bruxelles, getting away with it, green again. He is back on the move. Max Hesse we've been talking about. Why don't we go on board for a moment? He's coming out of Blanchimont. Let's just see whether he's doing it the Dan Harper way, shall we? He comes up towards the chicane. Right, you're on board. Dan, this is your car. Just talk us around a bit of a lap.
Yeah, so exiting the bus stop, important to get a good exit to start the lap. Then position yourself to the left, a tricky braking zone, but important not to go too deep and get a very good exit. We like second gear. The sister car actually is using first, which is interesting. A long run now up to the coolest corner in motorsport, Eau Rouge. It's so fun. I mean, the first lap through here is just so good. Does he keep it flat? Of course he does.
You had to ask.
Good lad. So through there, super high speed. Now up the Camel Straight into Le Combe. Good braking point for us is the start of the curb. Max is just a little before. Over the curb is important here. Just it sort of hooks you in over the curbs. Easy here to lose the rear end and end up in the gravel. So nice clean through there. This one is sort of where we are struggling the most, a bit of understeer. You have to be very patient. You hear Max have a little short shift just to keep the revs a bit of more traction. This one as well is tricky. It sort of falls away from you. A bit more understeer there for us as well. Okay. Then this one, Pouhon, very fun corner. Important to get it over that curve to get the rotation. It's very easy now to lose the rear. You always feel it sort of break away from you, especially towards the end of the stint when the tires are crying. Here we like to use the curve to also just help a bit the rotation mid-corner, and always smooth on the power again, because it's very easy to light up the rears and end up just killing them over a long run. Here, important to have just a tiny lift, just to then make sure you're flat through the corner, get as good a run now down the big straight into Blanchimont, probably the fastest corner on the track, I guess. And we've seen Max a few minutes ago doing a mega move, so I love these camera angles from above. I think it looks mega.
Yeah, that's the look down on Blanchimont as the BMW comes up towards the chicane. Right, Dan, better let you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Fascinating to hear a lap, and the Max Hesse, Dan Harper BMW with Philip Eng due to get in it next, now running in effectively the race lead. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, BMW. And the 998 BMW, as I say, will take the lead back when the next two pit stops come. Well, that was timely. Watching car effectively grab the lead of the race. That was a really brave move, wasn't it? Coming around the outside, Max Hesse, who, like Dan, was one of those BMW juniors, promoted to a full factory seat. Of course, the other junior member we heard from earlier on in the race, Neil Verhagen, but he didn't kind of get the upgrade, as it were. The other two did.
Yeah, and those younger drivers do seem to take the risk, and that was a huge roll of the dice there. And yeah, that car now marching on up to third place overall, obviously potentially higher as well. The strategy there on with the two cars in front would be interesting to see where they go. And Dan talking about the tyres starting to scream, and just kind of asking him off there, would he rather have new tyres but the heavy fuel, or the old tyres and low fuel? And he's saying the BMW are actually very similar at the end of the stint. So slightly boring, would you rather there, but nevertheless interesting info, because we've been speculating a bit on that, haven't we? Which car seems to like new tyres? The Ferrari, for example, seems to go very quick at the start of the stint on the new tyres, but full of fuel, whereas the BMW good at the end of the stint while the tyres are hurting, crying, as Dan said, but the fuel load is not there.
McLarens, and we touched on this in the context of Lamborghini, have always been fast but a bit frail in the 24 hours, but actually finding wood to touch. The Garage 59 cars are going pretty well, aren't they? We've got Louis Pret 58 at the moment in 5th, and Benji Goethe in the Pro Cup car as against the Gold in 6th. They're together there, look, coming into shot. And as I say, these are, for the moment, crossing fingers, touching wood, like the Lamborghini of Engschler 63. They're going nicely.
Yeah, and that's all the development done back at base, and there's a huge amount going on there from personal experience. Everyone working so hard. It isn't just the people we see at the track working extremely hard. The amount of workforce back at all of these bases, 10 manufacturers represented, of course, going through the development. They have individual development cars that are just there to pound around. What breaks? Why did it break? Let's fix it. Let's go again. And these cars racking up tens and tens of thousand kilometers every single year to try and help all of these customer teams get to the end of these big races.
Now, how's Ferrari getting on? 51 is Alessandro Pierguidi. That's fallen back, hasn't it, through that caution period, behind the McLarens again. So the Ferraris 51 and 50 actually have dropped back. We did have them running, remember, 3rd and 4th. Now we've got 10th Leclerc and 7th Pierguidi.
The same as Engstler, though, weren't they? They pitted late in the full course yellow that turned to safety car, and that's what's hurt them. They got back the time, but they had so many cars in between them. That is what has hurt them at the moment. And I thought it was interesting that Ferrari didn't split the strategy between the 50 and 51. You've got two cars running nose to tail, and it is hard to know what the right strategy is without hindsight. So why not split the two? And at the moment, they've done both dirty.
Now, just also to tidy up, number 21, remember Jamie Day spun into the gravel, the most recent cause of a caution, as round the outside there goes 51, so Pierguidi is going to go 6th. He does it at the expense of Benji Goethe. Nicely done. Ferrari gains back one of its places. That Aston Martin, Jamie Day's car, retired from the race, so it was more than just a spin. There had to be something that threw it off the road.
I'm glad about that, because I put my my neck on the line there without anything obvious, but interesting to see what it was. But Maranello versus Woking there, and the Italian checking away from Surrey.
Let's talk tyres for a moment. They're all on Pirelli rubber, as we know. Matteo Braga of Pirelli is in the pits for us.
A very good morning to Matteo. It is a hive of activity here for one of the most toughest circuits in the world on tyres. How many tyres have we got this weekend?
This weekend we bought quite a lot of tyres, considering GT3, GT4, the GT2 and the McLaren Trophy. We have around 18,000 pieces on the field.
18,000, my word. How many workers have you got here?
The whole team is about 140 people. Obviously, we have fitters, engineers, marketing, all the different functions are there. They kept going all the night. The job was very fluid, so I think we delivered a very good service to the team.
So how do the teams go about ordering their tires?
Usually they come down from the pits. They do the pit stop, they clean the wheels, they put them on the trolleys, they come down. At the entrance of the service area, there is a check-in area where they place the order. It comes to the start of the fitting area, so the guys, they already know what they want to fit. They get the tires ready. As soon as they get the used tires, they can swap them. And then they can follow on the channel on the TV. They can follow from the box when the set is ready, and when it's ready, they can come down to pick it up.
So a total of 18,000 tyres you bought here this weekend for all of the championship?
Yeah, all of the championship.
That's insane. And so when it comes to Spa, like, while we have seen a lot of punctures, we're actually not seeing as many as compared to some other circuits. What is the most abrasive part of the circuit? What do you find out when you analyse the tyres when they come back?
I say that during the race, but also on the session before the race, we were analyzing all the tires that have completed the one stint of a race, or quite representative mileage, just to see how much the stress was affecting the integrity of the tire. So basically, all the teams, they have the chance to adapt their running conditions to preserve the integrity of the tire. We have seen few punctures during the night because of the gravel. We have seen most of the time the blower going in to just try to clean the road. And now is the last rush to the end.
And I guess it'll start getting a bit busier as well, right? Have you slept?
No.
No. Will you sleep?
I hope.
And just another day. Matteo, thank you so much. We couldn't do it without you, and thanks to everyone who's working here as well.
Thank you. It's a good challenge.
And Pirelli inducted into the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa Hall of Fame on Wednesday evening, along with Audi Sport, along with race winners Thierry Tassin and Marc Douay, two of the great Belgian drivers. Thierry Tassin here running the sporting side of WRT, and Marc Douay here as one of the safety car drivers. So the Spa 24 Hours gets in your blood. A replay here of another great move by 51 Alessandro Pierguidi round the outside of traffic and round the outside of the McLaren of Louis Pret, and that has put him up into 5th place. It's been the most remarkable recovery by this Ferrari.
Yeah, very Hakkinen Schumacher-esque, wasn't it? And McLaren and Ferrari, not the right cars in that regard, but two drivers you would go. And what a great job Pirelli do across the whole world of motorsport. Of course, they've been dominant since they've come into it, and they've really attacked it. And we talk about just the event here, but all the hard work that goes behind the scenes in the development of these tyres. A new tyre this year, the Pirelli DHG is the code. We move on a single letter each time. And yeah, the DHG, 100% sustainable materials put in it. A lot of it was forced on them quickly, having to resource a component called black rubber, which was quite hard to get with all the conflict around the world. And being involved in some of the tyre development when I was at McLaren, you'd get 4 or 5 different compounds a day, and you'd have to pound round, and then you'd have to validate them by going over the stint mileage, taking them 300-400 kilometers an hour, and you're sometimes just waiting for that failure. So when they talk about the debris and then the tyre blows, it is a scary, scary experience. And all the Pirelli engineers always asking for feedback and how does it feel, what's the grip, what's the drop-off like. And I had one tyre once, and it just made the most bizarre noise. And they were like, what do you mean noise? And I'm like, all I can describe it is it sounds like a baby seal screaming. And the engineer was like, what does a baby seal scream like? And that was probably a low point of my motorsport career, was having to speak to this high-level Pirelli official while going, and that was the sound.
Did what?
That's the baby seal cry.
Ah, right. Okay.
I thought you would know that, but sorry about that. But
I didn't know the baby seal was from Cardiff. That's what threw me.
Yeah, so amazing job by Pirelli. And yeah, interestingly, talking about the punches by Gravel, I caught up with Marvin Kirchhofer earlier, who had a slow puncher forced to pit. He got that from Gravel, he believes, and he actually thinks it was the sister car, the 188 car running wide in front of him, perversely, that brought that Gravel on. So shame for that 59 car we're looking at there. And going back to that 188 car, Hawksworth getting turned around at the last corner, we saw, didn't we? Nicky Katzberg there, I think we will attract a penalty. I haven't seen anything yet, but I think the 4 car turning them around should have got a penalty for that.
Got a drive-through. Just
good.
in the last few minutes has popped up a drive-through for causing a collision. I'm glad you agree with that because it's happened, so it must be right. 51 Ferrari, still my standout car of this race in many ways because of the way it's fought back up from being so far back. I'll have to have another look at the half-hour bulletin to see exactly what place it had fallen back to, but it was sort of been 60-something, wasn't it? Because it was so early with the pack still tightly bunched. But all we knew at the time was a brake issue. We're trying to unravel exactly what, because normally a brake issue means you spend a long time in the pits. Rivera took the car out, pitted again. There was a lot of arm waving and the car was dispatched, and it's seemingly gone okay ever since. Ferrari being quite tight-lipped about it. As you look there at the Gold Cup leader, Harry King, he is in 33 and is due in on this lap as at Garage 59. In comes Louis Pret.
Yeah, this is the second place car in that gold class. So they're on a very similar strategy, aren't they? Garage 59 guys working super hard there. Those tyres, they make them look light, but 15 kilos each or so. So they're having to swing them on as efficiently as possible as Louis Pret, the boy from Monaco, walks away back into his garage. His dad leading the GT2 championship in a Maserati. So a proper racing family there.
So Louis Pret walks away, and the driver change going on then in the number 58 car. So that will drop away a little bit. Now there, Max Hesse versus Luca Engschler. It's only half a second between them, and they're closing onto the back of Harry King as well, aren't they? So second, third and fourth on the road, all starting to bunch up. Harry King's tyres perhaps coming to the end of their operating life now. The car looking a little bit less compliant than the BMW behind. Remember, Harry King in this stint alone has done now very nearly 64 minutes. He's got to come in this time, and he's running it right to the very end of the allotted extended driving stint. An EDS, MDS is the maximum, but an extended is if your stint has been affected by full course yellow or by safety car, you get that extra 5 minutes of grace. Here he comes into Blanchimont. Max Hesse is going to be close by the end of the lap, but not close enough to have a go. So Dean McDonald is heading down the pit lane, having replaced Louis Pret, and Harry King will go down through the gears. He'll come into the chicane. His stint time is 64 minutes, and into the pit lane comes the Verstappen.com Aston Martin.
Pushing all the way to the line, braking down to 50 kilometers an hour. 2C car will get serviced very early on in this. You can see he has to turn around those cones and stop right under the foot of the cameraman. And it's a driver change as well. To me, that looks like tearing from Meulen's helmet. Yep. Harry King jumping out, and again, it will be a full service from the 2C's car.
That's the view looking down from the drone over the pit brasserie. And as the Gold Cup leader is in, the second placed car is now in the hands of Dean McDonald. And that means that with Dean in, Louis Pret is out of the car. Ganelle Longy is in the pit lane for us, and we can hear from her with Louis Pret.
Louis Pret leading the gold class with the 58 McLaren. It's been a great drive from you. 5 in the overall standings, and leading with quite a good gap.
Yeah, no, honestly, the car has been very good since the night. We had a bit of struggles early in the race, but the car came to us, and we're very happy about it. Right now, it's just avoiding any kind of contacts and staying out of trouble, to be honest.
Un petit mot en français, Louis, très beau relais, là, vraiment 5e du classement général et leader de la catégorie Gold, pardon. C'est une super perf.
Et il reste encore beaucoup de temps, on est très content. La voiture au début de la course n'était pas ce qu'il fallait qu'elle soit, mais elle est vraiment venue dans la nuit. Et là, on arrive vraiment à faire des bons relais tous. Je pense qu'on va partir sur des relais simples à présent, maintenant qu'il fait chaud. Mais il faut que ça continue comme ça, je ne sais même pas combien de temps il reste. 7 heures, c'est encore très long, c'est plus qu'un Paul Ricard. Donc il faut que ça tienne, et on va essayer de faire ce qu'on peut.
Voilà, vous sortez de la voiture, mais je sais que vous êtes ami avec Vincent, Abril, évidemment, ancien coéquipier aussi. Est-ce que vous regardez un petit peu ce qui se passe pour lui, parce que vous êtes tous devant?
Oui, bien sûr, on regarde un peu tous les amis, que ce soit Arthur, que ce soit Vincent. Il y en a plein d'autres, donc à chaque fois tu jettes un petit œil, mais non, clairement c'est une bonne guerre, et nous, ce qu'on cherche réellement, c'est notre catégorie.
Merci Louis.
Good to hear from Louis Pret. Thank you, Ganel. As they're going downhill is then 58. Team Donald has taken over from Louis Pret. Chris Lullum, in fact, took over from Harry King in the Aston Martin, and that has now rejoined the race, so it should still be in the lead in gold, but the gap would have come down a little bit, I suspect. Patrick Niederhauser will be the next man of note to come into the pit lane in the race lead currently. But there is Lullum down towards Bruxelles. Patrick Niederhauser will give back the lead to Max Hesser, who still has another 20 minutes of a stint, given that we've gone without a yellow for a reasonable period of time now. Lullum thrown into the car. Don't forget how little real world racing this guy's done. He's impressive.
Yeah, and that's how I got the helmet wrong. I saw the Red Bull and assumed it was Vermeulen, but yeah. Lullum, of course, so fast on the sim. Max Verstappen so fast on the sim, so a mutual respect, and that's how they got to know each other there. And yeah, Lullum I've been so impressive with, within micro tenths of any of the fastest in that Aston Martin.
Fresh out of that car is Harry King, who is always a star no matter what you put him in. Great little character, and he's with Alex.
Harry, that was an absolutely epic stint. Talk us through it.
Yeah, no, jumped in the car about 6 a.m. A bit weary after a little bit of sleep, and just got on with it. I think the car came alive in the morning in the cold conditions, felt really comfortable, and it enabled me to extract a bit more performance from the car. And yeah, we now find ourselves in a good position and you know, solidating our lead in class.
The race is still very long, but it sounds like you're very confident in the car and its capacity.
Of course, you have to be confident in the machinery that you're partaking with. The team's done a fantastic job so far. Of course, you know, you have the risks of track limits, so we don't want to make any silly mistakes. But of course, we don't want to be caught lacking. We need to continue pushing in order to stay in contention. So, yeah, a little bit of time left, but yeah, get the head down and we'll see how we get on.
Just how tricky is it being that driver who takes from night to day? How tricky is that with the light?
Typically, it's a bit easier because you start in the darkness and the visibility gets better and better. Typically, going from, you know, daytime to nighttime is normally the more challenging. So I had the pleasure of doing both stints today.
What input, if any, does Max have in the team?
He's hugely involved. You know, we're constantly talking, constantly thinking of ways to improve. I mean, just seeing him here at the track a few weeks ago, dialing in the last bit of setup changes, just shows his intent and how keen he is to ensure that this program is a success.
Yeah, okay, nice. You have top Aston. You're normally a Porsche driver, but you're very comfortable with the Aston.
Please repeat.
You're very comfortable with the Aston.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a great foundation, a great car. I felt very confident immediately from my first test day in it, and yeah, to be honest, I can't fault it whatsoever. The characteristics are kind of how I grew up in motorsport with front-engine cars, then converting to the rear engine. But yeah, can't lie, I'm enjoying it.
Now, what do you get to do? Sleep? For how long? What's next?
I think I'll get a little bit of rest, but yeah, I'll be back in the car eventually later on in the race as well. So yeah, it'll be quite a busy race, nearly 9-10 hours pushing on to, but that's why we're here for it.
Great work, Mega. Well done. Good luck.
Good to hear from Harry King, Carrera Cup GB champion in 2020. And as you all recall, that was a year when nobody was allowed trackside. So people at home watching the TV pictures of Harry in Carrera Cup GB winning at Knock Hill from the back of the grid to the front was quite special. And the way that he drives, is always exciting. So he won many fans that year because they were all at home watching on TV. They could see the acrobatics in the car. And as I say, he's a great character. He was Porsche Junior for a couple of years. He was a race winner in Porsche Super Cup. Specialised, past tense perhaps, in Porsches, because now he's branched out into the Aston and into the Asian Le Mans series in the winter months in an LMP2 car. So he's proving that he's not just a one-trick pony. Put him into anything and he can deliver. Patrick Niederhauser, in the meantime, is heading for the pit lane because he's done 64 minutes and he could do without that Qatari Audi in the way, because that's just costing him a little bit of time as he comes up towards the chicane. Still commits, even though he's going to box, he still commits up the inside, goes through and straight into the pit lane. And you might think, well, what was the point of that?
Half a second, and the Qatari Audi was going, what are you doing here then? And Niederhauser knew he couldn't overtake round the outside because he wouldn't get into pit lane back in time. Retronic roughly halfway down this pit lane here. And luckily for the drivers, I think that damaged windscreen is pretty much hidden, isn't it, by the windscreen wipers, so it wouldn't be too annoying for them. Coming to a stop, remember 44 seconds on the fuel, hits the board perfectly there for Niederhauser. The fuel hose on the front of this Porsche, obviously not much else in front of the front bulkhead, so you might as well put the fuel tank there. You can hear the wheel gun flying around, powered by air. Those wheel guns, one, they're expensive, can be £6,000–7,000 quite easily, but also the RPM they spin up, 16,000 RPM, and the torque they deliver, and it's needed because there's only one wheel nut on these cars, and they need to be done up tightly, anything up to 900 Newton meters of torque, so you're not going to undo that in a hurry. And windscreen clean going off. Nice quiet pit lane. This is the positive of being off strategy. The car controller's got a much easier job as they glance down pit road, and they will be eventually looking at this 998 BMW.
So that is the lead car again. Max Hesse trying to pick his way through the traffic. There's number 2, the sort of Rasputin-like Corvette that has now got Jeffrey Ibrahim at the wheel. He gets past it, puts the lap on that car. Remember, that started late after a problem on the grid, but it's still going in what's now become an extended test session. Look back from Max Hesse's car, and Luca Engschler will not go away, will he? He may have lost track position to the BMW, but he's stayed on his tail.
Yeah, again, the ebb and flow of a stint. The Lambo looking strong after saying that the tyres stayed fresh on the BMW. Actually looks the other way around. The Lamborghini looking strong. And just going back quickly to the Harry King interview, he's one of those drivers that's a doer, isn't he? Yeah. He just gets a move done where you can't see it. The stuff I did on Porsche Super Cup reporting is some of the overtakes he would get. And it's the same with Vermeulen, and it's the same with Ludham. Do you remember that overtake at Zandvoort where he swept around the outside? It was almost like Max Verstappen has decided, I need to recruit 3 drivers and I want them to be a similar ilk to me. I'm going to go there. And at the moment, you'd say Harry King is really the crowning glory of that. He's done the fastest lap of the race for that car in the last stint, actually. The drivers can't go over 11 hours, and he's already alluded to he's getting on for 9–10 hours, so he won't be able to do much more than a single, possibly a double, before the end of this race.
Luca Engschler on the back of the race-leading BMW then. You're second, you're in the Lamborghini number 63. Ahead is Max Hesse's BMW that comes out of the Rover Racing stable. We heard from Dan Harper. Philip Eng will get into the car next, and Hesse is 47 minutes and change now into a stint. So we're looking at the hour mark, unless there's a yellow. This is the battle for the lead of Pro. It is for the lead outright. In third place is now Alessandro Pierguidi in Ferrari 51. He's 14 seconds back. In fourth place, as the cars come over the timing line, is going to be Benji Goethe. McLaren, fifth is Charles Weir BMW, sixth Jesse Krohn BMW, seventh after Leclerc Ferrari, all of which means we haven't got to the Rutronic Porsche. We saw Patrick Niederhauser box. It has been given over to Sven Muller, and this now rather illustrates how out of sequence that was, because up to 8th again has gone Matteo Cairoli. In 9th is Valentino Rossi, so at best 10th for the Rutronic Porsche when it gets to the line.
Yeah, how good is this camera onboard table tennis here? We're looking back from the BMW. We then go on board with the Lamborghini, and it's a great illustration. One of the concertina effect, under braking, under acceleration, the differences. But what the cars have their strengths and weaknesses, and I was surprised at the Lamborghini at the end of the straight, not really losing out to the BMW. Some slipstream, of course, helping that, but it's really the BMW in this mid-sector, the aero corners, seems to have to roll a bit more speed in. Front engine cars, slightly easier for a driver just to get the front into an apex, but then they tend to be then worse on exits. They don't have the weight over. Again, Dan Harper spoke about that earlier. The Lamborghini just gaining in on us into piff-paff all over the curbs here. They're pretty much following the same line, aren't they? If it was snowy on the road, there'd only be one set of tracks on these two cars.
Engschler can't find a way by. It is tough to overtake because they're so evenly matched, although Hesse managed to do it. That was partly down to traffic, and look what's up the road. 2 back markers overlapping, and they're coming up towards the part of the racetrack where Hesse got the lead, but the road is almost blocked. Again, he commits to his outside line move. Gets round 1, Engschler can't do so. He is slightly delayed by the number 15 BMW. He switches sides, he gets through now, coming up towards the chicane. Can Hesse clear the last back marker? Late on the brakes, he's alongside. But look how much closer Engschler got, and then finds himself on the back foot because the number 100 Aston Martin splits the pair of them as Tony McIntosh comes out of the chicane. So that's advantage BMW once again, but you can see the commitment, see the importance of the late braking and staying with the car you're battling.
Yeah, at the moment, turning excellent more. I thought it was great driving from this BMW on the Aston Martin. He looked to the inside. He wasn't ready to commit, but when the Aston Martin left the gap, he then rolled off the brake. He didn't dive bomb that Aston Martin. What's Engsler going to do here? Tucked up, not going to get him through a Rouge. Actually lifts early. That's clever because that allows him then to get the momentum back now and then get past him as early as possible down the Kemmel straight. But the Aston Martin with some pretty strong straight line performance. Blue flag flying on the left. We're not close enough for a move unless that Aston Martin lifts off.
Luca Engschler then in the second place Lamborghini. This is Sven Muller. So because that car again is doing quirky things on strategy, it has dropped to 10th place. Now, again, I'm going out slightly on a limb here. I don't believe that they're doing different things on strategy out of incompetence. I'm sure Rutronic has a plan. Klaus Graf, who looks after the team, very good racer himself going back a couple of decades. They are successful in long-distance races. They've been successful in Sprint Cup as well. So I don't believe that they're getting it wrong all the time, but they are clearly doing something that is different to roll the dice. Patrick Niederhauser might be able to explain it because Alex has found him in the pit lane for us. He's fresh out of the car. The car is 10th. Let's go and hear from him.
Patrick, here you are, a little frustrated after that stint, but my word, what a stint that was. You guys are thick in contention.
Yeah, I really had a lot of fun out there. Obviously, the second part of my stint was quite nice, leading the pack up front. That's yeah, a lot easier to do than through the night navigating through the traffic. But still, yeah, we tried an alternative strategy because we think on pure outright base it's going to be difficult to win. So, yeah, we had to try something.
So we're now starting. We're standing in front of the TV. Your car is out there. Talk to me about how Sven is, and we're going to have a little chat about, or we want you to talk through a lap.
Well, Sven is a very nice chap at first, but so yeah, we are here at the Kemmel Straight after Eau Rouge, going to Lecombe, here braking at 100 meter more or less, and then it's really, really important to take inside curb here like he does, take the curb here on the left, and then there are different lines through the right depending a bit on the car balance. Now going into Brussels, one of the 180 degrees corner, very long downhill. Always fighting the car there, going to Speaker Corner, which is also really, really difficult. And now you can see here on the exit, there's a gravel bed, and there's a really, really big hole already. So if you dip a wheel there, it's really likely to get a puncture. Yeah. Pujon, super cool corner, double left-hander, really fast with 180k. But yeah, looks all fine to me how Sven is driving. You know?
You do a nice long stint and then we make you commentate on the race. We just wanted to make you work a little bit harder. What's the trickiest thing out there right now? Is it a case of managing like physical, mental situation? Is it traffic?
Yeah, as we see right now, we're quite driving in clean air, so it's just for Sven to get into rhythm driving, making no mistakes, which is easier said than done. The track is quite slippery this year in general. There's not a lot of grip out there, so yeah, you really gotta focus to keep it clean. Here, Blanchimont, super easy to make a track limit on the exit, so you always gotta be focused to not do any mistakes right now.
And you now, will you go and sleep?
Probably, yeah, but sun is shining, so it's a bit hard to sleep, but I definitely try to get a rest now.
Right, we're rooting for you. Well done, thank you, Patrick.
Great to hear from Patrick Niederhauser, and Sven Muller pounds on in the Porsche that's currently running in 10th place. Patrick Niederhauser, winner in Sprint Cup in GT World Challenge Europe already this year. He was the German, the AWS GT champion back in 2019, and it was in single-seaters like so many that he originally made his name, Formula Renault, GP3. So the Porsche down now through Eau Rouge, makes the climb up the other side, and Sven Muller is not only in 10th, but I'm afraid it's a rather distant 10th. He's for the best part of 50 seconds back from Valentino Rossi, who is in 9th in the BMW. BMW's leading, and also 5th and 6th and 9th. So 4 of them in the top 9 now for a brand that did not look all that flash at the start of the race. 31 just going through shot, Dries Van Voort. That car has suffered damage early on, and that side just has not had the brakes. It's I can't remember another issue it's had other than just lack of pace.
No, we saw Dries trudge away, didn't we, very early on in the race after a stint looking dejected. So it was almost like he just knew they hadn't got that car in the window where it needed to be. The sister car, the 32, has done well. It was leading, wasn't it, after second place after 6 hours. They went well with the strategy there to make sure their championship looks good. Here is the bronze leader, still Dan Arrow in that Mercedes with the 3-pointed star on the front. Lawson behind, feels like he's been in the car for a long time. Definitely a double, if not a triple, and then Ricardo Fella again. So they've stuck in that order for some time now, but there is an ebb and flow to it.
There's bronze and silver leaders together. So Dan Arrow ahead of Max Janssen, the Dutch drivers getting themselves together, but silver chasing after bronze. So Dan Arrow in 81 coming out of the chicane, and then Max Janssen is behind in the Century BMW, the white and red car, and then behind Janssen it's Conrad Larsen in the white and blue number 74 Castle Racing Ferrari, second currently in the Bronze Cup, and third in bronze is Ricardo Fella, still at the wheel of the Lion Speed Porsche.
It's been a clean run for them all so far, and it's a battle that's going to rage on as well. They're all relatively close on track, so a bit of traffic here or there. As you can see, the Ferrari in the background there, that's Lawson trying to get back up to this Winwood Mercedes. The car's all just stretching out, but this is where then the dirty air will start to hurt them again. Lawson trying to get down the inside of Max Janssen, I think that was there. So looking very, very racy indeed.
Number 29 goes through. That is now Bob Yuan in the Pro-Am leading Porsche, and that's up to 37th place overall. GT World Challenge Asia champion Bob Yan, also very rapid in Asian Le Mans in the winter, as was the 81 Winwood Mercedes. Renat Salikov, one of the drivers in that championship and in this race. And in the background you can also see number 222 Charles Dawson, British GT race winner this year in the 2Cs Mercedes. So that's Bob Yuan going through, leading in Pro-Am, a class that we only have for the Spa 24 hours, but the GT World Challenge Asia champion behind the wheel and going well right now. He's stuck behind number 30 BMW, which is a car that is on a different lap. It's further up the road, in fact, in 25th place now. Gustav Bergström at the wheel of the bright blue WRT car that got turned around early on in the race. But the former Porsche racer going pretty nicely in the blue BMW coming towards us. Now it goes off the road is Bob Yuan, so running it wide out of the second part of Stavelot, the Cours Paul Frere. He got away with that, but that could have been nasty.
Yeah, commentator's curse, David. Why are you so rude to him? And you actually got three of the class leaders together now, haven't you? Bob Young there, the car all over the place underneath him. And I'm not surprised, he's at the end of his stint. The tyres are dying, and that's why he's defending, because I think he will bail for pit lane. He can't squeeze another lap as that leader of class, Dan Arrow, goes round with Max Janssen, the silver leader, behind. That was a scary sector 3 for that Porsche. Two big moments, and he will want to get out of that car and at least get a fresh set of tyres. We see him run wide on the exit here. Stavelot dips it in the gravel. Car will be feeling like he's aquaplaning in that deep gravel, and then the next left of Blanchemont, a huge snap of oversteer. That will be aided to the fact he ran wide, of course. The tyres not in optimal condition at any stretch of the imagination.
So Bob Yuan gets away with it, but now does have to pit. Benjamin Goethe is in as well in the Pro Cup 59 McLaren, all of which is helping here Dan Arrow up into 14th place overall. Now, okay, we've only got 52 cars still circulating, but 14 for the bronze leader is very impressive. The silver leader tucked up behind him, and Dan Arrow needs to try to keep the BMW at bay, because that's protecting him from the Ferrari, which is his class rival, Conrad Larsen at the wheel of it. So Max Janssen wants to get by and try and pull away up the road, but he's going to be defended by Dan Arrow, who needs that cushion.
Yeah, and it's hard to know where to attack here, especially for the silver class BMW. Century doing a really strong job here, just running the single car, which is a difficult feat because you just get so much less data compared to a 2, 3, 4, 5 or a 6-car team if you're AF course. So they've done a very strong job, and you can see the discoloration on the side of that car, the exhaust running so hot, almost burning the vinyl stickering on that BMW M4 GT3. Yeah,
at the end of the race, these cars are absolutely spent, aren't they? It's not just people that are tired. You can almost hear the cars groaning as well. They are really put through the ringer in a 24-hour race. As towards us now comes Sven Muller And as Patrick Niederhauser was saying, they don't think they're really there on pure pace. And that's true. That car is lapping in the 220s, whereas the leaders are in the 219s at the moment. And you can't put it down to traffic in the case of the Rutronic Porsche. But we still have 6 3/4 hours to go. So there are plenty of places to be gained. Matteo Cairoli, incidentally, up into 7th. Still recovering after the drive-through penalty that was afforded to Mauro Engel. And interestingly too, although they were kind of banking on that safety car to get them back onto the tail of others, so many back markers were in the way that they've not benefited massively because they're still 40 seconds off the lead. Yeah. Lawson pits.
Yeah, we see Lawson diving for pit lane. It's slightly early in his stint. He's only done 57 minutes. So could have squeezed 3 more laps out of it. Be interesting to see why Kessel have done that one. Maybe he's just done his minimum driving time for the total race. Bronze is having to do 4 hours in total. As we go back on board, Deja Vu looking back at Luca Enchler in 2nd place. Can he get back round this BMW with that audacious move into Blanchimont? Feels like a long time ago, but it was earlier on in this stint. These cars here getting towards the end. I expect this BMW to go once more past the pits before he boxes, and that shows you how close it was in the last 2 laps. But 3 laps ago, a second difference, and that shows you the traffic. The pace has really dropped off now. This car banged in a 17 on the previous stint and can't get anywhere near that, can't even get into the 18s. So now the track temperature's starting to rise. It's gone above 30 degrees for the first time today. Big lift off the throttle as well there. That was easy flat earlier on when we rode on board with Enchler. So the track now starting to give less grip because it is getting hotter. And as we see Hesse box as expected there. I thought maybe 1 more lap, but yeah, he could have got another 3.5 minutes. Yeah. So there was time for a lap.
Interesting as the car then heads down the pit lane. Quick word about that Jamie Day Aston, number 21, that caused the most recent interruption. I said the car had retired, and Aston Martin still researching, but they think it's transmission related that put the car off the road. Big disappointment for the ComTU team. Max Hesse then arrives at the far end of the top pits. Philip Eng is ready to get on board. So a good stint by Hesse to put the car back into the lead. He gives that now back to Luca Enchler for the next few minutes until the Lamborghini pits. And so Philip Eng, the winner here in 2016, 2018, 2023, he will get back on board. And BMW, especially the Rover car, just looking so strong. It's not only the battle, of course, between the different brands. Within BMW, you've got the battle of the super teams. Rover tends to specialise, if you like, in German races. WRT, the Belgian team, has specialised in overall championships. Rover, however, did come into GT World Challenge Europe and was certainly the match of WRT. And here, on WRT's back lawn, as it were, this is one that Rover always wants to win and wants to prove which is the best BMW team. So you've got this Inter-Nissan battle between Rover and WRT running the same cars.
Yeah, and obviously had a pretty strong weekend at Nürburgring, didn't they, Rover Racing? So yeah, tried to do back-to-back wins would be pretty impressive. And yeah, 998 just so much more hooked up than the 98, and if I'm being brutally honest, that's the opposite to what I would have expected with the driver lineup and historical performance of the 98 versus the 998. So fair play to that car crew, one of which Dan Harper, we spoke to earlier, is there. Here's this car that led every single lap at the start of this race for the first 4 hours. It was so fast. That slow puncher for Kirchhofer a few hours ago has really hurt it. Joseph Loke aboard the car now.
Now let's hear from Benji Goethe, who is down in the pit lane with Alex.
Here we are, just shy of 7 hours to go. A little drop from you guys. What do you need to do over these next 6-7 hours?
Yeah, unfortunately we had a puncture a few hours back, which set us back a bit. You know, we're running in the top 5 quite comfortably, so it's a bit of a shame, but we're making our way back up, just keeping it clean, you know, not getting any contacts, not getting any penalties, and just slowly making our way back up.
How tricky it is out there with traffic and stuff?
It's quite tricky, especially when the tire gets old, end of stint. Yeah, very low grip out there.
And you? How are you?
Pretty exhausted, not much sleep. But yeah.
Rest.
Get some rest.
Thank you. Fingers crossed.
Poor old Benji Goethe sounds a bit spaced out after all of that, doesn't it? When are you next out? Yeah, he clearly needs a little bit of sleep and a bit of recovery.
Yeah, it's like a Kevin and Perry moment, isn't it? Yes, Miss Person. As we see the Engel, it's Pirelli now, isn't it, in 11th place. They did get lucky with the safety car in terms of closing them back up, but just haven't got the pace, it seems. And all of the last laps very slow. That was a 2:23 for Pirelli.
I think part of the problem was that, they caught the train, but there were so many back markers that they couldn't really make any progress. And now that the race has got back into a rhythm, people are running at a pace and the gaps are opening up again and they're a bit stuck. Simple as that.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to get busy quickly here. We're seeing that Ferrari is actually just starting to push. I think Charles Verts here is tight to going over. He's got 1 minute and 30 to get into pit lane, and he's just in front. As we see the battle raging on here between the 98 car and the 50. The 98 was trying to defend on the dirty part of the track and then run in deep, and the 50 Ferrari there just slots through. Great move from Leclerc.
And Jesse Krohn on an in-lap anyway. I think his tyre's possibly spent. Jesse Krohn is now in the pit lane, and Raffaele Marciello will take over that car. Here is Arthur Leclerc, number 50. He was saying yesterday that he would first get in the car at night. Well, he didn't. He got in far earlier than that, but there was a slightly tongue-in-cheek suggestion. It was if he drives at night, he can then sit and watch the Grand Prix this afternoon and see how his brother is doing. Away then goes 333 Lamborghini. Back down the pit lane, Marzio Moretti at the wheel. This is 32, and Charles Wirtz is overdue because he's done 65 minutes and change. This is marginal.
45 seconds to get from here to crossing the pit entry. You'll just about be okay, but a big roll of the dice from WRT there, and they feel like that's what they're having to do to keep this car somewhere near the sharp end. Leclerc could do another lap here, so maybe it's a huge slide. These tyres are definitely dropping off, aren't they, at the end of the stint now? There's another big slide. Can't wait to see this Spa 24-hour drift show here at the chicane. Wirtz was okay on drive time, 7 seconds safe.
Right, so in he comes then, but he'll hemorrhage track position now. Number 50 Ferrari then. Arthur Leclerc goes through. Now the Ferraris will be pitting in the next 4 minutes, and what we have at the minute is a 1-2. You've got Pierre Guidi leading Leclerc as down the pit road comes Charles Wirtz waiting to get to WRT. So there is 50. That's the second place car. The ebb and flow continues. Ferraris then now, because of others pitting, go back to the top, but they will fall down on the next stop. Super slow-mo, opposite lot Ferrari.
Turning left to go right, Lightning McQueen. That was good driving there. Recovers it well, but the problem there is it just compromises your exit speed here. So Leclerc will look down at his delta on this next straight over the pits and just be seeing that fall away 2 3/10. And he's just making sure he's taking every single bit of life out of those rear Pirelli tyres. And even out of there, slight bit of opposite lock as the car uses every inch of the legal track amount.
We're grateful to Benji Goethe for talking to us, because he has been absolutely whacked after that interview and has had to go and get some liquid and have a seat. So Alessandro Pierguidi leading the way and is clear now by 15 seconds from the sister car of Arthur Leclerc, but they both owe us a pit stop. So it's a sort of phony lead because they're there as others have peeled back in. You'll see their true position after the next pit stop. But of course, fast forward to round about 4 o'clock and you're in the last half hour of the race, and that's when people pit and where it drops them to becomes really relevant. You want to be almost the first to pit out of the wave, because then you buy back the places over everybody else. If you're the last of the line to pit, then of course you fall out of position.
Yeah, exactly that. And there's going to be a car or two, I expect, as we get into the final stint of the race that will do their last pit stop with more than 60 minutes remaining, but less than 65, and they will be praying that turns into an extended stint time, thus avoiding a penalty. That could be an interesting bit of luck for those cars, and that would play into what you're talking about. They would inherit the best track position if there were a safety car in that last hour. So we're way off that, aren't we? 5 and a bit hours, so I'm merely speculating, but it's just something to keep an eye on in the not too distant future.
And Arthur Leclerc pits in 50, so 51 gets a free ride. That's interesting, because earlier on we had them double stacking. This time they've split them. They're only really 30 seconds apart on on stint time, but the decision taken on this lap to have them in independently.
Yeah, I think that might have even been Leclerc saying, I need to box. I know I can do another lap, but I'm going to lose 2 or 3 seconds because these tyres are gone. Got the car rather unconventionally using the door to lift itself up. The teams used to punch you in the face as a driver for doing that, because it's a very fragile carbon piece there on the door. Slams the door, make sure it's definitely closed, didn't he? And didn't look particularly happy, I would say, with how he closed that. And look at the grime on the front of that. No need to clean the lights anymore. The teams would have been making sure they were squeaky clean during the night. The earth strap there while they're fueling, making sure if there's any static charges, it goes into the earth and not into a fire release. Nice getaway in front of that Lion Speed Porsche.
So 50 rejoins. Now we'll start to see its real position and where it is in relation, let's say, to the 98 BMW, the 48 Mercedes and the 96 Porsche here, which, because that is out of sequence, has found itself back up into third place. And of course it will inherit the lead once more once Pierre Guidi pits, because it's now second at the expense of 50 Ferrari, and it will take over the lead at the expense of 51 that we anticipate will come in this time. So you get this constant fluctuation. Early on, people were pretty much pitting all together. Now there is that disparity again, and you can see that the team is ready for 51 because drivers standing by getting ready. That car is Alessio Rovera, Vincent Abril and Alessandro Pierguidi, and the leading car then should be in this time. And you could argue that this race owes them a win after last year, when of course Pierguidi was blocked coming into the pit lane by a Lamborghini Hugo Cook's car that had expired round about here, and there was nowhere for the Ferrari to go. They lost about a minute and lost the race. So in it comes, and number 51 Ferrari that was way, way, way back early on in the race, sort of mid-60s in terms of a placing. That car now making the run to its pit box, and Alessandro Pierguidi, another good stint. This car is most definitely back at the races.
Yeah, it really is. And the pace has been strong for the Ferrari. Just be just big off there.
That's coming out of Blanchimont. It's number 19 that has gone around. You can see there's debris on the road, and Baptiste Moulin, the driver of the car, yellow flag out. Actually, the racetrack is a lot clearer than you would have anticipated for an incident there. But now what do people do? Do they roll the dice and box? Or can Baptiste Moulin get away? If he can drive it back and the road is clear, then that's great news for race control. But in an incident like that, there's damage to the car. Possibly Baptiste Moulin a bit winded, but fair play. He has got the car moving again. And for an accident at Blanchimont, he's got away lightly.
Yeah, and the way that crash happened, and that could have really split strategy there. So that keeps everyone alive. If that had gone full course yellow, everyone that's just stopped would be absolutely seething at that. So, yeah, we've seen cars loose on the exit Blanchimont. We rode on board, didn't we, with the sister car, the 63, with Engstler, who was having to lift on the way to Blanchimont. And maybe Moulin there not lifting enough. Let's have a look in the dirty air as well. Oh, the Corvette loops round, and the big solid concrete wall. And actually, the impact not that large. That wouldn't have been probably more than 5 or 6 G, and that's why that car's able to carry on. But I expect that will be out the race when it gets back into the pit box.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll find more damage than we have just seen. And actually, having looked at the replay, there was front and rear impact as well, wasn't there? It hit the barrier on an angle, admittedly with the front, but then as it spun round, the back made contact as well. So there'll have been quite a lot of energy through the car. Back down the pit lane, Vincent Abril, the Monegasque driver, taking over from Alessandro Pierguidi, getting ready to go, and he accelerates now uphill. So Vincent Abril installed in 51, so new tank of fuel, new tyres, new driver, the full service, so to speak, of the pit stop. And so, guess what? Porsche back in the lead. So Sven Muller, because he's out of sequence, finds himself in the lead of the race once again.
I wonder if there was much debris left from that Lamborghini was the only thing. We said there wasn't much, but it's got to be a bonnet somewhere in between where he hit the wall and came into pit lane. Could be off track where it's safe enough, of course. Abril slotted in a lovely bit of space here. He'll be very happy. Brand new set of Pirellis we saw getting on. He will be able to put some laps in. Going to keep an eye on what those lap times were, because they all dropped away for every single car at the end. Can we get back in the 17s? There is the debris. That's the hood. So you can see it's quite a
soft line, isn't it?
Yeah, it's safe. Just looking at the engineering of it, just marveling at it. So that's taking air from the front of the car and shoots it then over the windscreen. That's where you can see that kind of funnel effect on it there from the Lamborghini Huracan. Probably cost 3,500–4,000 euros, so painful to see on the bank balance. But Vince Abril here, he had a mega start to the race, didn't he? They had that problem in the first pit stop where they had to go into the box, and it looked like they were ruled out. And I may have wrongfully said that's going to be hard for them to come back. But at the moment, they are in with a shout, and Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they can do. Can he look after those rear tyres more than Leclerc was struggling in the other car?
Yeah, it was the second stint of the race that car had that problem. Rovera had been installed in it. He went out and came back in pretty much at the end of the lap, wasn't it? Yeah, and we understood it was a brake issue. But Alessandro Pierguidi has just got out of 51, and he has done a mega job at getting the car back into the mix. He might be able to tell us what that drama was all about, because he's with Ganel.
Alessandro, impressive comeback up front. Yesterday evening you were P50 or so. Could you talk us through what, the way you came back to the front?
Yeah, at the end we have been quite lucky with a couple of Cielo, and we came back on the lap. Then overtaking by overtaking, we arrived in the top position, and now we are fighting. We are there. I'm not sure if we have enough to fight for the victory, but we will try.
You closed the gap on the last season on the leaders, so you think you have the weapon to make it to the end, to make it to the win?
I hope so. I don't know, but yeah. Actually, it's quite difficult to drive with these tires, but we try our best.
Thank you.
So Alessandro Pierguidi then, who was part of the Maserati fabric when the MC12 was a successful GT car, driving an Italian GT and FIA GT, but it's been with Ferrari that he's made his name, of course, in the last decade. There are very few championships that he's not raced a Ferrari in. Of course, he has been a Le Mans winner back in 2023. He's been a Spa 24 winner in 2021. He's already got 2 previous appearances as a class winner, winning twice in Pro-Am as far back as 2012, and GT World Challenge Endurance champion last year, and that only scratches the surface of his CV. Perhaps the best Ferrari driver that the outside world hasn't heard of, really, because not a Formula 1 driver means that he flies under the general radar a little bit. Still, I noticed the team being rather tight-lipped about what the problem was that cost them all of that time, so I think it's going to be down to you and I to go and do some sleuthing at certain parts of the next few hours, Joe.
Yeah, well, next break I'll head down there with Double Espresso and see who I can bribe to get some information out of them as we look at the 998 car. Philip Eng aboard it behind that 2Cs Verstappen.com. Aston Martin, Chris Lullum there. This is overall for the final podium position. Different classes, of course, and different strategies in play. 23 minutes stint time delta between them. So Lullum, lower fuel used tyre, which I think is the bigger problem now, and I don't expect him to fight Philip Eng if he gets much closer, but he definitely won't be letting him go. He'll want to keep up this attack. They're under strict instruction there in the 33 car to concentrate on overall result, not class.
We understand from Alex in the pit lane the damage to number 19 looks pretty bad, so we're anticipating that is going to be notified as a retirement, but we'll await confirmation, but it's not looking great. Here is Chris Lullum then in the Aston, which again, because it is out of sequence compared to, say, the BMW, is up into 3rd place. What we now have, though, is Mirko Bortolotti installed in 63, back ahead of the BMW. So on that last round of pit stops, number 63 Lamborghini has gone back into the lead of the race in real terms.
Yeah, the pit stop was 1.7 seconds faster, so that would have been enough, wasn't it? Because Exler was definitely less than that behind this car when we were looking back from it as we go on board, following Lullum down the hill into T8. Steering inputs looking okay on the way in, not too much understeer. Trying to unwind the lock, trying to feel if it's going to snap of oversteer. A bit more tentative turning into the left there of the wheel. Lots of micro adjustments from Philip Eng. See so many different styles with drivers, of course, but Philip Eng looking busy behind the wheel, trying to feel the grip. Looks like they've got this car quite loose, so the rear end almost helping rotate the car as much as the front, it seems, as he dives down the hill. You can see the 2 overlays there. Lullum in front, of course, is going to be slower earlier on as they go into the corner, but then he'll speed up quicker on the way out, both 3rd gear through Piff Paff. That's pretty uniformed across all 10 manufacturers here around Spa for turns 13 and 14.
It's a fascinating battle that we've got developing, really, for the win, isn't it, now? Because still with 6.5 hours, give or take, to go, you've got Lamborghini that has never had a win in the 24 hours of Spa versus BMW that's had 25 wins in the 24 hours of Spa. That's a Lamborghini that is as good as out, because there's all the front damages you'd seen, there's the rear damage after it clanged the wall as well, and there's all sorts of you-know-what and derision falling out the front.
Yeah, 9th in class there, as you can see the coolant dropping out. And excuse me if I'm being patronising, David, but I only recently learned that coolant is actually very flammable. Depending on the coolant you've used, there's actually something flammable in it. So when someone told me, I was like, okay, I know I'm a bit thick, but there's no way something wet can be flammable. But you actually get a lot of fires when coolant leaks. It then evaporates, and the chemical left can ignite. So the team will also be wary of that, depending on the coolant they're using, of course. But huge amount of damage there, 9th in their class. So it'll be a hard one to get back out and justify going to the end.
Well, indeed, as you look then at Philip Eng. Now, Eng, of course, by being trapped behind the Chris Lallam Aston Martin, last time around lapped in the 2:19s, whereas Bortolotti is lapping in the 2:18s, quicker than the race leader. So he's catching the Porsche, even though the Porsche isn't really in his fight. But Bortolotti, in real terms right now, is building the gap over Philip Eng. So after the next stops for the Aston and the Porsche, and you go back to Lamborghini versus BMW, the margin will be way over the 20-second mark that it is now.
Yeah, I'd agree with that one. Just looking at the Ferrari pace on that fresh tyre, they're able to bang in low 18s, but no one in the 17s. And then it looks like after 20 minutes of driving or so, those tyres then just drop off a second. So the tyre, once it's done 10 laps, done 70 kilometers or so, it just seems to take a second out of the pace. And then will it keep dropping? That's what the drivers will then start to worry about. Do I need to look after the rear tyre? And that's the reason why, as track temp flicks up to 32 degrees, the hotter the track gets, the less grip it gets, for multiple of reasons. The main one really being that the oils start to react differently between the tyre and the tarmac. It obviously also makes the tyre hotter, which then makes it less grippy once it goes its optimal window, and it flies over the top of that. And this drone flying over the top of Sector 3 here as we see this front engine battle rage between Aston and BMW.
Which is an interesting one, isn't it? As the drone comes over the Blanchimont trees, you saw the kart track to the left-hand side. Here they come out of Blanchimont, then ride the curb on the outside, and the run into the chicane. The Aston Martin going really nicely. And don't forget, this is a team that up until this year, 2C's Motorsport hadn't run the Aston. They'd rather made their name through running the Mercedes AMG with great success, and still run the cars with great success. They have one in the entry, don't they, as well, the number 222 car. But they were appointed by Verstappen.com to run the Aston Martin, and a good job has been done, especially given that they've only really had 2 proper races with it, Le Castellet and then Monza, before you get thrown into this.
Yeah, a huge amount learnt there. And we spoke about Century doing well for a one-car team. This car also effectively a one-car team, one Mercedes, one Aston, but no data to be really learned from each other there. As we look at the top speed through Eau Rouge, powered by AWS, the Drouet car, now retired, of course, leading that graphic there. But yeah, fair play to 2C's, the unofficial Joe Osborne single car trophy award at the moment, going to that 33 car.
What an accolade to win a Joe Osborne trophy, heavens. It's Mirko Bortolotti then the effective race leader, and he's still closing on Sven Muller. The more you look, the more you realise that that Porsche is not really in the game, because not only is on the next pit stop it going to fall back down to about 10th place, but its lap times are very nearly 2 seconds a lap slower at the minute than Bortolotti, who was doing the chasing. And it's not because of traffic. There's nothing up the road, at the moment at least, from Muller. His sectors aren't that good either.
No, there was a big group of cars behind him. I don't know if he had to overtake them. Let's give him another lap to see where he settles into as we go back to this class battle that's been, feels like it's raging on every time we cut to it. They've been absolutely flying around at a good pace as well, comparable to some of the pro cars. So yes, they're bronze class cars, sorry, but the pace of them super strong. Dan Arrow still on the car. Now Dennis Marshall has taken over from Lawson in that Ferrari behind.
And we know that Dennis Marshall is the fastest of the 4 in that car, so he's going to make it fly. As another car that's just gained a place in gold is Treble 7. Jens Klingman at the wheel of the Almanar by WRT entry. Up the inside, not for a position, just for track position. There goes the Ferrari. And 81 hanging on to that class lead. Dan Arrow with Dennis Marshall now right on his tail. So the lead of bronze could change imminently.
And a lot of fans for Dennis around the track. I've seen countless Marshalls, so he's a very well supported driver as well.
Right out of Bruxelles they come. Let's stay with this for a moment. You've also got the Pro-Am leading Porsche of Noam Abramczyk, GT4 regular, tucked up behind. So the battle for bronze. The top two, Mercedes versus Ferrari. Mercedes with the sticky tape on the front after an earlier bit of contact. And Dennis Marshall is hunting down Dan Arrow then as they come now out of Pouin. Dan Arrow raced in Dutch Club Racing, came into Lamborghini Super Trofeo a few years back. He was last year's silver champion in the Endurance Cup. And Dennis Marshall on his tail. There he is, having been the winner of last year's Gulf 12 Hours. He made his name initially in the Audi TT Cup and then spread through Audi's efforts into GT racing and really through Dustin Blattner finds himself now at Kessel in the Ferrari. But Marshall's another of those versatile drivers. He doesn't just specialise in one brand. Put him in anything and he can deliver.
It's a good skill to have. It means you can get more employment. So nice to not get pigeonholed, but it then does make it harder to be on the last 10th of the second if you're jumping between various cars. They've all got nuances how to quirkily get it. Snap of oversteer again on the exit of Blanchimont, though we haven't seen that as often in recent years. Maybe the new Pirelli just feeling different as it gets towards the end of the stint now. BMW now really holding up this two-car battle for the Bronze Cup lead.
Yeah, that BMW then getting very sideways, getting away with it as the cars now power their way again up into the La Source hairpin. Federico Malvestiti in the BMW has to cede the track position there to the Mercedes on the inside. So Dan Arrow goes by. Dennis Marshall is on his toes as well, coming out of the corner, pushing, and will be ahead by the time they get to the bottom of the hill. But the BMW, with all of that grunt in a straight line, doesn't just disappear, but eventually has to slot back in behind.
Smart driving from both there as we look forward, looking at the Mercedes of Dan Arrow, headlights ablaze. Dan Arrow will just be focused forwards at this point. He will have already understood where the Ferrari's strong and weak, so he won't get distracted by a feint like that to the inside, and he will just be concentrating on it. Now they go into Sector 2. The Ferrari has been super strong there. Sector 2 has really been a sector for that 296 GT3 car. Load of dust kicked up there in the face, and again, next time all the drivers go round, the grip changes once more. So every time you pound around this Spa circuit, 392 laps for the leading cars, every lap slightly different.
And the record distance that we've had, 563 laps, as this bronze battle continues, with Dennis Marshall edging a little bit closer, the gap coming down, look, as they go into Pouin now through the long left. Behind them is still Noam Abramczyk in 36th place in the green Porsche. That's the car that is leading in Pro-Am, just riding shotgun. That's the AV Racing by Car Collection Motorsport entry. He's taken over from Bob Yuan, who had that moment on his in-lap. So now Dan Arrow comes towards us with Dennis Marshall behind him. And Dan Arrow is not as far into a stint as Marshall is as well. So even if Dennis Marshall gets ahead, he'll still be able to, Dan Arrow, recapture the lead on the pit stops. 6 hours, 16 minutes here at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa to go. It is developing into a Lamborghini versus BMW battle outright, and Mercedes AMG versus Ferrari in the Bronze Cup. Arrow out of Blanchimont. Behind him, out of Blanchimont, comes Dennis Marshall, past that bit of debris that came off Baptiste Moulin's damaged Lamborghini at Blanchimont and through the chicane. And again, you can see who the pro drivers are, because they're the ones that are just that little bit more courageous over the curb, and that's exactly what Dennis Marshall was doing as he came into the chicane that time around. To La Source they come, hard on the brakes and turn right and then drop down the hill. Replay here of Fuoco getting himself up past Kelvin van der Linde, and that was for 7th place.
Yeah, make a move relatively simple. Van der Linde not really fighting it too much, I wouldn't say. As we go back to Dan Arrow, the rear of the car starting to squirm around, so he's having to feather that throttle somewhat, then point and squirt down the straight. Dennis Marshall sticking with him, just going back to record laps, 563, you said, David. If we run green to the end, we're only going to get to 553 on my calculation. So, yeah, I don't see a record distance this year.
So it'll stand to be broken another day in this 77th running of the 24 Hours of Spa that's morphed from its early days through a long period of being a touring car race and then to GT cars from Stefan Rattel's takeover of the event with the RACB. There was a failing rule set of touring car racing. It was a real ragtag and bobtail miscellany of cars, and the event was starting to be devalued by some of the entries, and the future was deemed to be GT racing, and boy, what a future. 74 cars started this edition of the race, as coming now through Pouhon goes the Mercedes AMG, still clear in the hands of Dan Arrow. Then you've got Dennis Marshall behind in the Ferrari, and Noah Abramczyk still getting a little bit nearer in the Porsche behind on the road. He's not in the same fight, but he is a class leader. So here they come now into the right-hander, which is Campus, and then onto the Cours Paul Frère once again. Dan Arrow here, he's going to have to worry about traffic in a moment, because he's not that far behind the Qatari Audi number 27 of Al Khalifi, so he ought to be able to get through on pure pace. Actually, Abramczyk's just fading ever so slightly in that car that is in 35th place outright. So Dan Arrow now finds the back marker ahead of him, needs to work out where he's going to make the move. He's on the lights, the Audi peels to one side, and Dan Arrow goes past. Dennis Marshall chances his arm up on the inside, gets crowded up the curb, and wasn't able to make the move coming into the chicane, nor on the immediate exit. So that gives Dan Arrow a free ride, really, because he's built the gap.
Yeah, I think that was a high-risk, low-reward move, in my opinion. I can see why Marshall tried it, but he would have been better to wait for a good exit and get him where he eventually got him. That Qatari Audi doing a good job. We saw some strong pace from that Qatari Audi, didn't we? Pre-qualifying, that car was 4th at the end of the session, so that car is getting stronger as the season goes on. So just watch Dennis Marshall here, too far back, flashing the headlights. The Qatari Audi does well to leave half a car width to the curb, and that's why Marshall had to be all up on it, and then he peels out of the way. And yeah, Dennis Marshall, I'm sure, will be angry at that one, but I don't see what the Audi could have done any more to help him.
No, go along with that. And also now, look, the Porsche there of Noel Abramczyk has gone through as well. So we've had the Pro-Am leading car gaining ground, and there's a reasonable gap for Abramczyk in Pro-Am right now over Nick Katzberg. It's always good to have Nick Katzberg in a race, but one would prefer to see him perhaps in a Pro Cup car, because he's won the event, he's won pretty much everything there is to win in GT-style cars, but only getting a Pro-Am seat this year. Coming then, Noam Abramczyk out of the left-hander of Speaker's Corner down towards Pouhon. The circuit waking up, isn't it now? We're at 10:15. The grandstands are starting to have rather more people in them. The tents are being put away, and the fans are going back trackside to enjoy the sunshine and the last few hours of the race. But if you bear in mind that after the 24 hours of Spa, our longest race in Endurance Cup in Europe is 6 hours at the Castellet, well, we've got over that by 11 minutes still to go.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of distance. If someone gets a bit more sleep in the sunshine, I would quite like to be him right now. And yeah, and it's an amazing experience that you can fall asleep with the noise of these cars thundering around, you know, the Mustang and the Corvette, so fast and loud. But all of these are very, very fun cars to come and listen to. It's a real crescendo.
There's a rather frustrated Aston Martin fan with all the gear, the hat, the T-shirt, but very few Astons still running, other than number 33, which is the Chris Lulham-driven car out of Gold Cup. It's leading Gold, and it's 4th in the order. Its battle with 58 McLaren continues. Dan Arrow doing a good job here as well, isn't he, in the Mercedes AMG. Dan Pyle, as he was born, but he got so cross with people not being able to pronounce Pyle properly, he decided to change it to Arrow. All Z's taken. There is then the battle that we're talking about between Ferrari and Mercedes AMG on track for bronze. Dan Arrow ahead of Dennis Marshall. This is the view that Marshall has, and he's edging ever closer.
Really is, and just not able to do anything just yet as we look at Bortolotti. Muller's pace did improve after that particularly slow lap we highlighted a few back, but Bortolotti is still quicker on average so far, and a great illustration of progress gained. You can see some big numbers for some drivers further down the field.
Right, over the timing line comes Mirko Bortolotti. He is the race leader in real terms. His co-driver Luca Engschler did a very good stint battling with Max Hesse. Let's hear from Luca with Alex.
Luca, you have had a busy, busy night, haven't you? But I tell you what, you're pedaling hard.
Yeah, it's been a tough race so far. We flat out from the first lap, obviously starting only P19 with the penalty we had. So, yeah, quite demanding race.
Still just over 6 hours to go. I mean, you're on the preferred strategy.
Yeah, everything is going according to plan, but 6 hours, I mean, that's 6 DTM races, right? So it's a long way ahead.
Your sister car is not looking good at all. What's the vibe in the garage? It must be quite hard when you've got one car who's battling for the lead and another car who looks like set for retirement.
Yeah, unfortunately the boys had a crash in Blanchimont, but I think it just shows the great spirit that even the guys, the 63, are helping our sister car to get it back out for the last minute. So yeah, big heads up to this amazing team.
How are you feeling? You must be knackered. You've only just done Nürburgring 24-hour.
I'm ready to go to bed. Just wake me up if we're on the podium, that would be perfect.
Are you good at sleeping? Will you get sleep now?
Yeah, I think I go to the hotel now.
Do you think you'll do another stint towards the end?
I hope not, but it depends on the boss, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, well done, Luca. Go and have some well-earned rest.
And the penalty that Luca Engler touches on was a penalty of 23.952 seconds to be added to the car's time in the classification of Superpole because it did not go out at the allotted time. It crossed the pit exit loop too late, and therefore the lateness was added on to the lap time, and that's why in the order it fell down. So it wasn't a race penalty, it was a penalty for basically administrative muck-up in Superpole. So yeah, it cost it a grid position, but they've certainly overcome that now. Mirko Bortolotti, we know, is another absolute star. He's a DTM champion. He has been Italian Formula 3 champion, Blancpain Endurance Series champion, and Bortolotti would desperately love to win this race. He's been a loyal servant of Lamborghini, and of course this is a brand that has not had an outright win in this classic race.
No, he had that blip with Audi, didn't he? Left and drove for Audi for that single year, and then came back to Lamborghini with the hypercar as well for them. And talk about administrative errors for Grasser. I'd just be a bit worried if I was on the 63 car that my car crew was helping the sister car when we've got a race to win. If there was a quick full course yellow, are they going to be ready to put some tyres and fuel on at short notice? I'm sure the team have it in hand, but I'm all one for being nice, but I'd much rather win.
Dan Arrow is hanging on to that class lead still in bronze. This at the moment is one of the best battles, although Antonio Fuoco is still chipping his way up the order. He's pulled away from Kelvin van der Linde by 3 seconds. We saw him replay the move happening. Sven Muller then is round about 15 minutes away from a pit stop out of the leading car. Mirko Bortolotti is catching him anyway. It was round about the 14-second mark a few laps back. It's now 9. So as I said earlier, not only is Muller going to lose that lead, but he's also not lapping quickly enough anyway. Meanwhile, Dennis Marshall has fallen back by 2 or 3 lengths, hasn't he, from the Mercedes AMG. Dan Arrow here coming up towards Blanchimont, going through that fast, long left-hander, and now on the run into the chicane once again.
Yeah. Just trying to see if the Ferrari's struggling with anything handling-wise. The problem is when you run that close, you do work the front tyre harder, gets some understeer, gets the apex, okay? So it turns in nice, and the second curb as well. These drivers not caring. These guys have got to do 24 hours and trying to nurse them over any curbs anytime soon, that's for sure. Just looking at stint averages towards the front there. Bortolotti, sorry, 4/10 quicker on average in this stint than Sven Muller in front. It's actually Philip Eng behind has really struggled. He is a second a lap slower on average than Bortolotti in that car. As we look at the Ziggo Sports Tempesta car going on board, 6th gear, flat through here, and the pace very strong in this car. Last lap past one of the fastest cars on track, so the 93 car run by AF Course going great guns right now.
And it's Lorenzo Petresi at the wheel, who we've normally seen in Audis, so he joins the team this weekend, may do more endurance races, we are yet to discover, but Lorenzo Petresi joining Jonathan Hui, Eddie Cheever, Chris Froggatt, and it's been a very good combination. You get used to seeing them going so strongly within bronze, or indeed in years past Pro-Am, and of course Chris Froggatt, Eddie Cheever, Jonathan Hui on the basis of the results last year in the Endurance Cup, getting an entry into Le Mans this year, which was always Chris Froggatt's big ambition.
Yeah, they were roughly 30 seconds ahead of the 3rd car in the bronze class. Remember, they had that drive-through penalty, did they not, for drive time extended, went over the drive time essentially, and that would have lost them over 70 seconds. So they're obviously on the fight back.
So into the chicane Les Combes comes Lorenzo Petresi. Goes a little bit deep maybe there and just up the curb. His target in the class is going to be Ricky Perra in the number 80 Lion Speed Porsche, as up towards Les Combes goes Chris Lullum. In the background, Vincent Abril trying to get past that Barwell Lamborghini, but this is the car in second place in real terms. Philippe Eng then coming now out of the right of Les Combes, and as he comes into Bruxelles, Philippe Eng hustling on, and probably time we just caught up with what's going on between him and the engineers. Let's listen in.
I'm sliding around a lot. I don't know if this is a bad tire set or something, but I have zero grip and a lot of understeer.
Copy, understood. It could be that we spent too long behind the Aston and we overcooked the tires. Could be also this.
So, struggling for grip. Either a bad set of tyres or by running in traffic they've been overcooked, but Philippe Eng is not a happy customer.
No, he's really not. And, he has gapped Chris Lullum. Last time we really saw these cars, they were in reverse order. You can't even see Lullum in the back of the shot there, and the engineer has some pretty good wisdom. You can't change it, but Eng's not crying about it. He's just trying to explain what he's got underneath. And when you say about a bad tyre set, what does that mean? Well, sometimes just the tyre is obviously stored in a different way. They get shipped in containers, so those tyres being against the wall of container, they got hotter and colder a few more times and maybe a set in the middle. A lot of the top teams actually check the softness of the rubber to see what they are like, and they can sometimes refuse a set if it's outside of a parameter. An oil bomb going on there. The Mustang can see that red bottle getting put in, pressurized oil just topping up the engine oil system.
And that's the 65 car. David Schumacher brought it in. It's the surviving Mustang out of the Haupt Racing Team Ford Performance stable. If you're an Australian watching this, the thought of HRT Ford Performance must blow your mind. HRT always used to be Holden Racing Team, the big enemy of Ford.
Yeah, and it's racing this car, isn't it? The silver class there, the Aston Martin of LaRue leaving. I guess there's probably 25 seconds between them as they both leave pit exit this lap.
And also in the pits is the second place silver car. So the Mustang is third, second is Audi 26, and the class leader in silver currently is 35. So yeah, they're all in at the same time. So there's the battle on the road, it translates to the pits and then goes back out again. As in bronze, meanwhile, Dan Arrow still ahead of Dennis Marshall.
Spotted the problem here. Lullum has lost place on the way into the pits, but that was, again, quite a short stint relatively to what we've been seeing. So are they cooking the rear tyres too, or is it just the first stint that we haven't had a full course yellow for
Correct.
a while?
Yeah, because it was an hour, so there's no yellow in that, so that's about right. So he was being caught by Abril anyway, and I think it was Vincent Abril was a second ahead of him, so Lullum lost a bit of time coming into the pit lane, and as they got to the beam, that's why the Ferrari was ahead. But yeah, an hour done, so I think that's okay for Chris Lullum. It's kind of on schedule, because the last full course yellow that we had was at 8:35 and it's now 10:25. So although it went to safety car, we have had over an hour of clean running, and that's something else the drivers have got to factor in. They can't now do what WRT did and go over 65 last time. The stint under green is just an hour plus that tolerance of another 59 seconds the other side that you then round down. Dennis Marshall on the back of Dan Arrow coming out of La Source. He just can't quite find those last couple of tens, and nor can he force a mistake out of Dan Arrow.
All right, to get down the inside of the Porsche using a lot of curb at La Source. The car almost bottomed out with the rotation he got there, and he's still right on the back of the Mercedes as they fly over the top of Eau Rouge there. You can see that bit of cable flapping around, rather annoying, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's either the extinguisher pull or the isolator cutoff for the electricity. Probably they're taped down, but that one's flapping away. I'm sure Dennis Marshall was having to look through that. Not worried, Dan Arrow there, just getting a bit of oversteer through the car. Track temp ever rising, now 34 degrees, so it is getting hotter rather quickly out there, and expect pit lane to get quite busy in the next 5 to 6 minutes, with a lot of the leaders getting towards end of their stint time. Just look at this Ferrari, and it's just unable to make any inroad. It gets to within 4 or 5 tenths of a second, and then that is it. It's unable to do anything about Dan Arrow. Dan Arrow now would have seen this Ferrari for so long, he'd probably almost just a bit of white noise in his mirrors.
Yeah, he's kind of got hypnotised by it, hasn't he? So there, diving to the inside line, is the Rinaldi Ferrari, number 12. The real gun in that has been Felipe Fernandez-Lazer over the course of the race. 35 with its flappy mirror, still won't fall off, and they still won't rip it off. That's dropped to second now in class. So 42 BMW has gone to the top of the class. that is Will Moore in 42 BMW. Matteo Villagomez has taken over this Aston. He has replaced Romain Larue, and Romain Larue out of the car is with Ganel Longy in the pit lane. You're watching his car, but we can hear from Romain Larue right now.
Romain Larue just off the number 35 Aston Martin leading car in the silver class, but the gap is still quite small compared to the following car.
Yes, it's very, very tight. We were 5 cars. I think we're now 4 cars on the lead lap after my stint. It's very, very tight. The closest battle I've ever had. We've been pushing since last night to close, to extend the gap. There's been a few safety cars, a few things, but just everyone's very tight. So it's a struggle to pull away. So it's going to be a battle for the remaining 6 hours, I think.
Valentin Asclo reported a water bottle issue on number 100 Aston Martin earlier this morning. It seems that you are experiencing the same issue.
Yes, we've experienced the same issue since last night. It was quite all right in the night with the cooler conditions. It's getting tougher and tougher now with the hotter conditions. We're trying to find a solution for it, but we're fighting for the win, so it's the last thing we think about.
En français, Romain, vous dominez la classe silver, mais derrière ça pousse quand même très très fort, faut pas vous laisser abattre, et puis à tout moment avec l'arrivée d'une neutralisation, ça peut réduire le gap, et puis vous avez aussi un petit problème d'eau dans la voiture. C'était le cas aussi pour Valentin Asclo qui nous en parlait ce matin, ça va pas aussi vous faciliter la tâche?
Non, c'est sûr. Bon, on a la chance, ça fait maintenant 6 heures qu'on est en tête, plus de 6 heures qu'on est en tête, mais on n'a jamais eu plus de 20 secondes d'écart avec la voiture derrière, donc c'est à fond depuis plus de 12 heures. C'est sûr qu'on a un petit problème d'eau, on n'a plus d'eau dans la voiture pour les pilotes, hein. Pour la voiture tout va bien. Mais donc là avec les températures qui montent ça devient un peu plus compliqué, mais c'est la dernière chose à laquelle on pense avec tout ce qui se passe autour, et à pousser à fond, on n'y pense pas trop.
Bonne fin de course, merci.
Great to have Ganel Longy with us this weekend at the Spa 24 Hours with Alex Legui in the day pits and with Gemma Scott joining us in the night. I'm Ben Kotzenjuris, and I've had no sleep for the last 24 hours, so I apologise for anything that comes out of my mouth after the next 2 hours, but I will do my best.
Should apologise to me for what we have to look at as well, the sorry state of your face and this 35 car, the mirror hanging off, as we can see the 35 car there on the left of shot, one of the AF course Ferraris on the inside, and there's going to be a touch here. That was on the in-lap. We then saw the hand come out of that Ferrari, won't see it from this shot, but I think that was on the Ferrari personally, and again, same from that angle, the Aston couldn't disappear, and and the battle rages on as we see Dennis Marshall, 74 Kessel Ferrari against Dan Arrow, that win with Mercedes.
Isn't this so classic of Spa 24 Hours battles though? The gaps are so small, and because everyone is so equal, the cars are so equal, it just seems to stay stale for hour upon hour until a mistake or still a problem happens. And Dan Arrow, for instance, there, I think, cut across the top of Radion. That's the sort of mistake, a track limits infringement, that then starts to mix things up.
Yeah, well pointed as we see the leader pit just at the top of the screen there, just cleaning his tyres. Big snap of oversteer there as well. Talking about track limits, they've been reset for the final time, reset every 6 hours. We're now in the final 6 hours, so the drivers have 5 more lives if they need them, as we see the Rutronic Porsche team going to work. Looks like Muller's staying aboard there. Didn't see a driver change. Fresh drinks bottle going through the passenger door. 4 Pirelli tyres going on, the fueler on the front last tyre. Seems to be the rear right for all the teams as they cycle round. You can see how tight the diff is as they were tightening up that one. It spun the rear left around. Quick windscreen clean on that one. Still not doing a tear off. They've got that slight phallic damage, haven't they, from earlier through the debris. Windscreen wiper down, car ready to go. Are they doing an adjustment there on maybe some of the cooling strips, maybe just to clean in the end? Obviously the engines need to be at the optimal temperature, so the teams sometimes have to blank the cars off during the night to keep the water temperature in their optimal position. Stop, go, see you later.
Big difference between last night at minimum about 14 degrees to yesterday, where we were up to, I think we didn't get quite to 30, but we are expecting 30 by the end of today's race. So to try and keep the engine in that window with such a huge variance in temperature, and it is quite a lot bigger than usual because we wouldn't usually have this sort of weather, it is a bit of a challenge for the teams. Can you believe that we are probably, and I touch wood here, going to go 3 24 hours in 3 separate weekends in the north of Europe with not a single drop of rain during the race?
Can't wait for it to be biblical rain out of nowhere now.
I will be dancing in it because it is so hot out there. It's actually, the commentary box this morning is cooler than out in the paddock area. It really is swelteringly hot.
As we see the 96 car finally get into the pit exit. And Dan Arrow did get a track limit. Really annoying for him when he did it, because he'd been quite clean for the previous 6 hours. 5 minutes into the first one, he uses 20% of those track limit lives up. So the team will be reminding him of that as we see this slightly off-sequence car still on the lead lap, but off-sequence. They now will be praying for no full course yellow until the rest of the leaders cycle through the next stops.
But as we saw, that brought the 998 machine into the lead battle just after midnight, basically pitting and then having a full course yellow full whilst they were in the pits, allowed them to jump 30-40 seconds. And ever since then, they have been in that lead battle just between themselves and the Lamborghini 63. They didn't get there from pure pace, like, for instance, the 2 Ferraris did for a time. They were there just out of pure luck. And that same thing can happen in, well, it's a 6-hour race. It's the Paul Ricard 6 hours. Most of our endurance races are only 3, so we've got 2 of those left. A lot can still happen. And I think, especially with the temperatures we've got, I think we're going to see a lot of driver fatigue and probably also car fatigue and mechanic fatigue as well.
Yeah, just trying to see what the mechanics are looking at there. Something in a tray, isn't it? It's an oil cooler. Well, no, it's just a radiator change. So they were looking at the front grille, weren't they? Maybe some damage there. Do they think they can change that? That would only add to a pit stop time, though, so I'd be surprised if they are looking at that. But interesting, they've got one spares. Dennis Marshall drops it on the exit there. Finally, the gap to Dan Arrow grows. They've got a BMW in between as well at the moment. BMW missing its rear bumper from earlier on. The flapping we can see there was actually incorrect. I've been corrected on that. That's how they release the air lance there. So you can see the nozzle slightly to the left. The mechanics finished. Rather than have to get the collar out underneath that air lance, they simply yank that piece of wire. Dan Arrow again, the car looking very, very loose for him, and he's still got 10 minutes of his stint. Indicator on, very wise to let that Pro 31 BMW pass while he didn't have Dennis Marshall welded on his rear bumper for the first time, in at least 20 laps.
I mean, he is losing a overall position to Dries van Thor there. He drops to 16th position and Dries moves up to 15th. Does that help? Does that not? Now the indicator's on. It's almost a bit sort of Nürburgring 24 hours-esque. I'm going left, please pass me on the right. You're seeing a little replay here. Oh, getting sucked into that gravel trap at Curve Paul Frere, which sucks you to the next one. Nearly sucks you into the barrier. But was that the 26? Yeah. Just about gets away with not touching the barrier and hopefully not filling too many ducts with gravel. Ducts, rather ducts.
Yeah, it's, when you're in the car like that, you're like, where's this magnet? Where is it? I'm getting drawn to this barrier. I want to go right, as we see Marshall with the run on Arrow. Arrow really late with the defense there. That was right on the borderline of being okay from a dirty perspective. Still got his indicator on from when he let Vantor pass the lap before, but Arrow darting all over the place at the end of the Kemmel Straight.
I mean, this is classic sprint race technique, isn't it? This is not a 6-hour endurance drive. Dan Arrow desperate to keep Blattner at bay, Dennis Marshall at bay, and all of this presumably is bringing the third place car in bronze into the picture as well.
Yeah, last lap, Pereira was slightly quicker, not as much as you would have assumed, but only 2.5 seconds down the road. It's not the Porsche directly on track, the Lion Speed one there, the red rear Porsche, so the green and black one slightly in the way of this battle. But you're right, this could be 1, 2, and 3, and Patrese not that far behind either in that Ziggo Sport car. Another 25 seconds down. That gap has come down a lot, though, to the 4th place Ferrari.
At the moment, Marshall focusing just on attacking Dan Arrow, but as soon as that Porsche starts appearing large in the rearview mirror, maybe that distracts his attention a little bit from just purely attack to a little bit of defense as well, and that might even help Dan Arrow just to have a little bit of breathing space, although as they come out of Curve Paul Frere or Stavolo, there is a little bit more gap between the two, and he perhaps doesn't need to worry about defending into the chicane.
Yeah, exactly that. Dennis Marshall has gone slightly longer in this stint, so he's probably only got 4 more laps as we see Pereira down the inside there. Nice move done on a fellow Porsche. Not too much fighting going on, but this will release him into the back of Dennis Marshall. I think Dennis Marshall here will be liking what he sees in front of him in terms of that Mercedes looking leery. Can he get Dan Arrow to use up some more of his track limit lives? Already one used very early on that we said just a few laps ago, but that Mercedes looking hard. And we touched briefly, you said a good comment about the temperature. I think a lot of the teams and drivers I spoke to this morning genuinely worried about this. This is hot, and it's hotter than what they expected. It's hotter than what they have the cars set up for, and that's going to make these cars very hard work. As again, look at the speed of that Ferrari as they get onto the Camel Straight. We're going to see a defense again at the end from that windward Mercedes, the turquoise car, going to the inside earlier. Is he going to try and go round the outside now on the brakes into Lecombe?
Tries to look round the outside. You need a really compliant opponent to be able to do that cleanly. And Dan Arrow is definitely getting his elbows out and trying to make that Mercedes 2 cars wide, and therefore, again, not the opportunity. But they have to be wise. They're not racing a 30-minute sprint here. In a few laps' time, they'll be into the pits. Everything gets reset, and they go again for another 5 hours and 45 minutes. So don't put yourself in that much jeopardy, surely.
Do you know what else isn't very wise? A racing driver. So I get your logic, but unfortunately it's going to fall on some pretty deaf ears out there. And again, the only thing I'm thinking with Dan Arrow, now he's having to defend so hard, the amount of marbles off the racing line that he's going on to close off that, every time he does that, it's going to give him more and more pickup. The car will be squirming underneath him more and more. This Porsche has had a mega sector 2. I feel like he's gained 3 or 4 tenths. They'll break the sector 2 beam shortly, and I'll let you know that, but the bit between the teeth on that 80 line speed Porsche.
Ricardo Pera then closing in and hopefully distracting Dennis Marshall. That's what Dan Arrow will be hoping for anyway. I think most of that was just that hugely defensive driving into Lecombe and being completely offline.
1.1 seconds quicker in Sector 2 alone from the flashing headlight of that Porsche. And now we have traffic. This is going to hold up the Mercedes the most. Front Mercedes getting out the way, 41st place at the moment, and actually doing a very good job and letting both of them through there. The Nordique car getting out the way rather well, but actually holding up the Porsche the most out of the 3.
Yeah, so Tim Sandler in that all-black Mercedes for Nordique Racing. And on the flashes, and again, being very, very clean and fair with the traffic to let them pass, because there's no obligation to do that in this particular 24-hour race.
No, exactly. There will be blue flags shown, but they're not super heavily enforced in that regard. So, yeah, doing a good job there. Tim having a huge shunt earlier on in the weekend at the top of this corner, and the Nordique team doing well to rebuild that car. Same again, 3 laps in a row now. Dennis Marshall in that gap, maybe not as close as the lap before, but Arrow will still be looking in his mirror.
Joe, as you know, if you're too close going into Eau Rouge and Raidillon, then you can't carry that momentum because you almost catch the car in front too quickly. And I think on that particular occasion, coming down towards Eau Rouge, Marshall was within a car length of the Mercedes, and so by the time he got to the point where we needed that momentum, there was nowhere for him to go.
See Pereira as well diving to the inside, but you're right. And the other thing, when you're too close to Eau Rouge, you sit in that void of air from the slipstream, and the whole front of the car can lift up. We've seen it before in previous years, haven't we, where the front axle of the Audi, for example, would go a foot or 2 in the air, and when the front wheels and tyres aren't touching the floor, the car isn't particularly responsive on that front axle, which is also a negative, and it can lead to a track limit. And you're almost like, it's not my fault I'm off the track, my front wheels aren't touching, and if your rear wheels weren't touching, would it even be a track limit because you're not touching off the track?
We are going to start seeing pit stops very, very shortly, but for the moment, this is the battle for the lead in bronze, and it is for 16th overall. There are 4 gold category cars ahead, but they are all ahead, as we've seen for most of this race, of the silver entries. We've seen bronze higher in the overall than our leading silver categories, which is not logical, but it's potentially the way that the driver lineups have shaken out throughout this race.
Yeah, again, it's down to how strong the bronze drivers are these days, and those AI graphics coming above, making my life much easier. I love when the position is shown and then you can flick to the sidebar on the left and see, that's Marshall with Arrow behind as they do that big, big break for the last stop of the lap. And just looking at the stint time here, Dennis Marshall 56 minutes now, so he should be able to just about finish this lap he's on, but it will be tight. So flip of a coin if you're boxed at the end of this lap, or do one more.
Lucas Auer in the man filter 48 Mercedes AMG GT3 has been off sequence for the majority of the race. They kind of did a couple of short pit stops at the start of the race. You can do a 2 minute or just over 1 minute, and they chose to keep themselves in the hunt basically by doing a couple of short ones, but it has put them off sequence, and so that is why we see Auer from 9th position in pits and dropping down, and he will drop down behind the gold category cars. We've still got another 10 minutes before we expect the majority of the rest of the top 10 to come into pits, and for the moment Dan Arrow here has a little bit of breathing space, a little bit of chance to just loosen his grip and loosen his shoulders and try and relax back into this rather than being super tense and super aggressive with his defense.
I'm sure he's been on the blower to the team going, how many laps have I got left of my stint? How many laps has Dennis Marshall got left? How many laps has that Porsche got left? Where's he's come from? And yeah, they haven't got that tyre maybe in the window that he wants it, so team may be looking at a pressure adjustment to try and keep the rear tyres especially better off. They can take some of the pressure out to try and keep it in its operating window, but doing that mid-race is no mean feat. These teams all have a very complex matrix when it gets hotter. How much air do they need to bleed out? But of course, so many variables at play.
And it is something that we see in not every single pit stop change, but yes, the Porsches, yes, the tyres get changed on the car, but a lot of the time the pressure within those tyres going onto the cars are different from the previous set. And sometimes you can go the right way and it can improve the car, but also it can be a risk and take you the wrong direction. But it's something, especially with today's massive temperature change, they will be chasing. All teams will be trying to keep in that window despite the change of air and track temperature.
Let's keep an eye on this Ferrari. It's so tight on his stint time. Can he squeeze another lap out? He's got 2 minutes and 50 seconds before he needs to be in the pits. His last lap was 2 minutes 20, so there is a bit of margin. He decides not, and he boxes this lap. They're not willing to sail too close to the wind just yet. Gets the car stopped and down to 50 kilometers an hour, and he will head to the Kessel team halfway down this first part of the pit lane.
And even with pit stops effectively controlled, we still also see a little bit of a change in undercut or overcut depending on when people come into the pits. This CrowdStrike 24 hours of Spa kicked off at 4:30 local time after over sweltering skies under the watchful eye of the Belgian royal family. The trophy returns to the front of the grid, and then a record-breaking 74 cars blasted down through Eau Rouge, and for the first couple of laps it was relatively clean until this number 60 Lamborghini turned around at the final turn and collected by Antares Auer, both heavily damaged but both returned to the track. This was the biggest, most spectacular accident of the early part of the race. That is Joshua Mason and Lauren Heinrich. Mason on trying to get his car back to the pits and unfortunately being collected. Antares Auer being collected by George Kurtz down at Bruxelles. That was his second accident. And under safety car, under that full course yellow stopping, we did see some drivers unable to respond correctly. And unfortunately, big damage for the number 70 Ferrari. It is so very competitive out there. The tiniest of touches sends cars around, and that 991 BMW been in the wars throughout the 24 hours. The Crow Keys BMW turned around at Bruxelles as well. This was a very nasty incident for the 11 Aston Martin, pushed into the barriers at Eau Rouge as day turned to night, one of the longest days of the year. And the fireworks and the festivities began in Paddock and in the massive concert area where lots of festival goers decided to turn their attention to the music. But the racing continued, and it was relatively clean throughout the night. There was these odd incidents, especially for the 57. I think we saw that Winward car turned around 3 or 4 times in the night, and more problems for the 991. It lost the front wheel and damaged a lot of that front axle. But in the end, the racing was very tight, but there wasn't too much massive drama. It just was spectacular. Compulsory pit stops to change brake disc and pad. And it all sort of played out that the 63 Lamborghini and the 998 BMW stayed at the head of the field. A massive engine failure for the number 23 McLaren, and a penalty for the number 48 Mercedes with that move down the inside, which actually eliminated the 64 Ford. That was running very well and very high up for HRT. This recent bit of contact, another spin for the 21 Aston Martin, putting them in the gravel trap, and yet more contact for the number 4 CrowdStrike Mercedes. Battles raging on as the Ferrari number 51, an ambitious move around the outside on the grass and made it stick. Not a place you want to lose your Lamborghini, and that eliminated and retired the number 19 Lamborghini through Blanchiment. It could have been a whole lot worse though, couldn't it? And most recently, some gravel tracking from the 26 Audi. And now we're very much into a period of reshuffling as pit stops begin to occur. We've got Philippe Eng in the 998 now in pit lane. We've already seen the McLaren number 59 in the pits. It's actually behind the 58. And oh, a slowing Ziggo Sport Ferrari. This car has been running pretty trouble-free, but not any longer. Listening. Engine was running.
The revs of the engine aren't matching the motion of the forward propulsion, is it? So there's something, there's a drive shaft or something. Eddie Cheever aboard, he's been in the car for less than 4 minutes, so very early on into his stint. And yellow flag here. This could really shake it up for some of the cars around their pit stops. And I'm sure race control are going to give him another 30 seconds. But where he's stopped on the exit of Pouhon, that's going to have to be a full course yellow sooner rather than later if that car remains.
Engine fired up, but as you say, selecting a gear and no drive, and then turn the engine off, try to get it back going again. And as you say, we've got the majority of the field yet to pit. Some have already pitted. So Philippe Eng has already done his stop under green flag conditions, but his opponents, namely the 63, just coming into the pits now, the Lamborghini. And we haven't yet gone full course yellow, but if we do, whilst the Lamborghini is in the pits, then they will going to have a massive gain over the 998.
But every second it stays green, they're going to lose out to cars that can go longer. So at the moment, the biggest loser would be that 998. The next biggest loser would be Bortolotti in pit lane right now. The next one that would have to pit is Marciello. He's going to have to pit at the end of this lap. We then have a couple of minutes until it'll be Van der Linde, the 32 Kelvin in that one, of course. And this would then swing it back to the 2 Ferraris, the sister cars of that Ziggo Sport car. Completely coincidental, of course. You could see the issue there. The pit entry is closed. Full course yellow is coming in 10 seconds time. Bortolotti fine because it was already in pit lane. Only the entry is closed. Full course yellow. So Bortolotti will be the biggest winner in this one.
When did Marcello come into the pits though? Because he says in pit by with just a 20 seconds. Was that after pit entry closed, though?
It was hard, wasn't it? Because pit entry was closed with 20 seconds to go. They will have to decide, are they allowed to get away with this, or is this an emergency service? Because they will need fuel. Otherwise, they will run out. As you see, Eddie Cheever out of the car there, looking at the rear left of the car. No obvious sign there. But this is now difficult for the cars. Short full course yellow always closes pit entry, but it's going to open up relatively quickly. So cars should be okay. They won't go over their maximum stint time because that is now extended from the single hour to 65 minutes.
And that affects Dan Arrow, probably the first of our top 15 runners who is on 58 minutes of his stint length. Let's see what Marcello does. Bortolotti leaves the pits. And where is he in relation to the 998 machine, who will have been touring around the circuit, so in theory will be well back from this Lamborghini. but for the moment, can't see exactly where that BMW is.
Somewhere in Sector 3. The problem with this heavy field, he's in T16.
That's a massive gap then.
So, yeah, a huge gap there. And that was because he was doing 80 kilometers an hour while Bertolotti was going. But expect the gap to be even bigger from that Lamborghini to Marciello, who has gained the most. He must have been in pit entry just at the right time.
It's going to be a relatively easy recovery here because the Ferrari is undamaged. The axles are still pointing in the right direction, so it's an easy tow off the racetrack. And even now, even under full course yellow, Dan Arrow is being hassled along, this time by the Porsche for that lead in bronze.
Yeah, just looking at the pit stop time, Marciello did a full service, a normal length pit, so they didn't do an emergency one. They went for 44 seconds of fuel, so they are going to claim they were in pit entry before it closed. It must have been so tight, but that is a huge amount of lock. Full course yellow ending on short notice, so expect to see these cars go back to racing as we go green now.
And now both Ferraris owe us a pit stop, as does Kelvin van der Linde in the 32, and they will need to do those under green flag conditions. So that really has shaken up the whole order, and we will only find out just how much once those Ferraris have come into the pits. But attacking now, Dan Arrow with the Ferrari to its right-hand side. That is laps down from the bronze battle. And by putting that Ferrari between him and the Porsche, Dan Arrow has played a blinder there and given himself some breathing space.
Yeah, it looked like the other blue Ferrari that was involved in this position. And it was just a mega start from that Ferrari there, really hot on their toes as we look back at the Pro-Am car of the Porsche been leading so well. But Pirelli annoyed there, just got caught sleeping ever so slightly. And after following so closely, as we see AF now in the pit lane, reopened, of course.
Fuoco in the 50 Ferrari, fueling going on, and seems to be a little bit slow with those tyres. Surely they should have been a bit further around the car by now. He's already been in pits by 35 seconds. They just seem to be a bit faffy getting themselves sorted there. So whether they were caught off guard by him coming into the pits or just not quite organised, hopefully they've got enough time to be able to service the car anyway and absorb those small errors.
Yeah, it is a difficult process. The tyres are in the ovens, the other side of the garages, and they want to be cooled as late as possible to make sure they're as warm as possible. And the communication across the team there, always difficult to get them in the garage at the right time. But all looking okay now for that car. We just need another lap, don't we, to let everyone go through the timing loop. But at the moment, I think Marciello could have a rather handsome lead over the 63 Lamborghini. And then I think it could still be the 998.
998, by the looks of things, even behind Muller in the 96. Let's see where these Ferraris shuffle out. We'll have a 51 in the pits next lap. That will put Bortolotti in the 63 Lamborghini to the top of the tree. But we are expecting Vincent Abril into pit lane at the end of this lap. And he was running close to Fuoco, so unless things change, as in we get a yellow flag, where the 50 comes out will give us a good idea where the 51 will as well. Both pit stops should be equal on time. Fuoco running down the pit lane. I don't think we saw a change of driver, and his pit time stops at 2 minutes and 2 seconds. So despite that fumble at the start, it was bang on for AF Corsa.
Yeah, and of course, now splitting the strategy. We saw them stopping on identical laps for a while. They're now one lap apart, making it slightly easier for their pit crew. And Fuoco in a nice bit of space as well, as we see the battle rage on, even at 50 kilometers an hour.
So Fuoco is behind the 998 of Philippe Eng, and I'm sure Philippe Eng is behind Marcello and Muller. Now, Muller's slightly off sequence, but that is a big loss for the 998 and these two Ferraris.
You see Vince Abril getting out of the car slightly slower than he did after his mega opening stint there. And, the Winwood Mercedes team getting to work here. That tank tape starting to come off the grille. Wonder if they'll address that or they're happy with it. Quick clean of the grille from the AF Corsa mechanic. They're going to do a windscreen tear off. Have to pull the windscreen wiper away, take that big tear off. The most satisfying feeling in the world. If you like doing it on a mobile phone, that's amplified 100x.
And they only have a certain amount, so you can't do it every single pit stop. otherwise you will run out before the end of the race. And it's not flies like we saw at Le Mans, it's rubber, isn't it? There's so much rubber covering these cars because we've had completely dry conditions. We have a decent amount of rubber down already, and it does seem as though these Pirellis create a decent amount of marbles. Whenever we look offline, I suppose we've got a record amount of cars circulating, therefore a record amount of tyres circulating, but there is a lot of marbles offline. Here is Bortolotti in the lead.
Yeah, P1. I thought Marcello was going to jump him. I kind of forgot how far behind that 98 car was.
Yeah.
So it's helped them the most. Not enough to inherit the lead, but they are going to be in second place now. So the Rover team won the best out of that full course yellow. A lot of luck involved, but you make your own luck in this sport. And Marcello now suddenly looking like a force that could be on the podium.
I think there's no doubt about Bortolotto's legality of his pit stop, because he definitely was already in pit lane. We just don't know exactly when Marcello broke the beam to come into pit lane versus when that full course yellow pit lane closed signal was given. And of course, you could commit to pit lane and find yourself sort of trapped when that signal is given.
Yeah, and there's no real procedure for that. That is just bad luck.
Yeah.
Race control announced it's closing in 20 seconds. It's up to you whether you think you can get to the line in under 20 seconds, essentially, and they leave that fully up to you.
Leader of the bronze, Marshall, is now, I think, significantly ahead of that great battle that I joined just a few moments ago, because the 81 having pitted and Marvin Dienst now aboard it in 20th position, and of course not 20th position on that timing screen because it needs to catch up. But there is definitely no Marvin Dienst in the vicinity of Dennis Marshall. So a big gain then for the Ferrari number 74.
Yeah, it looks that way at the moment, doesn't it? And just looking on our live graphic, Dienst actually only just in Blanchimont now, so 15-second gap or so ahead for this Ferrari now. It's been a mega stop for the Kessel guys, and some good in and out laps as well from Dennis Marshall. Just looking where Marshall was in that 98 car before the full course yellow last pit stop, he was in 8th place. So it has been a huge game for them to go all the way up to second place, and with a very fresh stint time.
The Spa 24 Hours classic behavior. Put all the numbers into a bag and mix them all up again with just over 5.5 hours remaining. There's still plenty more mixing to be done, but depending on when that full course yellow is called, completely changes the face of what we've got. And now we have a dominant Bortoletto with a 25-second advantage over Marcello. Marcello has 4 seconds over Sven Muller, and we're still waiting to see where the Ferraris are. There, Paul Everard comes through. There is the gap to the second bronze car. And Marvin Dienst is, in fact, yes, third.
So he's gone from first to third. Every car in the top three of bronze is in a different position, as it's super tight there with the Barwell Lambo. Does well, but look at the time lost.
Well, we saw a very lively session from Dan Arrow, and I think he's been a bit of a star over the last couple of weeks of endurance racing. We can go and speak to him now in the pits.
Dan Arrow just off the leading Mercedes in the Bronze Cup class. Please explain us first what happened to this seat. You just sat there for 15 seconds.
It's not the bottle. Yeah. First of all, until this far, what a comeback. We started dead last. We didn't qualify. A big thank you to all the guys from this side of the workshop, because they did an incredible job. Our car isn't flying on pace, but we have the right strategy, keeping it in one piece. And yeah, that was an exciting 2.5 hours.
You've been battling really hard with Dennis Marshall as well, and it seems that Marvin is going to be into another battle.
Yes, it was a 1.5 hour stint under green, following or having being followed by Dennis. I can say I enjoyed myself, but I can also enjoy I had to work hard.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Entertaining to watch from Dan Arrow, it really was. He's handed over to Marvin Dienst to board that 81 Mercedes, but unfortunately the way that those pit stops fell means that they've got some work to do again, and they've got to move themselves back up the order with the 80 ahead of them, and then Dennis Marshall leading the bronze category in the 74 machine. It's 19th, 20th and 21st overall.
Yeah, Yeah, just wondering if he's struggling for pace, just looking at his last lap time as a 2:21, so not on the same pace as the Porsche in front, which was on a 19, and Marshall on a 20, so that battle looks like it's going the other way, and actually it's spacing out at the moment.
Once again, gold leader Chris Lullum, once again in that car. He seems to have been in that car almost constantly. He was absolutely knackered when we spoke to him at the end of his double stint at about 4 o'clock this morning. I'm surprised that they managed to find any more energy in him, but he's back in that car, back and fast, and there's 2.9 seconds between himself and McDonald, and it's got a lot closer. And actually, Dean McDonald was a lot stronger the last time these two went head-to-head at about midnight last night. We did see a change of lead in gold between McDonald and Lullum.
Yeah, it was a strong car, that McLaren. Got turned around early on, lap 1 into the last corner. In fact, didn't he? Dean McDonald had a spin into the last chicane. We didn't see if there was contact, but it did look like it to me. The pace of that car is strong, and this is going to be a battle that's going to rage on. Track temp coming up, so again, the car's changing, and it seemed to favour the McLaren at the start of the race. The higher track temps, is that going to be the same correlation as we go into this final part of this Spa 24-hour race?
And this is the 58 machine, not the 59 that was on the pole position and was the starring performer in the early part of the race. That, with a puncture in the early morning, dropped behind its stablemate and unfortunately has kind of stayed there and hasn't been able to improve and get itself back into a race-winning position. 9th position now for Joshua Loke. 1 position back, but not in the same camera shot as a BMW goes wide on the exit of Le Combe.
I think that was the 30 WRT car just kicking up the dust. And the problem is every time someone does that, it just digs out the trench a bit more. And when you then drop a wheel, the whole car bottoms out. We saw that in the night, didn't we, on the Lamborghinis sparking along. And then suddenly a small issue of running wide can actually destroy a splitter, a diffuser, the whole floor. So important for the aerodynamics of this car. It really is important.
And the back end of those curbs, which are concrete, are not good for your inside rim and tyre either. So much bigger possibility of pulling a tyre off a rim and getting a puncture. Look at the difference between lap times from the Aston Martin to the McLaren there. Absolutely chunks of time taken by Dean McDonald over the last couple of laps. Lullum, was he being held up, or was, when we joined him, was he being passed? It does look like he was being passed and falling into the clutches of Dean McDonald. And I reckon, you know, from what we saw of Chris Lullum, remember this is Chris's first proper, real 24-hour race. He's done plenty in the virtual world, but it's a completely different ball game when you're actually inside that sweltering car. It does get hot, by the way, in virtual sim races as well, because there's a lot of electronics and stuff that do make you hot, and there's a lot of mental stress, but not the physical stress that he was talking about, feeling actually the G-forces, which makes a big difference, and that fear factor then starts to play as well. And I think Lullum probably is a little bit past his best in terms of energy, because he's very strong, but he's done a lot of work over the last sort of 20-odd hours.
He's got to dig deep and get in that lull, though, hasn't he? Otherwise, it's going to really start to hurt his stint average in this last stint, the slowest inside the top 17. Dean McDonald's stint average a second a lap faster so far in this stint. Similar stint lengths as well, 16 laps for Lullum, 17 for Dean McDonald. So all of this data is so important. I can see it on the HH timing app, but so can all the teams. And Garage 59 will be telling Dean McDonald, we've got the pace here. We actually don't need a risky overtake. You're going to get a lot of opportunity as Lullum gets held up by the Century Motorsport car.
Yeah, Lullum needs to be really aggressive here. He needs to get past and clear this BMW, because McDonald's within a 1 or 2 car lengths now of the Aston Martin. Is this an unsafe release? Oh, it is close, and sort of caught the Porsche out, didn't he?
I'm a big football fan, and obviously diving is a huge thing. The Porsche has essentially done a motorsport dive. It was a safe release because he didn't have to deviate his speed. So I think Ricardo Perez was like, I'm going to turn left, so it looked like I had to avoid him. But there was daylight between the bumpers, so perfect release from the Windward Mercedes, and Perez there in the line speed Porsche, trying to feign injury and go, oh, I had to deviate my course, drive through. Good call from race control and the Windward car releaser.
Should say there has been no investigation called on Rafael Marcello's entrance into pit lane. So race control know that that was a clean and legal entrance just before the pit closed, and therefore he is legitimately there in second position overall. And by the way, the gap has come down between Bortolotto and Marcello. It was 25 seconds after the pit stops. It's now down to 20, although the last lap Bortolotti was faster. Very close between Philippe Eng and the 51 Ferrari, who's closed in on 4th position, but Fuoco not able to go with him. So the Fuoco sitting in 6th position, but the gap between himself and his teammate stays at 6.
Yeah, Will Moore, silver car there. We've got the lineup of McDonald, Lullum having to defend here hard. You can see the rubber being left under braking from Dean McDonald. Quite rare that, obviously locking the rear axle. It's hard to get a run on the way to Eau Rouge. What's McDonald going to do? Is he going to lift, or is he going to shove a nose down the inside of the Aston Martin?
Coming up towards Eau Rouge, not really the ideal place to go side by side, but as we said earlier, not really the ideal place to follow too closely the car in front. And indeed, Dean loses a car length or two before entering turns 2, 3 and 4, and actually has continued to lose momentum up the Kemmel Straight. We say up because it does gain altitude by about 50 to 60 meters from when you start to where you finish. And if you were on the old circuit pre-1982, it continues to climb before then plunging back down into the valley. Then in 1985, it started plunging down into this layout of corners and created this multi-setup track, because for 2 sectors of the lap, you want a really slippery car that can go as fast as possible. And the middle part of the lap, you need something compliant that can get around the corners. And in the BOP, certainly when we were looking at GT2 yesterday, you had cars that were very strong in sectors 1 and 3, and then others that were really set up for this middle sector.
Yeah, just looking at that progress bar, 18 places, 10, 10, 14. All those cars in Superpole, of course, started inside the top 20. The 63 would have been higher, I think, hadn't it not been for the penalty they got for an administration error, essentially leaving at the wrong time during that Superpole session. Marcello's pace has been strong in this stint. They haven't really had it there, but all of a sudden there's that motivation from the drivers. Now they've got a sniff of a win. Are they starting to push a bit harder to see what they can do? McDonald now has spent the whole lap gaining after all the time lost at Eau Rouge. What should he do different this lap? Maybe leave a bigger gap on the way into Eau Rouge. That momentum we were talking about earlier, more important as you get to the top of the hill rather than the bottom. Just getting a full course yellow infringement penalty for car number 12, drive-through penalty for that car to keep an eye on Dean McDonald right on the bumper once more as they go over the start line.
Yeah, really closed in at the chicane at the end of the lap there, and once again, like we saw last lap, right under the rear wing of that Aston Martin, perhaps not quite close enough to make a move, and that might be the sensible way about it, because then you can gain that momentum. Make Chris think that you're not threatening him through Eau Rouge and Radiant, but have the momentum to get him at the end of the Kemmel Straight. But the one thing that these sim racers know a lot about is racecraft, and they are really, really good. Car 80 into the pits and back out again. There he is. So that was from second position in bronze. And will they drop down outside of the podium positions? They don't think they will, because that 91 is actually, in the middle of the night, was very much in the lead, but has dropped out of the top 3.
Yeah, another battle to keep an eye on is actually, if you look on the sidebar, the 8th and 9th McLaren's nose to tail. Joseph Loke there is gaining as we go on board this 4 Mercedes into La Source hairpin, unwinds the stick like a big whack there from that 80 car. That Lionspeed car very, very lucky to get away without any damage. Did he in fact actually then go straight into the endurance pit? Did he do a full lap to get into the pits, or there is a cut through in between the F1 and the endurance pit? Let me just look at the timing screen to see his stint time. That will be our tell there. I'm just trying to work out. It's got him on the pit exit at the moment, and it is hard to call if he did a full pit there or not, but that was a huge amount of damage.
It also wouldn't have been a full stint, will it? So that sort of reset his strategy a little bit, because it wasn't full time?
Well, no, it's
oh, it hasn't stopped.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The pit time is still going up, even though he's not in the pit. Is a bit of a Y2K bug, because he didn't do the entry, he only did the exit. Here's the contact. He just let the steering wheel go.
Instant puncture as well.
Yeah, do we stay here, and does he go straight into pit lane? He does. So
Oh, Muller's
takes out one of the cones. What did he do to you? That's not particularly kind. It rolls out the way to live another day. But I don't know what the penalty is going to be for that, because that's essentially driving through the pit wall, crossing the line. I think it's got to be a drive-through of some form. I think it was the right decision, because that would still be quicker than doing a full lap with damage. But a hard one for race control there. That could be one of the first times we've seen that happen with this quirky nature of joining two pit lanes together.
Yeah, we did see it early morning or late last night, where the marshal actually opened up the pit lane and moved all the cones for a car that was spun there. But I don't remember whether there was a penalty given to the car, or actually they may have just retired it, because there was a...
That's normally the case, isn't it?
Yeah.
You didn't see it. It was only a puncture, believe it or not. I can't believe there wasn't suspension damage. Dean McDonald still close behind Lullum in the meantime. Last lap by Joseph Loke, that McLaren I was talking about, gained 9/10 of a second. And you can see it there looming. And just to add the driver's eye, when you've got a teammate catching you, that's the worst thing, because you want to be the big dog in the team. You want to be the fastest one there. And at the moment, Joseph Loke, with this free air, of course, able to catch this two-car battle, and that will be added motivation for Dean McDonald to get past this Aston Martin.
I saw a question on the chat overnight about the Verstappen.com team and why they chose the Aston Martin. Was it a commercial decision? Well, they raced the Aston Martin in the endurance races, but they raced the Ferrari in the sprint races, actually using a different sort of satellite team, let's say, because it's 2Cs that run the car here in the endurance, and it's Emil Frey that run the sprint Ferrari, and then Max has tested all the other brands as well across the winter. So it's very much a decision that they'd have thought this car is the one for them to have. Let's go down to the pit lane with Grinel.
Laurens Lissartua, you're about to jump in number 26 Audi from Saint-Eloque, fighting for the podium position that you lost second place a few minutes ago.
Yes, we are fighting for P2. I hope we will do it, but yeah, we lose the position just here at the pit stop. But I mean, we have time. We not just need to be safe, stay calm, and I think we will get it.
Vous êtes en bagarre pour le podium en catégorie Silver ici pour votre première participation au CrowdStrike 24 heures de Spa à domicile. Vous êtes dans quel état d'esprit?
Dans un état d'esprit calme, relax. J'essaye justement de porter mon drapeau le plus haut possible. Donc pour l'instant, vraiment, on reste calme, on reste safe. Pas de pénalité, rien. On gestionne bien notre course et on espère aller chercher le deuxième. Et ça va être dur, mais pourquoi pas le premier?
Vous espérez une petite neutralisation pour vous aider à revenir devant?
Exactement, un petit safety car, ça ferait je pense, du bien, ouais.
Merci Laurens, on vous laisse aller vous préparer.
Seeing that battle between themselves and David Schumacher for second in class and 17th overall. The Saint-Eloque team with so much experience, and we saw that combination of Lorenz Lequerta and Ivan Klemenko being very, very strong, but this was a very scary moment earlier on where both tripped to the gravel and very nearly a trip to the barriers as well, and they were lucky to get away with that. But when on track, have had the pace to challenge and are sitting there in third position in silver right now, just off David Schumacher in the Ford in second.
Yeah, so lucky. Spa actually moving that wall back some years ago to improve the safety, and the Audi very, very thankful for that. And this battle here, gold class leader. The only thing to add to this inter-team battle between McLaren and Garage 59 is that the Joseph Loke car behind is overall not for this gold class battle. So potentially would Dean McDonald think about letting through his teammate of Joseph Loke to let him attack that Aston Martin of Lullum? That could be something we see in the next few laps.
Whilst we keep half an eye on this battle for the gold lead, we welcome Christoph Seijmuller to the commentary booth, head of Mercedes. Did I say that wrong?
Nearly, yeah. I'm Stefan Wende, head of customer racing, but from AMG at least.
Okay. Not what I had on my script. Welcome.
No problem.
How is it going Mercedes-wise? What are you seeing? It's been a difficult night, and actually looking at, where are you? Where's your lead car? Down in...
The 48 is
yes.
close at 11. Yeah, as you said, we had a difficult night. We started into the race well, so from good positions from the qualifying, and we tried in the preparation days we had to optimize our setup to the current conditions we face at the start and at the end of the race, which seems to be for us a plan. And yeah, the plan was to survive the night, bring the cars in one piece through, and start getting more aggressive then towards the end of the race. And yeah, this is one of the targets we missed, as we lost one car, the number 9, quite early in this crazy accident with Lauren Heinrich. There's been some debris, heavy parts damaging the front. First, we thought it's just on top of the bonnet and the front bumper, but later, 2 stints later, we saw that there was a significant damage at the cooling system, which we couldn't repair. Yeah, and the second car later then during the night was Fabi Schiller, and a misunderstanding with the left car where they damaged the front left suspension.
An interesting one with that, the Schiller one. I haven't seen the incident. I'm not sure if you have. Where do you sit with your factory drivers there? They were with a good chance of winning. The driver has to make moves like that. Do they face repercussions at any point? Do you have a target that you've got to stay under 1 DNF a year, 2 DNFs? What's the allowance that you see for your factory guys out there who are giving it 100%? Where do you stand with an error like that? Is there Monday morning, come to my office?
This is a very interesting question.
You can tell he's a racing driver, can't you?
But honestly, I haven't seen the incident yet from the onboard camera. I think it was only visible on the cam, and it was not in the right angle to see the impact and the angle of the impact, which is quite important. Yeah, sure, we will make a debrief, and every DNF, doesn't matter what, if it's mechanical DNF or in crash, will be analyzed afterwards from my team, and if necessary, we sit together with the driver in a single loop, but we will for sure also make a driver debrief and make a resume of the whole event, the good things and the bad things, and try to be better the next time we come here.
Yeah, and it's difficult as a driver there, because you can't make an omelette without cracking some eggs, and if you back out of a move and you lose half a second, you don't win the race. You've done a bad job there. Obviously, personally, you've been involved for the last 3 weekends in 24-hour races. There's going to be a huge amount of data for you to take from that and regroup back at base. Are you still looking at improving this current model GT3? Or are you eyes forward to your new car that's obviously just on the horizon?
Honestly, there's always something to improve. But we focus on the technical development side. We are fully focused on the new car, on the successor, which we will launch to the test track soon in the coming weeks. And but here for racing, it's a complete different division, which is more or less focused on the operational part of racing, to improve everything we got and the cars what we got. And we know we are competitive with the car, or we can be competitive, and so it's just a question of making a perfect exercise, which is a tough job, and it's so difficult to make no faults in such a challenging race.
And so much out of your hands, and so many things that are random and things you can't control. Let's talk positively about what you still have. The 48 machine has been one of the standout performers of the whole of the GT World Challenge Europe season. But in this race, it seems to have always been slightly off sequence, slightly different strategy. Early doors, you were doing those short pit stops. Was that an intentional thing, or was that something that was forced upon you guys?
Yeah, at the beginning, I think they've been quite smart, as they just tried not to risk so much, and they tried to keep the car in the top 5. This was the standard process. We knew we had the pace at the start of the race in the hot conditions, and we knew also going into the night, probably our setup choice is not made for the night conditions. On the other hand, we know also that other engine concept prefer to go into the night and getting stronger. That's why we braked everything for the second day, but then we suffered actually the first time when the accident from the Gatsby number 17 car happened. It was just after pitting under green with our car, with the car 48, and this brought us in the back end first. And it's not only the time you lost, it's also the track position. which hurts us so much because it's so difficult even to overtake lap cars, and it increases the risk so much for crashes. And this is what we've seen later on, also with the drive-through penalty for Maro after this misunderstanding with the Ford. Yeah, this is how it not should work, but somehow this was the way. And actually, we increased the risk in our strategy now, just one pit stop ago, and then again there was the full course yellow when the Ferrari stopped, and which was not in our favor.
We've had 3 24-hour races in 3 weekends. Not only that, but we've had 3 hot 24-hour races and long weeks in the build-up to them. How much are you seeing fatigue playing a factor here in the 3rd weekend, and the human element?
Yeah, this is difficult to say. Those 3 weekends are really challenging for a lot of people, probably also for you guys. Working 3 weekends in a row, and from all the guys involved in such events, we try to provide a good show for the spectators, for all the people outside on the screens and also here on the tracks. And I saw at all 3 races so many people, and I think in all 3 events new record numbers of spectators, which is great to see, which is great for motorsport. On the other hand, I know mechanics which coming from Nürburgring, going direct to Spa on Sunday evening, no time to celebrate or to cry because they know they have to go to Spa on Monday morning to set up everything. This is not like it should be, and I would wish for the future that those 3 big events will be separated by at least a month, that everybody can breathe and can use the organization well, and that we can work a little bit more calm with human resources we have. And talking about drivers, yeah, you will see it maybe later this race, now the 2nd day, and this race in Spa is probably the race where you see it first, because Le Mans was the first one, Nürburgring was the 2nd one, but still there have been 4 drivers allowed, and rest times also available. But here in Spa, this is physically the highest demanding race of the 3.
Even over Nürburgring? Wow.
I think yes. Talking with my drivers, they all said that Nürburgring is mentally very challenging, especially because of the speed differences between the fast GT3 cars and running against road legal cars or nearly road legal cars. And this is mentally really challenging. But physically challenging, especially under those temperatures as here Spa, it's huge.
Race on pit lane between the Gold Cup leaders, Chris Lullum and Dean McDonald, both coming in on the same lap. The Aston Martin being released from its pit box at the top of the F1 pit lane. The McLaren gets released, but he stalls and loses a fraction of time. Not too much, but it's just a 1/10 of a second here, a 1/10 of a second there. And the gap just slightly increases as they go back out onto circuit.
Quick question, if I may, about the future car. Obviously, Mercedes, one of the original GT3 manufacturers with the SLS, an amazing car that we love. The AMG now going through its Evo process, still super competitive. Is there much you can tell us about the new project that you're going to bring into the world? Nothing super secret, but maybe even a concept of where the car is. Is it similar to the previous 2, or is it on an outlier?
I cannot tell you too much about this for sure, but I can tell you it will be a derivative of our current AMG GT road car family, which we are looking forward to bring it on the racetrack and test it and to present it also to the public. But sorry to say, but I cannot say more.
I expect it as well.
It's a nice tease, though.
I apologize for asking on that one. And obviously,
no problem.
You must be in a pretty strong position right now as a manufacturer. We've seen another German manufacturer get distracted by Formula One, and it's really opened up a huge opportunity for you. What's the perfect amount of cars you would have here as a manufacturer? Would you have all 74, or do you have a number in mind where you go, you know what, we can look after 15 of these customers to an A-star ability?
Oh, this is not easy to say, but I think this year's edition of the 24 Hours of Spa, we saw for all manufacturers a quite equal spread number of cars. I'm really happy and proud to have with 12 customer cars on the start line. We are the manufacturer with the most cars, but I believe it is good for the whole championship and for this event if all manufacturers are more or less equal in the numbers of cars. Because this makes it, if all the manufacturers are involved in all kinds of classes, and racing in all kinds of classes is good for the spectators and good for the overall event and all data you gather for the book process.
Yeah, I totally agree. Variety. It's the spice of life. 10 manufacturers, and yeah, brilliant. And thank you so much for answering my slightly awkward questions. I will apologise for that.
Yes, thank you very much for joining us and taking your time out.
Please, the car's so loud. What have you said?
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Mercedes, top of the standings in IGTC, top of the standings in the manufacturer standings across the world of GT World Challenge. And let's go on board a whole lap with Mirko Bortolotti and enjoy the noise of that Lamborghini engine.
So it is number 63 Lamborghini then. Mirko Bortolotti at the wheel, leading the way. And Raffaele Marciello's BMW up into second place after a mega result on that last full course yellow. Into the pit lane here is the surviving Butson VDS Mercedes, which is the number 10 entry, the car that runs in the Silver Cup for Cesar Galzo, Loris Cabiru, Aurelian Panis and Hugo Cook. Number 50 in the meantime is Antonio Fuoco, and 51 just ahead of him. Things I have discovered in the last hour. One, it is pronounced Rovera, not Rivera, in the case of Alessio. And the braking system, I tried my best to get Ferrari to fess up, and I made a bit of progress, but not a great deal. But there was a problem in the conductor to the braking system, which led to high temperatures. What the original problem was, we don't know. We don't know. Maybe. But a whole unit had to be changed in the pit stop, and the problem has gone away. But something was creating high braking temperatures, and that was what had to be sorted out. So actually, given that that sounds quite serious, the fact that they could do it and not drop off the lead lap was a big result. And the car, having traced back a little bit, did fall as far down as 65th. That's where it was at the 90-minute mark. It may have been lower. Can't check that until a lap chart's published, but it has certainly dropped to as low as 65th and could yet win the race.
Absolutely. The Ferraris coming out after that last round of pit stops a good 5, 6, 7 seconds back from Philippe Eng, but they've both caught the BMW. It's got a 52 going slowly down at curve Paul Frere. Is that a puncture right rear?
Looks like it's something
or
low,
suspension?
doesn't it? I think it is a puncture. I think you're right. It does look low, and I think something is flapping. So
yeah, something's flat down there.
Right rear looks as though it's gone down, and the car limps on then. It is Tommaso Mosca at the wheel of it, and he will hopefully be told by the team to get off the racing line coming through Blanchimont. You can see all the pickup, but we need him off the racetrack for fear of what happened earlier on in the race to Josh Mason. Go over the white line, and he's doing exactly that, getting off the circuit. They don't come much flatter than that as tyres go.
But it stayed in one piece, and it's not ripping the whole of that rear arch to pieces. So he's doing a good job there, but he is losing a lot of time. And I don't think there's a racing driver in the paddock that hasn't seen what happened last evening.
Yeah.
Maybe not even a racing fan around the world. And so they all know exactly what they need to do now as they go through Blanchimont and limp their way back to the pits.
If only it had been acted on earlier by the McLaren. So the Ferrari out of the way. This is Philipp Eng then, who is about to take back third place because Sven Müller in the Retronic Porsche is into the pit lane. But he might not be hanging on to third place for much longer because Rovera and Fuoco are now right up behind him then as the Ferraris come out of the chicane up towards the timing line. And so the pace of the BMW, we've always said, hasn't really been as good as, and the teams have been saying, we're just lacking a bit in terms of pure pace. But now those Ferraris are reeling in Philipp Eng. It's a rather graphic illustration of what BMW as a brand is facing here.
The 96 did come into the pits before we went to full course yellow last time, so had done its full service and therefore slightly lost out in the last round of pit stops, and it's still off sequence with the rest. So we have a good 15-20 minutes before we expect our leading two cars into pits. They're on the same strategy, and then the BMW is pretty much on the same strategy with the two Ferraris expected in a lap or two later.
Okay, that is then Sven Müller rejoining in 96. In limps Tommaso Mosca. The good news is that he's in the top pits where the AF Corsa Ferrari dealership is. They've got so many cars, so the team is ready, of course. They'll have seen the pictures. They're going to do a driver change as well and put new tyres and a full tank of fuel in that car. Others have come in behind. Ricardo Pera, I think you touched on, had a drive-through in number 80 because he cut into the pits after the contact and the puncture.
Yeah,
You're
so
not really allowed to do that, so the race director has confirmed that you can't do it until he gets a drive-through.
Yeah, absolutely. We weren't sure, we speculated, but that has now been cleared up by race control. So that's a shame because they were in the top three in that bronze battle.
Well, yeah, but he still had a win because a drive-through loses less time than limping all the way around on the puncher, so it was worth doing.
Yeah, and I think that was the best of the two bad options that he was presented with. And as Joe said, that would be the option that he would have chosen.
Yeah, because the time lost for a full lap with a puncture compared to a drive-through is far greater. James Kelly, we're looking at a moment ago in 111. He is ahead of Tom Sargent in number 120 Porsche, but there's quite a gap of 25 seconds between them as Finn Wiebelhaus goes down through Brussels, a lap adrift of that McLaren. The surviving of the two Ford Mustangs and Laurens Leclerc back at the wheel of 26. We've heard from him, and that car's been a bit gravelly at times.
I thought they'd rapidly caught Will Moore, but it is Leclerc who's caught Wiebelhaus very, very quickly. This was their first attack at each other.
Big dive there by Leclerc. You're up the inside at Lecombe, off the road, and he has to give the place back, gaining an advantage that way. So slots back in behind and then go all sideways as he comes back onto the road. Leclerc, a former Alpine Cup champion, so an accomplished GT racer. Right, how is 48 Mercedes getting on? It is currently Lucas Auer, who ain't that far behind Kelvin van der Linde. You've got the Stella Corvette in this little battle pack of three, all squabbling, including also 27, the delayed Cathray Audi that's now got Julian Hansers at the wheel of it. Silver BMW goes by, which is currently second in class. Finn Wiebelhaus in the Mustang, third in class. Laurens Leclerc in the Audi, fourth in class, but not actually as close as he needs to be to attack. This is Will Moore, and James Kell, who is with him, is at the moment a lap up. Isn't he on those cars? Yes, he is. He's a lap up.
They're massively catching Will Moore, who was 2 or 3 seconds slower on the last lap and is going to lose a similar amount to the Ford Mustang on this tour as well. And I think even maybe into La Source, he dives down the inside, and the Mustang looks to go up into second position in that silver class.
Now, this is where you'll see what's got more grunt. Will Moore's BMW just ahead, but the better line is going to be claimed really for the corner by Finn Wiebelhaus and the Mustang. Job done as they get to the bottom of the hill. So Finn Wiebelhaus and the Mustang now goes up into second place in silver, and Lawrence Leclerc in the Audi comes up to have a go as well. Will Moore, for whatever reason, is losing pace markedly by about 2 seconds on that last lap.
Yeah, bundles of time being lost by Will Moore. Goes defensive, tries to hold the inside line into Lecombe, but just cannot do it. And I imagine we're going to see both the Mustang and the Audi drive away from that BMW over the next couple of laps. They are chasing down the leader in class, which is Villar Gomes in the Aston Martin, but he's 26 seconds up the road.
So how long has Will Moore been in the car? He's been in it for 47 minutes. Those around him, 10 minutes. So he's on older tyres, and maybe that is part of it, that car just does not now have the traction. We heard a radio message earlier on from Philip Eng, also in a BMW, on a set of tyres that he was saying aren't good. He was struggling for traction, and I just wonder whether it's, again, the tyres deteriorating. And what we don't know is how many stints Will Moore has done on those, but it could be just the rubber that's now against him.
I mean, we've got track temperature of up to 40 degrees already. Air temperature at 23.5. It's only 11:30 in the morning, and the peak temperature of the day will be 3 or 4 o'clock. So it is going to be incredibly hot by the time we get to the end of this race, and the tyres are going to really struggle. And you're going to be chasing your tail, I think, throughout the next 4.5 hours to make sure you've got a good set of tyres for a full 1 hour stint.
And tyre management is going to be crucial, isn't it? Because you want to try and nurse the rubber. You don't want it to drop off a cliff midway through a stint and then be really struggling with very slow lap times for another half an hour or so. Villar Gomes then leading in silver in number 35. That was a car last year that was fighting for a class podium, and then it was involved in an accident late race. We've had a change there. Look for the lead of gold as Frederick Schandorf goes round the outside of Thierry Vermeulen, who fights back in the Aston Martin in the Red Bull livery. So this is another proper battle for position. You've got the Barwell Lamborghini behind, but Schandorf, who we know is a class act, hasn't just caught Vermeulen and got past him straight away. He's gapped him by a couple of lengths by Pouan.
I wonder how much the traffic there affected that passing move, because Vermeulen has been the stronger of the two, but yeah, right now, Schandorf is absolutely checking out down the inside of the number 4. Schandorf, an aggressive driver, we know that. He likes to get his elbows out and get through the traffic with no messing around. He's definitely not one for being cautious, and perhaps he was just more efficient through those 3 slower cars, whereas Vermeulen is still young in that team. We've talked about Chris Lullen being young, but Vermeulen's only been doing 3 years of racing.
Now, this was the start of the lap in traffic. Schandorf having a look up the inside, levels with the Aston Martin. Do they lean on each other? Yes, they do. There's a little bit of a rub. Thierry Vermeulen stays ahead coming off the corner, but by the exit of Lecombe, it's all changed down to Bruxelles. And look at the gap he's pulled, as still stuck behind number 4 Mercedes there, with George Kurtz at the wheel of it, is Thierry Vermeulen. He's made the pass now, but considering he was ahead at the start of the lap by 1/10 of a second, as they come now up to the end of lap 429, you've got the McLaren ahead of the Aston Martin, and Schandorf has caught past, and he's pulled away by 1.9 seconds in about 2/3 of a lap.
That's got to be something that's so crucial in being an efficient Spa 24-hour driver, is not necessarily being fast on your own for 1 lap, but being fast, getting through traffic decisively and not hanging around, because if you do, you lose chunks of time.
But that goal battle is about as equal as it can be, because not only are they almost together on the racetrack, they've virtually got the same stint time, only a couple of seconds difference between them. So you know exactly who is where. And right now, Frederick Schandorf, who I think has been kept towards the end of the race, hasn't he? Because he's so much, well, is a very fast driver. They're going to exploit him now when they can use him. Thierry Vermeulen is back into the car as well after we had that stint from Lullam and Harry King before him. But right now, Vermeulen needs to somehow bring down that gap, because Schandorf is escaping.
But we do think that the 58 has a slight starter motor problem, because both the last 2 pit stops, they have not been able to pull away cleanly. They've stalled and then got going again. And that's why a 1.7 difference in the pit stops last time. This was the final move around the outside into Bruxelles. Didn't quite have the move done until the very apex, but went all the way around the outside and eventually closed it off by the time he got round Bruxelles.
Got 38th at the minute, riding with George Kurtz and the CrowdStrike backed Mercedes AMG. Class winner last year in Pro-Am, but it's a tougher ask at the minute. He is 3rd in the class. with silver, as I say, being led by Mathieu Villagomez. Very wide there goes Philip Eng's BMW. Rides the curb, but Eng now dropping away from the sister car. Raffaele Marciello catapulted up the order after that last pit stop under the short full course yellow. Right, this is Thierry Vermeulen then coming now into Blanchimont, down to second in class.
Just keep calm, mate. Keep the focus. When we get some clear air, keep chasing.
And Vermeulen will know, of course, that there's always traffic looming, so he might well be able to take advantage of a back marker getting in Schandorf's way. But a spin very early on in the race for Dean McDonald's for number 58. But apart from that, that car's gone very, very well.
I mean, these guys are really young in their sports car racing career, and so that is such invaluable commentary from their team manager to keep them calm, to keep them focused, to make sure they are doing the very best they possibly can and don't get ruffled by losing the lead. And Harry King telling us earlier just how much Max Verstappen not is only involved in the program on a week-by-week basis, but even during this race weekend, even during the Austrian Grand Prix weekend, Verstappen on the radio and on the blower to these drivers to give them advice, even though he doesn't have any experience of 24-hour racing.
And we know how involved he can be, not only in terms of this, but also on a Grand Prix weekend, going off and doing sim racing at night.
He was in that Aston Martin 2 weeks ago at a general test here to get data for this team. And instead, all of his colleagues in Formula One were off launching the F1 movie, but he was over here testing a GT3 car.
And said, I can always catch up on it, see it later.
Yeah, watch it on the plane on the way to the next race.
Wasn't that bothered about it. So as Vermeulen comes downhill, the gap 1.7 seconds was the margin at the start of the lap. In terms of sectors, Schandorf is still fractionally quicker than Vermeulen, but the gap hasn't markedly shot up. It did initially when Schandorf got through and got clear air. Now the gap is kind of stabilising. Bortolotti then, race leader, 25 seconds to the good over Raffaele Marciello, and they are not that far apart in terms of stint time as well. Philip Eng, third. He's the one dropping away a bit now in the second of the Rover BMWs.
So the Bortolotti-Marciello gap was about 25 seconds post-pit stop. Went down to about 20 seconds. Marciello, in the early part of the stint, was equal and better than Bortolotti, but as we've got to the end of the stint, and I think this is becoming a bit of a theme with the BMWs, the time has then seeped away. So back down to 25, now it's 26.2 seconds. The Lamborghini stronger across the full stint as the sole really remaining Mercedes, which is still on the lead lap, so is looking and waiting for a safety car to bring it back into contention, is in the pits with Lucas Auer. But it's amazing that there really isn't any other Mercedes for overall left to challenge.
Yeah, that Mercedes, remember, had a drive-through early on this morning. That cost it time. The last safety car brought it, if you like, back onto the tail of the queue, but there was so much traffic there that it was just hard to get through, and really the car never clawed back the lost time. But crucially, it is, as you say, still on the lead lap, and no doubt there will be another safety car to go. So down the pit lane comes the Manfield Mercedes, ready to rejoin the race. They're going back up the hill of the Ferraris. So Lucas Auer staying behind the wheel of that car.
Wonderful to see the grandstands beginning to fill once again on this Sunday. Everyone being very sensible and staying in the shade, because I'll tell you what, it's absolutely sweltering in the heat. Oh, and a little bit of confusion perhaps with the 51 Ferrari there. They are on different laps. There's no need to fight. That Mercedes dropping back a lap, having had its pit stop, but that has compromised the 51, hasn't it? Because he's dropped off the back of the 50.
Yeah, but the Mercedes is going to get back onto the lead lap once the rest cycle through their next pit stop. So it's staying on the lap on pace rather than relying on people's pit stops. Fuoco then ahead of Rover now, 4th and 5th in those two Ferraris that are almost together on the road. Philip Eng in that BMW is being caught by Fuoco. We know how good Fuoco is, whether it's in a GT car or a hypercar, and he's proving the point again this morning. This still on paper should be won by an Italian brand, shouldn't it? Either Lamborghini or Ferrari, given the pace they've got. I still am not convinced that Marciello is going to stay up there, or the 98 BMW is going to stay up there for another 4 hours and 40 minutes. But the clock seems to have ticked away quite quickly this morning, with only now 4 hours and 40 minutes to go. So there's still no guarantees about anything. We've got McLaren leading in gold, we've got Ferrari leading in bronze, we've got Aston Martin leading in silver, and we've got Porsche leading in Pro-Am.
and still plenty of tight battles across all of our different categories. Nothing is resolved as yet, although, to be fair, the gap's probably as big as they've ever been in the front three, thanks to that slightly awkward timing of the previous full course yellow, which has given Bortolotti and Marcello a different level of gain versus the rest of them.
And that was for Cheever, wasn't it? Eddie Cheever stopping on the circuit,
yes,
that last full course yellow.
And it was an easy full course yellow because it was just the car ground to a halt, so it could be towed across the circuit, off the circuit, and we could go back to racing again. And Race Control did it under a quick full course yellow, which meant not having to put under safety car and not having to go through that whole rigmarole and process.
So that Ferrari is on the back foot. These Ferraris still tied together. The car ahead you don't need to worry about because that's a back marker, but Fuoco then ahead of Rovero as they go downhill. The margin between them is 0.4 of a second at the start of the lap, and they will turn their way now down through Eau Rouge and make the climb up Raidillon once again. This is lap 4:33 through the traffic. First up goes Fuoco. Now he was 1.5 seconds behind Philipp Eng there in the BMW, and as they get to the end of the first sector, Eng does a 39.4, 39.5 for Fuoco in the traffic.
Yeah, and you say you don't need to be too concerned about it, but the drivers do, because that is making the difference. It's so hard to make a difference in clean air because everyone's so well balanced, but it is those variables, the traffic, the awkward overtakes, the awkward yellow flags, which are dictating who is going to win this motor race and who is going to lose.
Now to Speaker's Corner, the Ferraris now come. Lucas Auer, after that most recent pit stop then, is down a lap, so the number of cars now on the lead lap is diminishing all the time. The leader is coming into the chicane. We've just had Marvin Kirchhoff through the pit lane, and René Rast has just brought 46 BMW in as well. So for the next few minutes, the order is distorted and the number of cars on the lead lap changes depending on who is in or out of the pit lane. But the Ferrari fight then, edging ever closer to Philipp Eng. Into campus they come. People enjoying themselves trackside early in the morning with a beer and lots of cars echoing around the racetrack. Eng, second sector, slower by 0.4. So yes, Fuoco is edging ever closer to that BMW.
Eng owes us one more lap, I think, before he is due into the pits, whereas the Ferraris a couple of laps later, and they are also split as well strategy-wise. We saw the 50 come in one lap before the 51, and actually Eng pitched slightly earlier. Could have gone a bit longer, but has decided to come in before the hour mark, and therefore maybe a suggestion that a little tyre pressure adjustment is necessary in that BMW.
And he'd already been complaining earlier on in the morning about a set of tyres that he didn't feel were very good, and he said, I'm struggling for traction. So the thought was he'd been stuck behind the Red Bull Aston Martin for so long, it had rather overcooked the tyres. But again, Philipp Eng, as you say, stopping a little bit earlier than you might have anticipated, only a 59-minute stint, and he could have maybe swung another lap out of that, given that we had that full course yellow. There are the Ferraris then, up to third and fourth now, 0.7 of a second apart. Eng in the pits, Rast in the pits, and Bortolotti in the lead by 25 seconds, and he is on a comparable stint time to Raffaele Marciello, the man that's doing the chasing.
Now, in these next couple of laps, the two Ferraris really need clear air and nice, fast lap times to try and undercut that BMW, because clearly they've got the pace. We saw them catch up to the BMW on that last stint, but the passing is just so tricky unless there's traffic to play that helps you out. And so with clear air, with no BMW ahead, the next challenge is, do they have any traffic around them with slower cars that might compromise them pushing for a couple of laps?
The Ferraris are down at Pouhon, as you can see, as the BMW stops cycle through. Rast in.
Yeah, and they are. It's pretty clean, actually. The 33 is the next car ahead of them. And obviously, as we know, the 33 of Thierry Vermeulen travelling pretty fast. So we've got fast traffic just ahead.
So Kevin Magnussen, I think, is next on board. Oh no, it's the wrong BMW. That's 15, isn't it? The Ceccato team car, which Felice Gialmeni has just brought in, the Clio champion. And that car has had no real luck in the Endurance Cup races in GT World Challenge Europe this year, but here has been able to stay out of trouble and is still going pretty strongly within the order that we currently have in class in the Bronze Cup. So it blasts away once again. Right there is 46. which, as I say, Rene Rast had brought in. That will now drop away once again. Rast, did he stay behind the wheel? Yes, according to timing and scoring, he did. So Rene Rast at the wheel of the car. This is him.
Felice Almini telling me earlier on today that he's been doing a lot of Italian GT in a Ferrari, and he's also been racing in the Creventic series in a Ferrari. So switching between BMW and Ferrari across the year says it's like driving two different categories of car. Like, yes, they are GT3 cars, but such is the difference between all these GT3 cars, whether it's a Porsche, a BMW, an Aston Martin. There are different processes within the car. Some cars have clutches, foot clutches, others have hand clutches, and different buttons, different traction control settings, and then they just handle differently. So he has found it coming from a front-wheel drive background, as you mentioned. He was also in the sort of stillborn electric touring car championship that had front-wheel drive sort of 700 horsepower electric cars, and driven all kinds of different things, but struggling a little bit to adapt himself across the different categories, and that is our leader in pit lane.
Jordan Pepper then has given up that lead, so he is in the car now, replacing Mirko Bortolotti, but drops down the order accordingly and accelerates now over the timing line. This is pit out, so for the moment, Raffaele Marciello's BMW will take over the race lead, and we await to see where the Lamborghini is going to blend back in relative to the Ferraris after its stop. It should stay ahead, and indeed where the BMW is going to be, because that's, in terms of a lap time, still not as good as the chasing Ferraris. Just like Philippe Eng wasn't as quick as Fuoco nor Rovera. The same is true of Raffaele Marciello here, who is on the hour mark, so ought to be into the pit lane imminently. Comes through the chicane, heads for the pit lane now, and Raffaele Marciello will, having briefly taken the race lead, give that up this time as he crosses the pit-in line now.
Dan Harper has taken over the 998 machine from Philippe Eng and just starting his first flying laps. I'm curious to see what kind of pace he has in that car, because the two Ferraris are still in the 19s, 219.6 to 219.9 in clear air. Everyone around him, Marciello on his in-lap, 22, so very, very slow, but probably in traffic, but that is where then the undercut starts to come into play. Two McLarens together, that's the 58 and the 59 car, the leader in gold and the sort of roughed up pole position car that has Marvin Kierhofer back aboard now, who set that incredible pole position time, which was nearly half a second faster than everybody else, and for what, 3-4 hours was the leader of our race.
Battle on in silver here. Finn Wiebelhaus versus Laurens Leclerc. This is for second in class then. The Audi on the back of the Mustang. The class leader, Matteo Villagomez, is nearly 25 seconds up the road. But Leclerc in that Audi is chipped away, and he's there on the back of the Ford. They are 27 minutes and 20 seconds, pretty much equal into a stint. So they've got a long way to go before they need to worry about pit stops, and therefore have to do the fighting out on track. Here they come down towards the chicane. That part of the circuit you would think would favour the grunt and go forward into a twiddly bit. That should favour the Audi. Way up the curbing goes the Mustang, a very sideways Ferrari in the background arriving on the scene out of the Rinaldi stable. But over the line now comes Wiebelhaus. The margin that he has got was 0.3 last time, and it's still hanging around the 0.3 of a second mark this time. Zach Robichon is in the Ferrari behind.
Get the feeling that over the last couple of weeks, the Ford Mustang project has really benefited from being stable and having the Mustang participate in all three of these 24-hour races with roughly the same team, roughly the same organisation, definitely not the same cars, but they've come on leaps and bounds, and with the 64 car, found themselves in the top 5 before it got eliminated. We still see, across the categories, really competitive positions for now the 65 machine.
So a category win is possible for Finn Wiebelhaus because Matteo Villagomez doesn't have an enormous advantage, but the trouble is that while he's defending from the Audi, he is losing time net to the Villagomez Aston, which is upholding the marked honour in silver. We've got one, of course, doing well in gold, but Romain Larue, Matteo Villagomez, Olivier Söderström, the drivers of that silver leading Aston Martin. Leclerc then still stuck on the back of the Mustang, but where, if at all, is he going to be able to make a move?
for that battle of the last step on the podium. Really good first lap for Dan Harper out of the pits. Fresh tyres, full tank of fuel, but a 2 minutes 18.4. He actually takes time, a second out of the two Ferraris. And so it was a good decision to get Philippe Eng out of that car, get a new set of tyres on. Now the first of the Ferraris comes in, which is Fuoco. They were staggered last time, and they continue to do so on this set of pit stops.
So that puts Rovera into the lead, therefore, and because he's slightly out of sequence with this car by a lap, he will no doubt be in next time around. Another driver change goes on then for the number 50 entry, so that will put 51 into the lead of the race now, and Alessio Rovera tries to build that gap. It's 8 seconds that he's got in hand now as the fuel goes into number 50. Behind, look, on the road is 48 Mercedes trying to get itself back onto the lead lap. It should do, of course, when number 51 comes into the pit lane, but it's going to be the best part of a lap back in real time. Right, there is their number 50 Ferrari.
It's been a really poor in-lap for the 50 Ferrari. A 109.1 in the middle sector. That is giving away 5 seconds. And in and out laps are particularly crucial. And it's not been a good one for Fuoco. This surely is going to seal his fate. And he's going to drop behind Dan Harper come the end of the pit stop. There's going to be big gaps once again between the two Ferraris.
Yeah.
But, that's very curious. We saw the 50 ahead in the middle part of that stint, but by the time they came to pit lane, the 50 was back behind. Surely they weren't squabbling amongst themselves. That would have been very silly, but yeah, a 109.1 was a slow middle sector, and it's now Leclerc aboard the Ferrari.
As Rovera is due in this time, the Mercedes AMG at the end of the pit lane, which was leading bronze early on, Gabriele Piana takes the car over and should still be in the gold lead. They're coming down pit lane, Arthur Leclerc. So he gets to the pit lane exit line now and can accelerate away. Lights come on as he blasts up the hill. There goes Philippe Eng's car to get past him. It's now got Dan Harper at the wheel. So that puts the BMW ahead. Next into the pit lane comes 51 of Alessio Rovera. So this car now serves its next pit stop. And as it comes into the pit lane, this will be its 23rd of the race then. So Dan Harper well clear now of Arthur Leclerc in number 50 Ferrari, having lost those 5 seconds on the lap coming into the pit lane.
It hasn't really worked out at all for Ferrari, has it? Lost the 5 seconds on that middle stint. But also, Dan Harper has been stronger on those first couple of laps. Okay, the last lap was more normal, a 19.8, but that first lap out of the pits in the 18s was such a strong outlap, and that should keep him at bay with this Ferrari as well. Looks like Rovera's staying aboard, so no driver change for the 51, even though the 50 has had a driver change.
Yeah, you're right, Rovera stays behind the wheel. Screen is cleaned. New boots, tank of fuel, and then the car can go out. It should stay ahead of 50, given the time loss. And then also need to factor into this Jordan Pepper in number 63 Lamborghini. So they're the Ferrari coming now on to Piff Paff. Arthur Leclerc getting himself back up to speed, having not been in the car for 2 or 3 hours. Down the pit road now goes Alessio Rovera. So interesting that not only, again, are they on a different lap, of course you get used to that because that's how the strategy will work out, but one takes on a new driver and one doesn't. You've got one car with an incoming fresh driver, another one staying behind the wheel, having known what the car was like and what the circuit was like from that previous stint. Augusto Farfus has taken over 98 from Raffaele Marciello.
So 63 already through then. Jordan Pepper regains the lead, waiting for the 98 to come through, and the 98 just leaving La Source. As on the inside of La Source is the Ferrari. So, as we expect, drops behind Farfus. We expected to drop behind Picarello as well in the 96, but what about Dan Harper in 5th position? Where is the 998? 998 still coming round La Source, so this is going to be close for 5th position on this latest pit stop cycle.
Right, Ferrari back into the race. Now, let us see as number 50 accelerates out of the corner, and there is the BMW making the climb up the hill. This is going to pan out. Is it BMW or Ferrari? It is going to be BMW, but only just by about 4 lengths. So number 998 then secures its place ahead of both of the Ferraris. So that swings the pendulum back towards Rover Racing. It is once again ahead of the AF Corsa cars. So Dan Harper benefiting from that slow in lap from number 50 when it was Antonio Fuoco at the wheel, and that now puts this car up again into 4th in the class. They're not done yet either. Down towards Bruxelles comes Harper. Behind him then is Alessio Rovera, and you can see the gap that he has managed to establish now over Arthur Leclerc. Now, what happened to the two Ferraris? We said it was a slow in lap by Fuoco. That was up at Les Combes. And here at Pouhon, one has gone way, way wide. That was Fuoco running way off the road. Now, whether that was with a problem, because he weaves around as though maybe he got some pickup, but the car, I don't think it had any contact, but he was certainly way, way wide for some reason.
So number 1 running wide at double gauche, but then 2 running wide, so you pick up a load of marbles, and then that compounds the next couple of corners where you need to clean the car up again. So that is quite a significant error, and gave away 5 seconds in doing so.
What we also have now, though, is quite a big advantage for Jordan Pepper, because the number 63 Lamborghini is back at the front, of course, after that recent cycle of pit stops, and the rest of the pack still chase on behind. But Jordan Pepper is on to lap 4:39. We've now done 19 hours and 34 minutes of the race, and he's 25 seconds ahead of Augusto Farfus, who actually did lap fractionally quicker last time. In 3rd place is Alessio Picariello's Porsche, that again is out of sequence, so that is going to stop earlier than anything else in that leading battle pack. And then you're going to have the Philip Eng BMW now with Dan Harper at the wheel. So Dan Harper in 9.98 coming up towards the timing line ahead of Alessio Rovera. Now the gap between those two we'll monitor in a moment. This is the super slow-mo of the BMW clambering up the curb. So Dan Harper is only 1.8 seconds ahead of Rovera, who is on a first flying lap after a pit stop now, with 6th being Arthur Leclerc. So that's Harper, and we need to see the gap relative to Rovera. It starts at 1.8 seconds.
I reckon Dan Harper's taken about 2 seconds out of Farfus in that cycle of pit stops. The gap between Pepper and Farfus, the 63 and the 98, was around 25 just before the pit stop, if you remember. It got down to about 20, but then grew again at the end of the stint. And it was again about 25 between the 98 and the 998, and it's now 24. Okay, so 1 second. So not massive amounts of gain and loss there, but Dan is going to be very concerned by the looming red and yellow Ferrari behind him, because we saw in the previous stint how good the Ferraris were, and again Leclerc now in the 18s in clear air. He's got a bit of work to do because he's 5 seconds back from teammate, but Rovera is just 2 of Harper.
Now that lead gap, 25.3 seconds. As I say, fractionally quicker last time was Farfus, interestingly enough, but you can put maybe that down to traffic. We need to keep an eye on that for the next 2-3 laps and see if there is a pattern emerging. This then is Dan Harper, who is going to inherit 3rd place by the end of the stint once Alessio Picariello ahead peels for the pit lane. And what about Rovera and Leclerc? 4.7 seconds is your starting point there. So we may end up with 4th, 5th and 6th starting to concertina before the next few laps.
So you've got a couple of things going on here. Are the drivers now consciously trying to drive to a delta to get their tyres to perform all the way through the stint? Because we saw in the BMW's case, the car went slower at the end of the stint and he lost time. So will we see, for instance, Augusto not being as strong at the start of the stint, so he's got a better car at the end, and therefore we won't see that big sway of gap that we saw in the last stint? Have they changed the tyre pressures on that BMW to make it better for Augusto? It's questions that we just don't know. We know it's got new rubber. We don't know how that rubber is set up to interact with, what are we now? 42 degrees track temperature, 24 degrees air temperature, and we still got another 6 or 7 degrees to go before we get to the maximum 30 degrees we're expecting today.
Right, last lap for the leader, fractionally quicker again than the BMW here in 2nd place. So 25.3 seconds. It's still hovering around the same bracket. It's a few tenths gained or a few tenths lost on a given lap because of traffic. And then in 3rd on the road, out of sequence on the pit stops, there in the background is Alessio Picariello in that Retronic Porsche. Now he's due in about half an hour's time, and his last lap was actually slower than the BMW anyway. So still the Porsche does not have the pace of the BMW, and BMW have been saying race long, we don't have the pace really to chase for a win. They're going to have to do this, they think, cleverly on strategy. But right now, Porsche is the worried brand, and Mercedes AMG clinging on to that lead lap. Lucas Auer is down in 10th place, but they need others to have some big dramas, I think, to buy them back some places. Our, at the moment, is 2 seconds off the tail of Vermeulen and lapping faster. So there should be a place to be gained for Lucas Auer before much longer. That's Farfus then coming down through Campus. And 25 seconds adrift. The Rover team nervously watching on. They've been in so many long-distance races. They know even on the last lap at Spa, your car can have a problem. Remember the Rover Racing Porsche with its braking gearbox back in 2020 that clattered its way to victory, so they can't be confident about anything yet. This is number 50. It is the Ferrari then in the hands of Arthur Leclerc through the Piff-Paff, still running in 6th, chasing the sister car.
Okay, Arthur, we are behind Rovera. It's no problem. Was already planned to swap deck, so all as planned. Try to keep the gap.
So a little bit of team play there. They'd already told the 50 and 51 to swap, and the idea was then to swap back, but it kind of happened naturally and organically when the 50 went wide. They do have the number 8, Daniele D'Amato, in between them. I noticed that Daniele was heavily on the flashers when the 51 came out just in front of him, almost saying, come on, get out of the way, I'm faster than you. Well, the 8's down in 32nd position and 8th in class. It's a great livery on that car, but it was perhaps a little optimistic to give the 51 the hurry up.
Yeah, quite. Designed by Marco Bononomi, Le Mans podium finisher, that livery, and graphic designer. The car, remember, picked up a lot of damage early on, flying bodywork from the Heinrich Mason accident, got lodged in the front, and they had a big delay early in the race, along with track limit penalties and a stop-go penalty for an engine change, and on it went. So they started badly, but are persevering in the number 8 Ferrari that Ben was talking about in the background. Now they're going up the hill. 81 has lost its Bronze Cup lead. This is the Pro-Am leading Porsche. Bob Yuan back at the wheel of it. He did a stint probably only a couple of hours ago, so rapidly put back into the car. Of course, there are some cases where you want a given driver for the night, and there are some drivers that say, I don't want to do much nighttime racing if at all possible, so you have to structure that to give them the daylight. And have a look behind where Wiebelhaus and Leclerc are absolutely nose to tail as well. Porsche up towards Paul Frere, and it's still just the Mustang ahead, so therefore hanging on to 2nd in silver.
Well, it's surprising to see the 29 at the head of the Pro-Am field, because all night long, the Aston Martin absolutely dominating. The 100 was half a minute ahead of the rest of that field, and even more. So obviously through pit stops and the way things have fallen out, they're not quite on the same strategy, but the 29 Porsche now leading the Pro-Am category. It's 36th position overall, and actually 37th is Vincent Hasclot in the 100 Aston Martin. But a decent way behind now.
Change imminent for 2nd in silver. Look, as Leclerc again tries to make a move outside for La Source. He wants the undercut and tries it. Gets a face full of Mustang. And by the time he finds a gap, the Mustang has already got the power delivery down. So, heading towards Eau Rouge once again. This ought to be a part of the circuit, both down and uphill, that really favours the Mustang. Leclerc will be frustrated by that, and the danger is now that the Mustang just edges away up the hill. But Leclerc is doing his best, isn't he? Staying in the slipstream, staying in the wheel tracks. Can he stay there enough to be able to make a move? There might even be a double toe with the Porsche ahead of them, because now Finn Wiebelhaus goes to the inside of Bob Yuan. To the outside line there goes Leclerc, and goes all the way around the outside. Fantastic move, really brave, really well read. And Laurens Leclerc then goes through up into 2nd in the Silver Cup. He's worked really hard over the last few laps to plan that move, and it worked out beautifully. But he's got to get past Bob Yuan yet, because he does not want to be compromised by a back marker.
Yeah, absolutely. This is not over, because Bob is a pretty strong peddler, and he's got good pace. And all the way through these races, we've seen that it's difficult to clear traffic. And if Leclerc gets held up in any shape or form, that will give the opportunity for the Mustang to pounce back. Though, it does look as though perhaps that HRT-run Mustang doesn't quite have the legs at the moment, at this point of the stint on the Audi. And yeah, really falling back directly, perhaps even concerned about Zach Robichon behind.
So that's the bronze leader, and he would like another place overall to extend the gap over Gabriele Piana in the 81 Mercedes. That's up now to 40 seconds. So we know that Robichon is quick, having been a World Endurance Championship racer as well this season. He comes to the Kessel Ferrari team, making a GT World Challenge Europe debut, but he's been a a GT racer in the past in the European Le Mans Series. Now Leclerc wants to get past Bob Yuan, as we've been saying. The Pro-Am leading Porsche is nearly 40 seconds up the road over the Aston Martin that's doing the chasing. Look up the road, wait to see the white Audi dart to the outside for the approach to the chicane. That's the inside for the second part. It's risky, but Leclerc has to give a risk. He's up the curb, and here comes Wiebelhaus, who's going to rumble his way back round the outside. Up the inside goes Zach Robichon, and all of a sudden, after his great move at Les Combes, it's all come to nothing by Laurens Leclerc. He was determined to get past the Porsche, and in the end, he's lost not one, but 2 places, and he's got to fight back on the inside. He gets back ahead of Robichon in the Ferrari, and so guess what? He's got to do that move at Les Combes all over again.
How much damage did he do by rubbing that car over the rumble strip? Because it absolutely ground out on the bottom of that Audi, and not ideal whatsoever. A little bit impatient to get past Bob Yuan, and once again they're going to not exactly the same move, because the Mustang is a little bit closer to the Porsche and should clear the Porsche by the time they get to Les Combes. Where does Leclerc go though?
He tries his outside move once again. Wiebelhaus is wise to it, but Leclerc keeps on coming, and he's done it again. No. Through he goes, 2 laps in a row, same move. It's like Groundhog Day for Finn Wiebelhaus. Yet again, he sees the Audi come past him, and Leclerc knew he could do it. Maybe he didn't expect Wiebelhaus to give him the room this time, but he did. And then Leclerc goes deep into Bruxelles, but he comes out ahead. So the Audi has done it, and now there's a clear race track ahead. Well done, Laurens Leclerc. It was brilliant the first time. It was equally outstanding the second.
When somebody plays a trick on you, you don't let them do it twice. And he just let that same move happen twice in a row. And Wiebelhaus was not equal to it.
I think that was purely done by Leclerc, just so we didn't need to tee up a replay. He could show us again how to do it. So he's through into now second place in silver. So been a good lap for him, because he got past Robichon going into the La Source hairpin, and he's also got ahead of Finn Wiebelhaus. So Laurens Leclerc really flying this morning as the Audi works its way to second in class. Next target is Mathieu Villa-Gomez in the Aston, who is quite a long way up the road.
Gaps at the head of the field. Pepper just slightly losing a little bit of time to Farfus. 24.1 is the gap now. And then Farfus to Picarello is 5 seconds.
I was looking at that, and the leader is well and truly stuck in traffic. We'll come back to that in a minute as you see the replay of one of the 2 moves that gave Leclerc the second place in silver. That was the second of them, the one that actually stuck, and there he is getting away a little bit. Yeah, the race-leading Lamborghini, as I say, it's got a lot of back markers ahead still. It's had to work its way through a lot of traffic as well over the last couple of laps. I do wonder whether or not they're just being respectful of that car, because with respect to Lamborghini Squadra Corsa, with respect to the Grasser Racing team, they don't normally get in the lead with 4 hours to go of 24, so they might just be edging off the ultimate pace ever so slightly just to look after the machinery. You know, the last lap was actually quicker than the BMW of Farfus, so there's not that much to choose between them, but maybe Grasser are being clever in all of this. That's your second place BMW heading uphill. It's Augusto Farfus at the wheel. Raffaele Marciello and Jesse Krohn are the other 2 drivers of that car. Jesse Krohn has been busy this morning, and having got out of the car and had a quick breath of air, he can talk to Alex Legui in the pits.
Yes, as we stand here watching on there as Augusto Farfus is pedalling your 98 car beautifully, as all 3 of you boys have done so far. At what stage? Well, I would say about now, right? The pressure really starts to get higher, and you've got the Ferraris breathing down your neck.
Yeah, obviously now the real race starts. The first 20 hours is surviving. Luckily we've done so. We survived the night, and now it's time to go racing. We're obviously in a good position. This race is the race where the guy who makes the least amount of mistakes is going to do well, and so far we've done none, so it's been a good day.
How tricky has it been? Spa usually throws us all sorts of different challenges, weather-wise, and particularly it being this microclimate, and yet we've had a dry race all the way through. Does that make it harder?
There's different kind of challenges now with marbles around the track. So although the weather has been stable, we've had no rain, which is super unusual for this place. There's a lot of marbles out there. The track is very dirty on the offline, so you really have to take care when you're passing back markers, and it's a different kind of challenge.
How much of a challenge is traffic out there? It looks very tricky.
Yeah, there's been, when we started, over 70 cars, so it's been busiest it's ever been. Obviously traffic plays a big part, and you just have to be calm, take your time, make sure that you take no unnecessary risks, and so far it's worked out well for us, although it's crazy out there.
What was your night like? So you did the really tough stint, didn't you? Handed the car over to Lolo.
Yeah, it was when the temperature drops, it seems like this Pirelli tire seems to have a bit of a pickup issue for everyone, so at some point the pace really dropped. Normally in the night when the temperature go cooler, then the pace picks up, but this time it was the opposite, so it was really all about surviving in the night.
You're looking very fresh for someone who's done a night shift. Right, powers are on.
Thank you.
So Jesse Krohn watching Augusto Farfus at the wheel of the car, 25 seconds back, lost a little bit of time to the race leader on that previous lap. In the background is Alessio Picariello. Now, the Porsche is kind of picking up its skirts a little bit. It's doing 2:19s. Now, you could argue that's because it's coming to the end of a stint and it's lower on fuel. And then behind is Dan Harper in 9.98 in fourth place. And Harper is lapping quicker than anybody ahead of him.
Yes, and Dan is very, very fast, but is that car going to last the full stint? That's got to be the question. He is only halfway just about through his stint, and I feel as though the BMW is strong in its first half of the stint. It's the second half that's the question mark. But Dan is getting into the 18s when he's got clear track, and that is better than the three cars ahead.
We've never had a Lamborghini victory. We've never had a Lamborghini podium finish in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. And we now have 4 hours and 10 minutes to go. And we've got Jordan Pepper at the wheel of the leading car, coming now up out of the Cours Paul Frere onto Blanchimont. That seems to go on forever. You get halfway around it, you think, where's the chicane? Somebody's moved it. There's the second bit, and then you can see it in the distance. And there's still quite a bit of real estate before you get to the braking area here. Traffic up the road. Constant problem for the race leader. Farfus second, Picariello third, fourth Harper, fifth Rovera, sixth is Leclerc as coming over the line. Another lap put into the book for the race leading Lamborghini of Jordan Pepper. So with traffic ahead, Pepper grinds his way out of La Source, ready to drop downhill, and it's the Santalot Run Qatari Audi that is going to be the car to be negotiated.
There's a few changes a bit further back as well, because the two McLarens have swapped positions. The 59 now ahead of the 58. So Marvin Kierhofer got up to 7th position overall and is driving away from Frederick Schandorf. Schandorf, with his aggressive nature, has stayed ahead in the Gold Cup, but Thierry Vermeulen is only a second behind him. So at the end of this stint, those two who owe us a pit stop in about 2 or 3 laps' time are very, very close to each other once more. And I tell you what, if McLaren have the same issue as they've had in the last round of pit stops, they will lose the lead back to that number 33, because they've had consistently been just that fraction bit slower with that jolty start, getting the car fired up.
Jordan Pepper trying to work his way through the traffic now. So in the first sector, he would have been slightly compromised by about 3/10 against Farfus because of slower cars around him. So the Grasser Racing team, that for a number of seasons was, if you like, the favoured Lamborghini team, then that mantle seemed to go away from them, and they've regrouped and, if you like, won the favour back again from Lamborghini Squadra Corsa. They've got all the star factory drivers across the fleet in the Pro Cup again this year, and the closer they get to 24 hours, the more they must feel maybe, if a Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini could win this, it would be an outstanding achievement for Lamborghini as a brand, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Such a turbulent time over the last 18 months for Lamborghini, with the big sort of starring performance with their hypercar project that then catastrophically kind of fell apart, and not only fell apart from a hypercar point of view, but also carried with it the support of Iron Lynx pulling out of the GT3 project also, and suddenly they have a lot of works drivers not doing a lot, and so they all get farmed out to the various different championships where customer racing is a thing, but then there's not quite the level of support, because the management at the customer racing at Lamborghini has been all sort of up and down.
I was going to say, you had personnel changes there at the start of last year, which didn't really help. So yeah, this would be a really good regrouping for Lamborghini. And there then is the car in question. It is Jordan Pepper at the wheel of it. He's been a loyal servant of Lamborghini and previously Bentley. The South African driver who first came to prominence in the Sirocco Cup in the days when every entry list used to have him with his full name, Jordan Lee Pepper. But Jordan then coming up the hill, goes towards Les Combes, and 23.6 seconds ahead. So a little bit of time gained back on that last lap by far first. Picariello's last lap was a 2:21. So again, I think a lot of this is just purely down to traffic, because there's a whole wave of cars now that the race leading wave has got to try and get through.
Having a look behind Jordan Pepper at the 333, which is down in 45th position, and that is Pool Motorsports Lamborghini. Very similar liveries, but it's not run by the same team.
No, it's another one out of the DTM, isn't it? The Maximilian Powell team, and it is John Paul Southern Jr. at the wheel of the car right now. As you say, it's a long way down the order. Treble 3 is a car that runs in gold. Marzio Moretti, Maximilian Powell himself, and Roman Rogalski are the drivers, but it's the American John Paul Southern Jr. in it at the minute. There's the 2Cs Mercedes ahead of the overall race leader, Jordan Pepper, who comes then now down to Piff Paff. He's not done the fastest lap. That's Alessandro Pierguidi, who has that mantle of 2:17.0 from lap 3:52, and we're on lap 4:47. But Jordan Pepper is still certainly pushing on as best he can.
Talk about distance records the last couple of weekends. Obviously, Le Mans 397, very famous number. Nürburgring 162 laps, and here 589 is the lap or distance record for a 24-hour race here at Spa. Set back in 2006, so what's that, 19 years ago? And obviously many different regulations since then, with full course yellows and safety car periods, and we perhaps were a little bit more liberal with the way that we controlled incidents. So we're on 446 now with 4 hours left. We've got just 4 hours. Hang on, got to get this maths right. 4 hours is...
You started this.
A fifth of the distance? Not quite. But basically, I think the conclusion is we're not going to get anywhere near that distance record, even if we have had dry conditions. We haven't had a red flag for fog in the middle of the night, which is so often the case at this meeting, or for weather. And actually, it's been pretty clean, certainly over the night. Yes, we had a few incidents, and frustratingly, that did encourage full course yellows and safety cars, but they weren't significant incidents. It just took a long time to clear up. I like the idea of a distance record. I feel as though you should. If you've got if you've had a meeting at a weekend like this, like we had at Le Mans, like we had at Nürburgring, where it's been dry and been relatively clean, fast racing, then we should be able to compete. And certainly last weekend, that was a prime opportunity to beat the Nürburgring lap record, but for a power failure.
What will also be interesting is to see how many cars we get on the lead lap, because we've had a record 8 cars have been on the lead lap for the previous 3 editions. The benchmark set in 2020 and then bettered. This, meantime, is what's going on in gold, and Frederick Schandhoff is still ahead of Thierry Vermeulen, but not by much. It's about, what, 1.3 seconds? That's all that splits those two, as Vermeulen then comes out of the chicane, and they've probably got one more lap that they can do before they need to pit. That's going to help the car behind them, which is Lucas Ahr's Mercedes, that comes through now then. Because of the last round of pit stops, it is more secure on the lead lap, but then it will also not be far off having to think about stopping again. Charles Witt's BMW is in 11th. There's another conversation to have, not only about the relative pace of the BMWs, but just have a look which are the higher two, Rover and Rover, ahead of WRT, WRT, WRT in 11th, 12th and 13th places. What have Rover found that WRT hasn't?
Oh, it's been a painful couple of weeks for WRT. If you look at what happened to them at the Le Mans 24 hours, they didn't enter Nürburgring. Rover did, but they only had one car. They only had one works BMW. And what happened to that car? Somehow it took victory.
Yeah, exactly.
Against all the odds, considering they only had one gun. In an entry of 27.
So there in gold, Thierry Vermeulen comes now down through Bruxelles, and Frederick Schandhoff 1.2 seconds ahead when this lap started. So out of the left-hander at Jackie Eakes' corner, Speaker's corner, goes Vermeulen, and the Benelux influence across that car still hustling on after Frederick Schandhoff, who is another of those drivers that whatever you put him in, because he made his name initially in Lamborghini Super Trofeo, more recently in McLaren's, he's very, very good, but for some reason isn't fashionable. He doesn't really get the credit he deserves, and hasn't yet been picked up by a manufacturer for a proper pro program.
just going back to Rove, that obviously is the sponsor. Rove are an oil manufacturer and a partner of SRO across the GT World Challenge Championships, as well as obviously backing that BMW team, but it's not run by Rove. They're the sponsor, they're the oil, they're the stickers on the car. It's actually run by Motorsport Competence Group, which is not a very fashionable, flashy name, but probably one of the best teams that you never heard of, because they have successfully run cars for about 15, 20 years across DTM and German championships, and have had, ever since Rove appeared in this sports car program, have been the trusted team. So a bit like Verstappen.com is actually run in this race by 2Cs and in the Sprint Cup by Emil Frey, actually Motorsport Competence Group are the team that run the Rove, but I'm not sure they've ever actually entered it as themselves.
No, I don't think they have. As you say, it's a very unknown name. The other, we ought to just acknowledge, the other part of Rover's sponsorship elsewhere is sponsoring British Speedway. The Premiership is sponsored by Rover Oil as well, so something completely different in the UK, and something that hopefully can grow once more with a bit of promotion behind it.
Looking at the Bronze Cup here, but the Gold Cup leaders are now in the pits, and there is Frederick Schandorf. Yeah. He's actually swapping out of that McLaren after just a single stint, I think that was.
They're both on the top pits, aren't they, as well?
Yeah.
Because at pit in, there in the background, is the Aston.
Does he fire up and get away cleanly this time? Yes, he does, which means he just about keeps the advantage in the McLaren.
But it's come down a bit. It was 1.3 seconds on track, and it looks less than that as they come down the pit lane.
Who's in the car now in that McLaren? There's 4 driver options for the 58, just a 3 for the 33.
I'm thinking Adam Smalley, because of the names I've come across this morning. I don't remember talking about Adam, but I'm not going to stick to that. We'll find out if and when the transponder updates. But you can see that the Aston has got just that little bit closer. Down the pit road they come then. And we are now looking at just under 4 hours of the race to go.
Vermeulen stays aboard the Verstappen.com Aston Martin. It's going to be absolutely to the flag, that battle. And it'll be fascinating to see just how high up they can be in the pro category as well.
Right, let's just quickly tick off who is behind the wheel of the cars then, as out they will come in a moment. So in the McLaren, it's Dean McDonald, in fact, takes over 58. Thierry Vermeulen stays behind the wheel of 33.
And the stints that we've seen Dean in that car, he has been strong and been stronger than the Aston Martin as well. So that should be interesting to see McDonald versus Vermeulen. We saw McDonald versus Lulham earlier on, and it was advantage McDonald, but against Vermeulen, let's see. As I said before, Vermeulen only starting his motor racing career in 2021, post-COVID, post getting to know the world of sim racing during COVID and fancying a go in the real world, and the whole project based around this idea of bringing sim racers up through the ranks, with Harry King sort of the outlier in that one, because he's come from being a professional racing driver for many, many more years than his teammates.
Yeah, Ginetta Juniors, Ginetta Super Cup, Porsche Carrera Cup GB. Right.
He went undefeated in Porsche Carrera Cup GP one year. The year he won it.
No, he didn't win every race.
No?
Not quite. He won most, yeah, including, like I was talking about earlier on, Knock Hill from the back of the grid to the front. I think the only person that's ever won the British Porsche Championship, and that was in the pre-Carrera Cup days, every race, was Johnny Molan. Oh. That was before it was Carrera Cup GB. It was when it's still Porsche Club Championship. Right, 46 BMW goes through, and René Rast at the wheel, 10th place, that car is. Right, you're off for some sleep, are you now, after a night of producing and a morning of talking?
I don't think I can. We've got 4 hours left, and there's so many unanswered questions that I'm going to be sitting and probably trying to sleep, but more interested in what's going to happen out on circuit. It's been a pleasure, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben Constanduris, who was not only manning a microphone, but also looking after the production of the broadcast during the night. So double duty. We talk about it for GT4 and GT3 drivers, but double duty producing and talking about the race as well. So then we've got the drivers now on lap 491. Jordan Pepper is still up front. with Augusto Farfus behind. A couple of laps ago when we touched on that gap, it was 25 seconds, and now it's down to about 22.3. So there has been a slight reduction, but so much of this, Joe Osborne, you can put down to the traffic, can't you? And another thought in the back of my mind, and so you can offer a theory and tell me I'm wrong, is that the Grasser Racing team with that Lamborghini are just being a little bit more conservative now. They're not nursing it necessarily, but there are moments where they don't need to stress it. They have come so close to a podium finish here with 4 hours to go. They desperately want to get to the end.
Yeah, definitely so. I think that will be a prerequisite of the squad, but the driver's very mature as well. Obviously, Bortolotti, Pepper, Engsler, they'll just be thinking, what can we do to save this car? Obvious ones, avoiding curbs. There's some corners where you can get rid of a downshift. Sometimes, is it a first or second gear corner? If you just stay in second, it's a couple of less downshifts a lap, of course, and you can just start to roll out the throttle and all of those things. There's no point winning by a mile. An inch is the same, and I think you're completely correct in that. With 4 hours to go, they can start to maybe monitor this pace.
Is this the part of the race, or does it come later where you start to hear funny noises? A bit later on.
I hear it from the start.
Oh, fair enough, okay. But I mean, as Ben and I were saying, this would be, and we are jumping ahead a bit, but this will be an outstanding result for Lamborghini. Never a podium finish, never mind a win here. And the Grasser Racing team a few years ago seemed to be the forgotten team, because a lot of the attention had gone to the alternative squads that operated the cars, such as Andrea Caldarelli, if you remember, going back to the end of the last decade, winning almost every championship going in the orange with FFF racing car. But now Grasser has re-established itself, and if it were to take Lamborghini to a win here, that would put Gottfried Grasser's reputation in great stock.
Yeah, the timing of it the last year with the Huracan before they bring out their new model GT3, it's their last chance to do it with this car. So yeah, there's lots of bits there, and there is the lead gap all the way back to this number 98 Rover Racing car. Obviously massively won, didn't it, with that full course yellow pit stop. That took it all the way up from 8th position to all the way to second, where it currently sits.
And it's the same thing really that happened to the sister car, 998 in the night. That had a big win under a full course yellow. This comes back to experience of long distance races, but experience of long distance races on this kind of circuit, you know, where it's a long lap, where more things can happen in a lap. 7 kilometers under a full course yellow or a safety car, you know, you've got to read that differently from, let's say, an endurance race around Monza.
Yeah, and they seem to be able to do it every weekend as well, don't they? Not maybe had the pace over a lap that we've seen before. Compared to WRT, I feel WRT with the 32 car being quicker over a lap this season thus far, but strategy has favoured them, as we see the Lion Speed Porsche dive down the hill. Ricardo Feller on board, 23rd overall, 3rd in class at the moment. Another Porsche here, the Rutronic car, currently 3rd in overall, sorry, but coming to the end of its stint, and it will need to box this lap.
And therefore it's still out of sequence, isn't it? It sort of tricks you into thinking it's moved back up the order, but it only does that when everybody else peels off. Now we're into the last 4 hours, so we're coming to the end really of the number of pit stops, aren't we? So we need to start planning ahead and trying to work out who's going to be where when we get into that last stint. Right now, this Porsche, when it stops, tends to drop back into 10th place, but a yellow flag all of a sudden. I think number 15 BMW has had a moment down at Rouen, and that could well start to interrupt things. So if the BMW can't get going, it's all bets off, as right now Picariello comes into Cours Paul Frere. Now, do Rutronic say there's a car off the road, will gamble and get you in this time, or are they going to keep him on the racetrack? Let's see. Into Blanchimont he comes. What do you reckon?
He has to box this lap. That's the awkward nature of this huge snap of oversteer. Huge moment there for Picariello. Did so well to save that. It was loose on the way in. He's trying to do everything he can on this in lap. The car's still there at Pouon. That 15 BMW has not moved yet. This full course yellow anytime now would really help this car suddenly get back to the top. And there it is. It stops. It's not that far off the racing line.
So there's like a 30-second time grace given by race control to see if the driver can get the car to fire up again. Has it got there through a spin, or has it pulled off with a mechanical malady? Because that in turn might affect what happens next. We're still under yellow. The car has not yet moved on our tracker. This is Picariello into the pit lane then, and he's going to stay behind the wheel, but they're going to give him fresh tyres and a tank of fuel. The BMW remains stationary. Full course yellow coming, but it's going to be a short one. Pit entry is closed. This car's fine because it got in, and let's see whether they're going to win or lose out of all of this. Full course yellow now.
Massive massive win. This flips it on its head, and that's why they were doing a left field strategy. We'd mentioned it a few times, and we understood why, but how it pans out is so different now. I said the numbers earlier, but to summarize, they're effectively going to nearly gain 2 kilometers doing the majority of this pit stop under full course yellow. Why? Well, normally the cars are averaging over 170 kilometers an hour a lap. At the moment, they're averaging 80.
Away goes Alessio Picariello. We are under full course yellow conditions, and so there going through is Dan Harper up into third. 4th place behind, it is now going to be Alessio Rovera, and then behind him, Arthur Leclerc. That's the other thing I've learned, by the way, in the last hour. It's Rovera, not Rovera. I've been corrected by Italians, so note to self. Down the pit road comes the Porsche. Ignore 3 on the Lumi rank. When he gets to the next timing point, that will update, but there should be a win for that car in terms of track position. And if we go safety car, there'll be another win because he'll close up on the pack ahead.
Yeah, the safety car less likely at the moment, obviously under a short full course yellow. But if that BMW, for example, is stuck in gear, then of course it will go to a full course, longer period, then into safety car most probably. So yeah,
it's amazing how the luck can ride with you, can't it?
And this car, with some of the drivers aboard at Nürburgring, the Porsche team not particularly happy. The Grello car, obviously they're losing a win due to a penalty. So some of the Porsche fans still not happy about that.
We're back to green as the car exits the pit lane. So full course yellow ending on short notice. That now overtaken by the green flag. So as soon as Picariello comes out, he's back into full race mode.
It felt like the full course yellow was attached to his pit lane speed limiter.
Yeah, quite.
It came out when he turned it on, and it came off when he turned it off. So, and look at the space he's got. Picariello and the Belgian driver obviously raced against him back pre-COVID in out in China GT. Actually, really nice guy, very fast, super focused, loves his fitness as well. And at the moment, he will have a huge smile underneath that helmet.
It's taken a long time for Alessio Picariello to become noticed, hasn't it? Because he went off and started racing in the Far East very early in his career, did great things out there, and on the back of it, finally was brought back into Europe and into the public consciousness rather more. So that Porsche, I reckon, is going to put itself now up into 8th place ahead of the Lucas Auer Mercedes AMG. We'll double check come the end of the lap as we go back to green. So Jordan Pepper still leading the way ahead of Augusto Farfus, although the gap down to 18.3 seconds last time around. 3rd will be Dan Harper from Rovera, from Leclerc, and then Marvin Kirchhofer to round out the top 6. In gold, it is still Dean McDonald now by 2 seconds over Thierry Vermeulen. That is the 52 Ferrari, I think, back into the pit lane. Marcus Siebert at the wheel of it. Away he goes, another of the AF Corsa fleet of cars. 3 hours 50 to go.
Yeah, so that Porsche, 3 more stops needed from it to get to the end, essentially. So what they're going to do, their drivers, so after Picariello, 3 more to do, and will Picariello do a triple after this one, another one to make it a triple, sorry, or are they going to get him out? Hearing some drivers offering to the teams, I'll do the triple to get this car home as quick as possible, and that strategy-wise is the quickest, but it's demanding of the driver in these warmer conditions. 25 degrees ambient now, but we know inside the cockpit much, much higher. Some drivers claiming up to 50 degrees centigrade in the cockpits, and sitting inside that for 3 hours isn't particularly pleasant.
Now, Dan Harper to Alessio Rovera is 1.5 seconds, and last time around Rovera was a little bit quicker. That is Arthur Leclerc behind, and then you get here Dean McDonald going through the shot. Now, McDonald's off the lead lap, but crucially he's leading in gold. So that means at the minute we've got 10 on the lead lap, and 8 is our record.
Yeah, Vermeulen's sticking with him. He's losing, isn't he? The gap is getting bigger, but not at a substantial rate yet. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see, can they do anything about it? Harry King very quick at times. Are they going to cycle between him and Vermeulen a bit towards the end of this race, perhaps?
There is Vermeulen then now coming through that long left of Pouin. So at the moment, this is kind of gone against the plan. Remember, this was a car running really well up the order overall early in the morning. I don't think its pace has changed massively, but the McLaren has got stronger with Schandorf and McDonald doing good stints in it. So we've had a change for the lead in gold. And bearing in mind, they were nose to tail, weren't they, coming down the pit lane. Now, again, you can see how that gap has widened. As Joe says, the Aston is hanging on in there, but over 2 seconds is the margin, whereas this for 3rd place, Harper versus Rovera, is coming down. there going into shot is Dean McDonald tricking you, because there is a McLaren chasing after Arthur Leclerc, but it's not that one.
Exactly. McLaren's still running well pace-wise. Reliability improved massively. Used to have a slight turbo issue with that McLaren, that something would fail and you'd start to lose a bit of performance, and we were used to seeing that degradation of lap time, but at the moment all those lead McLarens inside the top 13 able to pump in the fast lap times, and the times are still dropping away as the track temp now at 45 degrees. That is getting on to the hottest we've ever seen here at Spa 24. Pirelli saying 46 was the peak yesterday.
What's that going to do to tyres, to cars, bearing in mind, you know, they've been raced now for over 20 hours. They've done a lot of other activity over the weekend as well. So the car mechanically is starting to feel a bit jaded maybe. And then you factor in the tyres, where Ben and I were musing about what they're going to do over a stint. And are we getting to a point where you need to nurse them through an hour just to make sure you've got something you can rely on at the end?
Definitely on the rear tyre, too early on the throttle, too hard. These guys roughly all 550 horsepower. Traction control stops the wheels from spinning up and eating into that rubber compound, but then it slows you down. So it's finding the balance of enough slip to let you go forwards, but not too much where you go sideways and waste that energy. But for sure, the rear tyre will be the biggest issue. The other one will be brake and just general water and oil temp for the engine. If you're following a car too closely, that air even hotter. So I think we might start to see maybe cars nose to tail looking for more clean air towards the end of the longer straights here.
This is your Silver Cup leader, and it is Oliver Söderström. I was talking about this car early on. Last year it was heading for a podium in class, and it got biffed off the road. Right now it is in clear air. It is being chased by the Audi of Ivan Klimenko, and it leads its class by around about half a minute. And that flapping mirror seems to have been there for a long time. The sticky tape that is on it is sort of working. The mirror has flopped down again, but it's not fallen off, so it's absolutely no benefit to him whatsoever, but it is still hanging on in there.
Surprisingly, they almost just haven't ripped it off by this point. We thought they might replace the whole door. It's a quick way of doing it. They've decided they don't want to change it, and the officials happy with it. And the car will have a pretty complex rear view camera system. It'll have a radar and everything. So their mirrors really are secondary now for the drivers to look behind. They use that radar a lot more, and then the mirrors maybe a final check if they're not 100% sure.
Fastest lap of the race, though, done by a Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi 3 hours or so ago. This, then, is Söderström turning his way right, left, through Pif-Paf and getting back onto the power now. The car is running in 18th place overall. That's the opposition, 20th overall. And Ivan Klimenko, it is in the Audi, accelerating again onto Speaker's Corner. Now, that was a car in his hands that went really well to second place outright in the second Sprint Cup race at Zandvoort. Ivan Klimenko, the Ukrainian driver, who has certainly come on in leaps and bounds over the last couple of seasons of GT racing. He was initially a single-seater racer in Formula Regionale, and then into GT cars. And in third in the class is the yellow Mustang in the hands of now Romain Andriolo. But Klimenko looking strong. And the lap time that he did last time through was a 2:20. Söderström was a 2:19. So at the moment, it's still advantage Aston Martin.
Yeah, the Aston has been pretty dominant, hasn't it, for the last few hours in that silver class. And the Audi looking good. Slight bodywork damage to the rear of it, but I think it's from tyre debris more than anything else.
There could actually be something to cheer for Aston Martin. We seem to have dwelt on all the bad luck, like number 7, last year's winning car going out with a drivetrain and lots of damage to other cars, and one not even taking the start. But they're running second in gold, they're running second in Pro-Am, and it is a leading car in silver. So there might yet be 3 possible class wins on the cards.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, isn't it? And strength in numbers, it'll be the reason for that. There's the gap to the Ford that you mentioned, 5.6 seconds last time around. Such grown 6.1 as they just went across the line. Rouget, the only car in the pit lane at the moment. That was a scheduled stop for the CSA car, the sole remaining one. Obviously, we lost the sister car early on with that huge impact between itself and the Porsche. Going for a walk around the paddock this morning, spotted an awkward predicament that the CSA hospitality tent is right outside the Schumacher CRT garage. So there must have been some awkward daggers thrown across the endurance pit lane at the bottom of the track here.
Yeah, that'll be a discussion point for many a day, I think, amongst teams. and no doubt will be incorporated into the driver's briefing next year. If you've got a problem, get off the line at Blanchimont. Any saving grace was it was in the daylight. Imagine it in the dark. So that's Farfus through the traffic. He's just got past Tim Sandler, who also blotted his copybook, didn't he, yesterday evening by getting into the back of an Aston Martin and edging it towards the tyre barrier. Out of Les Combes then goes Farfus. We've just had another car with a pit stop penalty for track limits, and it is the Stella Chevrolet being given a 30-second penalty for track limit abuses.
Yeah, we've still got 3 hours 40 minutes remaining of these track limit lives. They were reset every 6 hours, so we're into that final segment of it, the 6th one, attracting that penalty that Stella have just got there as the Rover Motor Oil team look on. 2 cars have been in the running up and down, 2nd and 3rd at the moment. Their strategists will be just trying to work out where they think the 96 Retronic Porsche will be after everyone does this next round of stops.
Net, the gap is coming down. It was about 25 seconds at the start of this stint, and it's down to 20 between Jordan Pepper in the lead and Augusto Farfus second as Marvin Kirchhoff pits once more. And I think we've had a driver change in that car. Joseph Loke, Benji Goethe, the other drivers. We heard from Benji Goethe earlier on, and apparently as soon as he'd finished the interview, he virtually collapsed. He was absolutely exhausted.
Yeah, I'm really worried about the oil bomb going in the back there. The mechanic didn't seem to be able to fire it in. They'll still send it even if it's not gone in. Slow to get away. Again, was that a stall? We've seen quite a few stalls, haven't we, for those Garage 59 McLarens, and the car has gone away, and hopefully they've got the top up of oil that they want.
All right, and also rejoining there was the Nicola Rossi, Nicola Schiero, David Fuminelli, Daniele Diamato Ferrari. So you'll see the cars on track. You'll see cars coming out of the pit lane on the inside of the racetrack there. We had the Porsche with its puncture, didn't we? Ricky Perra, that having picked up the puncture, dived for the pit lane and then got a drive-through because you're not allowed to do that. But he still had a win because the time lost for a drive-through much less than doing a full lap with a puncture. So it was worth doing.
Yeah, exactly. It was a smart and very quick bit of thinking. It was a split-second decision. Would you like to know a prediction? Good. I think after the next round of pit stops, good. The Picarello car will be leading by 30 seconds. Why do I think that? It was 1 minute and 30 behind the leader last time around. They've all got to do a pit stop, which is roughly taking 2 minutes. So if it's all under green, my prediction is that 96 Retronic Porsche will be leading by around 30 seconds.
And that car is now 11 minutes into a stint, so it's still not quite there. We need to see 74 in the pit lane. We need to ultimately see whether 96.
They all owe us the same amount of stops to get to the end.
It's where they take them, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
So, intriguing.
What could be interesting is the cars that are going longer right now, if there's a late safety car, they will naturally be on fresher tyres. So when we get to the fight element of it, it will actually be how fresh are your tyres in that last stint. But that's some time away.
Yeah, and whether that Porsche has got the pace. You know, if it does come down to a gloves-off grudge match, can that car have the pace to fight? It's got a problem for 74. It doesn't get away very speedily, does it? It looked like the stop was done, but it took quite a long time for Zach Robuchon to get going, and that was the car that was leading in bronze when it came into the pit lane over Gabriele Piana in 81 Mercedes. So they can ill afford to have a problem or lose time in the pit lane like that.
Yeah, hard to see. They were going through the passenger door. Maybe it hadn't been shut properly and the driver was saying we need to shut it, but yeah, they weren't particularly slick with the end of that stop as the BMW's lost its bumper. We saw it do it earlier in the season. Actually seemed to help the performance of the car. Definitely gets the airflow off it. Bit Mad Max in its style. Car in front of the Aston Martin, obviously leading that Pro-Am class as well.
And that rear valance was peeled off last night, wasn't it? That was a long, long time ago. They haven't bothered to replace it. So it's the lightweight model and the M4, which has had a tough race and never really caught alive. Even the other BMWs have been able to get themselves up towards the top 6 on occasion. Sheldon van der Linde is at the wheel of 31, but this car, for some reason, has just never had the pace. And that rather grumpy Dries van Thor that we saw stalking away last night, I think will still be grumpy.
Has Clot in the car, not fighting that, leading that Pro-Am class. What he said, remember earlier we heard from them, no drinks, no radio. Right, yeah. And that isn't the musical radio, that's the radio communicate to the team. So we don't know if it's been fixed or they've just got a very strong protocol in place to be looking for the pit board. But that would be hard work enough without a drink, but without a radio. I wonder if there's a a major electrical gremlin in the system. They piggyback off some of the systems, the buttons on the steering wheel, for example. So hard work for that 100 Aston Martin.
But on the plus side, there's lots of ice cream, because Beach Dean is an ice cream brand. It's owned by Andrew Howard, who is the oldest driver on the grid at 61. So at least if you have a hard stint, especially in this weather, the sponsor's product awaits. This is 998 then, the car that was in third place, and as Dan Harper pits, that gives the position now to Alessio Rovera, and Dan Harper will stay behind the wheel. They're going to give him new boots. They're going to, of course, fill the tank of fuel. 44 seconds, that refueling hose connected. That's the regulation time.
Yeah, brand new Pirelli tyres there. You can see the stickers on them. Sometimes quite hard to tell the newer tyre, more of a sort of a satin finish with the releasing agent on it, but the sticker confirming that is a new tyre, and an oil bomb as well there going into that pressurized canister. Anything up to a couple of litres of oil, the engineers will know exactly where they need that oil pressure to be, and if it has been dropping, then they'll just top that oil up.
Car drops, fires up as you pull the cable out. That fires up the engine, so it's all those engine runnings, it hits the ground. 46 here is on its way back into the race with Kevin Magnussen at the wheel. That had climbed up the order on this cycle of pit stops, but yeah, the final hour is going to have an awful lot of shuffling in store. Magnussen blasts out of the pit lane.
Race leader in as well now, Pepper, into the pit stop. Pit's going to get relatively busy over the next 10 minutes. The whole of the top 7 will need to pit, apart from this car, and we're just going to have to see what Pirelli can do. Some nice clear track in front of us at the moment. Last few lap times have been good. 19.8 on the last time round. Not really anyone faster in the top 10 than that. So far, so good for this 96 car.
Yeah, Jordan Pepper out of the lead, pits at the end of 58 minutes. More pit stops are being cycled through there. That's the Formula One pits on the way to La Source. The Century Motorsport BMW comes into the pit lane further down the pit road. That is GRT, Grasser Racing Team. And Jordan Pepper is going to do another stint. Luca Engschler was saying earlier on he hopes he doesn't have to get back in, having had the night shift. So that means that having had Mirko Bortolotti in for a double stint, Jordan Pepper is going to be in the car. And in these temperatures, with the temperatures going up, Jordan Pepper in for another long slog. He might be a roasted pepper by the end of his next stint.
He might be. I really like that one. I'm trying not to laugh out loud, but this is going to be the race on pit lane, so you can see the pit lane counter all the way up there. The Pepper car will be releasing shortly, because that pit stop time will be around 120 seconds, and in fact they're already going around La Source here. 30 more seconds until he gets exit, and Pirelli won't know where he is, but he knows he will have a smile on his face. That last pit stop under full course yellow, the massive beneficiary for this team. Let's see how it pans out as they both blast to Eau Rouge.
So the Porsche sounding quick and accelerating downhill, whereas you can see the massive difference in terms of pace of cars in the pit lane. So Picariello passes then, Pepper pits, and he's coming towards the end of that long, slow drive down the pit lane. So back on track any moment now as the car gets to the pit exit line and blasts away.
So this was the gap I expected to be 30 seconds. We'll need a lap to see where exactly it is, but it's the full length of the Kemmel Straight, isn't it? And still good, clear space for this Porsche. Last lap, 19.6. Pirelli metronomic at the moment in this stint. His stint average is almost identical to the fastest lap of the stint.
So if the Porsche makes its final stop before the final stop for the Lamborghini, it should therefore maintain the advantage.
Yep, if there was a safety car or not, the advantage is there. The only disadvantage is the older tyre on a safety car restart. That's the only negative that I can possibly see.
But I'm just thinking, if the Porsche is ahead and it pits, advantage Lamborghini and others, but then they pit, they drop back behind the Porsche. So yeah, it's seeing who pits last to lose the race, or pits first in that last sequence to win it. Advantage for the moment to the Porsche. Augusto Farfus is in number 98 BMW, and that's at the end of 460 laps. So Jordan Pepper drops down a position. Here he is, and you can see he's absolutely flying then as Lamborghini gets closer and closer, 3.5 hours away from a win in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. The pit lane doesn't look quite as frantic as it has done right now, does it? We have, of 74 starters, got 50... I think, still circulating, maybe about 50 still circulating. So it has been quite a high mortality rate.
Yeah, a third of them have fallen by the wayside, and on board with Pirelli, these tyres will start to be losing their peak performance grip-wise, so he's now got to rein it in. The opposite for Pepper. When you leave the pits on new tyres, that's the best the car ever feels, and you have to absolutely give it everything you've got. We're going to maybe listen into the team radio here of the Rover BMW here, the 998 car. See what they've got to say.
Now we got another truck limit warning in turn 17, so we have already 3 of them. So please make sure we don't get any more.
Track limit warnings then, that's for Dan Harper, who may not have incurred all of them, but he's the man behind the wheel, so he can't be adding up. If you get to 6, penalties come.
And interestingly there, the engineer isn't lying. He has said the official number. Engineers to me in the past have maybe added 1 or 2 to make the gravity of the situation seem worse. But yeah, 3 more of those, and that is going to be a penalty. And that is, well, that's a track limit an hour to the end. That's going to be heavy lifting for that car.
It is indeed. Right, Farfus's BMW is back down the pit lane, and it blasts away now. Farfus stays behind the wheel. Can I propose that they give him another stint, and then they run Raffaele Marciello for as long as they can up towards the end of the race as probably the fastest of the 3. That coming over the timing line is Dan Harper, Ginetta champion, Carrera Cup GB champion, but very much part of the BMW stable these days, having gone from being a junior to a full factory driver, and that car accelerating downhill once more. We've got 2 Ferraris that owe us a pit stop, and also Charles Weirt's BMW before we can give a proper order after this most recent round of the stops.
Yeah, and the Ferraris were looking strong strategy-wise until that last full course yellow as well. And what really hurt them was having to pit that car slightly earlier. The 50 car, when it ran wide, I think the driver must have wanted some fresh tyres because of the amount of pickup. As we go to the bronze car battle there, Dan Harper will be worried about those 3 cars hampering his progress. He'll be looking to charge on. As in 7th at the moment, they've had a bit of luck with full course yellow, and it's starting to go away from them.
Yeah.
They just don't seem to have the pace.
Yeah, they, as you say, kind of lucked in, but now that the race has got into a rhythm, the pace is what's dictating positions, and they don't have it. And that's not just what we're saying. We've heard it from BMW drivers over the course of the weekend. Good over a stint maybe, but just lacking that final 10th. So at the moment, the lead is claimed by Alessio Rovera. The Ferraris are pitting on different laps. They have done for the last couple of stints, and that brings Alessio Picariello here into 2nd place, and he is going to be half a minute behind the Ferrari, so he will get the lead on the next lap when Rovera pits, and Farfus will drop down. We wait for Jordan Pepper to come across the line. That's Alessio Picariello in the very distinctive Retronic Racing Porsche.
Really lifting over the top of the hill there. Always goes light on the crest, but I was amazed how much it did, even well, he's probably 10 lengths behind the Optimum McLaren, but still the dirty air affecting the front of that Porsche. Obviously very light on the front axle, naturally, that Porsche.
And a win for that car would give the home crowd something to cheer about, because despite the Italian sounding name, Alessio Picariello is Belgian, and so he comes out of Les Combes now. Where is Jordan Pepper in relation to him? It is around about 25 seconds back. There is Arthur Leclerc's Ferrari coming down the pit lane. So that has that slow drive down the second of the 2 pit lanes that are bolted together for our purposes. And then he'll go blasting back out on track. We had a change of lead in bronze. Marvin Dienst getting ahead of Zach Robichon's Ferrari, but Dienst has now pitted. So we'll come back to that once we see him blend back in.
Yeah, Ferrari driver getting ready. And this car has got to pit this lap. So Rivera obviously is going to jump out of this car, and looked like Pierre Guidi's helmet to me. So got his seat insert ready to go. Driver comfort super important, but also the seat insert allowing better safety. The driver fitted into the seat, and it's a very quick change as well, pushing all the way through pit lane. Big set of 11s there.
In comes Rovera, then down the pit lane. So Alessio Rovera into the pit road for 51. And this then, as he comes into the pit lane, is its 24th stop. Pierre Guidi getting ready. Vincent Abril, the 3rd driver of this car. Bear in mind, 90 minutes into the race, this car was 65th, and it's now fighting for a race win. It's an outsider, but it could still take the win, reliability allowing. So the driver change will go on. You can do that while you do the fuel, but going to be then the tyres put onto the car, ready to blast back out. So into the lead comes the Porsche. So having pitted under that brief full course yellow, the gamble paid off. It was perfect timing because they were at the end of the stint anyway. They had to pit, and that full course yellow coming out did Rotronic Racing a massive favour.
You make your own luck, you do a different strategy, you've got a chance of getting luck that others won't go. You can see the mechanic ready to pull that cord to drop the car down, and it was more than the pit straight as well, the gap to Pepper, and next time by will be the first time we see the gap between first and second, as 51 was still technically leading as they box that lap.
So, Picariello from Pepper. It is a gap of 15 seconds. What was your prediction?
I did say 30, didn't I?
Yeah.
Told you a million times, don't exaggerate.
True enough. Well, allowing for inflation, 15 seconds is pretty much close enough. The Lamborghini here heads up the hill. Now, Jordan Pepper last time did a 2:18, Picariello a 2:19. So the advantage in terms of pace is still with the Lamborghini. That's what we've seen over the course of the race itself. So it's still far from a given that the Porsche is going to be competitive enough in the last hour.
Yeah, tyres 15 minutes fresher as well in favour of the Lamborghini, so that could be enough to be 4/10 of a difference as well. Obviously not seeing the traffic every time as we see that line speed Porsche get going, and doesn't matter what strategy they're on, these AF course Ferraris, they seem to find each other, don't they? It's brotherly love, shall we call it. Which one is it going to be this time? 50 has got the momentum because he's on track, but 51, Pierre Guidi getting up to speed, fresh tyres, fresh driver as well, of course. Yeah. He'll want to get his eye in as quick as he can, and it is advantage 51.
It is indeed, and so right now 51 is Pierre Guidi, 50 is Arthur Leclerc. And have a look at this, side by side, Ferrari and BMW, Dan Harper versus Pierre Guidi. They side by side into Lecombe, they touch, the BMW gets fired out wide. Pierre Guidi stuck out his elbows, was determined not to give way. And he's all over the back of the BMW coming down to Bruxelles. So Dan Harper now having to work really, really hard to keep Pierre Guidi behind him. To the outside line at Bruxelles goes the Ferrari. If he can stand his ground, he'll have the inside line for the next corner. They still lean on each other. Off the road goes Pierre Guidi. Back on he comes, and he goes through to Speaker's Corner. Harper gets the undercut. Back up the inside, coming up the other side. They touch again. Pierre Guidi blocks him. Harper goes to the outside. He doesn't want the outside line at Pouin. He wants to somehow duck up the inside, coming off the corner. BMW now behind Ferrari. Hard racing, but Pierre Guidi comes out in front.
Great racing, 4-5 corners side by side, bits of contact, but nothing overly dirty in my opinion there. I thought Harper had the undercut going down there, all the way down to Pouin, but the Ferrari seemed to have the torque.
Let's hear from a co-driver, Rovera with Gwenel.
Alessio, you've just been watching the big fight for the position with Alessandro. What do you think about it?
No, this one was a really important overtake because it's really difficult to overtake the BMW. It's really fast on the straight, and yeah, now job done and keep pushing because still long the race. Really hard now because with work condition, I think we are a bit slower compared to the night. We are struggling a bit more, but yeah, let's keep pushing.
What can you expect to try and get the Lamborghini?
Will be tough. They are a bit far now. We know everything can happen in this race. We saw last year, so finger crossed.
Thank you. Thanks, Alessio.
Admitting that the car isn't as quick in the sunshine, the warmth now as it was in the cooler conditions at night, not having the pace of that Lamborghini of Jordan Pepper that was the leading car. Right now it's Alessio Picariello's Porsche, but the gap 14.4 seconds is being nibbled into by Pepper, who's got the quicker car right now. This is how Dan Harper saw the action coming up towards Lecombe. BMW on the outside, coming up towards the corner. Pierre Guidi battling with him. And Dan Harper with a bit of hip and shoulder having to get off the racetrack. Pierre Guidi fighting back as they came down to Bruxelles.
Look at the rear view camera, that Ferrari on the fisheye camera lens looking extra close. This is where it was interesting. He goes round the outside, Harper easing him over to the outside. Thought he'd done enough putting him on the dirty part of the track, but the Ferrari coming down, and we go for the cutback, so we brake early. We're trying to get down the inside of the Ferrari. Look at the torque we've got. That Ferrari just opens up the steering lock, and there's a bit of contact again. That was lucky that didn't turn that Ferrari around the front of that 998 Roadville BMW.
So Alessandro Pierre Guidi then goes through. That puts him up into 4th place. So it's Picariello from Pepper, from Farfus, from Pierre Guidi, Harper and Leclerc 6th. 7th is Benjamin Goethe. In 8th place, Dean McDonald leading gold by 1.5 seconds from Thierry Vermeulen. And then 10th is Mauro Engel. And right now, it is the leading 11 on the lead lap. Might grow and a couple more come over the timing line. So Pierre Guidi trying to get away from Harper. Evenly matched these cars, of course, under the balance of performance that we have in GT3 racing. But the Lamborghini second still looking quick and, whisper it, durable. It's not temp fate, though.
Yeah, consistent with the lap times and just started to drop away back into the 19s. There's a load of dust kicked up and was at a track limit for Harper. I think he got on top of the apex curb at Blanchemont, unsettled the car, which then made him cross the white line potentially on the exit of Blanchemont. Race control don't care how you got there. If you cross the line, you cross the line. And we know he's bad on his track limits already. He's on 3. Is that going to go up to 4? Interestingly, the sister car, Farfus in at the moment, also on 3. They're the real outliers for track limit warnings inside the top running order. The first and second place car, respectively, 1 each.
Does that prove they're having to drive the BMWs that much harder to wring the performance out of them if they haven't got the ultimate pace?
I think so, and he also realises that the podium position in front of them needs to get rid of this Ferrari to have any chance of that happening. And he feels like he's faster than the Ferrari over the lap, but he's just not able to stay close enough to get the move done at the moment.
So Pierre Guidi 4th, heading up towards us, nudging 265 kilometres an hour as he then stands on the brakes for Lecombe. Dan Harper is there behind him. Picariello leading by 14 seconds. Gap still coming down.
I think in the background I just saw the Ford in front of the Audi as well in the silver class. So I think that might have been a change of position there as we see Dan Harper fall away. You can see that battle raging in the background and it swapped back the other way. Yeah. I think the Audi was in front of the Mustang.
He wasn't in front, he was alongside, certainly. So yeah, you're right, he's carrying on for second in silver. Partly because the Audi has its strengths and the Ford has its strengths at different parts of the track, and it's Audi back ahead and there's a Ferrari in the mix as well.
I don't know where the Ferraris come from. I hadn't accounted for that one. Yeah, let me work out.
That's Leclerc, isn't it?
Yeah, the AF car has probably had a grandstand seat of a Bassel it's got no interest in whatsoever. But yeah, huge amount of change of position between the Audi and the Mustang there over the first part of this lap.
So that Ferrari is not battling in silver. It is in 6th place overall, and Arthur Leclerc does not want to be delayed by the Audi that, having got back ahead of the Mustang for second in silver, has opened up a gap.
I'm worried that Mustang's got a problem because it was in front of the Audi and had overtaken it on that lap, and at the moment is dropping away. Keep an eye on its sector times as it comes through sector 2 now, and it looks okay. It's not rapid, but it's not super slow.
No. Maybe it was a little mistake in the heat of the battle that's cost it the time. So if the Ivan Klimenko Audi got by and the Mustang was forced offline, maybe Romain Andriolo just made a small error. Meanwhile, behind you've got the Zach Robichon Ferrari. That leads in bronze. Here's the move for Leclerc to get up the inside of the Audi, takes track position.
Job done, and Klimenko actually quite happy there because he had a large gap to this Ford blasting into shot now, and yeah, there's the Ferrari leading its Class 2.
Now, the incident between Dan Harper and Alessandro Pierre Guidi has been noted at turn 5, forcing off track. Sounds a bit harsh.
Yeah, the way that's, to me, is that they're accusing the Ferrari of forcing the BMW off. Is that how you read it?
I was thinking the other way, because Pierre Guidi was on the outside, wasn't he, at Bruxelles, and ran there, so I was thinking it was Dan Harper.
Yeah, that's T8. So T5 is the first bit we saw, wasn't it? Where
at Lecombe.
So
yeah, no,
Harper
right.
was off. I would have said Harper was the more guilty one of cutting the track at that point, personally.
Let's see if anything comes, yeah.
I think that is a racing incident. Let's see what happens, but that, for me, is looming over the 51 car.
Right, we'll find out. It might be that there's no action needed, but they're going to have a look at it and see whether that was just hard racing. There further back is Paul Everard in another of those Santa Lock Audis. He is in 24th place, and that means he's 4th now in bronze. Jack Hawksworth was quick this morning, the American-based British driver, 25th overall, hunting down the Audi just up the road ahead as they drop out of Speaker's Corner. So Alessio Picariello just gone across the line. His last lap was a 2:19.6. The Lamborghini has been able to do consistent 2:18s in this race, and the last lap was a 2:18.5. So the gap's down to nearly 11.9 seconds. Another big step forward for Jordan Pepper.
Yeah, it's not the fairest data to use at the moment, but stint average for the current stint they're on, Pepper is a second a lap faster on average. Why isn't it fair? Because Jordan Pepper has only been in the car 16 minutes versus 32 there for Pirelli, so double the length so far on those tyres for the Porsche, but interesting data nonetheless.
And people on social media starting to discuss that incident between Dan Harper and Alessio Pierguidi. Edward Porter going with the theory that it's just hard racing, and he marshals at touring car meetings, so he must be right when it comes to hard racing. But we'll see what race control think about it. It's not being investigated as yet, it's just been noted. So let's not fret too much. There, going out of shot, is the Thierry Vermeulen Aston Martin. In the background is Mario Engel. Now, Engel needs to clear the Porsche of Noam Abramczyk, but he's hustling along and he's getting a little bit nearer, I would offer you, to the Gold Cup leaders that are still split by only a second. It's been another disappointing Spa 24 for the man-filter Mercedes. Penalties, yeah, OK, they've got to drive through, but it's never really had the pace. And Mercedes come away empty-handed. This is the one car now left to uphold honour in Pro. We remember that the Jules Gounon, Lucas Stolz, Fabian Schiller car was leading, looking quite comfortable, and then damage at La Source put it out of the race.
Yeah, I would say the story of this car's season is quick over a lap, not over a stint, wouldn't we? And that's really hurt her over 24 stints here at Spa. Vermeulen on that graphic, gaining in on the McLaren in front now of Dean McDonald, and it's been the other way in nearly every stint Dean McDonald's been in that car. Is the McLaren now starting to wane a bit? The track temp, I think now a record, Pirelli told me it was 46 degrees was a record. We're now at 46.2 degrees track temperature, ambient at 26.5. No further investigation necessary between the BMW 998 of Dan Harper and the 51 Ferrari of Pierguidi.
Good. Just hard racing then. Everybody agrees that's what we want to see. So no further action required as Thierry Vermeulen then pounds on up towards Les Combes. Ahead is Dean McDonald, and behind is Mario Engel. Gold Pro in 8th, 9th and 10th places. So the best of the Porsches, Alessio Picariello, he's leading outright. The best Lamborghini, almost the surviving Lamborghini, in fact, Jordan Pepper in 2nd place overall. The best BMW is 3rd. The best Ferrari is 4th. The best McLaren is 7th. The best Mercedes AMG is 10th. The best Aston Martin is 15th. The surviving Ford is 18th. And the Stella Chevrolet, 42nd. Just trying to scoop up other brands. Where's the best Audi? The best of the Audis is 17th, isn't it? That of Ivan Klimenko that we were talking about in the context of the silver fight as he hustles on behind Söderström's Aston Martin.
It still looks like Vermeulen is catching ever so slightly on Dean McDonald. They're getting towards the end of their stint. This seems to be where the tyre really drops off the last 15 minutes of the stint. The fuel load coming off, so it feels great under braking. But as soon as you put any lateral load into the tyre, it just starts to say, I haven't got that much grip. Can you please be a bit kinder to me, sir, as you rage on through.
Number 27 Audi, the Santalok car of Ibrahim Al Abdulkhani, goes through the shot in that very attractive grey and almost purple livery, the grey maroon colour scheme. Number 111, the surviving CSA Racing McLaren there. Jim Plough, 14th he is, and he's 3rd in gold. That's the car that he shares with Arthur Rougier, Simon Gachet and James Kell. And I'll say surviving car at CSA because that's the team that operated the Josh Mason McLaren that was hit on his outlap. Big accident in the early hours of the race. So Jim Plough presses on, makes that run up towards the Courbe Paul Frere once again. He's a long way back in class, though, isn't he? So even though that McLaren is showing good pace, and CSA has done a very good job running them this year, the margin is just a bit too great, certainly now, for him to think about being able to gain position. The best of that McLaren flotilla is the Garage 59 car of Benji Goethe, who is back ahead of the Gold Cup leading car of his teammate Dean McDonald, and there's nearly 9.5 seconds between them right now. So who's the next significant pit stopper that we need to be looking for? It's going to be Sheldon van der Linde, who is 44 minutes into a stint in number 31 BMW. So here in 3rd place in gold is Jim Plough, number 111 McLaren, coming out of La Source and now making that run down the hill. 4th in gold is the number 120 Porsche of Adam Edelson. But right now, Jim Plough has a big enough gap over him.
Yeah, the car relatively good condition, no bodywork damage that I can see on that car as we go to the 120 right Motorsports Porsche here. The livery we spoke about earlier in the weekend, really nice, more matte effect now as well. It's properly dirty after nearly 21 hours of racing, and they've had a good weekend. An American team coming over here to see what the competition across the pond is like.
Yeah, those colours a bit early Team Lotus, the British Racing green and yellow. Works well on that Porsche, and 16th overall is the number 120 911 GT3R. The man at the wheel of it right now is Adam Edelson, making a welcome visit to Spa. He's been a class winner in IGTC in the Indy 8 Hours in the past, races in GT World Challenge America and in the IMSA categories. Elliot Skier and the Australian driver Tom Sargent are the other drivers of that car. Here, 5th in gold, a man that we had in the booth not that long ago, Neil Verhagen, the American driver. Very good single-seater racer before moving to GTs, picked up by BMW as part of that junior program with Dan Harper, with Max Hesser. Gone back stateside of late to do his racing, but Neil Verhagen knows his way around Spa. That's another really grubby car now, the Almanar by WRT entry. Jens Klingman, Ben Tuck, and last year's gold winner at Spa in the 24 hours, Al-Faisal Al-Zubair. The drivers, Al-Faisal Al-Zubair, the next of the Omani drivers coming to race on an international stage, and they won their class at Monza in the Gold Cup as well. There, number 80 Porsche is the car that is in the hands of Ricardo Feller, and behind, 6th in gold, should be number 88, another of the Tresor Attempto Audis. Leonardo Moncini, Riccardo Casanaga, Sebastian Ugard and Rocco Mazzola are the drivers. And 88 at the minute has got Mazzola behind the wheel. Rocco Mazzola, Ferrari Challenge Italian GT regular, a new name though I think for GT World Challenge Europe. There he is, heading through Blanchimont and currently running in 27th place overall. Speed building all the way up to the long left of Blanchimont. Meanwhile, big effort made on the inside to get through the traffic there from Clemenco's Audi. Still a shame that the Pro Cup doesn't have Audi representation, because the cars are still quick, they're still durable and relatively straightforward to operate, which is why they were always so good for private teams and for AM drivers.
Yeah, and it was strange not to see one in Super Bowl as well, not a car making it into the top 20, obviously because they didn't have one in their pro class.
This is your silver leader, currently the car being hustled along by Oliver Söderström, Lamborghini Super Trofeo racer last year, Swedish touring car racer prior to that, and he gives up track position to number 98 of Augusto Farfus then. The BMW through the inside going into Bruxelles. 2nd in silver, 26. It's been talked about a lot this morning, but the now Ivan Klimenko driven Audi from the Santaloc team, there it is. He's joined by Lorenzo Doniacchio, by Lawrence Leclerc and Wyatt Bekacek, the American racer, and they're doing a very good job of getting that car into the mix. 2nd in class and getting away all the time, it seems now, from the surviving Ford Mustang, which is 3rd in class. Now, we were getting worried about that earlier on and thinking maybe it had a problem. And look at the time, it's hemorrhaged over the last couple of laps. It is Romain Andriolo at the wheel. Salmon Vega started the car. David Schumacher has driven it a lot this morning, as also has Finn Wiebelhaus. But is that car now being nursed to the end? Its last lap was a 2:21, which is another couple of seconds or so slower than it really needs to be. So is there something going on here? Okay, if it's a big problem, you think they bring the car in, but clearly the pace ain't what it was, and this will be a concern for the Haupt racing team. Sean Breslin overseeing the operation from the pit wall, but he'll be concerned, no doubt, looking at all the data. This is 4th in silver, Max Janssen in 42 BMW. That's the single entry from Nathan Freak's Century Motorsport team. And Joe, as you were saying in the early hours of the morning, it's tough running just one car.
Yeah, and only 3 drivers as well. Some of the, well, the majority, sorry, of the silver driver running 4, so they decided to stick with their normal endurance 3-driver lineup, and they're really pushing through, aren't they, now? And every time I've looked, they've been somewhere between 18th and 22nd as well. They've been
hovering.
Yeah, and they're 22nd overall at the moment, and they've had a good run.
This is another of the BMWs in silver. 5th is Etienne Shelley in the WRT car. You might remember his father raced Formula 3, Formula 3000s, Eric Shelley, many years ago. And the BMW, Gilles Stadsbader, Gustav Bergström, and another ex-Lamborghini Super Trofeo racer, Pierre-Louis Chauvet, the drivers. And that car, 28th overall, 5th in class, and 6th in class, is going to be one of the few surviving Mercedes, the Boutsen VDS car there in the background, which is being driven right now by Cesar Gazzo. Boutsen VDS lost the Pro Cup car before dark. But for Cesar Gazzo, Loris Cabiru, Aurélien Panis and Hugo Cook, Brit car champion and a regular in British GT. Of course, it was Hugo that was behind the wheel of the recalcitrant Lamborghini that expired in the pit lane in the race last year that upset the Ferrari plan. Cesar Gazzo, French GT champion at the wheel, running then 6th in the class. Paul Everard coming up towards us. Behind is the Jack Hawksworth car. That's a battle for position. In bronze, you've got Zach Robichon in the lead in number 74 Ferrari. And he's now a reasonable way up the road, isn't he, from Marvin Dienst, because Robichon has got 25 seconds or so of a margin over Dienst in the Mercedes. Downhill comes the Ferrari Kessel Racing Run car. Zach Robichon joining the squad for this weekend, having been aboard a Mustang at Le Mans, for example. Got traffic all around him. 2nd in bronze, there is Marvin Dienst, number 81. It was, again, in single-seaters that Marvin made his name a few years ago, winning in the German Formula 4 championship, but then very quickly he moved across to GT racing, thinking that maybe there was a career to be had and money to be made driving for a manufacturer. He's raced for teams in WEC, in the European Le Mans Series, and in the DTM as well. And that car, after its accident in the pre-qualifying session, has been pretty much trouble-free ever since. They got all the bad luck out of the way. It's Gabriele Piana who put the car off the road, and Dan Arrow and Renat Salikov have helped bring the car home. Renat Salikov did most of his driving early on to get it out of the way. So that car, 2nd in bronze, coming out of the piff-paff. Now for 3rd in bronze, it is the Porsche of Ricardo Feller. 4th is Gilles Magnus's Audi, and 5th Jack Hawksworth in the next of the Garage 59 McLarens. There is Ricardo Feller, who by rights ought to be in the pro class, not as the gun for hire in bronze, because he's very, very fast, and it's almost a shame to waste that speed in only for a class result. Ricky Perra, Patrick Cobb, Gabriel Rindon are the other drivers. They got Everard and Hawksworth, and that's a proper battle for position, isn't it? That is for 4th and 5th now in the Bronze Cup.
Yeah, the McLaren trying to go round the outside there. Everard will just ease over to the wall, and we see this dirty air issue for the McLaren. Hawksworth turning in early to make sure he gets to that apex on the left at the bottom of the hill. And as they go down the Kemmel Straight, can Hawksworth do anything about it? I would say not, and actually the Ferrari not for position is going to be more of a concern for him. Is he going to have to defend from that to ultimately allow him to attack? He closes the door. He says no thank you, but Robichon, the bronze class leader, wants to get past.
Does indeed. So Zach Robichon right up with them. He does not want to be delayed, nor, perhaps more importantly, does he want to get involved in somebody else's incident, because if those two tangle and he gets caught up in it, through no fault of his own, all of a sudden the race is turned upside down. We've got 3 hours, 4 minutes still to go.
Yes, obviously same class. Hawksworth doesn't want to lose a lap to the class leader, essentially. We would be in a eligible waiver round, wouldn't we, if we went to a safety car now. Hawksworth just doesn't want to have that as a potential issue, though.
That's Ricardo Feller, 3rd in the Bronze Cup. So that was a car delayed a little bit earlier with that contact at La Source, and then a puncture, and then the drive-through because the car bailed into the pit lane halfway through. Why not allowed to do it? Well, it could be dangerous, because as you're aiming for that, there's another car coming down the pit lane potentially where there is contact. So that's why the pit lane is cordoned off, but it was worth the gamble for the puncture that befell Ricky Perra earlier on. Class winner at Le Mans this year, but it's Ricardo Feller as opposed to Ricky Perra behind the wheel of the car right now on the way down towards the chicane. Sprint champion in GT World Challenge Europe a couple of years ago, German GT champion 2 years prior to that, and being thrown in as the high-graded driver into the Lion Speed GP Porsche this year.
He's doing a good job as well so far. Stint average has been very, very quick for Feller compared to the other Porsche drivers, unsurprisingly, of course. But sometimes when you're getting hired as a driver, you don't quite know the car you're going to get given from the customer team, and sometimes you have to take the pound signs, euro signs, dollar signs over potential performance. But that doesn't seem to be the case for Feller in that Lion Speed Porsche.
Ralph Bohn, Alfred Renard, brother Robert Renard, and Axel Jeffries, 6th in bronze in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, which is the Renard's business. They specialise in long-distance races. They've won the Dubai 24 Hours in the past as a team, and the Renards as brothers. They win an awful lot of races in the Creventic series. Ralph Bohn came out of Carrera Cup Germany and is a Porsche veteran these days. It is Robert Renard at the wheel, though, having won the Dubai 24, the Creventic GT3 series, class winner in Asian Le Mans. Really specialises, as I say, in long-distance races, and they know how to operate a good car as well, although maybe a frustration is that it only ever seems to be a customer car, never, for example, in Pro. They never quite get that nod from Porsche.
Yeah, that's fair enough. They've won a lot of races and shown they can prepare a good car as well as a fast car.
And in Pro-Am, there's a Porsche heading the way, because Noam Abramczyk is now at the wheel of number 29. He's been racing his 718 Cayman in the GT4 races this weekend. Mathieu Dietrich, also a GT4 racer, as Fabien Duffieux. And then we talked about Bob Yan a little while ago, GT World Challenge Asia champion last year, raced in Asian Le Mans in the winter months. And that Porsche in Pro-Am that we only have as a class within the 24 Hours of Spa, looking strong. The opposition is 40 seconds, give or take, back, and it is the currently Valentin Asclot driven Aston Martin. There it is. That's the gap you can see. So in terms of where it is on the racetrack, Valentin Asclot makes that run up the hill once again, sharing the car with Andrew Howard, who is the man behind the team, the Beach Dean ice cream magnate, factory driver Ross Gunn, and Tony McIntosh, who was in Asian Le Mans at the start of the season. Asclot, along with Ross Gunn, factory driver, and the Aston Martin with good pace there, getting it up with Jim Pla. So here you've got a car 36th, arguing on track with the car that's 14th. And there, 3rd in Pro-Am, is Colin Braun at the wheel of the CrowdStrike Mercedes, going through Piff Paff. Thought for a moment that car just hesitated a little bit, but I think it's got away okay. Alessio Picariello, in the meantime, is 50 minutes into a stint. Where's he going to drop then on this next pit stop? How far down do we think?
Yeah, it's a hard one at the moment. It's definitely outside of the top 7, but everyone doing the same amount of stops to the end at the moment. It just pans out back in the favour, and that car definitely going slow, really slow. Can't see or hear anything wrong going on board with it now. Let's listen.
Very sensibly gets offline at Blanchimont. It's not stuck in gear, is it?
I thought I had a gear shifter originally, but yeah, you wouldn't ideally be in 3rd gear, but is that cause or effect? Hard to say. Colin Braun, super experienced, very fast driver, knowing to get out of the way around Blanchimont, but you can see the speed of the cars there. Still doing 140, they're blasting past us. That
car's feels slow though, doesn't it?
Yeah, the car's going to come to pit lane this lap, I'm sure, and that's potentially a loss of a Pro-Am class podium.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that, because that car was 3rd in Pro-Am, and down the pit lane then comes Colin Braun. So hopefully they can get that car working. It started from the pit lane. Let's hope it doesn't end in the pit lane. And of course, its pit box is just about the last one, the other side of La Source. So he's got this long time waste drive down the pit lane with a slow car.
Yeah, we've got a race in pit lane again, haven't we, between this 58 McLaren and the Vermeulen Aston Martin, which will be just behind. McLaren's still taking a while to fire up. Where's the Aston Martin in all of this? Not too far behind is the shot there. Yeah. So I think they've gained there. And these cars have the drop start that I was speaking about earlier. So when the airline is pulled out, they automatically fire. But it just seems like that McLaren needs an extra rotation potential of the crank sensor to work out where it is, and then it fires the car. I don't think it's the driver's issue. It just seems like the car's slow to crank. And remember, we saw that at Paul Ricard.
Indeed so, and it is now going to be in the McLaren Adam Smalley, and Harry King has gone back into the Aston Martin. So Carrera Cup GB champions both. Of the two, who would you say was the quicker? Whisper it, maybe Harry King, but let's find out, because Adam Smalley, in his second year of GT3 racing, knows the McLaren better than Harry King knows the Aston Martin. So this is going to be a really lively battle between those two as they accelerate back out on track now.
This is a battle that's going to rage to the end. These drivers, drive time-wise, can go to the end. 3 hours is the maximum. They're leaving with 2 hours and 58 minutes remaining, and maybe that's what the teams are going to ask of them if this is the fastest driver in the team, of which I think Harry King probably has been on the stint averages I've seen. Smalley here under attack already straight away, and Harry King going to the outside. Jinx to the inside. That was a great move. Can he get it stopped? He can, but he doesn't get the overlap. Smalley there doing very well not to buy the dummy. Has a huge snap of oversteer. King ground the outside. Job done. What a move. That was risky, but calculated to the perfect decimal point.
Yeah, well called there, Joe, for sure. Great job right out of the pits and right into the stint as well, right into the heat of the battle. And immediately on the attack, gets the edge in a car that he's still learning, I think it's safe to say, as David kind of alluded to there. And for the lead in class, this is the pole sitter in class, which has controlled the gold class for most of the race, but it's evolved into this great duel between these two British cars. A couple of British drivers trying to duel it out here to the finish.
What a brutal way to start your stint as well for Smalley. How do you want to start a stint as a racing driver? You want to just ease into it, get the tyres up, get your eye in. When you wake up in the morning, you want a coffee brought to you in bed, so maybe a bacon sandwich, for example. Adam Smalley just got woken up by a toddler dribbling in his eyeball saying, "I've had an accident." That was horrible. The snap of oversteer he had through turn number 6. The traction control saved him, but maybe the tyres not in their perfect operating temperature on their outlap. And now he's got to get his head down and chase this Verstappen.com gold class leading car now of Harry King.
Well, you've got to switch that mentality, right? You go from thinking predominantly about trying to defend the lead to now trying to take it back. I suppose the good news is you've got the target right out the windscreen. The bad news is that Red Bull livery car is starting to pull the gap and starting to build an advantage. Harry King doing a phenomenal job, having just taken the lead fresh out of the pits. Back on board here, car number 4, CrowdStrike liveried SPS entry.
Yeah, as you came into the box, Ryan, you might miss this.
Right.
The car was going slowly, obviously, with the stars and stripes on it being run for this team, but back up to speed, so I can only assume it was a fuel issue potentially, as in not enough fuel. They were trying to go long on it, which I'd be surprised at with the stint length being stipulated at 60, 65 if there's a full course yellow. The Mercedes pretty frugal on it, so something got reset and it's A-OK, and the only thing I can think of is low fuel.
I caught the tail end of that as I came into the pits. Unfortunately, I can't shed any additional light onto the situation. It is George Kurtz behind the wheel. This car's had a couple of setbacks already over the course of this race, specifically in the first few hours, a drive-through penalty, some damage that sent them to the garage. They've done a remarkable job to recover because Ian James told us overnight at one stage they were something like 4 laps down to their class leader and now find themselves maybe on the back foot, but at least prior to that unscheduled stop, or at least seemingly unscheduled stop, in the mix for a class podium. This is, of course, the defending class-winning crew in the Pro-Am class. Different team running the car, but same crew intact 1 year to the next.
Yeah, we can see the Porsche there in Pro-Am flying up Eau Rouge as we get a graphic here of bad reading for the Porsche. 3/10 last lap, 6/10, 1 second lost. That's 2 seconds lost in the last 3 laps, and that's why the overall lead gap is at that 4 seconds. Remember, that was over 15 seconds at the start of this stint. Pepper is coming.
He's coming, and he can see his target now out the windscreen. And Joe, you could talk about this as a driver. It's one thing to be told the gap is shrinking. It's another thing entirely when you can visually see it. And you can see lap after lap you're making progress, catching that car. You're a little bit closer into each of the braking zones.
The other one as well, you ask who is the driver behind, and when you get told it's Jordan Pepper, you know you're in for a rough ride. Lovely guy, Jordan Pepper, on to start this sentence with, but one of the toughest racers out there. If there's a sniff of a move, he has put his nose there, whether it is wanted or not. He's attracted a few penalties this year in GT World Challenge for robust moves, so we know he's got it in his armory, and we know that Lamborghini at the moment has the pace to get near the Porsche.
2021 GT World Challenge America Pro Class champion. It's where he really broke onto the scene and got the connection with Lamborghini, actually. He was driving for K-Pax Racing, which first was a Bentley program, switched to Lamborghini. caught the eye of the manufacturer and has paid them off in spades since joining the factory lineup, and comes from a great racing family too. Father and sister both excellent racers in their own right.
That's impressive, and so was his Sector 2. We're going to have some radio from car 4. Let's try and see what happened, and they shed any light.
My wish will be save the car, stay on track, don't get really hard over the curbs and stuff like this. You can switch off the lights and yeah, be gentle, and we have to try to bring it home like this.
Sounds
in
like...
our margin, it's now only 1 lap to the car behind us, to this Molina.
Sounds like an electrical issue to me, that when they're rattling the curb, something's coming loose, turning the lights off, trying to save whatever amp they can to get them to the end. The engineers, we're keeping an eye on the voltage, obviously should be lingering. 12-volt battery, I think 13.5 is nice. You can actually get where they overcharge and it destroys the battery that way, but that sounds ominous to me. The other ominous thing is the Retronic Porsche should be boxing this lap, so at least Alessandro Picciarello won't be getting assaulted by Pepper on this stint.
Yeah, the interesting part of that transmission to George Kurtz was there was no discussion about chasing anyone down. It's about the gap that they're needing to manage to try and hold the position they're in right now, and it's a 1-lap advantage, but it's a long way to try and nurse that thing home. Just under 3 hours remaining here in the 78th edition of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Jordan Pepper continuing his pursuit of the race leader. It is Alessio Picciarello. Credit to that number 96 team. Very opportunistic with the full course yellow just a little bit ago that flipped the script strategically. It's put them in this position, but now it might come down to raw pace before it's all said and done. They have the track position, but Pepper's got the faster car of the two. He's closing in and might be able to flip that strategy right back on its head, courtesy of a fast driver in a fast car.
Yeah, and which is the fast car and which is the slow car? The Porsche isn't slow, it's the Lambo that's fast, because the fastest third place BMW is doing the same pace as that Porsche, and that's why the BMW is 30 seconds behind. Pepper needing a small break now into Stavro. The evolution is fascinating to me as a driver. That corner was easy flat for these drivers at the start of the race in the morning when the track temp was low. I know I keep going on about it, but historical highs for track temperature here at Spa 24. Another huge slide for Picciarello. We saw that, didn't we, at the end of his last stint, as he's giving everything possible to this Rutronic team. Expect him to stay right and box this lap, pushing all the way here. This is hard as a driver. It's very narrow, but there's still time to be gained all the way up to the wall, down to 50 Ks. I expect Picciarello to jump out. Who are we going to see? Niederhauser has been the fastest out the three. Are they going to try and triple him to the end? Maybe a Sven Müller single and then a Niederhauser double to finish.
We'll soon find out. Here comes the car down the pit lane that puts the Lamborghini through and is credited with the lead of this race. Pit stop underway. Fuel, of course, plugged in at the front of the Porsche 911. Tires starting to go on as well. Do we see the driver change? Yes, we do.
That's Picciarello getting out. It looked like a tall character to me, which would make me guess Niederhauser, just waiting for the driver ID to swap over. And yeah, either Müller or Niederhauser are going to be quick, but that's what the Porsche needs. It hasn't had the out-and-out pace. The team have been playing with the strategy time and time again. They've always been our left-field strategy car, it feels like, in the top 10. They've had to be that way. Fuel will come off as soon as they've been there for 44 seconds. Car will drop and it will get going. Airlines may be slightly slow to go. It looked like the mechanics had almost slipped off it. Only a few tenths, but that's what we're dealing in right now.
The rest of the front runners again on a different sequence. We're about 15 minutes away from a Pepper pit stop, a little bit longer than that to a Farfus pit stop, and further still to the 51 of Alessandro Pierre Guidi. And it looks like, I think, it is Sven Müller that they've elected to climb aboard this machine for this crucial stint here, needing to extract the most out of it. And, you know, you're right, it was late in the overnight stint, but this team, for the first time, really played the strategy game. They went 1 lap longer on a stint under a full course yellow, and that put them slightly off sequence, which then, I believe, played into their favor in terms of their positioning on the track, where they were then able to take advantage of the full course yellow when it came out, which has then netted them the lead, at least on their strategy. But whether or not that's something that can be maintained for the duration, at this point, I think it comes down now to, is the car fast enough? Are the drivers comfortable enough as these temperatures continue to rise?
Yeah, I think you're totally right on that. And when you look at the strategy, it's hard for the teams. I've been going up and down the pit lane. I'm lucky enough to be around the GT World paddock for long enough. Long pan before, FIA GT, I'm so old, FIA GT3 before that. So know the engineers. It's nice being there as a poacher gamekeeper commentator, just going, what's your strategy for the race? And staying silent and letting them squirm. And Jazz Cleland on that 96 Rutronic Porsche, he's actually the race engineer out in IMSA on the Rex Porsche. So very, very experienced and very good engineer in his own right. He's just there for strategy on that car, and he's given me some insight, and that's why I've been quite confident when they've done something, I get the understanding of it. And at the moment, they're in the driving seat for the best strategy, but not the fastest car. And that's where this is a team sport and not an individual driver sport.
Yeah, that's really interesting that you bring that up. There are a few strategy aces that have been called in here for this 24-hour race that I know from North American racing, and certainly that's one. And you look at what AO Racing has done, winning a championship at IMSA last year, winning a lot of big races and just a lot of races, period, over the last few years. That's a sign that that number 96 team is in pretty good hands from a strategic standpoint. All right, on board with the race leader here, and this is where he's going to need to make hay while the sun is shining. The Belgian sun is shining down on us. That brings the temperature up, as you talked about. Lap times since the last time I was in the booth, about 6 hours ago, 4 hours ago, whatever it's been, about a second and a half, 2 seconds slower, and that's just a product of the temperature and the conditions evolving.
Yeah, too right, and Pepper cracking on here nicely. He has to. We've got to make this overcut work. The gap was 4 seconds behind the Porsche when the Porsche pitted. I think Pepper's going to get another 5 laps here. He's got 14 minutes of his stint remaining, so he's going to push on, hoping he doesn't get any traffic. Sven Muller needs to then respond. Muller has the advantage of new tyres, which really makes this overcut that Pepper's trying to achieve very, very difficult. Just want to listen in. Still sounded flat through there. That is committed and very legal on the track limits. Still getting to 260 kilometers an hour, nearly into the last corner.
Alessio Picariello, a marathon stint just a moment ago. Out of the car now, which means he's available for us to hear from down in the pits.
Alessio Picariello just off the number 96 Porsche. You're on a different strategy compared to all your opponents. Do you think it could turn and play into your favor in the coming hours?
Well, that's what we hope. I mean, in terms of pure pace against the Lambo, we have no chance at the moment. So we are just trying something different in order to try something. I mean, it could work, but you need to be lucky. They were lucky the full course yellow before. We were lucky in the last one. You know, it will play like this until the end. But in terms of pure pace, at the moment, we have no chance. So we have to try.
Un mot en français, Alessio, vous avez passé beaucoup de temps dans la voiture, vous vous êtes donné là, avec cette chaleur. Vous êtes décalé en termes de stratégie par rapport à l'ensemble de vos concurrents. Est-ce que vous pensez que ça peut tourner en votre faveur à un moment dans les prochaines heures?
Alors, en tout cas, c'est ce qu'on espère. C'est la seule chance qu'on a pour essayer de gagner contre la Lambo qui est très rapide en ce moment. Donc on essaye de se différencier, d'essayer quelque chose parce qu'on est là pour la victoire, pas autre chose. Donc on croise les doigts pour que ça marche.
C'est ce qu'on vous souhaite. Merci.
Good to hear from Alessio, both in English and in his native French. He's from not so far away, Charleroi, here in Belgium. Of course, reigning GT World Challenge Asia champion a year ago in the Pro-Am class. He's done so much of his racing away from home soil over in Asia over the last couple of years. But what a special victory it would be for the Belgian driver if they were able to make this strategy play pay off in a big way.
Yeah, this is going to be the first time we see Muller's pace as he completes his first flyer after taking over this car. 2:19.1, it's okay, it's not amazing. It was better than Picariello's fastest lap of the previous stint by 4/10 though. So maybe Muller's got a bit more pace and that's going to even the fight up. Or is he pushed too hard too early, taking the most out of the Pirelli while it's at its best? We will find out towards the end of his stint. All these stint averages now being examined by every team, about every driver. What are they doing? Are we seeing doubles? Are we seeing triples to the end? Pirelli looked fresh though, didn't he? So the cockpit temperature looking okay. So maybe that Porsche not the worst place to be on a warm Belgian summer's evening.
Remind me the name of the strategist on this car?
Chaz Cleland.
Well, Chaz called the strategy for AO Racing when they won the 12 Hours of Sebring earlier this year. Who was one of their drivers? Alessio Picariello.
It's a full circle of Inception, isn't it?
There you go.
Inception was the team I actually met Chaz Cleland at. So there you go. That's double Inception. Whoa.
I think there's a movie about that. Oh, interesting. This is car 100. Let's see, where do they sit at the moment? Quite a ways, it would appear, down the order, but a 5-second penalty coming their way. That's Ross Gunn. That's the second place car in the Pro-Am class, which is of note. Quite a ways behind their class leader, but still in striking distance.
They've been struggling a lot with pit lane speed limit issues. They've also been struggling with radio issues and drink bottle issues not working. So I can't see the three being directly linked as Muller getting hauled up. That's not what he needs to keep this under overcut, depending on which way you look at who's extending their stint and such. But I just wonder if there's a big issue there. Someone running wide. Which car was that? I think it was the 24 car. Oh, it's the Corvette, isn't it, from Stella. Gets out of the way. No damage at the moment on it, but that will have a whole heap of pickup all over its tyres right now.
Yeah, they race on. First chance to compare some lap times now. The Porsche out on fresh tires did a 2:19.6 or 1:62. The race leader on old tires but low fuel, a 2:19.196. So basically nothing between the two.
Yeah, same. So at the moment, if it stays like that, of course the Porsche would inherit the lead back, but it's not going to be able to do a 19.1 when you've overtaken an Audi, and then the next lap you've got a Corvette, and that Corvette almost in his own world of hurt as well. Hart there behind the wheel. He's just had that moment coming out of Stavolo. Muller will be on the flashes, hoping he's staying to the left and getting out of the way. He does, and that's the luck you need. Every single lap you get something like that, the odds go in your favor of the result being better at the end of the race.
Checking in here with the third-placed car overall. What a comeback drive it's been for the 51 overnight. It was so much fun to chronicle their rise through the order. This car ran as high as third in the opening hour of the race, but shortly thereafter had rear brake issues that caused them to spend 3, 4, 5 minutes in the garage exacting repairs. They lost a lap. They fought their way back onto the lead lap, then rose all the way up through the standings. They have led on pit stop shuffles from time to time. Right now they sit third, which seems to be where they just keep coming out in the net assessment of the whole thing, with the different strategies fluctuating around them. It's one of these cars, though. You look at the ultimate pace that they've had. You look at how raceable this car has proven to be to make all the passes that they have. If they had an untroubled run, this, I think you might say, would be the car that on pace alone, should be in control of this race, but it has not been an untroubled run.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race is owned by this car and this driver, Pierre Guidi. He did it on lap 352, so 130 laps ago exactly now. And yeah, the pace of the car very, very strong. And we're actually over race distance that we achieved last year already, 4 laps further down the road, and that's 28 kilometers further. And the amount of green flag running we're on for a good run here, nowhere near the record. And we were looking at that record distance yesterday. We were always going to be 10 laps short of it in the last full course yellow. We're now 14 laps under record, but still with the amount of cars on the grid, here we go. It's not been too bad. 51 trying to get past the Qatari Audi there, the maroon coloured car. And lovely country Qatar, raced around the Doha Lusail circuit, and I learned why they chose maroon as their flag, because they were one of the first nations in the world to be able to harness the ink that you can get from oysters to dye material as a huge snap of oversteer, which is much more interesting than the worst fact I've ever said on live TV.
Oh, I disagree completely. That is right up my alley. That is the kind of minutia that I just absolutely adore. So fantastic. That goes in my notes, and listeners, viewers will be subjected to that coming out of my lips here in the not-so-distant future.
Why have you written it in white font? I can't see it on your notes.
It'll pop in, don't you worry. Another look here at the sister car, actually. This is the other car out of the AF Corsa stable that for a good considerable portion of the race was flying the flag for Maranello when the other car had its delays. it was this car that ran up inside the top 5, up into the top 3. Right now, it's the young Monegasque, Arthur Leclerc, behind the wheel in just his second ever 24-hour race. Did the 24 Hours of Daytona back in January, and has said he's been trying to lean on that experience to stay focused and on the right things here in this second voyage into 24-hour racing.
Just seen a penalty, sorry, for the 91 the Porsche, 32nd. So they've really overstepped the mark there. The 6th track limit warning, and they're going to have to come in, and that's going to hurt them. They were running 6th in the bronze class.
It's a good point. We're past the point now where you get any resets of the track limit warnings, so you've got to carry what you've garnered to this point to the finish. And of the front runners, it's Dan Harper who is the closest to running afoul of the rules. He's had 4 warnings, if you will, so a couple away from any kind of sanction, but none of the other front runners really are any kind of immediate jeopardy of running afoul of track limits, which refreshingly has not been a massive point of conversation here this weekend, which is a nice departure from the past.
Because we've got this beautiful illustration out of La Source. You build a massive gravel trap which makes you go slower than a sea of tarmac. The driver suddenly doesn't drive on it.
Amazing how that works.
Yeah, a simple beast, these drivers, and if you hit them with a stick, they stop coming near you. And we've still got some areas. La Source, we're never going to be able to, top of Eau Rouge, you're never going to have to change out for safety. Totally agree with that. Same with Blanchemont, and they're the really 2 hot spots. Pouhon, surprisingly, there's not really an advantage to running wide. You run wide in the middle, you struggle to get the second apex. You run wide on exit, you struggle to get back in left in time to then get it stopped for Piff Paff. So it really is those 2 hot spots, and the drivers are briefed. It's quite a riot act written to them, and the technology is there as well to back up the camera systems in race control. Nothing goes amiss anymore. It is impossible to cheat out there on track as a driver.
That system has been bolstered ahead of this year. Even more cameras placed around this track at in the build-up to this race. So that is a big asset for race control as they try and monitor that over the course of the race. Just over 2.5 hours to go, but if you flash back 21.5 hours or so, this was the scene on the grid. Belgian royalty quite literally on hand to wave the tricolor and get this field. 74 cars in total that took the start. That's a record for this event underway. The run up the hill through Eau Rouge up to Raidillon. Always breathtaking. Great shots from the drone, but oh boy, this seems like almost a world away, thinking back on what happened yesterday. Antaresau colliding with the number 60 that was in strife. Somehow, some way, that Porsche actually was repaired, returned to the fray, and it was not the first nor the last time it would be in strife. This was the big moment of the early stages, with Lauren Heinrich making contact with Josh Mason's stricken McLaren. Both drivers checked by medical and passed those tests. That's an amazing feat of safety in these modern GT cars. Problems entering a full course yellow zone caught out Custodio Toledo. And Aston Martin, an innocent victim in that, and Aston Martin, an innocent victim here, spinning into the wall off the nose of an over-ambitious car down the order. The moon overhead, the fireworks broke out. Quite a fireworks display it was overnight. Even though we were into the witching hour, it didn't slow down the party whatsoever. Plenty of fans stuck around through the night, had a chance to take in the sights and the sounds, and maybe catch a little bit of sleep when the opportunity arose. Fierce battles, though, as we had extended green flag runs in the overnight hours. Sparks flying as teams and drivers explored the limits of the tracks and of the machinery itself. Brake fire here put it into the day for the Paradigm competition car. Both of their cars in strife in the overnight hours. Big moment here, eliminating Thomas Drouet and the Mustang, which had run in the top 10 for good sections of the race. Mauro Engel was penalized for that contact in the man-filter Mercedes. They've really dropped down the order since then. Big moment here for another Aston. It has not been a banner day for the brand that won overall just 1 year ago. Pit crews fighting through the fatigue, executing as they need to do wild moment here, dealing with back markers. Interesting, a McLaren and a Ferrari dealing with a back marker on the way to Lecombe. We've seen that before 25 years ago in Formula One, but that time it was the Ferrari that came out on top. This number 4 car has been through the wars. They had some issues early in the race. They are dealing with a suspected problem here as well. I think it was, well, we'll get to the bottom of that in just a moment. But nevertheless, let's focus in on what's going on here. That was a frightening moment for the race leader at the time. Antonio Fuoco got off wide and in the dust and in the dirt. Had to fight hard to retain control of his Ferrari. Was able to continue on, and that car now runs third as it stands here with just over 2.5 hours to go. Battles all throughout the classes. The silver class has been a battle royale for the better part of the last 6 hours or so. Top 3 all within striking distance. Top 2 in gold, exchanging the lead in the pit stop cycle just a moment ago, with the Aston going back to the front ahead of the McLaren. And as we exit the highlights package, exiting the racetrack and into the pits is Mirko. Well, it wouldn't be. Was Mirko in the car, or is that a sign of a driver change?
They have changed already, yes.
Yeah, okay. So Bortolotti will be taking over this car. From the lead of the race, this is right on time, 60 minutes on the nose as they trip the timing beacons into the pit lane.
We need to keep an eye out for the Rutronic Porsche. It's just leaving the first corner now. I think it's going to go back to Rutronic. You're going to see it any second now. The fluoro yellow Porsche flying through a Rouge. They're doing the same corner. Different guys' momentum with the Porsche all the way down the Kemmel Straight. I think that gap's grown. It was 4 seconds before the stops. I think more like 6 or 7. Sven Muller, man on the move.
Well, that's what they needed from him. They needed him to go and go immediately. He's had some clear track to work with. He's been able to match the lap times, if not exceed the lap times of the Lamborghini. And so now Mirko Bortolotti, freshly installed in the 63, has to put his head down and set off in chase, picking up where Jordan Pepper left off, and Jordan is standing by.
Jordan, that might have just been the drive of your life.
Yeah, I mean, nobody comes here to Spa to finish second. It's a shame about what happened with the short focus yellow. I mean, it swung in our way a little bit, but obviously they got quite a big advantage. But yeah, we've come so close so many years, and yeah, I'm not gonna have what ifs today. I mean, I regret nothing, gave it my everything, and yeah, just proud of the team, what they've done so far, and yeah, let's cross our fingers for the last 2.5 hours.
What is the tension and the pressure like for you and the team?
Yeah, so much is weighing on our shoulders. I mean, the Hurricanes come here and been competitive for so many years, but hasn't got it done, so obviously that pressure builds up every year, but pressure's a privilege. We can be really proud of what we're achieving out there, and yeah, just grateful for the opportunity, grateful for the crew we have behind us from Lamborghini, from Grasser Racing, my teammates. Now it's going to be the longest 2.5 hours of my life, but I know the car's in good hands with Mirko, so I'm sure he's going to give it his everything.
Pressure's a privilege. That might be the quote of the weekend. Go and take some well-deserved rest.
It was a great stint from Jordan to get into the ballpark there, and he was starting to close in when we got into this pit stop sequence to be able to start putting some pressure on the Porsche for the lead.
Interestingly there, what he was saying about Bortolotti now in the car in safe hands. Is that all the way to the end, do you think? Are they going to triple him? Is he the shot? We've seen him be so fast in that Lamborghini at Nürburgring last weekend for the Nordschleife. He attracted a lot of attention, didn't he, for that red flag misdemeanor. But I guess when you wave a red flag in front of a raging bull, what do you expect?
Ah, that's well played indeed. And, you know, you brought it up. I was going to, if you didn't, certainly plenty of scrutiny on Mirko. It was pretty clear that he either did not see or did not adhere to some red flags in a session in the build-up to the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. There are consequences for that. We can debate whether or not the consequences fit the crime. Nevertheless, we move on. We're here this weekend, and he's put that firmly in the rearview mirror. Right now, the focus is firmly on going as fast as possible and trying to secure that long-awaited first win overall for Lamborghini at this event. It's an event that they have targeted since the inception of the Lamborghini Squadra Corsa GT3 program. It's eluded them to this point. And in the final year of the Huracan, with their new Tamario GT3 coming next year, what a send-off, at least at Spa, it might be. That's one of the subplots to keep an eye on here down into the final 2.5 hours. It's a different Italian brand, though. that runs 1-2 right now with Pierre Guidi and Arthur Leclerc, first and second on the road, but they owe us pit stops here before too much longer.
Yeah, we're just looking at the strategies across the leaders here. Everyone has got 2 more stops to go, apart from the lead Ferraris, which owe us another one, and in the next few minutes, sorry, that is. And then they'll be going to 2 more stops to the end as well. At the moment, it doesn't really favour a strategy or not. The only thing is another full course yellow in your pit window towards the end is more positive. You get more luck when you're going longer because you're in that stint for longer, of course. So it favours the Ferrari slightly in the odds. The other thing that favours the Ferrari, if there were a safety car in the last hour, bunched everyone up together, they would potentially have the freshest tyres if they go maximum distance on every stint to the end. That could be a huge thing as the track temperature continues to rise. And I keep talking about it because this puts so much more stress through the tyre and the car, but predominantly the tyre. And I am getting small rumours from teams that they're really worried about where they are in their tyre life. How much can they ask of them? And as we put more energy in, the failure rate does go up. It's physics, and this could be something to look out for with 2.5 hours remaining.
Amazing how much that subject changes. It was not a topic at all overnight with the cool temperatures that we had, but you've talked about it. Even though in the air it's warm, but maybe not oppressively so on the track, this surface just soaking up the Belgian sunshine, and that adds to the challenge, definitely, and adds to the load that the tires need to put up with here.
The AF team, another good service there. They've been good in the pits every time we've seen them, apart from that stop where they had to go in the box to fix that issue, didn't they, on the 51 car, the sister car to what we're looking at the moment. Cone still in the way from where the Lion Speed Porsche had to come in to get rid of that puncher there. A few more track limit warnings, black and white for the 333 car. Need to keep an eye on that. Actually, the Ferrari's doing pretty well. Their track limits themselves, only 1 and 2 warnings used so far. And that will be another thing to use. It's not as strong as a joker lap that you would see in Rallycross, but knowing that you've got the potential just to take off some steering lock, go straighter over the top of Eau Rouge, find 2 or 3 tenths to get that gap back. If you've got 3 or 4 of those versus 0, and if you do it, you lose 30 seconds, it's a thing to keep in the pocket. It's a hall pass of motorsport.
Yeah, one thing to monitor, of course, here as we get down to the nitty-gritty. Here comes the second of the Ferraris. The number 51, Alessandro Pierre Guidi, is in. It was Antonio Fuoco taking over controls of the number 50, and you would think he would be the one in that lineup to take it to the checkered flag.
Brand new set of tyres as well. All the cars given 30 sets of tyres from the start of practice, and they will be making sure they've definitely got new sets towards the end, because that's when it counts the most.
Driver change here too, it looks like. So Pierre Guidi, his job is done. He's done what he could. And again, what a comeback it's been for this car that was a lap down at one stage. Has fought back, not just into contention, but there was a point in time where if things had worked out slightly different strategically, it looked like they were in a position to really challenge for the win of the race. Right now, they need a few things to break their way. Not out of the realm of possibility. As Ferrari well knows, going back to a year ago, the strangest things can happen in 24-hour races, so you do not count those chickens until you see the hatchlings pop out of the egg.
Rivera now taking over from Pierre Guidi, so again, just trying to work out, am I thinking cars are going to go triple to the end with their drivers, or are we going to try and stick to the doubles through the night? The triple much easier with the lower temperatures and everything that goes alongside of it. But in the heat of the day, it is a bit harder. The hardest bit really is to keep enough fluids on board. Most cars now with a good drink system, but only 1.5 liters, and you can easily go through that in 30-40 minutes, and then you're dry again. They'll swap it in the pit stop, but yeah, difficult to stay on top of.
Top speeds entering Eau Rouge. How about this? It might not be the banner day Ford was hoping for, but top 2 marks belong to the 2 Ford Mustangs. Thomas Drouet, much earlier in the race, it must be said, but 251 kilometers per hour at turn in to that iconic corner.
Must make you proud seeing the Yank Tank quickest through the most infamous corner in Europe, if not the world.
No, it does. And actually, Ford has a really rich history with this event, going even back to the pre-war days and immediate post-war days. There's a strong Ford presence historically in terms of the road car division in Belgium, and that's transferred, especially when this was a touring car race. You did see a lot of Fords take part over the years, but to have Ford back in a big way with the Mustang, yes, we saw one example last year, but it's starting to ramp up, it's starting to build, and to have GM on the grid as well. Corvette back for the first time in a really long time with a couple of cars, and both brands with very clear aspirations to see that footprint grow in the years to come. Yes, it does make me awfully happy to see that when I come across the pond.
Feels like it cements GT World properly. This is GT World Europe. We have America, obviously, that you know well. We have Asia and Australasia. So we have 66% of the continents covered that you can race on. I'm not sure we're quite ready to go to the South Pole just yet. Let's see what climate change may do. As we see the top speed through Pouhon, and it is the Ferrari, the 51. So a Ford versus Ferrari battle on the speed traps there, powered by AWS, all within 2 kilometers an hour. It's a Ferrari sandwich with a Mercedes filling.
Yeah, interesting though that all those Mercedes effectively have fallen by the wayside. None of them in contention for overall honors at this stage. 2 of the 3 have withdrawn, 1 soldiering on, but all the way down in 48th place overall with Kamui Kobayashi right now, the driver you would normally associate with Toyota, of course, but driving the Mercedes for the Good Smile team. It has been an anonymous effort, it has to be said, from them. Beautiful car. Gets lots of attention with that very vibrant anime-inspired livery, but not a whole lot to write home about. The good news for them is we'll see them in another round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge a little bit later on. They are one of the confirmed entries for that 1,000-kilometer race at Suzuka later on this year.
Yeah, and what an event that will be too. And yeah, just looking at Mercedes, you can see Engel in 11th. They've just kind of not been on the money, have they? They had the penalty for contact with the Ford, funnily enough. This is another full circle conversation, isn't it? But just lacked pace overall, it feels like. They'll be looking at the championship though, remember. This is all very important for the overall championship of the year, the most points able to score over a weekend. As we see this graphic, it needs some Jaws music right now, doesn't it? 7 tenths, 8 tenths, less than a tenth a lap before that. But at the moment, Sven Muller unable to respond. Quick at the start of the stint. Did he ask too much of the tyre? I did say that at the time. Bortolotti earlier on in the stint by 16 minutes. So it's always going to favour this Lamborghini pace-wise, but it's going to lead to a battle at some point on track.
Yeah, you know, you brought it up that initially when the Porsche made the stop, they then had the tire advantage for about 15 minutes or so before the Lamborghini comes in. The problem for the Porsche is that most of the time it's flipped the other way. 45 minutes of the time, it's going to be advantage to the Lamborghini. Well, let's watch as Mirko Bortolotti closes in on the race leader, Sven Muller. Lamborghini chasing down Porsche here at Spa.
Teeth sharpened through Rouge. Just listen in. Is he flat all the way through? Easy flat. What you hear in the dial, the revs, is just the gradient and the steering lock. Slick tyres. As soon as you put your steering in, the thing slows down, and that was flat for me through there. Down the Kemmel Straight. The Porsche in front is the overall race leader. We're going to brake at the start of the curb on the left. Down 3 gears. How much curb are we using? I suggest all of it. We're not looking to save this car. We're here to save the race win. Through Lecombe, over the top of this curb. Careful on the exit here. Car will bottom out if you drop it in the gravel. Down the hill into Brussels. Are we a V here or do we keep it tight? 2 types of line here. It's more of a V, so we're going for a second apex now. Full throttle over to the right, soft brake, off the brake. The road falls away awfully here, and the car just understeers. Not the nicest feeling corner, but difficult to master. Pouhon, my personal favourite. 2 lefts for the price of 1. Get to the first apex, let it run wide in the middle, bring it back to the second. Your eyes are looking where the Porsche is, trying to then get it back over to the left. He'll be happy he can see the Porsche, but that traffic in front will make him even happier. Sven Muller has got a big question to ask. 3 or 4 slow cars as we go through Piff Paff. That's going to be the story of the next few laps into Stavolo 1. 3rd gear, roll the speed in, actually grabbing 2nd at the last moment there. Torque 3rd gear, V10. Sounds pretty flat through Stavolo 2, maybe 10% lift just to get the nose into the little drain that uses on the apex curve. Helps it hook in. 2 more corners to go. 1 more brake zone though, because here at Blanchimont, let's listen in again. Are we flat here? Again, maybe just 10%, just to get the front of the car in, take some weight off the rear. Hard on the brakes now for the bus stop chicane. How much curb are we using on the right here? All of it and more. The car thrown up in the air, unwind the steering lock, push to the line. That last lap feels like we've taken a lot out. We were 2.4 seconds behind Sven Muller last time we crossed the line, and this time it's down to 1.7.
Half a second of that in the middle sector. Nothing between the two of them in sector 1. Half a second sector 2. 2/10 to the good for Bortolotti in sector 3. So you add it all together, 7/10 of a second of the advantage carved away in just one lap around this place. Spa-Francorchamps, legendary circuit, legendary race unfolding in front of our eyes.
I feel Sven Muller is just a small child on a surfboard at the moment, and the shark of Bortolotti is coming. It does look like Muller is getting past that lap car, at least in front, relatively easy. It's now over to Bortolotti, and that's how it works out. It's a fellow Lamborghini, it seems. Maybe the Paul Motorsport car just trying to ident that. Will they make it easier for a similar, same brand car, sorry?
This is about to get really busy, though. I'm looking at our tracker, and there's a big cluster of cars that the leaders are going to have to contend with here before too much longer. Neither have a pit stop imminent. Muller will be the first of the front two to pit, but that's still another 29 minutes from now. Well, this has been an up and down day. Unfortunately, mostly down. Up and down quite literally there for this Porsche. Up and over those curbs. Seen a few shots of cars bicycling through the air. That might have even got 3 wheels up off the ground.
Yeah, Morris Schuring there. Porsche Carrera Cup Specialist Sprint Racing, quite different there, but yeah, as you said, look at that. That is the last thing you want to see, and that's the last thing you want to do, is that the pressure starting to build up. This gap now has evaporated. This is race on. Bortolotti will want to strike while the iron is hot. He wants to keep that momentum up. He won't want to get stuck behind the Porsche for a moment. I expect a big move, and I think it could be at any point, but at the moment, the Lamborghini is so strong all the way through Sector 1. Expect it into Lacombe at the top of the Camel.
These two are 15 minutes off sequence tactically, but basically you can throw that out the window. The number of pit stops they owe the rest of the way is pretty much set. It's 2 by 2 in front of the race leader, Sven Muller. The Corvette does play nice and lets the race leader come through, but how much time did it cost him? Bortolotti got held up a little bit as well, so maybe it all comes out in the wash. The gap at the line, though, down under a second now, just 7/10.
Yeah, Bortolotti thought about running wide out the last corner to carry momentum. It wasn't worth the track limit warning, decided against it. He knows he's got the pace. Porsche now getting held up by the 8 Kessel Ferrari going through shot. Now, leader, Bortolotti, this is on.
It sure is. Climbing the hill once again, on board with the chasing second place car, Mirko Bortolotti. Fresh into this car just 15 minutes ago, chasing down the leader of the race. Porsche to the front a couple of hours ago, using some clever strategy. Bortolotti reaches his hand out there to direct the cooling in his direction. Just a reminder of how hot it is inside these cockpits on a warm Belgian afternoon. 27 degrees in the air, track temperature starting to soar as well. Muller able to get past the first bit of lap traffic. Now it's Bortolotti's turn to try and find a way past the McLaren.
Exactly, the 8 Ferrari, yeah, it looks similar from the rear, obviously there, the exhaust almost in exactly the same position, and at the moment the luck is favouring the Porsche, isn't it, with the traffic, slight adjustment there, headlights actually going on. I thought it was a brake bias originally, but the headlights now, we're in business.
Yeah, this is a tough spot here for Bortolotti, really nowhere to go. Wasn't close enough to make a lunge, and it would have been a risky maneuver. He has to sit in behind. You see the blue lights flashing, letting the back marker know one of the top cars is coming through.
Yeah, it's Fuminelli in front of a very fast driver in his own right in that Ferrari. He's doing the right thing here by just going as fast as he can, and I think he will start to lift as they come through Sector 3, but the Ferrari actually with great traction there, and it's hard for Bortolotti in the dirty air to stay much closer than this. Bortolotti doesn't want to use his tyres either, just want to sit in the dirty air for no reason. Yeah, he wants his cold air on his face.
This is manna from heaven for Sven Muller in the Porsche. He's able to extend that margin now on this lap. Through Sector 1 they were even, but through Sector 2 it swung back the way of the Porsche driver to the tune of 0.6 of a second. So all of that hard work that we chronicled with Bortolotti chasing down the race leader. That all goes away when you catch traffic at the wrong time, and he still has not been able to dispense with Fuminelli.
No, Fuminelli's pace is strong on the last lap. Obviously matched Sven Müller pretty much in the last sector, so difficult 31st overall. Goes slightly wide there, Fuminelli, and that actually holds up Bortolotti. Do you see that puff of smoke out the rear left exhaust of the Lamborghini there on an upshift? I haven't seen that before. I'm not trying to speculate on something to add some drama. This race doesn't need it, but we will keep an eye out for that for sure.
I think I saw some more, but that could have been the car bottoming out there under the compression at the bottom of the hill. We'll have to wait and see, but let's keep an eye on that for sure. That lead swings back to the Rutronic Porsche. Sven Müller, Patrick Niederhauser, Alessio Picariello, who had an excellent stint just a few moments ago, watching on. Let's take a look and see here.
So look at the exhaust pipe, left-hand side of this Lamborghini. As he gets to the exit curb, I just saw something come out of it, and it's an interesting one. I'm trying to explain what it is. I have no idea, because when something comes out of the exhaust, it's normally smoke. It's something being unburned. That looked more like a liquid, like a mist of something, which is impossible to go through the exhaust system. So all I can hope is it's over-fueled on the way into the corner as he's picked the throttle up. Something has gone. Let's not speculate, but let's merely keep an eye on it.
Jeopardy increases here as we approach the final 2 hours of the race. Bortolotti finally clear of Fuminelli. Now he's got to put his head down and try and do the work all over again of catching the race leader. Lost another 4/10 in Sector 1 as he was dealing with that lap traffic here on this lap. This sector will tell the tale, though, of whether or not that car is still at full song. He's been able to get by the Ferrari, back on board. Maybe we can listen in to hear if something's amiss.
Pulling through the revs, sweet gear shifts, all nice, speed all good as well in the speed traps for the last few laps as well. So yeah, it's maybe just a small problem. I used to do a bit of work with some historic Lamborghinis, and they used to tell me they were V12s in those days, because if one or two went down, it wasn't really a problem. Only a V10 in this Lamborghini, based on an Audi engine as well, so very rock solid in its design and engineering.
Yeah, it's a tried and true package. It goes back to the Audi R8 and then was adapted for use in the Huracan, sister brand to some degree within the Volkswagen Group when they've come on board, and any cause for concern, at least in terms of speed, seems to have dissipated. Bortolotti picked up 3/10 through Sector 2. He picked up even more than that, 4/10 in Sector 3, and you can see the gap visually has closed again, and more traffic looms up ahead. It's another fast car to contend with as well before too much longer.
Yeah. At least let's forget, Lamborghini never won this race before. We've said about it, it's their last chance to do it with the Huracan GT3 car before they bring out their new car. Another slow car here. Hopefully we can clear that before the brake zone. We can. It was the Corvette, wasn't it? The number 2 car. And that does cause us to go in a bit unsighted, in a bit deep. That's going to lose us a couple of tenths there as we see the Porsche leaving the first corner. Opens up the steering lock. And this is the puff of smoke. This side, the right side. So 2 separate occasions now. And again, odd that it's doing it alternate sides. So it's not one particular bank of that V10 that's got an issue. It's something else. It's got to be some kind of misfire that we're not hearing as we ride on board. But so slight. I'm still not overly worried about it. But is it going to get worse?
If you were the driver, would you want to know?
No. Not at all. What can I do to fix it, sir? Nothing. Well, let me carry on driving then, please. The teams will have the telemetry. They possibly don't have a clue about it. They are looking at our pictures as well, of course, and that might have been their catalyst to look into that exhaust problem and what is happening through that system there. Everything running very hot. Ambient still only 27.5, so we're not hot here, but the cars have had to go through the night. Do we have a bit too much blanking on it? Is something running a bit warm? Do we need in the next stop to maybe open up some cooling as Müller gets past that 19th placed overall bronze placed car?
Second placed bronze placed car, the Dutchman Dan Arrow, is doing the driving right now. It's been a nice solid run for that windward car. It looked like that time Bortolotti thought about making a lunge but wasn't close enough to get to the inside of the young Dutchman. Has to settle back in and be circumspect about it. It's hard to think about 22 hours or thereabouts into this race, but you still have to think it's a long race yet with 2 hours 8 minutes to go.
Just want to listen on the exit here. it's on that upshift, isn't it? And I was just wondering if we're going to be able to see that. Headlights back on. We've now got the leaders without traffic in between them for the first time in the last 5 laps as they thunder through Eau Rouge once more. 495 laps on the board.
While it's in the shot, though, I do want to give a call to that number 81 Windward car that is second in the bronze class. Remember, they had a big crash in pre-qualifying. We were worried about the state of that chassis, if you recall. They had to miss qualifying entirely, started at the back of the field, and Gabriele Piana, Renat Salikoff, Marvin Dienst, and now Dan Arrow have done a masterful job of just keeping that car running metronomically through the night. They find themselves second in class and on the same lap as the class leader. So file that away with plenty of time still to go. Could it be a zero to hero kind of moment for the 81 crew on what has been otherwise a rather difficult 24-hour race for the Windward team? Muller leads, Bortolotti second, gap under 1 second still. First sector advantage goes once more to the Lamborghini driver. Picked up another 0.3 of a second. You're right, first time we've seen them unencumbered by traffic in quite some time, so we get a real look at the measure of these two. Big difference, of course, is Sven Muller 40 minutes into his stint, whereas Bortolotti just 24.5 minutes into his, so he should have the advantage on Pirelli P0s, but on the flip side, the Porsche a little bit lighter. It'll be later in the fuel run.
Yeah, and it's the ebb and flow of it. Actually set to 2 in the favour of the Porsche that lap by 0.3 of a second. And sometimes it's not a linear curve either. You'd expect new tyres, high fuel, then it would start to drop off your lap time. You sometimes get this second lease of life because the fuel comes off, the weight is less, the tyre has a chance to recover. It's not being energised so much. So sometimes you get a bit of a stint graph that looks more like an M shape. You're fast and then slow and fast again at the end. And potentially we're seeing that here on the Porsche because he's able at the moment to keep Bortolotti at that arm's length distance of around a second as we go back to the exit of turn number 1. Are we going to see anything out the exhaust this time? We are not. So the problem at least not getting worse.
Do you want it to be intermittent though, or do you want it to be consistent? In some ways it's
better.
Yeah, well, there you go. They would take that, I'm sure. Now we just have to see lap after lap if maybe whatever it is has cleared itself. It doesn't happen all that often, but I suppose it could be the case, or if it is just something that pops up from time to time in different circumstances. One of the great mysteries still hanging over us that needs to be resolved in the next 2 hours and 6 minutes. And we're told Alex has checked in with the team. The team has reassured her, oh, there's nothing to worry about whatsoever. I would counter that, well, it can't be ideal because the car wasn't doing it for the better part of 22 hours.
Yeah, I also remember that infamous meme video of the Minister of Defense of Iraq saying there's nothing to worry about. So it'll be somewhere on the scale of a massive problem or no issue at all, I think.
That's a pretty big scale. That's pretty all-encompassing.
I can't be wrong.
That's true. That was clever on your part. I see why they pay you now. Good stuff here. Great duel between these two. Both of them in their first stint. The question is, will Bortolotti do not quite a full triple stint to the finish, but especially for Muller, it would be fairly close. For Bortolotti, it would be more like 2.5 hours to try and get to the finish of this race, or is there yet another strategic element with a potential driver change to come?
Bortolotti on my system from HH Time has been the fastest in that car if you take their ultimate pace, and Niederhauser is the fastest in the Rutronic Porsche. They couldn't have tripled Muller. It was slightly over 3 hours when he would have got in. I think actually look at it there, he could have done it, but I think they will Niederhausen double to the end. I think so. A single for Muller once he gets to the end of this stint.
And we'll know very soon because that is coming in 17 minutes, 16 minutes or so. So maybe very soon was a bit overambitious on my part, but we are closing in on the end of this crucial stint for Sven Muller, which began with him going out and taking advantage of his tire advantage relative to the Lamborghini. And actually, in the pit stop sequence, his gap had expanded by the time Bortolotti climbed aboard of his Lamborghini, but that has now utterly evaporated. It's back to 1 second between the top two. Bortolotti looked threatening there about 10 or 15 minutes ago, but give Muller credit. he's been able to stabilize this gap when he's not been in traffic, and at the moment, it does not appear to be under significant duress.
Yeah, well, he was cornered, wasn't he? And now he's come out fighting back, and the last lap was only 300ths between them, so very close. This is the third place car of Raffaele Marciello at the moment, that BMW. Similar pace to the cars in front, but 37 seconds behind. So at the moment, that Rover car obviously won at Nürburgring last weekend, and had the drivers of Marcello Farfus and Jesse Kroner in it right now in the car. So they won last weekend out. And the last driver, to win the Spa and the Nürburgring in the same year, Markus Winkelhock, 2017.
Not easy to do, but I would contend that this year of all years, the feat it would be all the more impressive considering it happened on back-to-back weeks, which is basically unheard of. And for a good chunk of that lineup, they've been racing 24-hour races back-to-back weeks, going back to the 24 hours of Le Mans.
We've touched on the personal element, the team, the drivers, the mechanics, the engineers, the catering staff, PR, everyone. But also this, wow, huge slide for Rivera, that was a Larry snap. But also the supply chain. All of these cars getting a fresh engine for a 24-hour race normally. So suddenly all of these cars needing a fresh engine, some of them, like you said, doing all 3 races. The whole supply chain that motorsport feeds absolutely has to be on point. Otherwise, you go into Spa and the engine wasn't delivered in time, you've got to race with your Nürburgring engine. The chances of you finishing are almost zero. So this is what the teams have to deal with. It isn't just turn up, put some tyres and fuel on the car and away you're off to go. The planning that is involved is absolutely crazy. And there's the other Rover car, the 998 car, Max Hesse aboard it at the moment, 25 seconds behind that Rivera Ferrari in 4th place. So we've still got quite a few cars on the lead lap, haven't we? All the way down at the moment to 10th place. 11th place, Mara Engel is the last car on the lead lap at the moment.
That number 998 car overnight vaulted into contention with some really good fortune in terms of timing of a full course yellow. They were already serving their pit stop right on sequence when a yellow came out, and that allowed them to gain not just track position, but actually the race lead, which they held for a number of stints overnight before slowly but surely dropping back, currently in that 5th position, chased by this car, speedy Antonio Fuoco, only 3.2 seconds behind. This car has been solid. They've been there or thereabouts, never really contending for a win. Podium even seemed like maybe it was a fleeting opportunity at times overnight, but still a pretty solid run, all things considered, when you factor in that outside of Fuoco, that driver lineup is pretty light on experience in long-distance races.
Yeah, very true on that. The last straw they've got in their armory for Ferrari is they're going longest in these stints. So, like we said earlier, that gives them the best chance of a full course yellow free stop, basically, to help them get to the end quicker. There's the 7th place, 59 McLaren, led for so long at the start of this race from pole position, from that amazing super pole lap of Martin Kirchhoff. It's 4/10 clear of Jules Gounon in the Get Speed car that's no longer with us in this race. Joseph Loke, 20 years old, very young, first Spa 24 hours, but hasn't looked like he's put a foot wrong. We've seen that car stall a few times after a pit stop, but he isn't the only McLaren driver that seems to have done that. So yeah, A-star performance from Joseph Loke on my part.
He was really good overnight. I was talking with Bruce Jones about that at various points where, given his lack of a GT experience, he kind of just wanted him to get in and hold his own, keep them in the mix. And he actually did more than that. He put a pretty nifty pass on Matteo Cairoli for position overnight. He was able to hang on against some pretty stout opposition and hold some positions overnight as well. So for the young man, I'd say this has been a bit of a coming out party.
Harry King, gold class leader now, 8.5 seconds ahead of another Garage 59 McLaren, this time Adam Smalley. Feels not that long ago the move was done through Lecombe on their outlap, wasn't it? And they're now getting towards the end of their stint. They will actually be boxing at the end of this lap. So that's a pretty obvious gain for Harry King, 8.5 seconds quicker than that McLaren. You can see the graphic coming above at the start of this Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, that's pretty straightforward, isn't it? He came out of the pits just behind the McLaren, made the pass on the outlap some 58 minutes ago, and subsequently has been able to pull away, as you say, to the tune of about 8 seconds over his nearest pursuer. And this is a return to form really in the class. The 33 dominated the first half of the race. This McLaren came to the fore right around the midnight hour overnight and has spent quite a bit of time at the front, but quite frankly, all week long, the 33 has been the class of the field in the Gold Cup, and they've had a nice, solid day so far. Mistake-free to this point by and large. That's allowed them now to get back to the lead and start to extend it once again.
Yeah, a car I know well was involved in the development early days of the 720 before the Evo, and I've got to take my hat off to the guys and girls back at Woking there, because they had an awful Paul Ricard at the start of the year. The reliability was not good enough. We see some rubber flying across the track, but they've come here and they've done a mega job across the board there, so congratulations to them. And it's well deserved as well. Rob Bell, former teammate of mine, now sporting director there, has really done a good job, and that's what the brand needs. And it's a shame we're not going to potentially see a win. That was looking likely at the start of this race, but we're getting more McLarens, and one of them, that CSA McLaren, also running very strongly third in the gold class.
Yeah, it could be a class podium. They've got 1 minute and 3 seconds in hand over the closest car, which is the Wright Motorsports entry, team from the States that's coming overseas for the first time. Tom Sargent, the Antipodean, behind the wheel at the moment, running in the 4th position. Leader in the gold class is in on 499 laps completed. Like you said, Adam Smalley right on schedule. Will follow him into the pits some 8.7 seconds later. And those two presumably will continue their duel after this pit stop. But it has been a pretty solid outing for that third car in the class. Like you say, it could be a class podium for a McLaren, just not the overall podium, at least as they run. Silver class leader right here, this Aston Martin. It's one of the few bright spots, frankly, for Aston in this event. Came in with high hopes, a huge flotilla of cars from a couple of different teams come to you, really bringing a fleet of cars into the mix, trying to defend their overall win from a year ago, and it started off poorly with some incidents in the practice sessions. A huge crash in Superpole wrote off the Valkenhorst Pro Class entry, and they've just had a ton of attrition throughout the course of this race. So they can salvage a little bit of something as they run, leading in the silver class.
Yeah, exactly that. And they're not exactly a clean car either. Mirror, is it still hanging there? Or is it finally fallen? It has finally fallen. You can see the tank tape that was trying to hold it on as it boxes into pit lane. The drone actually quicker than the cars through the last corner, as then the Ferrari powers back past us. The Aston Martin now in pit lane.
Romain Leroux into the pits from the lead in the silver class. See if he stays aboard or if they go to Soderstrom or Villa Gomez. Time will tell. Solid outing in second place for the young American, Wyatt Brikacek. Ex-open wheel driver who's focused on sports cars as of late, and they're not super far behind. You can see they tripped the timing beacon entering the pit lane, only about 20 seconds off of the class lead. So that's not done and dusted by any stretch of the imagination here in the final couple hours.
Yeah, Miller on the flushes to the Ford there. Hard car to overtake the Ford. Schumacher aboard it at the moment. Very fast in a straight line, 25th overall, 4th in class, so he won't want to lose any time whatsoever. And a huge slide. My heart was in my mouth there. That would have been 90, 180 degrees of opposite lock as he was in the dirty air. That is phenomenal car control in the dirty air. It's not Sven Muller being greedy with his speed. It's the air that isn't on the car that is invisible to see as the driver, and that is a race save. It might sound strange that we're talking about a bit of an issue. Let's watch this. And so actually this was the overtake and finally getting past the Mustang that gave him that issue. But that is the save of the race for me thus far.
Oh, that was huge. It keeps them in the hunt. It keeps them in contention, and he does it on used up Pirelli P0s as well. 53.5 minutes now into this stint for Sven Muller. Do want to cover off a driver change in the gold class. It's now Fred Schandorf behind the wheel of the second place car. He is the factory ace, if you will, for McLaren in this equation. So we'll see if that might change the fortunes for them in their pursuit of a gold class victory today.
Yeah, not actually officially factory affiliated yet, Shandorf. McDonald is a full factory driver, Smalley a junior. Shandorf doing so much racing in a McLaren and so fast. In my honest opinion, as fast as a factory driver, and he's just a very busy man, Shandorf. He actually probably wouldn't accept a contract right now from McLaren with how much he's able to race privately. And that's the beauty of GT3 racing at the moment, the ability as a pro to go and rent yourself out in multiple championships and earn a living from driving around in circles in these beautiful cars.
Battle for the lead hotting up here late in this stint. Could Muller be vulnerable? He's at a tire deficiency of about 16 minutes relative to the tires on Mirko Bortolatti's car. Bortolatti has closed in. This is as close as he has been in the stint now. Under 7/10, down to 6/10 of a second, separating the top two overall.
Yeah, 6 minutes remaining of the Muller stint, and that is lucky, and not for him, for Maro Engel, who's just up the road in the yellow man filter Mercedes, because if Muller overtook him, he would be off the lead lap, and that is definitely day done. So I don't think we're going to see a Muller-Engel battle, because Engel would defend like his life depended on it, because the race would be over if that happens. But we've only got time for 2 more laps for this Rutronic Porsche before it owes us a pit stop.
It's going to be a handful for him. We've already seen that car struggling in traffic, especially dealing with the dirty air, putting extra strain on the tires. Meanwhile, about 20 minutes ago, we started to see some puffs of smoke intermittently out of this number 63 Lamborghini, specifically right here out of the exhaust pipes, both the left and the right bank, but not this time, and we haven't seen it for a little while. So perhaps the information that Alex got for us down in the pit lane from the team is accurate. They assured us nothing to be concerned about, and true to form, we have not seen that smoke in quite some time.
So pessimistic. I should have believed what I was being told.
You gave that broad window. You were just fine. You covered all of your bases.
We're still right. As Engel, the last car on the lead lap, P8. Interestingly, last year we only had 7 cars left on the lead lap, and at the moment you would say it's looking pretty similar, because Engel might survive this one, but potentially is actually going to get undercut by the leaders by the time he pits himself in the next 12 minutes. He may have been knocked off this lead lap.
Yep, I think you're right. He's going to struggle to stay on the lead lap without any kind of intervention here for the final hour and 51 minutes. It's been interesting. That car has been up towards the front of this race from time to time, but overnight we were comparing its lap times to other Mercedes, and it just hasn't been there on pace. They've done some interesting things on strategy, but it just hasn't been enough to overcome the fact that that car has not been in the window that any of the 3 drivers needed it in order to contend outright on pace alone.
Yeah, the only one was the 17 Get Speed car, wasn't it? And we heard that on the radio, actually. Engineer Taron Gunon at the time, you're much quicker than the other Mercedes, and whatever Get Speed did to that car certainly worked. And I don't know if I'm putting myself in trouble here. After Super Bowl, I went around Parc Fermé just looking at the cars, and actually the little differences between the Mercedes teams quite large. How they pack the splitter into the bumper and what gap they want there. Get Speed actually running it fully flush, and the man filter Ferrari with quite a step, so it looked like they wanted more front aero grip, but with that more drag, and maybe Get Speed just went with a bit of a missile car, straight line speed, and that was the key around here at Spa. This gap, the smallest we've seen it. It was half a second last time around. This time around, as they break the beam, it looks less than that. It is 0.3 of a second.
Oh, just a little drink there from Bortolatti as he took a peek to the inside of the brake zone, whether that was legitimate or just trying to fill the mirrors of the Porsche driver. Hard to say from our situation, our vantage point. This should be the final lap of the stint for Sven Muller, so he'll fight for all he's worth to try and keep that Lamborghini behind him.
He certainly will, and Bortolotti will also probably be told by the team he's boxing this lap. Why is that important? Because if he went for a move, for example, in the bus stop chicane, could Bortolotti potentially block him getting into pit lane? It would be a move I'd love to see, and Muller would certainly probably have to do a heavy defense into that bus stop chicane if the Lamborghini can stay close.
A little bit of traffic as well, just up the road. Looks like, again, that is that 48 car that is slowly but surely coming back to the overall leaders, but still is running at a pace where they shouldn't trip over the man filter Maro Engel driven car before the end of this lap. On board here with Bortolatti as he continues to close in. not close enough to make a lunge, and he'll know this is the end of the stint for Moeller in front of him. Question now is, do we see that driver change you were previewing earlier, or do they keep Moeller aboard?
I'll peer out of my commentary box window here to see them just below us, and I can't quite see it yet. Bortolotti will obviously inherit the lead here. If he were to be leading this race at the end, it would become the 6th different manufacturer to win in as many years. That's the biggest streak we've ever had in the history of this race of different manufacturers winning. We talk about BOP, how it's always so equal. What more do you need of evidence and proof of what BOP can do to make great racing than 6 different manufacturers winning over 6 different years?
It's a delightful time in sports car racing. It's true at the prototype level. It's certainly true at the GT level. And GT3 is a big part of it. All of a sudden, though, the Porsche is slowing a little bit through Blanchimont. That opens up the door. Great run around the outside, and Mirko Bortolotti sweeps through just before the Porsche peels off into the pit lane and takes the lead on merit. Very interesting. Moeller looked like he was a bit uncomfortable there, lost some momentum. That opened the door for the Lamborghini, which did come through to take the lead, and immediately, right on cue, right on schedule, here comes Moeller down the pit lane.
It was bizarre how slow he was through Blanchimont. We saw him have a snap there, but that was only because of the dirty air I had thought of the Ford. But it was almost like he wanted the Lamborghini in front of him. I talked about the Lamborghini potentially trying to lunge him. Maybe Muller was wary of that. I don't think so. I think it's a low percentage chance of that being the reason. Driver changes you've just seen there, Ryan. And it's got to be Niederhausen getting in for me for a double now to the end. This will need to be the fastest 1 hour and 47 minutes of Patrick Niederhausen's life.
23-year-old Swiss climbs aboard. He's been rapid in this car throughout the course of this race up to this point, and now it falls on his shoulders. This is the tail end of the pass, and it really was uncontested. It was strange how much the Porsche was off the pace in the middle of the corner. That's a corner that ideally you take flat. Worst case scenario, you have that little lift to settle the car on turn in, but that looked like a whole lot more than that to give the Lamborghini that kind of a run.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some information out of the team now to see what happened there, because I can't really make much logical sense out of it right now. All I can really think is it was definitely a second lost, and a second later they will get to the checkered flag, in my opinion.
Here comes Niederhausen officially. We see that change having been made. The passover from Moeller to Niederhausen, who climbs aboard. 2019 ADAC GT Masters champion, 2011 Italian Formula Abarth champion, does have a class win on the resume at the Nürburgring 24 1 year ago, but the CV is in dire need of another major win in a major endurance race around the globe. He only has that one class win at the Nürburgring to hang his hat on. That could change here, and if it does, it falls on his shoulders as he leaves the pit lane now. An hour, 45 minutes to go, and it is crucial for Patrick Niederhausen to get back on the pace as quickly as possible, but unfortunately for him, he comes out in the middle of a battle pack.
Yeah, and he's got momentum from a Porsche, the Lion Speed one. He might have to defend from that one as well. That's not what he needs, is that. I'm amazed he didn't defend from that.
Yeah, that's disappointing there. Let's go down to Alex in the pit lane.
What just happened there?
Well, we just had a puncture in Blanchimont, so yeah, that was a lucky call. It was our lead lap anyway, so very lucky, yeah.
Oh, to have found it at that moment, did you suddenly feel the vibrations?
Well, Sven was in the car and he had the alarm of a puncture, but that was, the tire was already flat, so it was not a slow puncture, it was a proper one. Lucky it happened at the end of the lap, and yeah, he could bring the car home without any issues. So,
other than that, the car's feeling strong. Feel like you can claw back.
It's tough out there to stay in front of the Lambo. I think that's why we have a puncture, because we are pushing hard. But yeah, to win, we need to survive. So let's see now when Patrick is in the car. For sure, we know outright pace. It's tough for us, but we are trying different things, and we keep our fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Not very often you could say it was lucky to have a puncture in Blanchimont, but for them it was, because they were able, on their in-lap, they were scheduled to come in anyway to dive in, and wow, what a great bit of driving there for Sven Muller. Another great save, not his first in that stint.
That is phenomenal luck. These tyres doing 190 kilometers. Can we see the tyre going down the rear? Right, look at it. It's got hardly any air in at all. Great camera work and slow-mo making me be able to spot that. But they're doing 190 kilometers on a set of these tyres, and it was the last 400 meters where they just got a luck. That's like flipping a coin and landing on the edge. The luck that has taken, that keeps them in this race.
Well, we talk about it often. These long-distance races, it takes more than just speed. It takes more than just execution to get it done. You need Lady Luck to smile on you from time to time, and for Rutronic, it did. But is it enough to keep them in contention for the win? Because this car has had the pace. Mirko Bortolotti now, without that traffic to contend with, is going to try and make as much ground as he can here in this opportunity. Now, we might have a look at the reason for the puncture. Keep an eye on the Porsche going wide. You did hear Picariello mention we feel like we have to push so hard to keep up with the pace of the Lamborghini. That's why we think we got the puncture. The tail of the tape would agree.
The only problem is that was a long time ago. That was before they cleared the traffic. That was more than 35 minutes ago. Could have been a reason at some point, but it wasn't the same lap as the in-lap would be the only thing I would add to that replay. But it definitely wouldn't have done that Porsche any favours.
But, as you were saying, the good news is it was relatively close to the pit lane, so not too much time wasted by Sven Muller. So it keeps number 96 still in the hunt. It might be a rather harder hunt now, but it is still in the mix. So Mirko Bortolotti getting ever closer to a maiden, never mind podium, but a maiden win for Lamborghini. Still leads the way. Here's the Rutronic Porsche trying to fight back through another galaxy of Porsches all around. Down they go now towards the right-hander of Campus. There was a white flag I thought I saw, but it might have been a very faded blue. Let's see as they come out the other side then. Lots of Porsches all running together. Bits of debris in the gravel bed. And Muller there putting himself on the back of the Dynamic GT entry as they power their way once more on towards Blanchimont. So, in fact, Sven Muller giving way to Patrick Niederhauser, hasn't he now? So that puts the car behind sixth place Joseph Loke. Still, they're better off than they were a couple of hours ago with that roll of the dice with the yellow flag situation, the full course yellow. But, yeah, they're still not close enough, partly to the front, Ryan, and partly to the pace that they need to be.
They've been really upfront, the Porsche team, in every interview we've had with them. We don't feel like on outright pace, on pure lap time, that we can challenge this Lamborghini. So you've got to do something different. You have to roll the dice. They did. They played it to perfection. Again, a little bit of lady luck as well. They had to be in the right place to be able to take advantage of that full course yellow, and they were, but then quick thinking as they dived into the pit lane, and that's put them in this position.
Let's have a listen to Raffaele Marciello in 98 as well.
We had a track limit 4, track limit 4. We can only do one more track limit for the last 2 hours. So no more track limit, please.
Engineer explaining you're on 4 track limit warning, so Raffaele Marciello, behave, don't do it again. 6 is where you get a penalty, and by saying, you know, we can't do any more in an hour and 40 minutes, he's bringing him back, hopefully, because that was pretty marginal on the outside of Blanchimont, bringing him back, hopefully, to the right side of caution. But the problem is, this is where you need to use all your track limit warnings. You don't need to be wasting them early on. Now, you've got to push like mad in this last hour and 40 minutes of the race, so go for it, but you've got to be tidy. No pressure then.
Should add that the Porsche Niederhauser in the same position. Unfortunate for him because he wasn't the one that committed these track limit violations, but he's got to live with them. That car also with 4 warnings against it. So that's kind of fighting with a hand tied behind your back for the rest of this race, whereas the Lamborghini that they're fighting with, only 1 warning in the last 4 hours, 20 minutes.
And that suggests, doesn't it, that it's a car that's got pace because they're not having to get it by the scruff of the neck and rag it. They can just drive it smoothly, keep it within the white lines, whereas the others, to keep up, as you were alluding to a moment ago, have to be driven hard, almost overdriven, to stand any chance. But it ain't over till it's over. Just go and ask Alessandro Pierguidi. You never know what might be lurking around the corner. Out of nowhere, you find a drama, whether it's a car, whether it's a problem, whether it's debris on the road. It's been a curious race in many respects, with so much of the drama early on. and then a quiet period, and then more drama again. Some of the big names out of the race during the night as ever. One or two brands perhaps will offer their sob stories about how the cars didn't have the right pace, and woe is me. But right now, it's all looking really good for Lamborghini. And I almost hate myself for saying this, because the closer you get to the end of the hour and 40 minutes ahead, the more you kind of worry for Lambo, because history isn't on their side. They've never had a podium. They've never had a win. The best a Lamborghini has ever been is 5th. And if this turns out to be a Lamborghini win, it will be the 6th different winning manufacturer in 6 years.
Which has never happened before.
Indeed so.
So perhaps a little bit of history there as Mauro Engel peels off. And this for Lamborghini does matter a lot. When the Squadra Corsa program was launched, Giorgio Sana, who led it from its inception for a very long time until just over a year ago, spoke quite publicly about the fact this is the race that they want to win. They're in it. At the time, now they have a prototype, but at the time, the top level of their motorsport pyramid was GT3. What's the biggest GT3 race in the world? Well, it's the 24 Hours of Spa, and yet this is the one that's eluded them. They've had good success in long-distance races in the States, just not here, just not the one they really, really want.
And of course, while all their disappointments have been going on, that other Italian brand, you know, the red one down the pit lane, has been racking it up, whether it's been at Spa or Le Mans or even the Nürburgring, going back a year. So, yeah, sorry, 2 years. So, yeah, very important for Lamborghini, and they're edging closer. If the car wins, you're going to hear the biggest sigh of relief from the pit garage, because I think they're holding their breath already.
Oh, no question. They know, they were here last year too. They saw how this race turned on its head. And I think not just Ferrari took that lesson to heart. Everybody who was here filed that away as a reminder that strange things can happen late in races, even races that look like they're settled. You just don't know.
And this has been a quirky car. It just has never quite been able to pick up its skirts and go racing. The Langdorf run man filter with the help of Winward Racing, Mercedes AMG, and a pit stop then for Matteo Pirelli to bail out, and that car getting ready for the last run to the flag now, the last stint of the race. New view through the windscreen, because one of those tear-off windscreens taken from the 48 Mercedes, 44 seconds worth of fuel goes in, new set of tyres, and then the car will drop down. See what that can salvage by the end. Patrick Niederhauser back up against Marvin Kirchhofer in 59 McLaren, because the McLaren pitted. 48 rumbles away down the pit lane, with a track temperature now of 49.4 degrees. 49.4 degrees, and we're at Spa.
I don't know the centigrade scale very well, but I will tell you that seems exceedingly high.
Yeah. It is.
Okay.
It is. The adjective before high ends with ing. It's ing hot, tell you. So it is, and it's very unlike Spa, that is for sure. We had a lot of rain. If you've been here over the weekend, you'll remember Thursday and Friday it was pretty wet, but a totally dry race, and it has happened before, but it doesn't happen very often, that is for certain. The surviving CSA Racing McLaren going through its penultimate pit stop, number 111. That's a car that has got itself into 14th place. Jim Pla getting out of the car and trying to peer in. I think it may... I was going to say Simon Gachet in the car. Might have been Simon Gachet. This is Valentino Rossi, who is in the BMW number 46. And there was a problem, I think, there with the cable. He hadn't plugged the helmet cable in, had he? It was still on top of the helmet, so he has to, with the instruction of the engineer, go back and plug that in. Let us hope that as that engineer came to the car, that wasn't one over the regulation number of personnel, because it's easy in the heat of a drama like that to just forget that there are enough people on the car and we can't have anybody else. Right, Bortolotti is pitted, and that means that the Lamborghini is in. It will have one more stop, I reckon. It can't go to the end on 95 minutes, so it will have one more stop. There is number 8 also benefiting from the tear-off windscreen. Probably the best livery in the race, that. We were being told the other night it was by Marco Bononomi's design, and it certainly stands out.
It does, and some interesting nicknames assigned to each of the drivers too. Fast Carrot was the one that I remember.
Yes, Speedy Carrot. I'm trying to remember who it was for now. I think it was for Niccolo Rossi. It was. Niccolo Rossi was Speedy Carrot.
Yeah, really enjoyed that.
Sounds like it should be the next Disney cartoon, shouldn't it? You know, we've had Turbo the Snail, now we go Speedy Carrot.
I like it. Sign me up. Big moments here, though, as Bortolotti now exits the pit lane. I've been keeping an eye on the lap times for Niederhauser. He's been stuck in traffic. That's been the problem they had to pit when they did. Well, number one, they had the puncture, but number two, they were up against the stint length maximum anyway. And so they didn't really have much that they could play tactically about timing the pit stop, trying to get him some clear track to work with. Now the track has vacated a little bit. Here he comes, but Lamborghini already at the top of the hill. If the Lamborghini can get on his horse here, this could be the lead consolidated. Looking, waiting, where is the Porsche? Way back just now, cresting Radion.
Yeah, just coming up the hill, and look at the Mercedes trying to get back onto the lead lap, which is important. Matteo Pirelli goes back ahead then, so he's on the lead lap, and also Frederick Schandorf is trying to get through. He wants to get off after Harry King for the Gold Cup lead. That's Niederhauser then. So in pursuit of that Lamborghini, and Niederhauser trying to get himself through the traffic that Ryan was talking about. Out of Les Combes now goes the Swiss driver over the brow, drop down towards Bruxelles. There's another of the WRT BMWs up the road. Pierre-Louis Chauvet at the wheel of it, the bright blue car there, just going out of shot. Niederhauser then drops down the hill, and the traffic ahead. BMW, McLaren, but Mirko Bortolotti in that Lamborghini still looking strong.
Yeah, that's effectively the lead, de facto changing hands on the track. We've got a couple of cars that need to cycle through with their, what would this be, penultimate pit stop, actually, with 93 minutes to go in the race. But the lead that, I guess, did change hands on the track when this car had the puncture just at the very end of its stint coming through Blanchimont, that allowed the Lamborghini to come by and take the lead. Ultimately, on the cycle, it's Lamborghini that comes through, and now the car that has been the strongest, at least for this final third of the race, that final 8-hour run to the checkered flag, back out in front and firmly in control once things cycle through.
Raffaele Marciello then, who is at the moment the race leader. He's been told about track limits, and guess what? He's incurred another one. So if Marciello doesn't behave himself, there is going to be a penalty looming for that car. It's on 5, and 6 gets you a penalty. So effectively that's the final warning for 98 done. So Marciello, if he has one more run wide, there will be a penalty, and that takes them out of the race effectively for the win, doesn't it?
Yeah, completely. And I'm not even sure they're thinking about the win at this stage. They might be thinking about points for themselves, for the manufacturer. Things would have to break their way in a big way to really fight for a win. And frankly, even if a safety car came out and we reset everything, I'm just not sure I've seen enough pace out of the BMW to make me think that it really could fight with the Ferraris, with even the Porsche, certainly with the Lamborghini. So for them right now, it's about maximizing their day. Everybody comes here first and foremost, David, to win the 24 hours of Spa. But if you can't do that, you think about points for IGTC, you think about points for GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup.
Indeed so, and if you're a Belgian driver, something else to factor in is the Paul Frere Trophy for the best placed Belgian driver. And Alessio Picariello, I suspect, may well be on for that. Paul Frere, the great Belgian journalist and racer who was instrumental in talking to Stefan Rattel with the RACB to bring GT racing here to effectively keep alive the 24 hours of Spa. As I've said during the course of the race, as touring car regulations were so fragmented that the race was struggling for entries, it was becoming almost an all-comers race. That's another run wide for Marciello coming out of Pithpath. And so Paul Frere went to talk to the RACB and said, look, we need to do something, and what about talking to that chap that's running all these GT races? It was a rather different SRO in those days. It was just running FIA GT, but wow, how the event has grown, how GT3 racing has grown, how SRO Motorsports Group has grown. Marciello then, on the road leader, and he's going to have to pit at the end of this lap, isn't he? He's on 58 minutes of allowed 60 in this stint.
Yeah, no question about it. They'll call him in for the second to last stop of the race. One thing I'm really interested in is how the teams will play the final pit stop. Coming from North American racing, there's a line of thinking that you want to be the first to pit last. So as soon as you're in that last 60-minute window, you pit to cover yourself from a potential full course yellow. The way the rules work here, there's less of an incentive to necessarily do that, but I wonder if some might try it. Maybe someone further down the order might gamble on it to just try and use that as a way to cycle through. But again, with the full course yellow rules the way they are, there's less of an opportunity to take advantage of something like that in this final run, final 90 minutes.
So second place on the road at the moment is there, Alessio Rovera, and Rovera comes out of Pouhon. teammate Antonio Fuoco behind. It's still extraordinary to think that the car in second place was 65th at the end of 90 minutes of racing, and what a recovery. Bortolotti is 4th then, ahead of Niederhauser and Philip Eng in 6th place, number 998, after the most recent round of stops. Gold is still being led by 33 Aston of Harry King. Silver by 35 Aston, Romain Larue. And where are we standing in bronze? It's gone back to 81 Mercedes, hasn't it, of Dan Arrow?
Correct. That car started at the back, remember. They had the big crash.
Yeah, that's right.
In pre-qualifying, which seems like an eternity ago. And as Joe and I were talking, I remember you guys on the coverage wondering, is that chassis even going to be repairable? And not only has it proven to be, but that car leads in its class, runs in the top 15 overall as a Bronze Cup car, now in the pit lane as Dan Arrow makes that car second to last stop.
In the background, Marciello comes in. If he stays behind the wheel, he is going to have to be oh so careful. Even if he doesn't, the incoming driver is going to have to be oh so careful, because it's the car that picks up the track limit penalties. They're not isolated to an individual driver. And as Niels Vitic, the race director, pointed out the other day to me, he said it doesn't really matter whether you penalise a driver or a car, because either way you're going to be penalised. You know, even if it goes to a specific driver, there's still a penalty. So you're going to lose out come what may. So it goes to the car. Down the pit road comes Marciello. I suspect they would keep him in, wouldn't they? I think he's probably the faster of Krohn, Farfus and himself. And yeah, the door does not open. They are going to give him fresh tyres for one last push, though.
Yep, exactly. Try and extract what he can out of this. Just wait and see where the dice fall. Maybe there's a chance to pick up a spot or two here or there. Just quite frankly, the BMWs didn't show a whole lot of muscle coming into the race. In qualifying, there were some BOP changes between qualifying Super Pole and the race itself.
Yeah.
And we have seen the BMW at times factor in towards the front. A lot of that has been strategy driven. When they get track position, they've been able to hold it by and large, and just slowly but surely some of the cars that seem to have the pace edge here this weekend filter their way through to the front. Right now it's a couple of Ferraris that owe us pit stops running 1-2. And once they do come in, then it's the other Italian brand, Lamborghini, that's now less than 90 minutes away from that long-awaited breakthrough win here at Spa. But still, so much yet to unravel in this 78th edition of this great race.
So Raffaele Marciello's BMW is set to rejoin. It will do so in a moment, no doubt. And as we have the Rovera Ferrari ahead of the sister car of Fuoco, Bortolotti then, who is the best placed of those into this current stint, next in the line. Down the pit lane crawls the BMW. It gets to the pit lane exit line. On come the lights, foot nailed to the boards, and Raffaele Marciello drags it out the other side. I'm still intrigued, though, to see whether or not he's going to be able to keep it clean. And the other one that's on 5 track limit warnings currently, and it's another BMW driver, is Dries Vanthoor in 31. But with 86 minutes to go, do we really think that Marciello is not going to make one single track limit excess? Discuss.
He's awfully good.
He's awfully good, but as we've seen, he can go wide.
Yes, I think, though, they look realistically at where they stand. There's no reason to wring the car's neck at this point. They're kind of in bring-it-home mode, looking for the best possible result for championship, from a championship perspective. And it's still a long way to go, and it doesn't take much. Just one little miscue. It could also be traffic-induced. It might not entirely be in his hands. So, you know what? If you're going to make me make a wager, I say he makes it home cleanly.
Okay, because if he doesn't, then it completely shuffles the order. It doesn't just compromise them, it gives impetus to others. Well, Bortolotti you're riding with. We are now looking at a car that is 85.5 minutes away from a history-making win in the 24 Hours of Spa. CrowdStrike backing it once again. George Kurtz, the boss of CrowdStrike, in the race, in the entry, and heading not for a win this year, but a podium. 3rd in that number 4 Mercedes, the CrowdStrike by SPS entry. That then is the car leading on the road, Alessio Rovera, but he's got to come in this time, has he not? Because his stint will be about at the hour mark when he gets to the end of the lap. So 50, Antonio Fuoco's car will depart, and that should leave the pit apron clear for Rovera to come in.
And that car has consistently been going one lap longer than this number 50 car. Whether that's to prevent double stacking or if that's just the way things have shaken out, I can't say.
They were double stacking this morning, and then they split them, didn't they? They put them a lap apart, and I think that's been a good idea in the end. Just means there's that little bit of space in the pit lane. There's less panic. You haven't got the mechanics needing to worry about where they are. They've got that extra space and extra freedom, and maybe it's worked out better.
Well, whatever the outcome of this race, the fact that that car has come from a lap down in 65th, I think you said, after roughly 90 minutes, spent a significant chunk of time, about 4 or 5 minutes in the garage with some rear brake issues really early in the going. And yet they have led laps subsequent to that in this race. They have run inside the top 3. They've got a realistic chance at an overall podium. The graphic that has come up sporadically that consistently has blown my mind, we see the amount of time they've spent in the pit lane vis-a-vis their competition.
Yeah.
And it's like 5-6 minutes more than the cars they're fighting with right now. That goes to show just how much they've had to claw back over the course of going on 24 hours.
And still they push. And this underlines how important reliability is these days. I know that we've got round about only 50 cars still circulating out of 74 that started, but those that are still competitive are still being driven absolutely flat out. This isn't people crawling round to the end. It isn't people, you know, without third gear, for example, trying to nurse the car home. These are still being pushed absolutely flat out. And how are we doing with that magic 8 of the number of cars on the lead lap? 8 is a record, and we are, I think, at the minute looking at 6, 7 maybe. We're waiting for a couple more to come across the timing line, aren't we? But we might still be on to match that, maybe even better it. Let's see. 51 gets away.
Yeah, because the 48 was clinging to that lead lap, wasn't it, before this cycle? So we got to see where they come through. Right now, where are they shown? Down in 10th, but yeah, that needs to get updated. A couple of cars still owe some pit stops here. So I think we're flirting with it. I think there's a chance, and certainly depending on whether or not we see a stoppage or an interruption of any kind here in the final 82 minutes, that could open up the possibility perhaps to get to match that record or maybe even extend that record. As we watch the 50 car now, Antonio Fuoco back out on track, starting to push once again after putting fresh rubber on for the second to last time. Alessandro Pierguidi is out, leaving the pit lane now, and through comes Bortolotti back to the lead of the race. The Porsche giving chase. Niederhauser trying with all his might, but still 3.6 seconds adrift and just unable to match the pace of the Raging Bull. 0.3 of a second on the wrong side of the margin, comparing the Porsche to the Lamborghini on that last lap.
Right, there's Pierguidi back on track and slots in just there behind Marciello. Past him goes 31 BMW, that is a lap back. So now Pierguidi is going to try to get himself ahead of Marciello. It's not going to be easy. You can see that a bit of space has opened up. So BMW ahead of Ferrari. BMW maintains track position. The fact that they put Pierguidi for the end, though, you just wonder whether this is karma. He lost out last year. Maybe he's the right man to bring it home for a win. But suddenly it looks less likely, doesn't it, for the Ferrari? And that Lamborghini looking ever stronger in the race lead. So 51 Ferrari led, it pitted, and now it is going to be fourth.
And remember, in that duel with Marciello, as we've chronicled, Marciello is out of warnings for track limits. That would be good information to have if you're Alessandro Pierguidi. You don't necessarily need to make the pass. You just need to hurry and harry Marciello into making that crucial mistake that we've been foreshadowing, should he run afoul of track limits one more time.
Now, Marciello, remember, was a couple more laps into the stint. So right now, Pierguidi just getting himself back up to speed, but he takes like a corner, doesn't it, when you're at his level. So the Ferrari, which has looked quicker than the BMW for much of the race, now needs to sort of make good on that potential. Or has BMW been quite content to run at a pace and now humble the Ferrari? Well, I don't think it's quite as simple as that, because they still can't match the Bortolotti Lamborghini, which is in turn 4 seconds ahead now of Niederhauser, and the gap grew a little bit last time around.
It did, consistently lap after lap. And we're not talking huge margins here, but a 10th in Sector 1, 2/10 in Sector 2, another half a tenth or so in Sector 3. Add it all together, and it does start to get up there into the 3, 4, 5 tenths a lap pretty consistently. Advantage to the Lamborghini, which also has a slight tire advantage too, having pitted 10 minutes more recently than the Porsche. Porsche slightly lighter on fuel, though, which should help them a little bit more towards the end of the stint, not so much in the middle, as Joe talked about a little bit earlier in the show. Marciello, though, cycling through in that third position. Pierre Guidi not too terribly far behind. 3 seconds is what he needs to overcome, and that is the car that has the best lap time of any of the cars in the field, a 2:17.066. But that was set an awfully long time ago, back on lap 352, and here we are on lap 515.
Yeah, so we know that Pierre Guidi can be a real weapon. There he is again up towards Les Combes now as they go through the corner.
Has some traffic to contend with. Car in between is Dries Vanthoor. That's another BMW, which is unlikely to make it super easy, knowing that it's sort of in a tail gunner role here for the car that's holding on just barely to the final step of the podium. Rova car coming through, that is third place. Then the Vanthoor car, then the chasing Ferrari.
I don't really understand why 31 has been so anonymous in this race. We saw it with a little bit of damage early on when, remember, it got caught up at La Source and it sort of peeled the rear valance off the car. But other than that, not a lot has happened to it that accounts for the lack of pace. And it's not that it's not got quick drivers on board. So WRT does not seem to have been able to unlock whatever in the BMW Rover has over the course of the race. And 31, particularly, compare it with 32 here, Kelvin van der Linde, who is running in 8th, and he's a lap up on the 31 car.
It's a really interesting point you make about the two different teams extracting different performance out of the car. That's why when people like to put their hands up and scream about BOP, it's not always about BOP too. It still comes down to the teams getting the setup right, the drivers giving the feedback to the team correctly. And we've seen that from the BMW camp. We also saw it, as we've talked about, from the Mercedes camp, where Windward with the Manfilter car just didn't have the same pace that the Get Speed car did earlier. Now, the Get Speed car has fallen by the wayside, so it's going to be a better result for Grello here. Well, not Grello, I suppose that's the Manthek car, isn't it? But a similar color scheme with the Manfilter livery, but just hasn't been able to unlock the same performance potential out of the same package.
Frederik Schandorf is lapping quicker now than Harry King in 33 Aston Martin, so the lead gap in gold is coming down. Niederhauser on his last lap did a 2:19.1, Bortolotti a 2:19.4, so that continues to be of interest, that lead situation, doesn't it?
It certainly does. This battle has shifted back and forth a few times. The 33, for the balance of the race, has been the power player within the gold class, but about at the middle of the night, it started to shift the other way, where suddenly the McLaren came to the fore and looked like it was in a position to maybe control this thing. Things shifted back the way of King. He had a wonderful outlap where he passed for the lead. This was a stint or two ago at this point, but now it's King against Schandorf, and Schandorf is hanging around there and maybe making inroads ever so slightly lap after lap.
So as the cars now power again on through Blanchimont, got the Harry King Aston Martin there leading in gold, and as the cars head to the chicane, King was being caught a little bit, but maybe this is because he's stuck in the traffic. Look down from the drone as the cars flash underneath us. King in the Aston, right on his tail there, look, is Matteo Cairoli. So that battle is for 9th place overall, and Harry King wants 8th place overall of Kelvin van der Linde. So although Harry King is running in the pro class and that's not his fight, we do know that team wants a good overall result. So the three cars battle their way once again over the timing line down towards La Source, and as they do so, Kelvin van der Linde turns through ahead of Harry King, ahead of Matteo Cairoli. Now, what have we got? An hour and a quarter. Is anybody on that last round of stops and on their current pace suggesting, Joe Osborne, that we're having anybody fuel saving to do one last stop that's short, or is that now we're in a different kind of race where you've just got to be flat out and you can't afford to think like that?
Yeah, that is the way. It's the short fuel is too short. The teams are saying that 3 seconds of fuel basically give them 2 laps of fuel, so it's just not an option to fuel save enough to be able to get to 2 laps from the end and then do that short pit stop.
What about the last stint? So let's go into the last hour. Let's go into the last 40 minutes. Now, if we've got a safety car or a full course yellow in that period, then again, that starts to open up some opportunities.
Yep, so everyone will go as far towards the end of the race as they can before they do their last stop, and that's what we've been seeing for the last 22 and a bit hours of it, because the further you go, the more luck you get with a full course yellow, and that's what happened to the Rutronic Porsche. They were the only ones that hadn't done their stop on that time, and that's why they got the jump. So expect everyone go maximum stint at the moment, 60 minutes, unless we get a full course yellow, of course, so it goes to 65. See Harry King really struggling to get past the BMW here, not for position, for 8th overall, but he's worried about the gold class, and this is letting Shandorf close the gap.
Yeah, well, it's kind of for position, isn't it? Because it is for an overall place. And also, he wants to get a car between himself and his class rival, because Shandorf is closing. And add to all of that, the race leader is behind. So Mirko Bortolotti does not want to get delayed here in traffic, nor does he want to get involved in somebody else's battle. So he's on the lights. And no doubt Grasso will be on the messaging service to the Vermeulen team, the Verstappen.com 2C squad, to say, let us by, we're not in your battle, we're leading the race, and we are an hour and a quarter away from a famous victory down towards the chicane. Actually, Harry King has dropped back a little bit from the BMW of Calvin van der Linde, but it's a good fight this. 8th, 9th, then the leader, and then 10th. And look, 11th, Frederick Schandorf, right on the tail in that McLaren. So you can understand why Harry King wants as many cars between himself and the McLaren as he possibly can get.
Yeah, and he wants to stay on the lead lap, because if there were a safety car, he would get the full length of this lap back to go on the train behind that Lamborghini of Bortolotti. Niederhauser has probably got a good view of this. Schandorf not for position, but he's quick, so we won't be worried about him. Engel will be a bit more of a problem, but Engel able to stay with Bortolotti at the moment. This pack has all happened because of that BMW. It holds him up in the corner, and then it pulls away down the straights.
And in the background, you've got Niederhauser. Now look at this. If Bortolotti gets stuck in the traffic, that's going to let the Porsche just edge a little bit closer. 2 seconds at the start of the lap. The Porsche's lap time was a 2:20.0. Bortolotti a 2:21.1. So there is the second placed chasing car. And boy, were they lucky with that puncture.
Oh, I just can't believe the amount of luck. And that's what you need to win a race. We saw it before with the Porsche with Nick Tandy, the gearbox expiring. I've never heard something mechanical sound so bad and still move forward. It was dropping oil all over this circuit when they won that car, a Rover and a Porsche. This time the Porsche has had the luck through Rutronic, and that puncture that happened 400 meters from home. Speaking with the team after that, the tyre down at 0.4 of a bar. That is so close to start flailing and doing a lot of bodywork damage.
Out of Pouhon they come. We're currently working lap 519 in the CrowdStrike 24 hours of Spa as Harry King tries to go around the outside of Calvin van der Linde. And all of that is happening right in front of the race leader. Don't forget, third in that battle pack of cars is the outright race leader. At the back of it is the second place car. Bortolotti gets up the inside. Harry King with the wheel on the dirt has to let him go. Bortolotti breathes a massive sigh of relief, and now he's got clear of the Aston.
King having to respect the blue flag there, annoyingly for him. Engel now all over the back, Caroli over the back of him, and that is for position again.
It is indeed. Calvin van der Linde for the moment escaping. Schandorf is closing up onto the back of the traffic as well. He's setting off in pursuit of Harry King to try to get gold. The Gold Cup lead, so down towards the chicane. Van der Linde about to go a lap down, so Van der Linde is 8th. So at the moment we've got the same number as a record number of cars on the lead lap, but when Bortolotti laps Van der Linde, we obviously therefore drop to 7. Niederhauser over the line.
On board with Niederhauser here. Look at that, a slow Lamborghini getting in the way. That wasn't Bortolotti, but Schandorf trying to go round the outside of Caroli now. Should be a job done when Caroli's given him the space there. Drag race down the hill. Who would you rather be, the Mercedes or the McLaren? The McLaren edging forward.
The grunt of the Mercedes, though, might just work. No, job done. Schandorf gets the move, and he takes the place, going down to the foot of the hill. So through Eau Rouge they come. This is Niederhauser on his toes, looking to gain the place as they come up the other side. He's got to get on with this quickly before Bortolotti clears the traffic and gets away. Late out of the draft goes Niederhauser, getting the ultimate tow. He's on the inside line, but he's still got traffic to negotiate. 2 back markers now between him and the race leader. And look up the road. Harry King is almost now with Schandorf on his tail. That is Harry King, who is running in at 9th place, and he is also leading the Gold Cup. Calvin van der Linde there is lapped round the outside by the leading Bortolotti, but also King, I think, went to the outside line, couldn't do it. Harry King is determined to put a car between himself and Frederik Schandorf.
Big IQ driving there from Van der Linde. He knew he had to let the leader go, so he hugged the inside and just eased off the throttle. That gave Bortolotti the chance to do the outside move, but when King tried it, he then picked the throttle up and squeezed him out wide. If he'd tried it the other way and given Bortolotti the inside, that would have been easier for King to follow through. Very, very clever driving there from Van der Linde to hold on to 8th position.
Now, Niederhauser is the real one to watch in this because he is second and he's going after the leader. But Bortolotti now through the traffic, getting away. King, Schandorf, they're together. And that is bad, bad news for Niederhauser because he's now stuck behind a warring squabble for class leadership. He can't easily get past Schandorf. He can't easily get past King if they're involved in a battle. Bortolotti is going to escape up the road.
I think Rutronic here are going to have to look at maybe going short on this stop to get out of the traffic. They can't pit for another 9 minutes, otherwise they would go over the drive time to the end of the race. But at the moment, I think that's their best option. They could go for another 24 minutes. I think they should box, get out of the traffic, for they're still in this situation with another 9 minutes gone on the clock.
So Patrick Niederhauser on the back of Schandorf. No doubt the Rutronic team will be communicating with the others to say, come on, let us by. We're not in your race. Kelvin van der Linde keeping King at bay, keeping Schandorf at bay. That's a legit battle, those three. But then the car behind, the yellow and blue Porsche, second place outright, desperately wants to get through the traffic because he's losing touch markedly. 3 seconds now is the gap. And look at this, King into the back of van der Linde.
He's getting frustrated, and I can see why. He's just run up the back. You can see the deflection in the bodywork, just letting Van der Linde know, if you hadn't seen me, I'm here, by the way. I'm worried for Niederhauser here as well. Schandorf could put a move on King, for example. They get caught up, and he gets caught up in an accident. That's nothing to do with him, but he has no way around this right now. This is really starting to go. The only positive, Bortolotti's pace isn't amazing. A 20.1 on the last lap without traffic. So that Lamborghini isn't rapid, but Niederhauser now 3.5 seconds behind. Is Schandorf letting him go there?
Yes.
He is. That's amazingly nice from Schandorf there. I didn't expect that in the slightest. Is Schandorf thinking it's going to happen at some point? Am I better to let it happen when I want it to stop Cairoli trying to overtake me as Cairoli tries to overtake him?
So Harry King gets a bit of breathing space for a lap. There is the second place Porsche dropping down the hill again. Patrick Niederhauser still has work to do to clear King and van der Linde, and that is a standalone battle in itself. But yeah, Frederik Schandorf has hemorrhaged some time there by being a gentleman. He's got Cairoli bearing down on him now. That's for 10th and 11th places. And you can see Frederik Schandorf letting the faster car go. So Niederhauser through. That opens up the road for him. But he's lost some time, of course, within those sectors.
I'm not sure he was a gentleman. I think he might have had a moment and then he was forced into letting the position because it wasn't an efficient way of that move happening. If you were planning it, you would do more of a van der Linde to let that happen. What's King going to do now? Is he going to try and let this Porsche get past efficiently so he doesn't lose time, and that keeps the gap to Schandorf behind him in that blue Verstappen Aston Martin as big as possible?
We're about to find out, aren't we, as they come up towards Blanchimont. Bortolotti leading, and he's building that gap. It was 3 seconds again at the end of the previous tour, and now look, with totally clear track space ahead of him for quite some time, the gap will build. Bortolotti coming up towards the chicane, in the background van der Linde, then King, Niederhauser is there, and Schandorf closing up once again. Niederhauser ideally wants to get the job done on the way up towards La Source, doesn't he? Harry King will be aware of what's going on behind. No doubt the engineers are saying, OK, when that Porsche is close enough, you can afford to let it go. But there's another problem for another Rutronic car. 97 has got a puncture that has had a horrible race, and it gets no better as Maurice Schuring limps on. Slow car out on track, and we know where he's heading to next, and that is Blanchimont. So he's going to have to keep not only to one side of the racetrack, but then get off the track, go onto the escape road, the runoff area, so as not to be in the way of flat-out race cars going through the Blanchimont corner. So another Rutronic Porsche with a puncture. That one is a bit more serious.
Yeah, it shows you how susceptible it was. We knew this would be a problem. The track temp coming up so high, nearly at 50 degrees Celsius, the track temp now. So the tyres really screaming in agony, trying to hang on every stint they do, maximise there. As we look at Niederhauser, the balance of that car looking good. Van der Linde just zero pace. He's just struggling to get that car away from Harry King. He will be driving everything he's got in his power, but the BMW at the moment with next to no pace.
Tough race for BMW in general, more so WRT for whatever reason than Rover, and Kelvin van der Linde the best of the Belgian BMWs, as it were. Now, this is Niederhauser's chance potentially to make that move. Let's see as they come down towards Pau. He gets up on the inside line, and Harry King has to let him go. So one of those back markers cleared by the Porsche, but what does that do to Schandorf in the McLaren?
King putting the indicator on, that was very gentlemanly of it. He's decided that was the best way to do it, and I expect Van der Linde to actually let Niederhaus go quite quickly. The only thing in the back of my mind, Van der Linde and Pepper, the teammate to Bortolotti in that Lamborghini, very good friends, both South Africans. Is there going to be a bit of rivalry between teams there, as that is the Rutronic Porsche getting ready, but not, I suspect, for Niederhauser just yet.
It should be 97 indeed. You can see the drivers standing there. There's going to be a driver change to get rid, if you like, from the driving stint here of Maurice Schuring, as here it is, flailing the tyre, coming off the rim virtually into the pit lane. So it is a left rear, as you can see, and Luc Hartog, the very, very tall Dutch driver, is going to take over. Really rotten race for that car. It began badly, didn't it, with Antares Au involved in the crash on, what, lap 4, lap 5. There's the sister car coming into the chicane. He's not yet caught Van der Linde, never mind, had to think about getting past him, whereas King is being caught, and that was over the white line for track limits, wasn't it? Comes over the line. We're also keeping an eye on Marciello, because he's on 5 track limit warnings. The team have told him to rein it in a little bit, and at the moment, Marciello is behaving. Right, this is Rutronic Racing going to work on 97. Out gets Maurice Schuring in folds. Luc Hartog and Harry King's tenure of office in the lead of gold ain't going to last much longer, I fear, because you can see Schandorf getting closer and closer as they drop down again through Eau Rouge. We are currently on lap 5:23.
Yeah, Pierre Guidi catching Marciello quite quickly on the last few laps, gap at 1.6 seconds. So that's the final podium position, and the 51 Ferrari gunning for that at the moment. Schandorf has now dropped off the back of Harry King slightly. This battle is going to rage on. I think we could see big fireworks between that Aston Martin and the McLaren.
And they are not that far off a pit stop, are they? They've done 52 minutes effectively each, give or take a few seconds either way. So they are coming towards the end of a stint, and they've been locked together pretty much since, what, early morning. They pit together, they race together, they pit together, they race together. They're going to cross the line together potentially as well, but it's the order in which they do it that we need to see, as there you can see a well-used Pirelli tyre or two. Look at all of that.
What a great visual of pickup. Of course, they've had a puncher, so that's as bad as it's ever going to be. But it shows you what's out there. All of that loose rubber and stone. So when you drive on that tyre, it is like driving on ice all of a sudden. So that's what these drivers have to contend with every time they move off this heavily polished racing line.
And no wonder people start complaining about a vibration or that the car doesn't feel right, because when you've got all that stuck to your tyre, no wonder it feels weird. Schandorf coming out of campus then. Niederhauser is having another lap of being stuck in traffic. Remember, the gap was 1.2 seconds. It's now 5 between the leaders. And now the Rutronic team is waiting for 96.
So this is the B strategy. You want to go long to get lucky. They haven't got that opportunity to wait for a full course yellow pit stop. They're going for the massive undercut. This will force Bortolotti and Grasser to think about it, because this is going to give Niederhauser fresh tyres earlier. So the undercut is possible. He stays out one more lap though.
Going to have to, because it's 62 minutes on the clock, so he needs to be within the hour, doesn't he? Otherwise, you get yourself a bit
It would have been
jeopardy.
Close. The drive time starts at the end of pit exit. It was
but it's marginal.
4 or 5 seconds, so they decided to stand down.
Yeah, exactly. But unless that's purely to try and trick others, because they don't just stay there, they take the tyres back in. Now, was that to, if you like, throw a curveball at somebody? The cars then are now through.
Or was it the
Van der Linde getting out of the way might have just freed them up, so they didn't need to box and get out of the traffic, possibly. But equally, you know what mind games are like. Van der Linde pitted, so that opened up the road for the Porsche. But equally, if they can trick another team into thinking they're going to box, then that might give them an advantage. Now, Nieder has a clear road, and he'll be all fired up, won't he? His last lap was a 2:20.0. Bortolotti, with clear track, was a 2:20.007. So, bearing in mind the lap that Niederhauser had, he was demonstrably better, it seemed, in terms of pace. This car's kind of coming good a bit now.
There's a lot of the dust in the air there, and the only car really in front of Niederhauser is Bortolotti. Had he run wide out of Lecombe there, and I think you are right, with Van der Linde boxing, Rutronic very quick to react, and they must have told Niederhauser box opposite to Van der Linde. So when he saw him box, he knew to stay out. I think if Van der Linde stayed out, they were boxing. I don't think it was gamesmanship. I think that was very, very quick reaction driving once Van der Linde did box in front and released this Porsche to be directly behind Bortolotti.
So there is the race leader. We have just an hour of the race to go, plus 20 seconds now. So they are going to have to do one more pit stop, because otherwise you'll go over the regulation drive time. So one more stop for the Lamborghini, one more stop for the Porsche there, and Patrick Niederhauser now has to do 60 minutes worth of qualifying laps.
Yeah, I've just seen Harry King had boxed actually on the lap before on Vermeulen, now in that car, so different laps again. That's given that Verstappen.com the chance to get on the new tyre earlier and maybe just build the gap to the Garage 59 car, which is going to do another few laps on these very heavily used Pirelli tyres.
Out of the chicane comes Mirko Bortolotti then across the timing line. Patrick Niederhauser in the background. Now there was a McLaren going for the pit lane. That was Frederick Schandorf, I think. So that is going to just put the emphasis in goal back the way of the Aston Martin. Yep, Schandorf is in. If he stays behind the wheel, him versus Vermeulen will be interesting, and we'll soon see who the faster driver is. There's a Ferrari in trouble here, and that coming downhill is 71. It's Miguel Molina at the wheel. So Miguel Molina, a Le Mans winner, a star in Ferraris of GT or hypercar, in 39th place. And there is Mirko Bortolotti making the run up towards the end of the first sector. Let's compare and contrast his time with that of Patrick Niederhauser there behind him. Niederhauser with a Porsche weaving all over the back behind him, coming up to the braking zone. Sector time better for Lamborghini than Porsche, but only by a little.
Yeah, 10th a second in favour of Bortolotti as he dives down the hill here. Just in vision for Niederhauser as he goes away. He will be giving it everything on every single one of these laps still. And 13 minutes of his stint remaining, so he will be wary of the puncher picked up. You can see why. Look at the drop off on the exit of the curve there. No Name, that is a huge drop. You go there, and that's what we're seeing more and more on the exit of No Name, on the exit of Lecombe, the exit of Piff Paff. These drivers are having to walk a tightrope at the end of this 24-hour race.
Out of Pouhon goes Niederhauser then. Mirko Bortolotti, we mused upon it 2 or 3 hours ago. Maybe Grasser just running to a pace now, not stressing things unduly. But this car has looked so good, hasn't it? Today, certainly, getting the lead early morning and sitting there. And although it's not got a massive gap, it is still looking strong. Is that tempting fate? Well, right now, they're doing everything right, keeping out of trouble. Barely a penalty. How many track limit warnings is Mirko Bortolotti on? 1. And Niederhauser is on 4 as well.
Debris on the track there, yellow flag. Does that need to be a full course yellow? Probably not. But I think, and that is the 71 Ferrari shedding more and more tyre as it goes, doing a good job of getting out of the way.
And there's another Ferrari. That's the Tommaso Mosca 52 Ferrari with the puncture. So all of a sudden the Ferraris looks like the same corner of the car, and that comes on the back of the other side puncture for the Retronic Porsche 97, so that's 3 in quick succession. You can see the amount of rubber junked on the road, but the racetrack is getting dirty again and it's catching people out, and punctures are a further issue that some of the teams are going to be looking at.
This forces the teams to go as long as they can. Again, trying to get lucky in the full course yellow. The Retronic team ready at short notice. They are fully geared up. They will be ready to go. The engineer will call the tyres. The tyres will get drawn to the front of the garage as quickly as they can, right at the last second as well. But we're talking about track temp. The punches seem to be coming in thick and fast in the last hour.
Uphill goes Patrick Niederhauser then. He needs to get that gap down somehow. He knows that, the team knows that, Mirko Bortolotti knows that, but lap after lap it just extends slightly. In the background you can see 48 Matteo Cairoli, which means that 7 cars now are on the lead lap because he is in 8th place.
Just looking at the timing screen, I think Garage 59 have jumped the Verstappen.com Aston Martin on the timing screen. To me, it looks like McDonald now ahead of the 33 car. So a gold class lead change, I think, as well.
And Dries Van Voor has got himself up into 9th place, but that I suspect is more to do with people pitting than the pace of that car. Dean McDonald then fresh into a stint. There he is, and as he comes out of the Cours Paul Frere, that should put the car into the lead of gold, because the number 33 Aston Martin a little bit further back. That last pit stop for Dean McDonald was 2 minutes 1.4, and for Thierry Vermeulen, well, 2 minutes 0.2, so it should have been a better stop. But anyway, the McLaren You think he's ahead coming up to the end of the lap? It is, because that was the Aston Martin behind. So good lap by Dean McDonald this, and coming up to the chicane.
It's the traffic of the 46 BMW that's done it. So Harry King was frustrated by the 32 BMW, and it's now Vermeulen getting stuck behind the 46. And that is the reason why the overcut this time has worked for Dean McDonald and the Garage 59 car.
Down to La Source. So Harry King watching Thierry Vermeulen. Now we know that the Vermeulen is a very quick driver. Thierry has proved that in endurance and in sprint, whether it's been in the Ferrari this year with Chris Lullum or in previous seasons. But now he's going to have to really rise to the occasion, isn't he? Dean McDonald has proved that he's quick in the past as well. So they're both onto a first, if you like, proper flying lap. And Vermeulen not leaving anything on the table. How are they doing on track limits? Well, the McLaren is on 2 track limit warnings. The Aston is on 3. Lead gap 5.1 seconds. Last time around, very nearly 6/10ths pulled back by Niederhauser.
Yeah, and the problem is the Rossi car, with Rossi aboard at the moment, is for position, so he's not going to let Vermeulen go, and he doesn't need to pit for another 20 minutes either. So this could be some nails in a coffin for the gold class win for this Verstappen Aston Martin.
Yeah, it could indeed be, because Valentino Rossi is running 12th on the road. 13th is Thierry Vermeulen. Ahead of them and trying to get away is Dean McDonald. Full course yellow, ending on short notice, it says on our timing screen. And we are going to have a full course yellow in 20 seconds is the next message. So I think we got the ending before we should have done. Full course yellow in 10. This will be to get rid of debris, I think. So full course yellow in 10 seconds. It'll be a short one. So pit entry is closed. Full course yellow now. And that's with 54 minutes to go.
So a couple of winners out of this. Dries Van Tor was already in pit lane, so he's going to get a cheap pit stop. I don't think he's going to get anywhere near the podium too far back, but it will help the silver car leader of Leroux, the Aston Martin. He was already in. We're also getting full course yellow procedure cancelled, but we are still doing 80Ks at the moment out of my commentary box window, so some confusion on the race control messages for the teams.
There you can see the rubber on the road, and that's going to be retrieved, hopefully. Yes, the medical car there really in protection of the marshal, so he's able to run out. The medical car acts as a barrier, if you like, just to protect the marshal, who runs out and collects the rubber. Good thinking. So full course yellow we do have, quite obviously. 1 or 2 little gremlins in the system, I think, for messages coming up, but there's no argument about full course yellow. The road is clear, and then in theory it should be able to be a green flag on short notice, unless there's any other debris. Now, we've seen punctures, so there are chunks of rubber elsewhere around the circuit. Niels Wittich, the race director, may decide that he wants to get those out of the way. Full course yellow is ending on short notice, and we are green again. You can see the flag waving. So that's the beauty of a full course yellow. You can quickly slow the cars down, get the problem sorted, and go back to racing without wasting time.
Yeah, there is an advantage sometimes, depending on where you are on the circuit. The slower speed you're going to get to 80, it's quicker to get down there. So you can see a slight win and loss effect. So we're keeping an eye on that for when we're fully back up to speed and we can see the gaps there.
Right, Marciello's BMW versus Pierre Guidi's Ferrari. The gap between them at the start of this lap was 0.6 of a second. It's certainly grown, hasn't it, under that full course yellow situation. So as Joe was saying, you can find these gaps stretch out or come down, but the BMW needing to be careful, because another track limit warning and a penalty would come, and the same is true at the minute for Matteo Cairoli. Number 48 is suddenly looking a bit vulnerable. There is Valentino Rossi's BMW. Thierry Vermeulen is tucked up behind him as they come again up out of Radion.
And the McLaren there, McDonald slightly held up. Barwell Lamborghini getting out the way now, so he does clear 2 cars. That will be good news for him, because that's 2 cars that Aston Martin would have to clear as he passed Rossi. Has Rossi lifted off? I think he has. That is very, very fair of this man on board with now Valentino Rossi.
He can't win the race. He's not fighting for championship points, so doing the right thing there, letting the Aston Martin go, which is in a fight for a class win and points in the championship. Down now into the right of Brussels they go. After 12 hours, that Aston Martin had taken over the lead in the championship in the Gold Cup. Now he's got to come up onto this battle between the Nordic Mercedes and the Barwell Lamborghini, and that Nordic Mercedes has been rather dramatic over the weekend, but thankfully gets out of the way of the quicker cars. Number 611, remember, was involved in an accident that put one of the Astons out of the race, the Jusset car this morning. And thankfully not getting in the way of the quicker cars coming downhill this time.
So for the first time, Vermeulen has some clear track in front of him. need to keep an eye on the lap times. Is he going to be able to make any inroads on McDonald? It's all over to the drivers now. No more pit stops. These are the tyres. These are the fuel to get you to the end. It's all on you now, boys. What can you do?
To Blanchimont they go, then that Gold Cup battle, and the class being led by Dean McDonald, with Harry King needing to try to catch up as best he can. So Mirko Bortolotti still 5 seconds to the good, but the top two owing us a pit stop. Raffaele Marciello third, slightly out of sequence compared to the others. 74 Ferrari coming out of the chicane. Now, that was, of course, a car to beat early on in bronze. It has cemented that advantage over 81 Mercedes, and so Dennis Marshall at the wheel comes into La Source now looking strong, and all he has to do now, all in quotes, is bring it home.
Yeah, no mistakes, metronomic, same braking point, same gear shift, same pickup throttle, same open the steering wheel. Do that for the remaining 49 minutes. There shouldn't be an issue, right?
Sounds all so simple, doesn't it? Climbing the hill, number 74 Ferrari, 81 Mercedes second in class, 80 Porsche third in class, 25 Audi, Gilles Magnus fourth, Jack Hawksworth McLaren fifth, Axel Jeffries Porsche sixth. And you look at those, and pretty much all of the teams now starting to put on board their faster driver for this last stint, just in case there's a safety car, just in case they need to push and they can gain places. You want your gun driver in at the end.
Exactly that, and Niederhauser may box at the end of this lap. He could squeeze one more out after it if he wants it, and then we are running to the end for these overall leaders as well. The Gold Cup cars already done their final pit stop, like I said, but all the lead cars all the way down to P9 need to do another stop.
Right, this is Marvin Dienst, who is currently, as you can see, 16th, but second in bronze. And Dienst is about 65 seconds back from the class leading Ferrari, so about half a lap, isn't he, away. Not a bad effort to be second in class after the accident that the car suffered on Thursday evening when Gabriele Piana made a rare error and put it in the wall here. And so many tar marks still loitering from other people's incidents over the weekend. Third in bronze is Ricardo Feller in number 80 Porsche, going down through Pif Path now. Ricardo Feller has done a lot of the heavy lifting in that car, but you've got to say, actually, Lion Speed as a team, in a pretty short space of time, coming from running historic Porsches to modern ones, have done a good job, and they've worked out the processes, and they've learnt a lot, and they've improved, and they've developed, and there they are for a podium finish.
Yeah, pace of that car's been really strong compared to the pro Porsches at almost all times, in all honesty, and yeah, good livery on it as well. I've liked it because it's easy to spot, and that's the main thing to me.
Sounds good as well, like every Porsche. We've got another car being investigated for speeding in the pit lane. It never stops, does it? It's the Beechdene Aston Martin, though, that is being investigated, and that's bad news because it's second within the Pro-Am competition. There is 611 going out of the chicane. Right, let's have a look at silver, because that is where you find Matteo Villagomez there, up from GT4 into GT3 this year, and that car deserving of a good result. As I said early on, it was leading in silver last year. It was looking for a podium result at the end of the race until it got biffed out of the way by a Pro Cup car, end of the race. So Romain Larue, Matteo Villagomez and Oliver Söderström coming hopefully for them to a victory. As into the pit lane comes Niederhauser. So the Porsche from second place is in. That was 58 minutes and 45 seconds. We've got less than a stint time to go. So this is the last pit stop. It has got to be bang on. And are they going to put brand new tyres? Yes, they are. They're ready. So the fuel will go in. They'll have calculated enough, but they still have to have the refueling hose connected for 44 seconds. That's the regulation. The tear-off windscreen is going to be peeled away. Perfect vision then for Patrick Niederhauser. New tyres go on, new set of sticker Pirellis. Great feeling for a driver to have that underneath him. There is Raffaele Marciello, who owes us a pit stop, and he's being caught, look, by Pierre Guidi. If those two get themselves together and squabble, that's going to help net the Porsche, because they'll be doing slower lap times.
Yeah, exactly. We see the pit stop finishing off there with only 46 minutes remaining. They won't fill that car, like you said, David. It's got to be connected for the same time, but it will be roughly 25% lighter on fuel. So the car will feel nicer for Niederhauser. Brand new tyres, and the lightest it would have been for him in this entire race as he gets going for one final time.
Down pit lane goes Patrick Niederhauser then. So Mirko Bortolotti's lead will increase until it all unravels. And Patrick Niederhauser, who, 5-6 hours ago looked like he was going to be struggling to hang on in the top 10, now is in the mix for a race win. After playing the strategy right, they've been saying we've got to go left field because the pace isn't there. Is Lamborghini going to be denied right at the very end? We'll find out once Bortolotti makes his last pit stop and we can see some gaps. Niederhauser coming down the pit lane. He is on 4 track limit warnings, though, and Bortolotti is only on 1, so that Lamborghini has been a tidier car. It's not had to be ragged in the same way that the BMWs or the Porsche has, for example. It's been a nice, flowing, easy car with lots of pace, and therefore Bortolotti and his teammates have not had to have it on the edge.
Yeah, I'm just seeing where he's going to slot into. It's quite a nice gap at the moment coming alongside him, so I think he's actually going to go into clear space for at least 2 or 3 laps. Just whether he gets in front of the 188 McLaren, that might just come into shot on the left. It does. That's the only car that could potentially hold him up on his first few laps, but saying that's Jack Hawksworth on that McLaren, and he's been very quickly. He needs to stay in front of that BMW no matter what he does. That's what lost him a lot of time at the end of the stint, and he's not going to.
No, because round the outside goes Kelvin van der Linde. Niederhauser not up to speed quickly enough. He's not dropped as much time necessarily, but he wants to get back past that car. So this is where no doubt Rutronic will say to WRT, come on, help us out here. We're not in that battle. But Niederhauser then needing to get those tyres up to temperature and the confidence in them. Down to Bruxelles he comes. So all of this, if he is going to get stuck in traffic, takes the pressure off Mirko Bortolotti in the leading Lamborghini. Opposite us at the Formula 1 start and finish area, a gentleman has arrived with an enormous Lamborghini flag and plonked himself almost opposite the garages, ready to cheer the cars home. Can't see any Porsche flags right now, suggesting that support for Rutronic ain't quite so great. Down to Pouen comes Patrick Niederhauser. Again, he's stuck behind Kelvin van der Linde. And van der Linde, we know, had to sort of pit to get out of his way the last time.
He didn't pit to get out of the way, he pitted because they want to get to the end on the longest possible stint. WRT have calculated that perfectly within 4 seconds. We knew it would be tight if Niederhauser done it, but he could have done that undercut potentially, but it's not worked out, and that's why van der Linde was in front with 0 pace. He's been on new, fresher tyres for 15 minutes longer than Niederhauser was on those old Pirelli tyres.
Out of Pouen, out of the Cours Paul Frere they come. Meanwhile, this is for third at the minute. Marciello versus Pierre Guidi. Down towards Bruxelles they go. The Ferrari now crawling all over the back of the BMW. The Italian driver Alessandro Pierre Guidi thinks about making a move on Marciello. Can't do it there. Nose to tail they come, and this helps Niederhauser to a degree. Helps Bortolotti as well if they continue to squabble and hold each other up. Downhill once more. Marciello 43 minutes into a stint. Pierre Guidi 38 minutes into a stint. So they've got a good few laps to go in which they can squabble, in which they can delay each other, and ultimately help Bortolotti and Niederhauser. So this is a crucial battle, not only for them, but for the other two involved in this lead fight. And Pierre Guidi does not want to get stuck behind that BMW for any longer than he needs to.
And it's a hard car to get round. We've seen a lot of cars struggling to get past the M4. Big car physically, but the attributes of it as well don't make it an easy car to follow. So the dirty air really quite disruptive to the airflow of that Ferrari, and the 51 car there will be struggling to stay that close for that long.
So from Campus they come on lap 531. Leader has already gone by, so Mirko Bortolotti way up the road as far as these two are concerned. But of course the gap's going to shrink once the Lamborghini pits, relative certainly to Patrick Niederhauser, who at the minute then is behind Kelvin van der Linde and desperately needs to get past him. Looking to see whether he's managed to do it yet. The BMW, of course, in the hands of the South African driver, the Porsche in the hands of the Swiss driver. That's Pierre Guidi on the back of Marciello, who comes across the timing line now. That margin between them, and they're up to second and third after the Porsche pit stop, is 0.4 of a second down fractionally from a lap ago. Pierre Guidi looking quicker, getting a little bit closer, but overtaking, as we've seen, is far from easy. You've got to be creative, and Niederhauser has not been creative enough to get past van der Linde. In fact, he's not caught him.
No, van der Linde suddenly got some pace on that fresher tyre towards the end of the race. We're in a WRT sandwich as van der Linde now lifts. He's a lap down, so he should have been doing that. Should he have done it earlier? Has that cost Niederhauser the potential shot of getting at Bortolotti later on in this race?
Marciello up towards Lecombe then, still being chased by Pierre Guidi. They're about to get into the Lecombe right, left, right sequence. And again, Pierre Guidi close, but not near enough to make a move. Just wonder whether he's prepared not to make a move for the moment, because if he darts around and forces Marcello to defend, they'll go slower. If they can work together and keep doing good lap times, it might be to their advantage. But the flip side of that coin is Pierre Guidi would want to be in second place and try and pull away from the BMW if he can, if he feels he's got the pace. So I still think it's going to be game on between the two. Down towards the Jackie Eakes corner, Speaker's corner they come. Both of them run a touch wide, and Marciello on these 5 track limit warnings, needing to be careful for fear of one more transgression and a penalty.
Bortolotti's pace is phenomenal. He's the fastest car on track on that last lap, 18.4. So even though he's done 54 minutes of his stint, that car is still very, very quick, and still only 1 track limit warning.
And the other one that's doing good lap times, fractionally slower, but still around the same area, only a 10th down, is Marvin Kirchhofer in the McLaren that started on pole position, and that is in 6th place, which is a really, really good result for Garage 59. Okay, it's not as good as they would like, but it's, in the history of McLarens in 24-hour races here at Spa, that is a good result. Is Marciello now pulling away a little bit from Pierre Guidi? On this part of the circuit, he is, look.
Yeah, and again, that's the strengths and weaknesses of the cars. And Garage 59, with all 3 of their cars still running strong. Dean McDonald still leading from Vermeulen. The gap at the moment, 1.9 seconds. It's been going up and down a 10th here and there, but there's not really a big pace delta between them at the moment. As you can see, Niederhausen's pulled away slightly, hasn't he, from Van der Linde, but not by much, and he's not putting in the lap times anywhere near close enough to perform an undercut on the leading 63 Lamborghini.
Downhill comes Niederhauser then, released from behind the Van der Linde BMW. The gap then, 37.9 seconds, Bortolotti to Marciello. And there, the Grasser Racing team get ready for the most important pit stop of the race. On the lights there to warn the Audi of the progress is Patrick Niederhauser. He does not want to be impeded for a split second by that car ahead, and it hasn't moved out of the way yet. More lights are flashing up the inside line. Now goes Niederhauser, and there you can see Xavier Knauf getting out of the way. This in replays, Niederhauser and how he found his way past the car ahead. That's the BMW.
Super fair driving from Van der Linde, because it didn't look like he was holding up Niederhauser at all. There was that Audi then runs wide. I don't think that was contact with our Porsche. Was it another car overtaking him that's forced him wide? Looks okay, back up to speed now.
Niederhauser out of Blanchimont down towards the chicane again. Marciello on this lap has done a personal best as well as he starts to come to the end of his penultimate stint. Niederhauser touches the curb at the chicane. He's got clear racetrack ahead of him now as he accelerates up towards the line. Then he's going to encounter yet another of the Garage 59 McLarens down towards La Source. Niederhauser goes through. That lap from the Porsche was a 2:19.6. Bortolotti's doing 2:18.6s.
So to keep an eye on these 2 BMWs, followed by a McLaren. That's for position, but remember the McLaren Gold Class leader. We're going to see them getting held up by those BMWs again as we fly through Eau Rouge. Niederhauser finally some clear track to put some lap times in. Leader is in. This is the stop of their lives at Grasser. This is the most important. Can they help deliver the first ever Lamborghini win here at Spa 24?
Never a podium, never a win, 1 pole position. That's about the only good stat you can cheer for now. And in 38 minutes time, it could all be different. Mirko Bortolotti is going to stay behind the wheel on new tyres with just enough fuel to get him to the end. It has to be connected, that hose, for 44 seconds, irrespective of how much fuel you manage to get into the car. New Pirelli's on. Bortolotti knows what the car is like. He knows what the track is like. Down the pit lane also, there goes Matteo Cairoli in the man-filter Mercedes that has flattered to deceive really in this race. The right-hand side rear tyre is on, and that should now enable the car to be dropped down and to get away. A quick word with Bortolotti to make sure everything is okay. Does he need anything? Is the drink bottle empty? What can they do? The fuel is going to go in, and as soon as that hose pulls out, the car will drop down. It will blast away. 44 seconds counting. Down it drops. And it's slow to get away. It's slow, it's slow, it's slow. Mirko Bortolotti's not moving. What's gone wrong? What's gone wrong? Patrick Niederhauser is on his way. Now Bortolotti blasts away. But how many seconds were lost there? 3, 4, maybe 5. He's moving, but that's a scare they could have done without.
Can't write it, can you? It just didn't turn over. You could hear it go and then just died. The mechanics didn't know what to do. Amazed there wasn't a jump battery ready. It wasn't needed in the end. But that last stop, not to plan. Is that enough? I don't think it will be. It will bring it closer.
Yeah.
The gap was was roughly 5 seconds, but I think Niederhauser's had a bad job. The mechanic's doing a great job there. There's a huge amount of smoke as well as he pulled away. I think it was just dust and general detritus, but is that Lamborghini okay?
Right, Niederhauser's last pit stop was 2 minutes 0.7. Bortolotti is about to get to pit out. He should keep the lead as up towards La Source comes Niederhauser. So 2 minutes 0.7 for the Porsche, and it's 2 minutes 2, 2 minutes 3, 2 minutes 4, 2 minutes 5, 2 minutes 6 for the Lamborghini. 2 minutes 7.6, so he's lost 6.9 seconds.
Yeah, there's the gap. Niederhauser flying through. He's going to have the speed that lost him the position to Van der Linde at the start. Is it going to be enough? This is going to be closer than it looks by the end of the straight. My prediction, 2 seconds. They're happy because they've still got the lead. There's still a long time left, boys. I wouldn't be clapping and celebrating so hard yet.
Yeah, because that is the gap. Look, and you're right, it's come right down towards the end of the straight then. So this is going to give Niederhauser even more enthusiasm, isn't it, to try to get onto the back of Bortolotti, who has got the 188 McLaren of Jack Hawksworth up the road. Bortolotti trying to put that little scare out of his mind. There's nothing that they can do now at Retronic. There's nothing really they can do at Grasser. It is down to 2 men to determine the outcome of 24 hours of racing. One of them is Mirko Bortolotti. The other is Patrick Niederhauser. This is lap 534. 35 minutes are on the clock, and that's the gap after 23 hours plus of racing. Lamborghini versus Porsche in the greatest GT race of them all.
What has Niederhauser got? He's going to give it everything now. If only he had a few more track limit warnings, that's what he would be wishing for, but he doesn't. You've got to fight with what you've got, and that's what we're going to see. 34 minutes of the most intense sprint racing at the end of a 24.
Just when you weren't tired enough, you've got to dig deep, and that's what Niederhauser will do. That's what Bortolotti will do. So Patrick Niederhauser for the Retronic Racing Team accelerates now on towards the exit of the Cours Paul Frere. 0.8 of a second, that's all it is. Mirko Bortolotti, DTM champion last year. Is he going to be a Spa 24 hours winner? What about Patrick Niederhauser? He's hunting him down in the Porsche. In third place, it is going to be after the stops either Raffaele Marciello or Alessandro Pierguidi, because they're split by 0.4 of a second, and they owe us a pit stop as the leaders come down to the chicane. You've got to say Niederhauser is leaving nothing on the table, is he? He's throwing everything at this, all up the curb coming into the chicane.
And we've got traffic to contend with as well. The 188 McLaren is going to be caught in the next few laps as well. Niederhauser's had a great lap, it seems. I would say he's closed that gap even more from when they first got together properly at Le Mans. He's in early into La Source. He wants to get in the mirrors of Bortolotti. He wants to try and spook him into a mistake. What have these two drivers got?
Let's find out. The lead gap was 0.462 of a second. That was Marciello to Pierguidi. The gap Bortolotti to Niederhauser was 0.962 of a second. That's all. There's the Porsche making the climb up the hill then. 33.5 minutes and counting on the clock. Porsche hustling on in pursuit of the Lamborghini, but what we have seen previously is that the Lamborghini is just able to gradually start to extend that margin, and at the end of sector 1 of this lap, Bortolotti does a 39.6, Niederhauser does a 39.5.
Yeah, it's looking on anyway, isn't it? And what I would say is the teams now will be instructing their drivers to extract everything out of the cars, some maps in the car, getting right to the limit of performance that's allowed within the BOP. They sometimes run slightly under just to make sure they don't trip any of the parameters, but now they will be giving it everything. The drivers fully in tune with all of these systems, complex GT cars, but the teams now trying to aid their drivers with anything they can do.
Down through Paul they go then. You're looking at Patrick Niederhauser, and he is looking at the back of a Lamborghini. It is that Lamborghini of Mirko Bortolotti, and Niederhauser wants the back of it to get bigger. In other words, that would mean he's getting closer. And if he's closer, he might be close enough to make a move. This would be a hugely important win for Porsche as well, having lost out on a Nürburgring 24-hour victory a week ago when the car that did win on the road, a Porsche, got a penalty. Kevin Astra making contact with the GT4 Aston, being given a penalty, so BMW took the race win. It's important for the brand, it's important for the drivers, and Lamborghini never with a podium, never with a win in the 24 hours. Equally, this will be a huge result, and Bortolotti there is just ahead. Is that car starting to edge away?
It is. I think Bortolotti has looked after his tyres on his outlap. He didn't get spooked into pushing too hard. If you push too hard on an outlap, you can hurt the tyre later on in its life, and I think he's managed that pace very well. It now looks like he's the car with a bit more performance than this Retronic Porsche.
Over the timing line, they go. So Bortolotti, it is up front in real terms, ahead there, as you can see, of Patrick Niederhauser. The gap between them as they came across the line was up from 9/10 to 1.3. It's advantage Lamborghini. Porsche out of La Source. And as far as the leader is concerned, or as far as Bortolotti is concerned, there is very little traffic immediately. He will catch some before the end of the race, of course. We've got 31 minutes to go, but right now, the Lamborghini has a clear ride up the hill.
Yeah, track limits all safe this time through Eau Rouge. And surprisingly, the Van der Linde BMW was staying with Niederhauser, so maybe the set of tyres on the previous stint for Van der Linde made that one painful. Hawksworth in that McLaren. Will Garage 59 be telling him to get out of the way, or is he just going to be allowed to keep pushing as hard as he wants? Remember, all these cars in different classes, 5 classes. Hawksworth not in the overall battle, but very much focused on the bronze class.
Into Bruxelles comes Patrick Niederhauser, still in goal. Dean McDonald is now 1.7 seconds ahead of Thierry Vermeulen. It's Marvin Dienst now in the lead in bronze, because Dennis Marshall has recently pitted. Where is Marvin Dienst in terms of a stint? He's nearly at the end, so that's going to go back the way of the Ferrari. Silver, still Mathieu Villagomez in the Aston Martin Pro-Am. It's still the car of Mathieu Dietrich by 39 seconds from Valentin Asclot. This is the on-the-road lead battle, but in real terms it's for 3rd and 4th with Marcello and Pierre Guidi. And Pierre Guidi is a little bit stuck, isn't he? Despite the fact the Ferrari looks quick, he can't find a way past that BMW, and they're both coming to the end of a stint. They should be in on different laps, the BMW before the Ferrari.
Yep, they're praying for a full course yellow right now to get a much, much cheaper pit stop track time-wise. Marcello could do 2 more laps, so 1 more after this one. Pierre Guidi could do 3 more, so slightly different strategy like you said. And again, that just favours the luck potentially for that Ferrari.
Downhill they drop once again, back marker just up the road. And the back marker in question is the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, one of the drivers of which is Ralph Bowen, and he is going to be the winning independent GT Challenge independent driver in all of this. We have, of course, IGTC to think about here. This is a round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. All the BMWs, all the Porsches, all the Ferraris, and all the Mercedes AMGs score points in that. There's then the independent drivers competition as well. For IGTC purposes, if Bortolotti brings the Lamborghini home ahead, that doesn't score IGTC points. Lamborghini not registered, so maximum points would go to the Porsche. It would be an IGTC win effectively for the Rutronic Porsche from 2nd place. Now, what about this battle? Pierre Guidi could barely get any closer without getting in the BMW himself and sitting on the back seat, as it were.
And he's had that view for quite a few laps now, massively frustrated, but he will know this is for the final podium position, so he'll want to bide his time. He won't want to make a mistake here, and he's got 1 more stint after this one. I know we've got 28 minutes remaining, but these cars cannot get to the end here, and once they box, they will drop back behind the Lamborghini Bortolotti and the Niederhaus Porsche, and this is our final podium position. Track limit potentially for Marcello.
Yeah, because he had a big slide at Blanchimont. Off the road he went over the line, the demarcation line, and let's see whether that pings up as a 6th. Into the pit lane he comes, so that gives the Ferrari a free ride, but if I were the Rover team, I'd be a bit concerned about that. Nothing has come up yet on the screen, but maybe it's in the system. Marcello definitely ran wide.
Yeah, snap of oversteer, couldn't do anything but run wide. If you try to keep it tight, the car will rotate on you and send you into the wall, so the track limit, a slightly better option than the other one there. Trundling down pit lane, you can see the Lollipop Man beckoning him into his box. 1 more set of tyres to go, and it will be a real push. Quite rare for a driver to just have a 20-minute stint, but the way the full course yellows have fallen, this is how they've decided to run their strategy. All cars pretty close really at the end in terms of the amount of stops, just slightly differing length of stints in the mid part of this race.
Marcello, 6 track limit warnings. It's come up, he's had the warning, it's making it 6, and therefore 6 equates to a penalty, doesn't it? So there you've got now going through Bortolotti ahead of Niederhauser. The story may not be over now for 98. A pit stop penalty of 30 seconds for track limits for number 98, Raffaele Marciello.
They've got to react quickly to add the 30 seconds on now, because they're already in the pit lane. Otherwise, that's going to get converted at the end of the race, and it might work out as a bigger penalty, because there is a delta to add if you don't serve it as served, but they're already in the box, so the team will have to react quickly there.
Right, well, the car is not serving it. The message hasn't got through in time, so they've let the car go. They're going to get it to the end, I think, and take it as a post-race penalty. So as the car was in the pits, the penalty was notified to the teams on the screen. It didn't get through to the car controller. That has been allowed away. There may well be a discussion internally at Rover about that, or maybe they just think, let's get to the end and see what happens. You can't really argue about it, can you? Because it's there as a judge of fat penalty.
Yeah, advantage 51. That looks to have secured the final podium position then with that 30-second penalty. Again, the AF team will just be relaying that in the good time of when you need to know, Pierre Guidi, we don't need you pushing so hard. We actually have a much bigger gap than you would have thought. So that'll be a nice one for them, and actually a huge gap behind to the sister car of Fuoco of 23 seconds right now.
What Pierre Guidi doesn't really want is after his stop to get stuck back behind that BMW, because even if it's a time penalty at the end, he can't make progress while the car is in his way. Here is the Ferrari, which is going to go through to do one more lap. Still Pierre Guidi having that fastest lap of the race. Leaders then currently are going to be Fuoco and Bortolotti and Niederhauser, but Fuoco will pit as well. In fact, he should be the first of the two Ferraris in, shouldn't he? Because they've been on different laps. So Fuoco slightly further into the stint. There is Pierre Guidi, the on-the-road leader now, and we await to see what goes on for number 98. Having not been in, having not served the penalty while it was in, they have no need to come back in, so it should be applied post-race.
Yeah, exactly that. Flash of the headlights from the Ferrari, just trying to warn the back marking Porsche there to just move out of the way. It looks like he is, but he's not lifting off the throttle, so that will be a time loss. That Herbert Motorsport Porsche deciding, I'm not getting out of your way just yet. Thank you very much. Final track limit warning as well for car 33. Vermeulen aboard it. He's still 1.8 seconds behind Dean McDonald. Dean McDonald now 1.3 seconds behind Vantor on the BMW, so that could start to hold him up like we predicted some laps ago, and that could make the gold battle reignite itself. Not that it needs it. That has been raging on for many an hour.
Another one on 5 is Philip Eng. Dries Vanthoor is on 5, and Matteo Cairoli is on 5. So there are quite a few being a bit close to the wire here on the last few laps of the race. 24.5 minutes to go. Niederhauser comes across the line. Fuoco is in the pit lane. Bortolotti to Niederhauser, 3.8 seconds. It was 9/10 at the start of the battle. So yes, the advantage is going Lamborghini's way. Pierre Guidi, absolute best first sector. Alessandro Pierre Guidi, now that he's got clear real estate ahead of him and no BMW in the way, has pulled the pin. An absolute best sector 1 on lap, get this, 539.
On tyres that have done 58 minutes as well. I'm just going to keep an eye on his track limits there, because I wonder if he's just gone straight over the top of Eau Rouge.
Maybe.
And hence why sector 1 is so good. It's allowed, as bizarre as it sounds, because it's not gaining an unfair advantage on another car. But yeah, to see a purple sector at this time of the race is very rare.
Well, nothing's come up as a track limit warning for him. We have a scrolling screen of warnings and the time at which they are given. There is Thierry Vermeulen, who is still second in gold and chasing after Dean McDonald, but that gap has crept up slightly. 2 seconds now it is between them. This is Pierre Guidi. Is it coming into the pit lane? Yes, it is. So Alessandro Pierre Guidi, maybe that was just his last hurrah before he came in. So the second of the Ferraris comes down the pit lane. Antonio Fuoco has left, and this, therefore, is Alessandro Pierre Guidi coming in. Clear pit lane, clear pit box. Maybe that was why they split the strategy a few stops ago, to, as you get near to the end of the race, not have to worry about where you park, to have the freedom and have the space and have less stress for the pit stops.
Yeah, exactly. They saw at Le Mans how hard it was with 3 hypercars to do that. And yeah, the seam getting into service there, still a huge amount of brake dust coming out. Remember, everyone's done their technical pit stop, of course, by now, which is a mandate. You have to change the front discs and pads. Windscreen tear off about to be done. Still a lot left there, so they've managed to be quite frugal with the plastic pull-offs. One final clean of it, tear off fully off now, and that car will be ready to go once the fuel is finished.
Thrown onto the ground, and the fuel connection time of 44 seconds to be completed. 22.5 minutes to go then. We wait for the Ferrari to fire up. It does now. Here comes Niederhauser. So the Porsche coming into the chicane, but it's also the Lamborghini of Bortolotti that is of interest, because that is going to get back into the lead. Mirko Bortolotti coming up to the timing line and goes through now that last lap, a 2:19.5. Over the timing line goes Niederhauser, 3.7 seconds, 2:19.4, fractionally faster that time around. Some of it's got to be down to traffic. There's the leading car going out of shot. There's the Porsche in second, and in the pit lane, rejoining is Alessandro Pierre Guidi.
He was our on-track leader, but we knew he owed us a stop, so it was never going to last till the end of the race like that. And what an illustration, again, of the speed difference between the cars. The car's doing 260 on your left and doing 50 on your right, and all the way then down the Kemmel Straight. And it's a shame that Niederhauser just hasn't got any pace to respond at the moment. And at the moment, Marciello, pace is okay, but nowhere near enough to make up that 30-second track limit penalty.
Yeah, you're right, as the Ferrari accelerates uphill then. So Pierre Guidi staying behind the wheel, came oh so close to a win last year, close to a victory this year. And there is number 98 BMW, which has got a penalty anyway. So they have switched on the pit stop. Shows you with a clear track space what the Ferrari was capable of. But the BMW is already up to speed. Pierre Guidi goes defensive onto the grass, goes Marciello. Pierre Guidi doesn't want to give up the place. That was very robust indeed by Alessandro Pierre Guidi, almost bordering on the dangerous.
Yeah, the space was left there. Then he decided, I don't want it left, and then he moved around, and Marciello was already committed to that side. Marciello did very well to keep that car pointing in a straight line. He then just moved back over to the left just to let the Ferrari know I wasn't happy with that.
To put somebody on the grass at that speed, at that part of the racetrack, is going to attract race control's attention, surely.
Yeah, the only thing inside the car, it actually wouldn't have been a moment. These cars are very stable with the amount of downforce they've got. It wouldn't have been that much of a moment. It would attract the attention for sure. I don't think it deserves a penalty.
Well, there is a penalty applied to that BMW anyway, so the place will go back the way of the Ferrari post-race because of the 30-second time penalty that wasn't served on the pit stop, so it's got to be applied retrospectively. Here we are again. So Pierre Guidi is ahead. Marciello goes for 3/4 of a gap, gets squeezed onto the grass, and yeah, with his elbows out, says that was not good to Pierre Guidi.
It was a polite reminder of I didn't particularly enjoy that experience, so don't do it again.
And my BMW is bigger than your Ferrari, sort of towers over the top of it, bullying like. There it is then, getting away. Interesting, isn't it? Pierre Guidi may have jumped ahead on the stops, but now look at the pace of that BMW M4, building the gap. Bortolotti to Niederhauser, 4.8 seconds now. Incident between 51 and 98, noted.
Yeah, race control will look at it, of course. Actually, Marciello's pace was strong at the end. Last lap was his fastest.
Was that the way the car was leaning going up through Raidillon, or was there a little wisp of smoke out of the back of the Lamborghini? I think it was just the load. I'm hoping it was just the load, but it seemed to be more pronounced on that lap than previously. Let's look at this live gap as they come up towards Les Combes. It was 4.8 at the start of the lap, and it's 4.9 going into the end of Sector 1.
Yeah, we see the cars bottom out for Eau Rouge, and it's just rubbing through the bodywork. I don't think anything to worry about at the moment. Do worry, the pace of that Porsche has just disappeared, hasn't it? It just hasn't been able to pull away from Van der Linde, who very fairly let him through, remember, some laps ago, and I thought that was going to be a chance for a lead battle, but they've complained of a lack of pace over the race, Rutronic, and they're really showing it here in the final stint.
And I can't believe they backed off and are settling for second place, because you've got to keep pushing, because you never know what might happen up the road for Bortolotti. So Niederhauser does seem to be struggling again. The last lap he did was very nearly a full second over the time of Bortolotti. Now, where's third? It's Marciello, who's 27 seconds back, plus 30. Pierre Guidi is 35 seconds back in real terms. So it's looking safe for the Lamborghini, barring anything mechanical. It is looking safe for Niederhauser for second place. And Mirko Bortolotti has just got to bring it home. Driving standards flag for Marciello for a dangerous manoeuvre. So I think they consider his chop across the Ferrari to be worse than Pierre Guidi and the foliage moment.
Yeah, interesting. I want to got to admit it, and I thought it was all fair and love and war. Like I said at the time, I can imagine on the screen it looks super dramatic. A car on the grass, 260 kilometers an hour, and it wasn't fair by the Ferrari. But like I said at the time, Marciello probably not too fussed by it and got the move done.
It was fussed enough to come and chop across the front, and actually Pierre Guidi is also being given a driving standards flag for a dangerous manoeuvre. So you're as bad as each other, say the stewards. Sort yourselves out, get on. Right, Bortolotti, Niederhauser, 5 seconds. This car, the leading car, has 17.5 minutes to go in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, and it is looking good. Looking good for Lamborghini Squadra Corsa. It's looking good for the Grasser racing team, for Gottfried Grasser's squad. Mirko Bortolotti heads uphill once again.
Car sounding brilliant as it pulls up to 6th gear finally at the top of Eau Rouge, pushing through the huge amount of drag you get at the end. The speed really just plateaus 265k there for Matteo Bozzozzi. Still using plenty of curbs, not willing to look after the car that much, considering you've got a 5-second gap. He wants to stay in his rhythm.
Let's have a quick look in the classes. Gold first up, 58's leading it. Dean McDonald second. There, behind him, is Thierry Vermeulen. Close, 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 but not close enough to attack. The margin, a second and a half at the start of this lap. It is the McLaren ahead of the Aston Martin. Out of Brussels they go, drop downhill once again. So Garage 59 starting on pole with one car, potentially winning a class with another. Lots of dust being kicked up there. It's coming out of Speaker's Corner, which hasn't had quite the same number of scares and dramas as it has in the past. Harry King second then, with Thierry Vermeulen, with Chris Lulham in the Aston Martin. It's Vermeulen bringing it home. Behind is Matteo Pirelli in 12th place in the man-filtered Mercedes.
Yeah, it was Dries Van Tor just dropping a wheel in the gravel there, fighting another day, but potential damage to the rims. And we're seeing these trenches dug into the gravel on corner exits now after 23 hours and 45 minutes of hard racing.
There's third in gold. It is Simon Gachet now at the wheel of the McLaren. Been a tough race for CSA Racing, with one car destroyed yesterday evening. But this car has kept out of trouble, but not been as quick, fundamentally, as the Garage 59 McLaren. Hence, it is some way back in third place, off the lead lap of the class.
So as we see Bortotti from the drone push across the line once more, the team will actually be counting down in the number of laps now no longer minutes, and it's into the single digits of laps left. So you're just counting them off one by one as a driver, as the fatigue really starts to set in. Ambient temperature 28.5 degrees. None of the drivers would expect it to be this warm for the whole of the 24-hour race.
Yeah, it's unheard of, isn't it, in Spa terms. So you've got the Porsche, a brand with 11 Spa 24-hour victories, chasing, with 8 Spa 24-hour victories, chasing the Lamborghini, yet to score a podium, never mind a win. This is the silver leader. It's the Aston Martin, which is being brought home by Matteo Villagomez, who's had quite a long stint, it feels, in this car. A lot of the teams will limit the drive time of the fastest driver early in the race so they can exploit him on the Sunday. In second in silver, 26, that is now back in the hands of Lorenzo Doniacchio, who's not the regular in this car, but has gone well. He's a former Fun Cup and TCR racer, but Doniacchio then going nicely, coming 17th overall down through Pouan, and third in silver is the surviving Ford Mustang, Finn Wiebelhaus, at the wheel.
Great surname if you Google translate what that means in German. A lot of oil coming out the front of that Ford. See on the front of the windscreen coming from over the new light panel there. I thought I could see a lot of oil spraying over the front of it. Maybe I'm hallucinating, but I think I can see oil on the roof of that car as well. There's definitely a liquid over it. I think it's starting to leak oil out the engine bay.
We did worry about that car a while ago, didn't we? Because it seemed to be losing a lot of pace and we couldn't work out why. Maybe this has been a problem that's been developing for quite a long time, for many hours, but certainly it is looking wrong to the eye. Where is it in terms of lap time? That was a 2:23. Cars around it are doing 2:19s. It's slow.
I've never seen a race car visibly leak oil. I appreciate the engine's on the front, so it's easier for it to leak out, but that's leaking a huge amount of oil. These cars normally 5-6 litres of oil, a dry sump on it, so it hasn't got the capacity to be losing that much oil. Is it going to make it to the end with 13 minutes remaining?
Here's the next question. This is the bronze leading car. This is Dennis Marshall in the Kessel Run Ferrari. He's chasing after the BMW there. You can see just up the road ahead as Dennis Marshall in 16th place overall. He got the silver leader ahead of the bronze leader. And then in second in bronze, it is going to be 81 of Marvin Dienst, who is here, look, coming up towards the back of the Haas RT Audi. So Marvin Dienst bringing the car home. Gabriele Piano, one of the other drivers, having done the GT4 races this weekend, as well as plenty of GT3 lappery. So the Winwood Racing Mercedes AMG, with a big flash of the lights, comes down towards the chicane. No way through there, however, and that means that the Audi, in the hands here of Xavier Knauf, is getting in the way just a little bit as he has to take the line for the chicane, but Dienst ought to be able to power past. And then third in the Bronze Cup is Gilles Magnus at the wheel of the Audi. but he's off that lap. He's off the lead lap, so he's rather in no man's land as far as the top two are concerned, although Riccardo Fella, fourth, might have a chance of catching him. Their lap times are very, very similar. With clear road ahead of Magnus, he should be all right. In Pro-Am, Mathieu Dietrich looks like he's going to score the win in the Porsche. Valentin Asclot in the number 100 Aston Martin, and then Nick Katzberg in Mercedes number 4 doing the chasing. So 29 comes through the chicane. That had a 30-second track limit penalty quite early on in the race, but it's kept out of trouble, and Mathieu Dietrich comes over the line. This is the one that's chasing him, Valentin Asclot in number 100 Aston Martin, second in Pro-Am, and then look back for third, and it is the CrowdStrike Mercedes AMG. Nick Katzberg is going to bring that car to the end. Into the chicane, another very, very dirty back end to the Aston Martin. This is the Mercedes of George Kurtz, Ian James, Colin Braun and Nick Katzberg. The Dutch driver is going to bring the car to the finish as he goes through Piff-Paff. 36th overall, which on paper doesn't sound great, but a podium finish in class is what they're after. That is 998. Philip Eng, who has come into the pit lane. He was running in that top 6, and it's day done. A round of applause for Philip Eng, but that, all of a sudden, with 10.5 minutes to go, is race over.
Gutting, and they would have wanted the championship points, of course, so that isn't a strategic box. That is, car has expired.
Yeah.
If you don't know what, the team would have spotted something on the telemetry and have told Philip Eng it's day done.
So after all that work, 10 minutes to go, that's what, 5 laps, 6 laps at most. And yeah, they wanted the points because all the BMWs are eligible for IGTC points here in the championship. Right, the leading car comes up towards us. It is Mirko Bortolotti at the wheel, and he's now 6.3 seconds ahead there of Patrick Niederhauser as the cars turn through. There's a lot of crossed fingers there. You can see within the Grasser Racing Team garage, Rutronic will be hoping that something out of the blue helps them to score victory under these very, very sunny, warm skies that we have at Spa this weekend. Number 188 McLaren, Jack Hawksworth, going through in 24th place, but this event continues to go from strength to strength. Another wonderful weekend. Finn Wiebelhaus in the Mustang is into the pit lane. We were worried about the oil. That could be another car that doesn't see the checkered flag.
And loses a class podium as well in the silver class. That is gutting. So the last 10 minutes wiped out 2 cars that were in pretty strong position, especially for that Wiebelhaus Ford Mustang. There we will have 4 more laps at the end of this one. Just 4 more to go for this Lamborghini. We saw Jordan Pepper there, teammate to Bortolotti, who has been doing a phenomenal job pace-wise. Luke Rensler did a lot of the heavy lifting in the night as well. It's been faultless so far from those 3. Can the Raging Bull do the same for them?
Well, let's find out. You saw Jordan Pepper looking on, barely able to watch, barely able to breathe. The car getting closer and closer to a big, big win. Mirko Bortolotti has won championships, but never significant GT races. Jordan Pepper has been a Bathurst 12-hour winner. Luca Engschler, in only his 2nd season of GT racing, doesn't really know what to do to look. At the end of last year, he was with a rather badly battered leg after a huge crash at Macau. It didn't look as though he was going to go racing this year. There wasn't the budget to do it. Yellow flag, sector 3. Lamborghini picked up Luca Engschler, put some money into him, and have got him onto the grid. And the yellow flag could be for Dean McDonald in 58 because he stopped. The Gold Cup leader has stopped out on the circuit. It's got a puncture, has it? Or did the wheel come off altogether? Look at the right rear corner. Dean McDonald gets going, but he's got to limp back to the pit lane, and all of a sudden the Gold Cup is turned on its head. Dean McDonald has got a puncture. He's limping just about offline. He's got to try to get back to the pit lane. He's cleared the corner. He's going to get from one side of the racetrack to the other. This is the new Gold Cup leading car. Thierry Vermeulen, with 7 3/4 minutes to go, has now hit the front, and the McLaren has hit problems.
Manifested the tyre issue, but it's been coming in thick and fast. Dean McDonald struggling to get that car gone. That would have been a scary moment where he's ended up. I assume he's had a huge spin on the way into Blanchimont. He's done so well not to collect the wall. The Garage 59 car will throw a tyre on it and get it to the end. They've got to keep to regulation as well, though, so they may actually just have to do a full service on this. Let's see what they do as he gets it back to pit lane.
Down the pit road he comes. So first a BMW, then a Ford, then a McLaren, hitting problems. And this is why we say you cannot guarantee a thing in this race. 7 minutes on the clock, and still the drama continues as the Garage 59 team, somewhat defeated, you've got to say, but they've got to turn that car around and get it back out, put a new tyre on it as quickly as possible. Old tyre off, new tyre on. This is the leading car. Mirko Bortolotti at the wheel, heading for the biggest win of his life, and the same is true for Luca Engschler, who's had lots of success winning touring car titles, and now come across to GT racing a couple of years back, has made a very big impression, and he's on target, if everything holds, for the biggest win of his life as well. And here in the Lamborghini garage at the Grasser Racing team, they don't know where to look next.
No, and Dean McDonald can still hold on to second place in class if they can get that car straight back out. They've got a lap advantage over the third place car, then a 2-lap advantage over the fourth place car in the gold class, so not all lost for that McLaren just yet.
Coming out of the chicane is Bortolotti then. He's getting closer and closer to a win. 6 minutes to go over the timing line. So how many more laps do we think? 2 minutes and 20 on the clock. He's going to get this. 2 more after this one?
It could be 4 in total.
Yeah, okay.
On where they are, it's close with where they are. He's got a 7-second gap, so he could back off slightly, couldn't he, if needed. But yeah, he's still pushing on as hard as he can at the moment.
Out of Eau Rouge comes Mirko Bortolotti then. Lamborghini looking for a first victory in the 24 Hours of Spa. So too Mirko Bortolotti, Jordan Pepper, Luca Engschler. And boy, what a race they have driven. The car took the lead around about 9 AM this morning, and it has been locked solid ever since. It has locked out that position. Bortolotti knows this track so well. He knows the car inside out as well.
You were wondering how relaxed he was. One hand on the wheel, just getting some air with his other. He was still one-handed as he hit the brakes at 260 kilometers an hour. He then lethargically put that right hand back on the wheel, and it is going to be 2 more laps at the end of this one by the looks of it for this Grasser Lamborghini.
And this is how you win a 24-hour race. Just look at the car. There's barely a mark on it. OK, it's had good pace. It's been reliable. There's only 1 track limit warning against it in the last 6 hours. But it has just gone so metronomically. It doesn't look dirty at all. It's had an easier time of things. Now, is this how the McLaren of Dean McDonald got a puncture? It runs wide over the edge of the curb, and is that enough just to lacerate the tyre?
Could be. It's a sharp edge. You don't want to do it if you don't have to, so it definitely wouldn't help. But these are the fine margins you play with at the end of a 24.
Right, so we're still looking at 2 more laps. I was suggesting it might be at the end of this, as Bortolotti is able to gently get the car through. He's not crawling round, far from it, but again, you can see he's not having to really worry inside the car. He's got a 7-second advantage and nothing on the dash, nothing on the dials, nothing in his ears to worry him. He comes out of Blanchimont. He comes down towards the chicane, and Mirko Bortolotti in front of the fans in the sunshine is about to start the penultimate lap of the race. Through he comes then. And what a drive this has been by not just Mirko, but by Jordan Pepper, by Luca Engschler, who did a lot of the nighttime and early morning driving. A great job done. In second place, Patrick Niederhauser is going to bring home the Porsche, and this will be a really popular result for the Italian driver Mirko Bortolotti. You can see the grandstands have been filling up again over the course of the last few hours as fans have come out into the sunshine to come and watch the end of this 77th running of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. It has been an absolutely massive event. Once again, it's been an enormous credit to Stefan Rattel, to Patricia Kiefer, to Laurent Gourdin, the organising powerhouses behind it. The RACB, of course, intricately involved. There are 600 marshals here. There are all the volunteer officials, all the people involved in the extra bits for the fans, such as the concerts and the fireworks. In the press office, Tom Hornsby and Emma Spearing and Jim Weeks deserve a bit of credit for feeding us information, finding drivers to come to the booth over the course of the race. And if you'll indulge us for a moment, in the TV compound, Mike Scott and Ed Kingsford and Richard Hay, all of our camera crew, all of the tech crew with miles of cabling to lay, have done an absolutely outstanding job as well. Thanks to all of them. And we are back at the end of June next year. If you've never been to the Spa 24 Hours, you need to be here, yeah?
It's more than just a race.
It is the biggest race for GT cars there is, and Mirko Bortolotti is on target, it seems, for a victory. He's a little bit wide coming out of Pouhon. There will be one more lap to go at the end of this, and that is a possible problem for a car that was doing well in class. 26 is second in silver. Are we concerned about that? It doesn't look quite right.
Definitely not going at full racing speed, is it? All the tyres look relatively inflated, but at the moment it's hard to call what's going on. They're dropping like flies.
Relatively inflated, yes. We'll work on that theory.
Politician speak.
Yeah, thank you very much, Minister. Up towards Blanchimont, then comes Bortolotti. He's got one more lap to go, and the team daring to celebrate, daring to believe, daring to think that it is their race after so many years of struggle. Lamborghini getting there, and look, it doesn't matter whether you're a driver or whether you're just related to a driver. Everything matters right now.
Yeah, looking to the skies. Any inspiration? Slightly wide there. We've got plenty of track limit warnings. Just got to remember the row BMW there in third place will get demoted to fourth with a penalty. So it looks like the AF Course 51 Ferrari will inherit the podium.
Mirko Bortolotti was runner-up in 2021. He was 3/10 back when they came across the line, which is perhaps the worst way to lose. But this year he is going to win, seemingly, unless there is a drama on the final 7 kilometres. I don't think it's going to get away from him. Up through Radion they come, and this year it has been a record attendance of 128,000 people over the weekend of the event, a record crowd at the 24 Hours of Spa, backed again by CrowdStrike through George Kurtz, and we've had over 2.5 million watching on the various YouTube streams as well. So thank you all of you for your company, and if you're watching this back when you've got home, thanks for being here.
Exactly, that's the best way to do it. Be here in the crowd, and then watch it again on all the streaming services.
Lamborghini last year became the 17th different mark to have claimed pole position, and look now as though a first race win is going to go their way. Down towards Pouhon for the last time comes Mirko Bortolotti. Traffic up the road, he may not have to worry too much about those cars, but equally he doesn't want to back off just in case he should back off too much. But I don't think Patrick Niederhauser is going to get close enough. And then third, unfortunately, he's going to have that question mark over it, because it's going to be Raffaele Marciello on the road from Alessandro Pierguidi, but the Ferrari should inherit it, given the time penalty has to be applied because it's not been served in the pits.
Yep, looks nailed on to me, so it's going to be a Lambo, Porsche, and then a Ferrari podium. What a great mix.
It is indeed, and a first podium for Lamborghini, a first win for Lamborghini, a first win in the event for Luca Engschler, for Jordan Pepper, and for Mirko Bortolotti. The 77th CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa has been an absolute scorcher in terms of the weather and on track as well. The checkered flag is going to be shown out of the chicane. There'll be a ceremonial one round La Source, and it's going to be shown to Mirko Bortolotti, to Jordan Pepper, to Luca Engschler, who win the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Mirko Bortolotti celebrates. The Grasso Racing team goes berserk. That is 24 hours of release, isn't it? That every emotion in one shot.
Yeah, and Niederhauser happy too, and fair play to that is so much work. That's more than 24 hours, and you can see Niederhauser going over to say well done, and the gold class winner, Vermeulen, there in the Verstappen.com Aston Martin 2.
A great effort, and for Lamborghini, for the Grasso Racing team, a great effort. You've seen the Verstappen.com Aston Martin come home then as the category winning car in gold. In bronze, it is going to be the Dennis Marshall Ferrari of the Castle Racing team. Another great job done. And still they will come Pro-Am to the Porsche of Mathieu Ditry, and silver to Aston Martin, Mathieu Villagomez. So the patriotic coloured fireworks and the flares go off to herald the arrival of the cars. Down at Eau Rouge, you can see just to the right, behind the grandstand, a huge fan area, and that is where the podium is going to take place as Mirko Bortolotti drives off track to savour the moment, partly to get the pick up, partly to say thank you to the marshals, to wave to the fans. Emotions at this time. You've gone without sleep, you've been flat out, you've had all the worry, all the tension, all the imponderables that can go on in a 24-hour race. What do you feel now? Is it just tiredness?
It hits you like a raging bull. That's how it feels. Suddenly, you believe it's happened. It's too late now. It can't not happen. You've been thinking for laps. What can go wrong? And that's all you've been thinking about.
Let's go to Ganelle quickly. She's got the winning drivers with her.
Jordan, Pepper, Luca Hensler, you just made history, guys. The win at the CrowdStrike 20 horsepower for the first time for Lamborghini.
Yeah, I'm normally a man of many words, but today I'm just speechless. Yeah, this has been a long time coming, and I'm just proud of this group, proud of Luca, proud of Mirko. Thanks Lamborghini, and yeah, Grosser Racing team. They are bleeding this day and night. They're living it 24/7, and I couldn't be more proud of an incredible group. So yeah.
Luca, what a flawless race from you guys till the end of this 77th edition of the CrowdStrike 20 hours of Spa.
Yeah, it was long 24 hours and completely dead, but yeah, team did an amazing job and I think it's well deserved, and yeah.
Congrats again.
Thank you.
Luca Engstler sounds like he can't quite take it in, but you know, this for him is the biggest race he has competed in at this level, and with a chance of winning it as well. Last time he was here, it was more thinking about a class win, but to be in the hunt for an outright win and to get closer and closer, and then for it to happen, that is quite something. And Luca Engstler being embraced by the team, and there's emotion, there's surprise, everything going on there, trying to get it all to sink in.
And it's a proper team effort. It doesn't matter your role within your team. At that moment, you are literally all as one. And the best bit is to come, the evening after a 24-hour. That first drink hits slightly differently after the effort you've put in.
What about this car then, the Aston Martin Gold? Was a great battle pretty much all the way through, wasn't it? And drama at the end. You've got a feel for Garage 59, but the Verstappen.com Aston Martin coming through for victory, and there'll be a phone call to the governor fairly soon, and he'll be pretty happy with the news, I should think.
Yeah, top Aston Martin, as well as we see Bortolotti stopping to pick a flag up from the marshal. How well organised there to get an Italian flag, and that's going to be a very iconic shot, I think, for Lamborghini.
Yeah, Italian driver, Italian car, an Austrian team. Mirko Bortolotti revelling in this moment. You can understand why, can't you? It means so, so much. Winning championships, winning races, yeah, all well and good, but to win something like this with the history as well, a 24-hour race, there are lots of them, but a race with the heritage such as this, that's different again.
Yep, last chance for this Huracan, like we said, and they've done it. And then to become the 6th different manufacturer to win this race in 6 years shows you how competitive it is. And to never have had a podium before, they've never been close to doing what they've just done. They've just gone from nowhere, essentially, to doing the best possible result in one fell swoop.
Now, as you look at the cars coming back towards the pit lane, confirmation that Mirko Bortolotti headed home Patrick Niederhauser, and third place has indeed been given to number 51 Ferrari, Pierre Guidi inheriting that, and Fuoco 50 getting fourth ahead of Raffaele Marciello because of the penalty. Intercontinental GT Challenge is going to be won by Patrick Niederhauser with the Ferraris behind. Let's look at gold very quickly. 33, Thierry Vermeulen, Harry King, and Chris Lulham, the winners there. Dean McDonald was still able to recover for second, and the CSA Racing number 111 McLaren in third. Silver won by the number 35 Aston Martin. Bronze went in the end to the number 74 Kessel Ferrari. Dennis Marshall brought that home. The winning independent in IGTC was Ralph Bone. Pro-Am went the way of the 29 AV Racing by Car Collection Porsche. Beechdene Aston second, CrowdStrike Mercedes third. Fastest lap was Alessandro Pierre Guidi, and the Paul Frere trophy is going to go to Alessio Picariello, isn't it, as the best Belgian in second place. So there's a lot to look forward to on the podium when we get there. That'll be a few minutes away before we need all the cars to arrive. We need all the crew members, because they don't just have to go to a podium in the pit lane. They've got to go all the way down to the fan zone. So it takes a little bit of orchestration. Once they're there, podiums are okay to sort of rattle through relatively straightforwardly, but it takes a bit of orchestration. But again, it takes the winners, takes the fans, that interaction that the event is now making more and more of.
Yeah, it's great. It's worth that effort, isn't it, to get the fans even more engaged. And look at all the marshals we've had around this 7-kilometre circuit. Grandstands all the way around this Sector 1 now. The grandstand here on the pit straight, big Lamborghini flag being waved there as well. And Mirko Bortolotti is about to see that in about 10 seconds time, and that will melt his little heart, I'm sure.
Absolutely, and I don't think anybody would begrudge Lamborghini that win. Yeah, you can offer other teams and drivers that perhaps should have won or would have deserved to have won, but it's really hard to argue with a team that has put so much into GT racing and drivers that have, in Mirko Bortolotti's case, done their time, and in Luca Engschler's case, the next generation perhaps of GT stars.
Yep, and it's a perfect way to sell some more cars as well as they bring out that new model in 2026.
So then around La Source they will go. The cars shortly to make that run down on the approach to the fan zone. The team hopefully will stop celebrating for long enough to be able to run down the hill or get a quad bike down the hill or whatever. That is Thierry Vermeulen, who's already arrived in the fan zone, ready for podiums. Maria Giovanna Pina of the SRO Motorsports Group has the winners' hats, and they're the drivers making their way through the paddock. Jordan Pepper, Luca Engschler in the white shirt. Jordan getting very emotional about this. He's won big races in the past, his Bathurst 2020 win, for example, but now the enormity of all of this sinks in, and presumably the lack of sleep, the tiredness as well, sort of adds to the emotion. I mean, you can get, you and I haven't had a lot of sleep, even up here, away from the fan zone, you can get kind of emotional just watching the pictures, never mind being in it.
Yeah, you get very fragile very quickly.
Yeah,
You just have to embrace it. Modern day masculinity, it's all okay, let it flow.
So the cars required for the podium ceremonies are being sort of scooped up, if you like. And all the class winners will go to the sort of red carpet, if you like, and second and third in each of the categories will be on the track. So that's where the SRO officials will be now, making sure everybody is in the right place. Well, it was a race that we always knew was going to be exciting. It had so much drama, as ever, because it wouldn't be Spa without it. Some hard luck stories of what could have happened, what might have been, but through it all, so much drama. Mirko Bortolotti there being waved back towards Eau Rouge. He turns the car off the circuit, and to lots of applause now will make his way towards that fan zone. So there are the cars into the lane, into the fan zone, into the fan village, and before much longer, the celebrations for all the drivers can begin. It's one thing bringing the car over the line, it's a great feeling, but it does mean that it's quite a while before you're able to be reunited with your teammates, because they have to walk down to you. You, in the case of Bortolotti, have done the in-lap, you'll have been on the radio, no doubt, and been talking to the team. They will have said well done. Maybe the co-drivers had a word as well to offer congratulations. They make their way to you, but it's not like a normal endurance round, let's say, where you leap out of the car, they're there ready to wait for you. It takes a little bit of time to get everybody into position, but it's well worth doing it because of the atmosphere this creates. So there is Mirko Bortolotti, all the class-winning cars on the red carpet here at Spa. And now they're almost at the bottom of the pit lane. They can break into a trot, can't they? The victorious drivers, Luca Engschler, Jordan Pepper, go to join the outright winning car. And then you've got gold, you've got Pro-Am, you've got bronze, you've got silver, and IGTC independent. Those are the cars you can see there, all represented. Only now could you start to see the amount of rubber on the front or the number of dead flies on the front of that Lamborghini, but even so, compared to some cars, it looks like it's just come out of the garage. Well done. Mirko Bortolotti gets out of the car, and now the emotion hits home. He's just won the biggest race of his life. Bravo, Mirko Bortolotti, what a drive. And well done to the Grasser Racing team, because that is just an outstanding performance. For the Grassa Racing team, for Lamborghini Squadra Corsa, Mirko Bortolotti still hasn't had a chance to take off his crash helmet, but he's a race winner. He's a 24-hour race winner, and he's done it at Spa. And now you can see the tiredness, you can see the emotion. There'll be some tears in that crash helmet as well. Mirko is a great character, wears his heart on his sleeve, and boy, can he drive a racing car. Luca Engschler, Jordan Pepper arrive. Still, Mirko hasn't been able to take off his crash helmet. But the tears a moment ago, tears of joy, I'm sure now, as they all leap up onto the car. Mirko Bortolotti in the middle. And there are the Spa 24-hour winners of 2025. The money shot now is a photograph of Mirko without his crash helmet.
He looks pretty spent, doesn't he?
He does now.
Body language.
Yeah.
We could see him trying to get some air with his hand, but he is just giving it everything.
Mirko Bortolotti, well done. He deserves that win. And you can see how hot he is. Doesn't want to drink it, just pour it over his head. It's a horrible colour, whatever it is. But well done, Mirko Bortolotti. And now he just gathers his thoughts for a moment. Winning the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa is sinking in. That last stint, 36 minutes, but he was in the car for far, far longer, wasn't he? What was that? Nearly four stints back-to-back, and another money shot. A man who's just won the biggest race of his life in deep thought.
He's pale, isn't he? He has actually given it absolutely everything. Yeah. The emotion in the car, the stress, and then suddenly the release of it, and he's just trying to get some coolness to him. And again, it just shows you the temperature outside and inside of these cars. These drivers are fit athletes, but when you're operating for 3 hours nearly, you are given every single calorie into going as fast as you can.
It almost feels wrong to intrude in a sense, doesn't it? While Mirko Bortolotti composes himself. We were hearing this morning, weren't we? We had an interview with Benji Goethe, who then almost passed out. He was so overcome with the fatigue of a marathon stint. And again, even in cool conditions outside, these are hot racing cars. People talk about the BMW with good AC, but we're not talking about, you know, freezing cold, are we?
No, exactly that. And you can't do more than 11 hours. But you're not then just turned off straight away. You're ready to go half the time you're out the car because you're the only other driver in the garage. So it is brutal. And remember, the race starts at 4:30, so it's not like you just wake up and go straight into the race. Best case, you've been awake 5 or 6 hours before the race has even started, and that's why it takes such a physical and mental toll on drivers, teams, everyone involved.
Now then, we have the winning cars in front of the podium, and we have our winning drivers as well. Let's go to join Alexandra Legui.
Boys, you did it. My word, what a 24 hours that was. The biggest Spa ever. The first win for Lamborghini. You made history, and the first win for all of you boys. Jordan, you said that this was the 4th time, the charm, and you certainly had the charm.
Yeah, I mean, this race has given me everything. It kickstarted my career back in 2017, just a young kid from South Africa with a family who backed me, supported me all the way through the ups and downs, and yeah, now found a new family, a new home, Grassa Racing and Lamborghini, and yeah, that journey started a year ago. 4th time's a charm with Lamborghini, and with this legend and Mirko, yeah, I'm speechless, just so proud. As I said, pressure's a privilege, and the pressure was at a max today.
Luca, an emotional moment for you. What was the moment when you guys knew that you were going to be taking the top step?
20 seconds before the checkered flag. I mean, we've lost the podium last week at the Nürburgring with 28 minutes to go, so obviously, yeah, it's over when it's over.
What does it mean to you?
Everything, to be honest. It's one of the biggest successes I've had in my career, and yeah, to celebrate that with these great people around me is really cool, yeah.
Can you give me some words on behalf of Mirko Bortolotti, who worked his butt off? What do you feel like he would be able to say, or what would he be saying right now if he was able to?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's been a part of this program from the beginning. There's a small group of guys who've been there from the beginning, and he's one of them. The fact that he did a 2.5-hour stint to the finish there, gave it everything, as you can see. I mean, yeah, he left nothing on the table. I think that's the character he is, so, yeah.
Congratulations, boys.
2.5 hours in that temperature, in that car. It's not like driving down the motorway for 2.5 hours, is it?
At least we forget that last stop. We saw the mechanic go to the window, didn't we?
Yeah.
So we think he had enough water, maybe, and then the car didn't fire. That's the roller coaster of emotion we're talking about.
Yeah, maybe just to make sure he was okay. Right, we've got other category winners, of course, to hear from and to celebrate with. Let's get back down there.
Thierry, Chris, congrats on this win in the gold class today. It was a kind of a surprise win.
Yeah, I mean, we had a really strong race. I think thanks to the team, they did a really good job, and also Chris and Harry. I mean, for sure some things I think from my side I can do better, so for sure we can analyze that. But like you said, you know, after the pit stop on the outlap, there was 2 cars with punctures that I had to overtake, and then afterwards we lost the lead in the Gold Cup, and I was chasing them down, but for sure it would have been difficult to overtake them. But this is part of racing, you know, so thanks to the team and everyone involved, I think the team did an absolutely amazing job.
Chris, it's been such a tough race with the heat. Congrats on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tough for all of us. Harry really struggled in the last stint and pulled us through it. Got the track position, and yeah, what can I say? Really, I'm lost for words. It's unbelievable.
Congrats to you guys.
How about that? In your first full season of real-world racing, you win the Spa 24 Hours in class, and there is Mirko Bortolotti with Federica Tenega of Lamborghini Squadra Corsa, and gradually all that dehydration, all that fatigue is starting to wear off, but he almost looks like a broken man. He almost looks like he'd lost the race rather than won it, but you can understand why he is feeling the way he is. Now, what about Silver? That is a winning crew with Alex Legui, it's Romain Larue, Mathieu Villagomez, and Olivier Soderstrom.
The silver charge was It was tight for the entire race, but you guys have done it. What does it mean to you to be on that top step?
A lot after the disappointment from last year. I think the result in the end doesn't show how much of a fight it was, because for the last 12 hours we've been pushing flat out. It was never more than a 30-second gap between the top 4 or 5 cars. Did a great job all around, stayed consistent. Somehow, I've got no idea how we managed it. A great team around, no mistakes. It's always a game plan to not make any mistakes at the start of a 24-hour race, but every year we say the same thing and it never happens. So this year it happened, and we've got the result. Thank you to the whole team. It's been a challenging weekend between the Pro Car in Superpole and the last few weeks with all the 24-hour races, so super happy to bring back a solid result.
You boys seem to be a very, very good pairing. It looked very solid throughout.
Yeah, I think we've been all very consistent. Both Matteo and this guy here. And I mean, for me, coming from Sweden, a little country, I've been dreaming about this for very long. Obviously, we're not on the overall, but it's a big step in my career, and I think for all of us. And I really want to thank Valkenhorst for this. Yeah.
Congratulations. Miguel, you look emotional.
It's quite a bit to take in, actually. I don't know where to start. I just gotta thank all the Valkenhorst boys and girls that made this happen. Pit stops were amazing, and then of course teammates. I couldn't ask for more. So just it's again quite a bit to take in. I think the highest point in my career by far. So now I think time to enjoy it and get back to work.
Valkenhorst have nailed it. You must be very proud.
Yeah, very proud, very happy about the result. It's really...
That'll be the end of that interview then. Very nearly the end of a microphone as the champagne arrives. Valkenhorst has had a pretty tough time. All the Aston Martin teams have had a tough time. But that win for the number 35 entry of Romain Larue, Mathieu Villagomez and Oliver Soderstrom. Really, really good reward, and 14th place overall. So great achievement in silver. And we love Romain Larue's accent. Wherever he learnt his English, it's a great accent. And he and Mathieu Villagomez and Oliver Soderstrom have worked really well. And okay, that car maybe flew under the radar up until today, you know, early morning, but kept out of trouble and proved how you win your class.
Yeah, and that is the name of the game. They lost the mirror, didn't they, very early on. It didn't seem to affect them. If anything, helps with a bit of straight line performance. The low drag Aston Martin GT3 powering them to a class victory.
Now, we've also got, of course, Pro-Am and Bronze winners to hear from. And I can see that Ganal is rounding up drivers for a Kessel Ferrari. So in the presentation area, we ought to be able to hear from more of our drivers soon. Of course, drivers are being taken towards the podium. The SRO officials there finding the right people, making sure they are going to the podium. There's a special area for the media, special area for the VIPs. The teams all milling around as well, family and friends, so quite an atmosphere. And then we have the dignitaries there as well. And just in case it's required, the medical team making sure that drivers are hydrated, and fans too in this very hot weather. So the podium awaits. Marco Bortolotti, Jordan Pepper and Luca Engschler are race winners, and lots of applause for our winning team. Right, let's get back down there. Ganal has found our bronze winners. Dustin Blattner, Conrad Larsen, Dennis Marshall, Zach Robichon.
Congrats on our bronze winners today at the CrowdStrike 20 Hours of Spa. Sorry. Dennis, what a drive, what a fight, especially with number 81 earlier today.
Oh yeah, at the moment I'm a bit too done to celebrate, I must say. The last couple of hours were very hot. We had no AC in the car, so I was suffering a bit, but in the end, yeah, I think we had a good fight with 81, like you said. This was, I think, one of the most crucial moments. He was defending quite hard, but anyway, it's his right to do so. Yeah, big thanks to the guys. I think we did a faultless race.
Zach, just a few words about this great win, a team win.
Yeah, it's unbelievable to be able to share the car with these three guys. All three of them incredibly fast. Dennis at the end, just kind of showing everybody what the team's capable of, and to jump in for this one race with them is super exciting.
Dustin, just a few words about this bronze win today at the CrowdStrike 20 Hours of Spa.
I just wanted to say a huge thanks to Kessel, because without them and their team, this wouldn't have been possible. And then also to these three guys, because they did a lot of the heavy lifting.
Conrad, I guess it was your first ever time racing here.
Yes, indeed. It was the first.
How does it feel?
Well, it feels great. It's nice to start with a win, so I would like to keep going like this.
Congrats, you guys. Thank you.
So there is the Ferrari that came through to win in the Bronze Cup. Kessel Racing runs a very, very good ship. It's a team that's always been good, but over time has tightened up processes, fewer mistakes, fewer errors, better reliability, and now really is another GT powerhouse, and the Swiss squad victorious here in bronze.
Yeah, the Ronnie Kessel team always doing a good job and racing in more and more championships, and I think that just allows them to harness all that data and make their cars much, much quicker, and they're definitely one of the fastest Ferrari teams out there now.
Ferrari yesterday Friday morning, I think it was, unveiling the 296 GT3 Evo. So expect more Ferrari success. Of course, there's a new Lamborghini on the way to replace the Huracan, so expect more Lamborghini success as well, as the manufacturers continue to underline the importance of GT racing. So we await the podium ceremonies. There are a number of them. I think some can possibly be merged, in as much as the trophy for the best Belgian driver home can go to Alessio Picariello while he's there for second place, I understand. But their photographers make their way out. The hostesses are ready, and the Belgian commentator Vincent Franssen will be in charge of the announcements to call drivers forward when instructed. Before that, though, we will have a look at a almost cloudless sky over Spa, and in glorious conditions. You wouldn't think, would you, that this has been a racetrack for 24 frantic hours, as now everything goes quiet and the grandstands start to empty, while the atmosphere heads down towards the bottom of Eau Rouge, and winning drivers make their way to the podium. checkered flag shown then as Mirko Bortolotti, Luca Engschler and Jordan Pepper win by 8.7 seconds in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa from Sven Müller, Patrick Niederhauser and Alessio Picariello. Alessio Rivera third with Vincent Abril and Alessandro Pierguidi, Alessio Dono, Antonio Fuoco and Arthur Leclerc taking fourth ahead of Augusto Farfus, Jesse Krohn and Raffaele Marciello with that penalty. And in sixth place, Joseph Loke along with Marvin Kirchhofer and Benji Goethe. Good effort for Garage 59 ahead of the WRT, BMW, Ugo de Wilde, Charles Witt, Calvin van der Linde. Eighth, Dries van Voort, Sheldon van der Linde, Marco Wittmann from Thierry Vermeulen, Chris Lallam and Harry King, who won gold, and Mauro Engel, Matteo Cairoli and Lucas Auer finishing 10th. Winning silvers were 14th, Romain Leroux, Oliver Söderström, Mathieu Villagomez. Winning bronze, one place back, Dustin Blattner, Zach Robertson, Conrad Larsen and Dennis Marshall. And a little bit further down, you would go to 31st to find the Pro-Am winners. Noah Abramczyk, Mathieu Dietrich, Fabian Duftier and Bob Yuan. And 46 classified as finishers at the end, with Pro victory to Lamborghini, to the Grasser Racing team. And one driver missing from the podium, we understand, is going to be Harry King, who has had a quick trip to the medical centre for rehydration. He's just sent a photograph of himself to me from the local service to explain he won't be on the podium, but he's all right now. He got some liquids in him, so well done, Harry. It's quite an effort, and I think a lot of drivers have gone through the mill in these really hot conditions this afternoon, but a great result in gold. And in Pro as well, Mirko Bortolotti, as you saw when he got out of the car, feeling the effects of the heat. Quick another look at our class winners. Harry King with Chris Lallam and Thierry Vermeulen then coming out on top in the Gold Cup. And there, another look at our three winning drivers outright for the GRT Grasser Racing team. The results scrolling through. The last car home in 46th was the Caterham Motor Federation Santaloc Audi, and you see that long list of non-finishers. Just to tidy up silver, second was that number 26 Audi that did have a puncture late race. And we've also got in that long list of retirements the likes of the Sigo Tempesta Ferrari, sad to say, the Ford Mustang of Thomas Drouet, the VSR Lamborghinis. Look at our Pro-Am victors there. The first car that we lost was the number 112 McLaren after that big accident yesterday evening when Josh Mason was crawling back on the racing line, and Laurin Heinrich was the first one that was completely unsighted with a car crawling along in an awkward place. We also lost the Matt Campbell, Bastien Boost, Mathieu Jaminet Porsche, and so many hard luck stories. One has to feel for the drivers then now that have suffered this dehydration in the heat that may not be able to get to the podium, but maybe it's one that can be recreated at the SRO Awards. We'll have to have a word. The fans are enjoying the temperature, if nothing else, and they are standing ready for the celebrations then. For some, it's just a little bit too noisy. So the winning drivers are collected by the officials, taken to the back of the podium, and then hopefully hung on to. The last thing you want is for them to go walkabout. I'll just go and talk to my mate while I'm waiting for my podium. No, don't do that. Stay. It's quite a structure, that. He's been hosting the concerts all evening, and now is the venue for the podium itself. So in the background, I can hear the distinctive tones of Vincent Franson, the regular Spa circuit commentator, and that must mean, therefore, that we are getting closer to starting the podium ceremony. The CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, it began with royal patronage waving the flags yesterday. Princes Nicolas and Emmerich and Princess Louise of Belgium waved the cars away. And the fans in front of the podium, part of that record crowd that we've had of 128,000 over the weekend. So I think we're just about good for podium number 1 here at the conclusion of the 24 Hours of Spa of 2025. Silver seems to be where we're going to start, because coming out for third place are Jared Waberski, Will Moore and Mex Janssen. Third in the Silver Cup. Then for second in silver, Laurence Lecouture, along with Ivan Klimenko, Wat Brikacek and Lorenzo Doniaco. For second place, they had a puncher, limped across the line, but they still came home for second place in the class. And then we will have a representative of Valkenhorst Motorsport, the winning team in silver. And the top step will go to the drivers of the number 35 Aston Martin. The Silver Cup winners, Romain Larue, Mathieu Villagomez and Oliver Söderström. Mathieu Villagomez steps forward first. A very happy man indeed. Biggest win of his life. The same is true for Romain Larue. The same is true for Oliver Söderström, and they deserve that after the disappointment of last year. Valkenhorst Motorsport is the winning team, and the trophies will be presented after the national anthem. So Valkenhorst Motorsport comes home as the winning team. Its drivers Romain Larue, Mathieu Villagomez and Oliver Söderström stand on the top step of the podium. Matteo Braga of Pirelli has the trophies in front of the drivers. He will congratulate all. Matteo Braga, Pirelli's circuit activities manager. Pirelli, of course, the exclusive tyre supplier for GT World Challenge Europe, for Intercontinental GT Challenge, for the GT2 European Series that's been here, the GT4 European Series that's been here this weekend as well. So the trophies at the feet of the drivers, they will collect them themselves just to save time really, and the trophies from the hostesses go to the winning 3 drivers. Photographs then of the winning drivers. And Vincent Franson explaining the trophies are there for you, gentlemen. So the photographs taken and the celebrations in silver can get underway. A well-deserved win for Valkenhorst, partly because of all the travails they've had, but also because of the disappointment of last year when that car should really have had a podium finish. The Valkenhorst squad and all the engineers have had a busy time. Like many, in fairness, we talk about drivers doing these 3 24-hour races back-to-back. Many of the engineers across the cars doing the same thing. And Valkenhorst, after a bruising Nürburgring last week, having 40-hour days almost, working 40 hours flat to get the cars ready for this weekend. So the podium is about the wettest thing we've had at Spa in 36 hours. With the champagne making it sticky and slippy, the drivers hopefully will make their way swiftly from the exit, and then we can get it ready for the next podium. I suspect the order has been shuffled just so we can make sure we have Mirko Bortolossi once he's feeling a bit more lively. As I say, poor old Harry King already away from the podium, having to take on some liquids, but he's taking photographs with his thumb up and a big smile on his face after a great drive to win the class. Right, happy Silver Cup drivers then. Second in silver, the Santa Lock Quartet. Sounds like a new band. Are about to make their way off the podium, trophies in hand. Ferris wheel keeps on turning as the drivers should be ready, and more photographs to be taken. So for silver, it was all about this Aston Martin that really since mid-morning has looked so strong today. Nothing getting anywhere near challenging that car, despite the best efforts of Santalok, but a podium finish for them nonetheless. And number 35, Aston, coming home victorious. Romain Larue, Mathieu Villagomez, the South American driver, and Oliver Söderström, the Swede, somewhat dominant in the end in silver. Right, one down, and the drivers are ready for our second podium. Trophies just being brought forward. So you've got, in some cases, of course, 3, in some cases 4 drivers to factor into this. There is the very prestigious winner's trophy. Some emotional fans waiting for their favourite drivers to step forward. And as you can see, a lot of people here at Spa this weekend. Right, the last of the trophies brought forward. As I was saying towards the end of the race, a massive operation to make this event happen, to make everything run as smoothly as it does. And so we are good to go. Let's see for our second podium, the drivers ready to come forward. And it is going to be the gold podium that we head to, with the CSA Racing drivers stepping forward. James Kell, who's been a podium regular here, along with Arthur Rougier, along with Jim Pla and Simon Gachet for third place. For second place in gold, cruel luck at the end for Garage 59's Adam Smalley, Dean McDonald, Louis Pret and Frederick Schandorf. That punctured tyre costing them the win. But it is a class win for the Verstappen.com team, the 2C's Motorsports squad, for Harry King, for Chris Lallam and Thierry Vermeulen. Chris Lallam steps forward, Thierry Vermeulen steps forward, and by proxy, well done Harry King, who can't join them on the podium while he's getting his strength back after a Herculean task earlier on, doing a lot of heavy lifting in that car. He can't be there to join in, but well done Harry, well done Chris, well done Thierry. The Gold Cup winners, Harry King, Chris Lallam and Thierry Vermeulen. So the 2C's team, the Anglo-Bahraini outfit that operates the car, taking the success, and that'll be a good phone call to make to Max Verstappen, won't it, later on, to say, we did it, we won it. The photographers hovering over the fans there, ready for the photographs as the handshakes come from Total Energies. The trophies for the winners will be presented in a moment. And 3 very happy teams. One member of which is watching all this on TV thinking, I want to be there. But Harry King making a vital contribution to the operation. Thierry Vermeulen, Chris Lallam, of course, share not only in endurance but sprint as well. And there the trophies go to the winners. One hopes they're going to be kind enough to keep Harry's on ice, so to speak. Benedette Spinoy, the Directrice Generale of Total Energies, hands over the trophies, and Chris Lallam, in his first season of racing at this level, having done very little real-world racing, Esports King, celebrates on the podium. Trophies in the air, everybody holds them aloft for the photograph. And our gold podium concludes with victory for Harry King, for Chris Lallam and Thierry Vermeulen.
The champagne is at their feet, the celebrations can get underway, and the battle between Garage 59 and Verstappen.com continues, whether it's on track or on the podium, as the champagne spray gets underway now. CSA Racing having a tough race, of course, losing one car so early. Not just losing, in fact, almost having it destroyed. Massive damage to the 112, but 111 comes home for third. McLaren 3, McLaren 2, Aston Martin 1. So that's 2 classes and 2 class wins for Aston Martin. Of course, outright winners as a brand last year. So bronze, I would anticipate we will move to next, as Verstappen.com celebrates. And Jacob Ebreith, the official photographer, just trying to make sure he's got the requisite shot of the category winners before they're allowed off the podium. And then the SRO team can dash forward, prepare the trophies, and move on to the next of the podiums here at the end of what's been a tough race, a brutal race, not so much because of rain like we've had in the past, but the really high temperatures today. So that the victorious car, Chris Lallam, in super slow-mo, bringing it out of the chicane, and you could argue they were helped a little bit by that puncture for Garage 59, but even so, the pace was good all the way through the race, and there were very few errors, very few penalties that went that car's way, if any. So Aston Martin continuing its resurgence in GT racing with victory then in the Gold Cup. This is how we look in the championship now. Thierry Vermeulen, Chris Lallam and Harry King ahead. Points, don't forget, scored at the 6 and 12 hour mark as well as at the end of the race. Arthur Rougier, Simon Gachet, James Kell next, ahead of Jens Klingman with Al-Faisal Al-Zubar and Ben Tutt. Jim Pla fourth for CSA Racing, ahead of Louis Pret, Adam Smalley, then Dean McDonald and Frederick Scharnhoff, of course, dipping in this weekend next with Sebastian Ugard, Leonardo Moncini and Ricardo Casaniga in 7th. And the visiting Elliott Skier, Tom Sargent and Adam Edelson also getting a decent haul of points in their one-off visit. So Thierry Vermeulen, Chris Lallam, Harry King win the Gold Cup, and they take the championship lead as well. In bronze, third place, going the way of another Santa-Lock entry of Benjamin Ricci, Paul Evra, Gilles Magnus and Reece Gold. Second place to Gabriele Piana, to Renat Salikov, to Marvin Dienst and to Dan Arrow. And the win in bronze to Kessel Racing, to Dustin Blattner, Conrad Larsen, Dennis Marshall, Zach Robichon, and they will make their way out onto the podium right now. The Bronze Cup winners, Dustin Blattner, Conrad Larsen, Dennis Marshall and Zach Robichon. Dennis Marshall was saying when he got out of the car it was a very tough stint, and that point rather proved, wasn't it, as
He still looks weary, standing on the podium. Dennis Marshall, who has, in the last couple of seasons, made a really good double act with Dustin Blattner. They've shared cars together in Europe, in Asia, in myriad races. Dustin Blattner has come into the sport relatively late in life, but he's done a massive amount of racing in a really short space of time, not just in terms of the number of races, but the length of the races he's done as well. And that's really helped him to develop as a driver in that short period he's been racing. Matteo Braga is back on the podium from Pirelli. Handshakes to 3 to 2 to 1 of the teams, and then he will stride across to get the 4 winners' trophies from the hostesses that will go the way of Dustin Blattner, of Dennis Marshall, of Conrad Lawson, and of Zach Robichon. So an excellent effort by Kessel Racing, another car that ran pretty much faultlessly. Inevitably, perhaps, the odd track limit penalty comes, or a pit lane speeding penalty for 1 or 2 teams, but it's reducing those problems, reducing those penalties, and the time therefore lost in order to come out on top. Trophies in the air, happy drivers all round here at Spa. In bronze, our next podium. The champagne awaits then for the drivers, almost in synchronisation. Trophies down, bottles up, aim and fire. Ronnie Kessel's team having another great record. People think of Ferrari, the Hing AF Corsa, but the Kessel squad, very, very capable indeed, and a team that, as we were saying at the end of the race, just gets better season on season, tightens everything up, tightens up processes, and was a busy team as well, with another car in bronze, the Nicola Rossi, Nicolas Giro, David Fuminelli, Daniele Diamato car, which was a little bit further back after earlier delays, but that car was 28th overall. So again, podium being cleared, this the car that's won the class. It came home in a very impressive 15th position in the end, and another car managing to get through with limited difficulty, limited damage. Had a day-long battle, really, with the 81 Mercedes, the lead trading between the two, depending on which car pitted when. But in the end, the Blattner company backed Ferrari, coming home victorious. Ferrari again scoring points in Intercontinental GT Challenge. A look over the paddock, or paddocks plural really, the top paddock where a number of the teams are, the bottom paddock, which is where the tension is near the podium. Conrad Lawson then taking the bronze lead in the championship with Dennis Marshall and Dustin Blattner. They are the regulars in that car. Renat Selikov, Marvin Dienst, Gabriele Piana second, and Zach Robichon dipping in for this weekend, scoring enough points to be third ahead of Benjamin Ricci, Paul Evrard, and then Gilles Magnus, with Robert Renauer, Ralph Bowen and Alfred Renauer next. From Tom Fleming, Guillaume Oliveira, then Gabriel Rindone and Patrick Cole and Ricardo Feller and Darren Lung and Sean Gallard. Garage 59, Lion Speed and Paradigm drivers all tying on points, even though they're across different cars. But for Conrad Lawson, for Dennis Marshall and Dustin Blattner, a very, very impressive effort indeed, and success coming in bronze. Conrad Lawson, Danish Formula 4 champion about 5 seasons ago. He was Italian Formula 4 front runner as a teammate to Kimi Antonelli, going back a few years. Wonder what happened to him. He's raced in Ferrari Challenge, he's raced in Asian Le Mans, European Le Mans, and the Gulf 12 Hours as well at the back end of last year with success too. So our next podium is already underway. And there in the independents for Intercontinental GT Challenge, Jonathan Hui and Chris Froggatt are on the podium. There, Antares Au, along with Luc Hertog, Maurice Schöring, and also in the 97 Porsche, Martin Rump, the very quick Estonian. And the winners are going to be the Renauer brothers, Robert and Alfred, and Ralph Bowen as the class victors. Their number 91 Porsche with Axel Jeffries as the 4th driver, and they all make their way onto the podium. The Intercontinental GT Challenge Independents top 3 podium here. The bespectacled Antares out nearest the camera. He had a tough race, that's for sure, but absolutely loving his motor racing. He's been racing here for a number of seasons in the 24 Hours of Spa, but coming across this year to do GT World Challenge Europe. He raced at Le Mans because he got a prize entry, having won his class in the Asian Le Mans Series, and second here. The IGTC winners' medals are presented to the drivers, and it is going to be a happy Porsche crew for that top step. Ralph Bone, Alfred Renard, Robert Renard, Axel Jeffries, the drivers, as Abby Hay, the series manager of Intercontinental GT Challenge, presents the medals. And this is where you discover that tall people on a top step makes life rather difficult when you have to get them to bend down. But all is good, and our congratulations to the backbone of GT racing, the independent drivers. They're not manufacturer paid. These are drivers doing it the hard way, if you like, and achieving some excellent results in a global championship as well. Chris Froggatt and Jonathan Hui on the far end of the podium. Jonathan's last race of the year, possibly, I was being told last night. Chris Froggatt with him, the far right as you look. So the champagne is at their feet, and the celebrations for the independent Intercontinental GT Challenge drivers can begin. Some aren't that fast. Some want to run and hide, others want to spray. So well done for our independent drivers in Intercontinental GT Challenge that will reconvene in September at Suzuka before concluding in America with 8 hours around Indianapolis. That Herber Motorsport Porsche coming out on top. It's a team that knows all about winning races. It's a team that knows all about winning long distance races, and that's proved rather once again here as the field was at the mercy of a well-drilled Porsche 911 GT3R that kept out of trouble. And that Intercontinental GT sticker on the side, the championship that takes you from Bathurst to the Nürburgring to Spa to Suzuka and to Indianapolis. Classic circuits. So the podium is being made ready for Pro-Am. We also, of course, have the top 3 outright. We have the top 3 IGTC. We've got the fastest lap still to come as well, plus the Coupe de Roi for the winning manufacturer and the Paul Frere Trophy for Alessio Picariello. So still more celebration, more champagne to come. That gives us, what, 5 or 6 podiums. I think Paul Frere award goes at the same time as his outright trophy to Alessio Picariello. I think that's what was being suggested a little earlier in the afternoon. The fans enjoying the weather, enjoying Spa's traditional weekend of endurance, twice around the clock racing. Of course, there's 1,000 kilometres of sports cars here early in the year. There's a Grand Prix here later in the year, and it's quite the following, of course, in Belgium for this event. It's had such a history. This is the 77th running, and there's nothing quite like it, come rain or shine. So now the Pro-Am teams come forward. Third in class, George Kurtz, Ian James, Colin Braun and Nick Katzberg. The second placed crew are going to be from Beechdene AMR, in other words, Andrew Howard, Tony McIntosh, Valentin Asclot and Ross Gunn. There's Andrew Howard, British GT champion, former mini racer, ice cream magnate. Tony McIntosh, then Valentin Asclot and Ross Gunn, whose father used to race minis against Andrew Howard. That's kind of where the link comes from. Andrew, one of the people that gave Ross Gunn his first break in GT4 and then was picked up by Aston Martin, so there's a good history between those two. And then the winning drivers will step forward onto the Pro-Am podium. Pro-Am winners, Noam Abramczyk, Mathieu Détry, Fabien Defieux and Bob Yuan. Bob Yuan, a winner in the GT World Challenge Asia. And for Noam Abramczyk, Mathieu Détry, Fabien Defieux, all moving up for the weekend from GT4. Great result. So delight for the AV Racing by Car Collection Motorsport team. Trophies will be presented, champagne will be sprayed, and a great result as Amaury Bertolome, the Director General of the Sécurité de Spa-Francorchamps, steps forward, and now he'll take the winners' trophies across to the 4 drivers. Noam Abramczyk, Mathieu Ditry, Fabien Duffieux busy across the weekend in the 2 GT4 races, one of which had a pretty sizable accident, the Saturday morning race, which threatened to disrupt the programme rather, but they were able to take part in GT4 and then concentrate on GT3 and do a really good job. Bob Yuan, Silver Am champion in GT World Challenge Asia last season there as well. The champagne spray then by the winning drivers. Very happy Bob Yuan getting in on the act, along with the trio of Noam Abramczyk, Mathieu Ditry and Fabien Duffieux, all working together for the first time as a GT3 combination. Bob Yuan working with them for the first time at all, but it's all gelled, it's all harnessed really well. And our Pro-Am class winners for the AV Racing by Car Collection Motorsport team and the Porsche 911 GT3 are Noam Abramczyk, Mathieu Ditry, Fabien Duffieux and Bob Yuan stand as happy winners. Nothing quite like a podium selfie. Tony McIntosh entering into the spirit of it as the drivers then are about to make their way clear of the podium. So there's the winning car, the winning Porsche. An excellent effort by the AV Racing by Car Collection Motorsport team. Pro-Am, another fierce battle all the way through. It looks as though it might have been an Aston Martin win at one point, but the Porsche just having the edge, keeping out of trouble. And again, a car that has come through pretty much unscathed after all of the rigours of 24 hours around Spa. So Pro-Am, remember, is a class that only exists within the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. And as a result of that, there's no championship points. It's just a one-off competition. And it also means that the podium in the fan village being made ready for the next wave of drivers, and that should take us overall. Now, as far as the championship outright is concerned, Mathieu Pirelli, Mario Engel, Lucas Auer coming away from here as the leaders by a point from Hugo de Wilde, Kelvin van der Linde and Charles Weerts. And then you have Sven Muller, Alessio Picariello and Patrick Niederhauser another point behind them. So it's becoming really intense as far as the championship is concerned. Have the trophies then being presented for, I think, Coupe du Roi, but also the Paul Frère trophy, and that is for Alessio Picariello. There was talk of Alessio taking that when he was on the outright podium, but it's going to be presented now as a separate award, as we understand, and there it is. So the Paul Frère trophy to a very proud Alessio Picariello, who has received that from RACB President Francois Cornelis. And as I was saying during the course of the race, Paul Frère, a man who did so much for this event. It was his suggestion that the RACB should talk to Stéphane Rattel about making this a race for GT cars, and, well, the rest is history. So more photographs to be taken. Porsche with a manufacturer's trophy, and Alessio Picariello taking the Paul Frère trophy as well. So those drivers make their way off the podium. And very shortly, trophies will be made ready for what comes next. We've still got IGTC and the overall podium to go, plus the fastest lap to Alessandro Pierguidi. So much to be rewarded at the end of the event. But this, the winning car, don't forget, the Lamborghini brought home by Mirko Bortolotti. 2.5 hours that last stint of being folded up inside the car in very, very hot temperatures, and with all of the pressure of not just on track, but everything he had to do in the pit lane as well, and not make a single mistake. So for Lamborghini, for Grasser Racing Team, it is the top step of the podium in the Spa 24 Hours. The CrowdStrike-backed event going the way of Gottfried Grasser's team, and a delighted Mirko Bortolotti accelerating up towards the line, celebrating the biggest win of his life. The same true for Jordan Pepper and Luca Engschler as the checkered flag flew to round out the 2025 CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Lamborghini's first podium, Lamborghini's first win, and the drivers then now will be brought forward onto the podium, the outright top three then, and that means that for third place it is Alessio Rovera, Vincent Abriel, Alessandro Pierguidi. For second place it is the Rutronic Racing Porsche trio of Sven Müller, Patrick Niederhauser and Alessio Picariello. Onto the podium they come. Lots of happy Porsche fans. That was a result that was certainly not expected this morning. The car seemed to be way, way down, but good strategy and a bit of good fortune certainly helped. And the top step of the podium goes the way of the GRT Grasser Racing Team. It's a Spa 24 Hours win for Luca Engschler, for Mirko Bortolotti and for Jordan Pepper. And it's still a jaded and weary looking Mirko Bortolotti, but he's had time to recover. He's there, he's on the podium, and that is great to see. The winners for 2025, Mirko Bortolotti, Luca Engschler and Jordan Pepper. Jordan Pepper, Mirko Bortolotti, Luca Engschler. 3 winners and the biggest win of their careers. The trophies then are at the feet of 3 and 2 on the podium, and handshakes then to winning drivers. Daniel Bernard, the CrowdStrike Chief Business Officer, is going to now hand over those trophies in his Mercedes shirt to teams on the podium from Ferrari, Porsche and Lamborghini. You can excuse that. And those are proper winners' trophies, are they not? To Luca Engschler, Mirko Bortolotti and Jordan Pepper, who stand on the top step of the podium. And Mirko Bortolotti in the middle with, what, half an hour, nearly an hour since he took the checkered flag. Still looking tired, still looking weary, but he put everything into that last stint, and a mega effort done. The IGTC medals presented as well to the Porsche and Ferrari teams. If you're wondering why the winners don't get them, it's because Lamborghini is not registered for Intercontinental GT Challenge. So Abby Hay is not being rude, she's just going to the customers, going to those that are registered. So that's the IGTC winning crews in the race. 3rd and 2nd on the road, but 2nd and 1st, if you like, in IGTC. And so next should be Champagne, one would expect. There are the IGTC winning medals. The fastest lap of the race trophy will be next, and that goes to Alessandro Pierguidi. He did a 2 minute 17.066 back on lap 352 out of 549. So the trophy for the fastest lap goes to Alessandro Pierguidi. Just 6 cars in the end on the lead lap. There is the fastest lap trophy. And Alessandro denied a win, as last year denied a win. This time not by cars stationary in the pits, but by quicker cars on track. But a brake issue early on, remember, dropped them to 65th. So the fact that they're on the podium at all is quite something. Then the team's trophy for Grasser Racing Team and the historic Spa 24 Hours Drivers Winning Trophy. There they are. Luca Enschler, Mirko Bortolotti, Jordan Pepper win the 2025 CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. The flares go. The champagne is ready. And trophies put to one side as the celebrations begin, and deservedly so for the Grasser Racing Team. History is made. Lamborghini's first podium, Lamborghini's first win, a first win in the event for Mirko Bortolotti, Luca Enschler and Jordan Pepper. And boy, did they work for that. Mirko Bortolotti has been a key part of the Lamborghini Squadra Corsa family for so long. He's had race wins, he's had championship wins, he's had heartache along the way, and that is the biggest win of the relationship. The same true for Luca Enschler, of course, who's relatively new on the Lamborghini scene. Split his time last year between Lamborghinis and Audi R8s, but now part of the Lamborghini family. And also, of course, for Jordan Pepper. So the final podium, good and finished, and well done to our Lamborghini winning drivers here at Spa. Let's have a look at the highlights of a great race, the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa for 2025. It was a very warm afternoon for a packed crowd to watch the royals, the princesses wave the cars away. Princes Emmerich and Nicolas, Princess Louise waving the flags to release the cars onto the opening lap of the race. And it was the pole man Marvin Kirchhofer who was up front, but there was early drama as Antares Au found a stationary and spun Michele Beretta. A lot of work had to be done to Porsche number 97 to get that back out on track. The biggest accident of the lot was when Josh Mason's crippled McLaren crawled around the circuit on the racing line and was struck hard by Laurin Heinrich, who thankfully was okay. And as one Porsche was out, another was rejoining, 97 coming back into the race, looking just about pristine. We lost Custodio Toledo. We also lost Alexandre Leroy's Aston Martin under a full course yellow. Valentino Rossi, though, was all smiles, and he was looking forward to getting on board. The next car we lost was Frederic Jusset's Aston Martin, tapped into this spin into the barrier coming up Radion, and Tim Sandler got a penalty for his part in the contact. The light faded, the headlights came on, the fireworks took up attention, and the cars plunged into darkness. Plenty of great racing and a great atmosphere too. The Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini, though, was starting to work its way up the order and becoming more of a threat as Paradigm's BMW headed to the pits on 3 wheels. People were grabbing sleep where they could, and battles on track started to take up attention. It was a hard night for some. Damage to cars, hot brakes needing to be replaced, and also the need to score points at the 12-hour mark. Paradigm struggling with not only damaged cars but overheating brakes as well. Great battle in gold, and then we had contact between Maro Engel and Thomas Drouet. Penalty for the Mercedes, retirement for the Ford. Alessandro Pierguidi getting roughed up a little bit as he went down the hill with the Valkenhorst Silver leading Aston Martin, as Jamie Day had a failure that put him into the gravel and into retirement. CrowdStrike Mercedes getting involved with Garage 59's McLaren and turning it around. Ferrari's Alessandro Pierguidi's car on the grass, but still able to take 2 places under braking for Lecombe. with liquid pouring out of number 19. Baptiste Moulin's race was over after he'd hit the wall coming out of Blanchimont. And again, the CrowdStrike Mercedes getting in contact, this time with Ricardo Pera, who got a puncture and pitted. Around the outside to take up the lead of gold went Frederick Schandorf, away from the Harry King, Thierry Vermeulen and Chris Lullen, Aston Martin. And a good battle between Dan Harper and Alessandro Pierguidi was just, according to the stewards, hard and fair racing. The Ferrari ultimately ahead. Still the battles carried on and pushing hard. The 96 Retronic Porsche ran wide over a curve and cut a tyre. That had to pit, but it was just about going to pit on that lap anyway as Mirko Bortolotti flashed through the traffic and worked his way back ahead of the Porsche and into the lead. And although the gap would come down and there was a late exit from the pit lane on the last pit stop, the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini was able to hang on and score victory in the greatest GT race of all. There was this late battle between Raffaele Marciello and Alessandro Pierguidi, both of them getting a bit tetchy late race. But for track limit offences, Marciello got a 30-second penalty and fell from 3rd to 5th. It was a win, though, for the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini. Mirko Bortolotti, Jordan Pepper, Luca Engschler winning the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. And a delighted trio of drivers, a delighted team celebrating in the Belgian sunshine. Checkered flag taken, Mirko Bortolotti concluded the slowing down lap, and then the emotion and the tiredness all kicked in. He was a delighted man, though, as he got out of the car and made his way to the top step of the podium. Mirko Bortolotti, Luca Engschler, Jordan Pepper, winners of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. We'll see you again at the back end of June next year.